is ready to start charging in under the tower. News in as well, on top of the SF. There's no way to get them off him as Miracle falls. He's heading in. They'll get the opening onto Low. Kiss is coming in. There's a lot of burst below. He's able to get the BKB off the path right there. Miracle just evaporates. Jump forward from Samal there with the supernova as well. The wombo combos there from Nigma Galaxy to close this one up and go forward to game 3. Oh, he's in, blood it! Jumps straight in as soon as Miracle presents himself, gets the catch onto him, and that's Miracle out for good.
More buybacks incoming from Nouns, but Yuma's here now. Oh, he gets the Requiem off, but it does nothing. Yuma will drop. That's a dieback immediately here for the SF. GG is called. Disruption out. They're going to try and jump the Bristleback first, but he's still fine. Instead, Nande now the target, but Nande, he'll get the Eclipse off in time on the Luna, and that is Fly just deleted.
Coming from the side, Ollie will be able to get the dive off into the egg, but Toby's in on top of him. A couple more punches, takes Supernova down. Flyfly's doing a lot of damage. Will be able to bring Toby down. Now they turn over towards Crystallis, and Flyfly's out of mana. Triple kill for Flyfly, but he does die at the end of it all.
This is the perfect fight. The black hole on one, not normally good, but that is much better. Oh!
Nice arena.
Do they have the follow-up, though? Yes, they do. Malrina onto both of them, but the black hole turnaround. Can they get Smiley Knight in, though? They didn't have the damage. Snay, crit. They move in to try and help him out. Is it going to happen? They keep him alive. Skinner lives through it all, and everybody dies to Malrine. Hook shot found. Snake King on him. Burrow strike onto 3. They're all in the cogs. They're all dying. Skinner cleaning up. All 5 still alive for Falcons. Ultra kill for Skinner. The tips, they do not stop.
They've got the Stone Gaze. Kataro's locked up. He already bought back, but the Fisher's going to be there. He's in trouble. He does have a BKB, but can he get it off? The stuns are coming in. The Echo Slam's going to be dropped on Kataro, but he's still in trouble. He's got the Satanic. He's trying to get back up in the fold. The Guardian Angel's going to be on Coast. Amelia Panda's going to get a little bit low with the Twisted Chakra Might on top of him. They look over at Kataro. The Fisher is there. They get the kill on the Luna. He's going to be dead again.
The Static Storm, the damage. Sacred is shredded. Gets tipped by Knight. The glimpse on the Lotus Orb, not going to matter. Kataro is dead. He doesn't have buyback. That's going to be the game.
That is.
Gobble up and snapped up this Earth Spirit to go for the Gyro. They get the kill with the Lucent Beam.
Couple more punches is all they need. They got him caught there. The fear, the damage out, and he's gone. If they can manage to bring down 33, and they will, this bodes very well right now for the side of Heroic. Mid 1, they see them all. They jump in, Burrow strike out. Do they have enough? Mid 1 is on to Schofield, and meanwhile, he's completely dead on 33. But Shad trying to find themselves a good target. Mid 1 gets away for the moment. Shad, Drinky Buddy's low ground, now the snowball. Can they reset, get into the rage out here? It looks like they're not going to be able to.
A very good morning to everyone around the globe joining us for the 4th day of PGL Wallachia Season 2. The 4th day in a Swiss group stage, and specifically this Swiss group stage, means that from today onwards there is only one stream you'll have to keep track of, and we're getting close to seeing some teams, well, eliminated, but also moving forward. Today is about eliminations, though, so there's a lot on the line, a lot to talk about what has happened in the last 3 days, and yesterday especially. And to do so, I am joined by none other than Tigov and Fear. Good morning to the both of you. Fear, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing wonderful. Glad to see you here.
Yeah.
You guys are typically the night shift, so a good change up here, but very excited to see some more Dota today.
Yeah.
I love eliminations, so this is my favorite part of Dota.
I can shake your hand for that, because I'm fully on board with that. I love eliminations. It's some people are like, why are you so brutal? But no, that's competition.
Why you play the game. Yeah, absolutely.
And
So
it's like
good.
so soon. Like normally in tournaments, you have to play like a big group stage and maybe like another group stage, and then you eliminate them. Like you're too nice. We don't want to be nice here. We want to get rid of them very quickly. And now we're going to get rid of 3 teams. And you know, back to the point is when you play the best Dota, of course, when you actually truly mean something. So yeah, hopefully today, likes of Nouns, Nigma, etc., they will show us their best Dota that they can provide at the moment at PGL Wallachia, and hopefully maybe continue some journeys.
Yeah, we already had some top tier Dota though. I will say a lot of the matches that we've had here have been incredibly hectic and kill heavy and all over the place in the best way possible. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday, because we had quite a few bangers coming out yesterday. Let's start from the top there, Fear, because we started with Azure Ray and Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, that matchup in particular, I thought Nigma Galaxy were going to pull ahead in that one. The first game, Azure Ray, they didn't look so good. Game number 2, they also didn't look good, but they had this Medusa, and at some point they were able to just like hold the game, and then they just stomped them in the last game. So Azure Ray on the up, and Nigma Galaxy, we'll have to see. They're now in a weird position.
Yeah.
Indeed, a weird and scary position.
Very scary,
I would say. And then we had IG taking on Liga team there, Tigov, that also went the distance.
There's something about Liga where you know they're going to win the lanes. You know they're going to like break the map. But then they're always going to fail going high ground and make these games just like very entertaining. I think IG identified that, and of course their draw's quite nice against it. But watching Liga in this tournament has probably been the most enjoyable for Dota, because it feels the closest to like pub Dota. You don't know what's going to happen, but you know it's going to be good team fights. And of course, they are a mixed stack. So I'm looking forward to the Liga series.
Yeah, that should be very good. What we also had yesterday was a secondary stream starting also with 4 teams that were 1-1 before the day started. And I think one of the more surprising results was that first series of the day. Not that I didn't think that Alliance could not beat Nouns, but more that I felt so little pushback coming out from Nouns T. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, post TI, they've, they are the best NA team at the moment. They're qualifying to the tournaments. They don't have a coach anymore. They seem to have kind of lost a bit of their structure, maybe their identity. And then coming into tournaments, that is a key thing, especially against teams like Alliance. It is going to hurt you, because Alliance, they've got, multiple, they've got one main coach, they've got a support network. They really care about like every little draft, etc. So I think for Nouns, they are a little bit lost at the moment. And hopefully they can maybe today find that. If not today, they're going to have to obviously go back to the region, refine themselves a bit, because this is not the Nouns that we've seen in the previous year.
It is not.
And I think this is a very interesting storyline as well for these teams that made very little roster changes, like the Nouns, the Falcons, beastcoast, and yeah, these type of teams, they didn't make too many roster changes. So if you're losing to teams that have like stand-ins or they're brand new, freshly formed teams, that kind of says something, right? And that is a bit scary, definitely for Nouns.
It is incredibly scary. We also had the 2 series that we had at the end of the day for both of the streams were extra important, because those were deciding series. On the main stream, we had series that could provide an opportunity to move through the playoff bracket. So we had 2 teams secured there. We saw Falcons 2-0 their opponents in AVULUS. So they will be shown here at the very top of the middle of the screen. I want to stay on this for a little bit longer, because this is just a lot of information to dissect. We also had 2 teams at the very bottom in the center of the screen eliminated in Waska and Apex Genesis.
Unfortunate. I mean, I think it was very interesting to see the South American versus South American showdown there. I did expect Waska to take that one away. Unfortunately, they did not. Not super surprised to see Apex Genesis go out this early. I mean, they are like the 3rd best team in NA, but as Fart Studios being the 5th best in NA, that doesn't mean a whole lot nowadays. Yeah, so they need. It's good they got the experience though.
Yeah. And the way it's worked, of course, because Alliance beat Nouns and Na'Vi beat MOUZ. We are, of course, tomorrow going to be seeing Alliance versus Na'Vi. We haven't seen that in...
Wow.
We've had one best of 3 between the 2 organizations in 2023. Na'Vi won 2-0. And then we had plenty of them in 2020. But the fact in 4 years, we've only had one best of 3 between them. 2 title legacy organizations will be very exciting. But again, that's tomorrow.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that people are aware that that is tomorrow. I've seen a little bit of
Puppy versus Loda.
It is.
So we could just lie to the viewers. It's maybe today. Just keep watching, and then if it's not today, then watch tomorrow. Then when it's tomorrow, then you'll be upset today. But it's fine.
It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Let's not lie. You know that is a great way to start the day. No, from today onwards, there's three best of three series. So you saw that correctly, and it is the scary day. It is the day of eliminations. As said yesterday, we had 2 eliminations. We had 4 teams in that scary seat where only 2 were going to be able to make it out, and there was a little bit of an overarching factor there for the teams that you could see like, hey, wait a second, this is all somewhat similar to.
Yeah, because we had a lot of South America going against themselves. And I think we are in a pretty cool opportunity for this tournament where we actually have 4 South American teams. Often we have maybe 1 invited, 1 qualify, or a couple teams. But here we actually have some of the big 4, right? We've got Heroic, who have been the mainstay for South America, crushing every qualifier, showing their dominance as well. But then we have like Waska, beastcoast, Infinity. The fact that Waska lost to Infinity also, coming into this, they changed their players. They picked up Nouns Esports, I can't remember how to pronounce it correctly. Yeah. But then they changed roster as well. So for Infinity to even go for a lower ranked South American roster, to swap out with their roster, to then come here and then beat second place, I just truly hope for South America that they use this tournament to gain so much experience and go back, because only having 1 team for a region historically is not good. Like you need to have a top 2, a top 3 to keep pushing Heroic to get better, to keep pushing Waska or beastcoast or Infinity to then do well on the international stage.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely agree with that. I think Heroic is just way above everyone else right now in the region, and that's not good.
No, you want a little bit of competition, and we did see Waska make it out of some of the qualifiers that happened before Wallachia. No, of course, there's more qualifiers coming in the weeks to come, but you kind of want the dust to settle before then, and this is the perfect situation to do so. But with Waska now eliminated, it does mean that we're going to see more of Infinity, and they have a better shot at gaining more of that experience. And I know we're going to talk more about Infinity later, but there was an interview with Costabile before the event, and he's like, yeah, we didn't really get a chance to practice all that much.
Oh no.
No, but that's just the way it goes, It's literally the start of the season.
I know.
I mean, it makes sense though if you watch their gameplay. Like day 1, they looked pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, they looked pretty bad.
Sure.
And then going on, they've looked better and better. Every match they play, they start to be looking better. And Costabile specifically is really finding his way on that team.
His Medusa.
Yeah. Yes, this Medusa. But they're just getting better game by game, and it really shows through all the tournament.
It is, and it is good to see the improvement game by game, not just for Infinity, but also for other teams here. We can take a look at which teams we can see improve today in our schedule, as we have 3 series, and every single series is elimination on the line. So all 6 teams that you see on your screen have the same scoreline so far in this Swiss group stage, with 1 win and 1 series win and 2 series losses. In the case of Nigma Galaxy, one of those series losses did come as a default loss, but at the same time, that's just the way it is. So here we are. Let's work our way backwards, because I'm going to mention it again. I think Nouns is the odd one out in the 6 teams right here, and up against MOUZ. Were you expecting MOUZ to be in this position? Because they are also coming in as a team that, compared to the others, they have a little bit more experience.
No, I think they're definitely underperforming at this event. They looked pretty good the last Wallachia. And now on this one, I've been looking at some of their drafts. They've been cooking up some stuff that has not been good. They have a lot of bristleback, 0 stun strategies. They feel like they're just really experimenting right now. They're throwing a lot of stuff at the wall, and not much is sticking.
Yeah, MOUZ is like a fringe Western European team where they're not good enough to be invited. They sometimes can qualify, but also fall out of them. And with this, some of the teams here, I expect MOUZ to be a top 6 team. Yeah. The fact that they're a series away from elimination, it's like their opponents are in the same position. So this is a major reality check, because it's not as if you're going up against an underperforming team. It's like, okay, it's fine. We'll beat them here and we'll have another series. It's like, no, you're playing up against a team that shouldn't be here. So yeah, a lot of pressure on both of these orgs.
Yeah, I think the first Wallachia that they were at, they were a new team. They came in as the 3rd team to be a replacement for that time Tundra. And we gave them a little bit of leeway, and then they qualified to Riyadh, and then we're like, okay, they're a new team. This is their first time with the big guys. How are they going to do? But you expect a little bit of improvement, and this is the perfect time to showcase that.
Yeah. Every time you go to doubt them, they then qualify for something. Then they don't do well at LAN, and then you doubt them again. They don't qualify. You go, maybe. Then they qualify. It's like we keep cycling through it, and at some point, it'll either click or they will make a little change up. But again, this series will be, I think, the crossroads for them.
And this is a team you just want to see succeed, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to see them plateau, which it kind of feels like they are in a way. And you want to see them get to that point where they can be a mainstay within the region.
Yeah, and perhaps against Nouns, here's the time to make their mark. Before Nouns, we'll have Liga team taking on Beast Coast. That's also, again, elimination. I'm going to keep saying that, by the way. And we're going to focus on our first series of the day, which I think a lot of people will be tuning in to watch, because we are going to watch fan favorite Nigma Galaxy taking on Infinity. And I do want to focus on Nigma Galaxy first. They are a very talked about team for various of reasons, and let's just start with addressing the elephant in the room. Fair.
Sure.
They're not doing too great right now.
Yeah, they're not. Of course, it was very unfortunate they did get a def loss, but I think all the fans are expecting a lot from this team. And I'll just come out and say it, like, a lot of people got their wish list for this team too. Kroki moved to coach, right? And they expected this to be the magical fix here going into this tournament. But the reality is, like, they've looked a little bit sloppy. I've been covering most of their games at this point, and it just seems like they don't have that team cohesion right now, being on the right page. And this will be a good example of it here. They're doing a Tormentor. One person dies. And of course, you can laugh that off. That's not a bad thing to do sometimes, but here comes the smoke on top of it. And then now they ended up losing 3 of their heroes here. This game was a 1K deficit, but after this, it was not. But the reason why I think this really sticks out to me, you see the Queen of Pain farming mid lane, you see Sand King farming top lane. They're completely disconnected on what objectives they want to be doing as a squad.
Yeah, no, I think, and I got to cover them in a previous qualifier before PGL Wallachia, and they didn't really change their drafts. They had like a core identity. They never had to kind of challenge themselves due to the kind of the weakness of the region they were in. And now coming into their first tournament, that's really showing. Like, they didn't have to develop themselves. They've now, their key heroes are getting banned, and it did feel kind of fragmented, even though they kind of dumpstered the qualifier. You could see that they are still a very new team, and that is going to come. Like, when your offlaner is a mid that goes to offlane, and Noob was never a mid laner that tried offlane. Like, this is a brand new role for him.
Yeah.
There is going to be a lot of growing pains, and yeah, I think now they're in the elimination point they have to find a solution to it.
I did want to focus a little bit on Noob for that, though, because yesterday, the game that they ended up winning, I think that was a great showcase for Noob. He played the Visage, and he was popping off here.
Yeah, I mean, I have a theory on that one. Like, he's used to playing these, like, Primal Beasts, Sand Kings from the mid lane, getting all this gold, getting all this experience. It's a lot different when you are in the offlane position and you're kind of getting shut down in that situation. And I think the Visage was a breath of fresh air for him, because, like, now you get to be a hero that has strong laning, you get a farm, you don't have to rotate across the map. I feel like it's just much easier to play, and Sumel was able to sacrifice himself in that game by playing like a Sand King, making the moves on the map. It's a good band-aid fix, but in the long term, they need to make him more comfortable playing the heroes he's already good at, but just find a way to make him succeed.
I mean, it's probably one of the more difficult mid to off lane switches I've seen in time, because his mid lane, he was very like Thompson-esque, where it's like he wants to always make a move on the map. He wants to try and annoy his opponent, and he's like playing Snapfire and like running around, Monoba kissing everywhere. Like you said, when you play offlane, you're not that type of player. Like, that's not the meta for offlane. You want to be the lane winner, the greedier person, scale up a bit, and then when you have that, rally your team. So I think there's a massive identity shift needed for Noob, and it will take a tournament or two for him to truly understand that, because he can't just break the map every time. Like, you don't just play Visage and win in 20 minutes. Like,
It's the wrong meta to change roles.
exactly. So like for him, it's like if it was a different timeline, then this switch would have been like, oh wow, that's such a cool switch. But it is going to take a lot for him to really kind of find his footing.
Yeah, we'll see if today he'll find a little better footing. Again, though, his Visage was great to watch yesterday, to the point where I wouldn't be surprised if Infinity puts a stop to it. Also, in that particular game, yes, he did amazing on the Visage, but the point that Fear made later on, they were on the wrong page, and then they lost the advantage that they gained in the laning stage again. So there's a lot of things that I hope that they worked on throughout yesterday's afternoon and evening.
It's a lot for one day, but they need to find a band-aid fix, like I said, something that can get them through the elimination phase.
Yeah, it's weird to talk about this team in this way, considering all their players are high caliber. Yep. So I wonder, what is the reason why it's not clicking? How does something like this get fixed?
I mean, that's been a question for a couple years now for the team, right? It's been not leaving the region, being stuck in qualifiers. You know, it happens. Sometimes you hit a slump, and I think this version of Nigma, the ceiling is a lot higher than the previous versions that they've had. So, you know, I'm gonna sit back and not get too critical, because I understand that, like, there's a lot of changes needed for this team to even exist. So
I mean,
we'll let them
if
cook.
Alliance is back, Nigma has no excuse.
That is so true, actually. And Navi's on the
Navi
return.
as well,
Yeah, actually.
you know. If there was any time to shine, it would be now.
The
No,
top
let's
three,
focus.
actually. Damn.
Let's focus our attention on their opponents this morning. Infinity is looking hot and ready after yesterday's avoidance of elimination. I'm sure they're going to be riding that high a little bit there as well. And they have some great milestones, I believe, Fear, to ride off of as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the stats of all the players and just seeing how well they're doing. All of them are actually doing pretty well. They're on the top leaderboards, but one in particular is Costabile. He's really finding his footing just behind Parker here, who's been an absolute monster at this event on Heroic. He's had top hero damage per minute, which means he's active, right? And that's what you want to see from your carry player. But there's other metrics as well in which he's also succeeding in. Highest GPM as well. So he's active and he's farming, of course, just behind Parker, but Parker's probably the most performing player at this event here. And then XPM as well in that second place there. So these South American players in general are showing that they're bringing their A game with their carry players, and Costabili's right up there with them.
Does that also mean that going into this series, you're going to have extra eyes on Costabile to see what he does, or you're kind of like, nah, he'll do his job, I'm focused somewhere else?
It's hard to say on that one, because there's so many things in Dota. You have to like pick and choose what you want to focus, especially in the pick ban phase, laning stage. I think the lane stage really just comes on, you always want to win your laning stage, but maybe they'll throw in a couple bans here and there. But Costabili's a veteran. He has a wide hero pool, so probably can't ban him out.
I just hope they don't do the thing where it's like you first pick a Luna just for draft, and it's like, I wish I gave my star carry player for in regards to kind of Infinity's case, like the weaker pick. Like when he gets Medusa, a slightly later pick in the draft, I'm more excited to see him play. And it was the same thing for like Tundra and Shad, right? Tundra first phase his carry, you later pick it, oh my god, the game is his, right? And I kind of feel like it's where Costabili's career has shone, like when he played on Forzumas, Nouns, like this kind of era, like he gets 2-3 picks to see what he wants, locks in a big carry, and you just know that he will always get to that 25-minute timing of like, it's my game. Sure, they might lose, whatever, but it's like, you know that his timings are inevitable. So I just hope they get to play around that today.
Yeah, I hope so too. I know that there's also been a little bit of focus for Infinity on that mid lane. PP has been really showing up, and I'm wondering how much we feel like his performance has been consistent, because I think that coming into this with a team like Infinity with a relatively fresh roster, consistency is going to be key. And is it coming from the mid lane, Fear?
I've seen him be very consistent, yeah, but unfortunately in some of the games I watched, the laning stage was consistent, not necessarily the whole picture, right? Like when he was playing Dragonite, great laning stage, he shut down the puck, but didn't feel like he knew where to be on the map at the right times, and that kind of comes with some heroes like DK, so hopefully they do pick him a hero that gives him a bit more freedom on the map. We all know these Puck, Queen of Pain, Invokers are really popular right now, so those are better for him. That way he can just play his style. So yeah, I definitely want to see him play strong laners, but heroes that have mobility and can just kind of just play by himself and not require a team around him, because I don't think he has that leadership to, you know, command his team where to go on the map.
I mean, you can see that Infinity isn't just a disciplined team right now, like the lack of scrims, etc. Because like when they're winning, the games are quite long. You're 40, 50 minutes into the game, and how they play, you know, they're waiting for their character to kind of catch up into the game. So yeah, I think they're, for Nigma at least, to go against them, they need to try and break Infinity early, force them into that kind of uncomfortable position, and then that's where Infinity normally struggles.
Okay, well, we are very close to getting the draft started. And Tigav, you talked earlier about how you feel that Nigma Galaxy's style hasn't really evolved as much as you would like to see it. Going into today, is there anything in particular you're going to keep your eyes on in terms of that style that comes out in the draft that you really want to see, or maybe really don't want to see?
I love when they have layered aggression between Sumo and then support plus noob. Like there are some drafts where it's like you have Sanking going in, then you have hook shots, and then even actually, you know, Miracle will pop over with Lunar throw some spells out. But like they want to play with high speed. They want to be aggressive and use their individual mechanical skills. There we go, to break their opponent. But some of their drafts don't enable them. Like they're picking Io and Mortis to be a little bit slower. Like I want them to be aggressive, quick on the map, and I feel like every iteration of Nigma has tried to do this, but with wildly varying success. But with these players, like, there's been games like Game 2 against Azure Ray. It was so fun to watch. Like, that's what I want to see from them.
Okay, well, we are going to see it as the draft has begun. Should be on your screens there. You already see the players, having their game faces on. They're ready to see what the others will throw at them. So we got Nigma Galaxy on the Radiant side for game number 1 of this best of 3 elimination series. Infinity will start on the Dire side and will also have first pick of the draft. And in terms of bans, nothing unorthodox coming out. I guess maybe you can call the Invoker a little bit unorthodox, as we haven't really seen it first picked that much. At least day 1, people first picked it a little bit until it lost a bunch.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think I agree with T in a lot of ways. Like, I think you need to, if you're Nigma Galaxy, find a way to enable not only Noob, but I have to mention as well, Sumail. He has not looked great in some of these games as well. I want him to see him play more heroes that can get on the map. Maybe the supports need to enable him a bit more. I remember watching his Rubik game. He was like 1 and 2 at like 30 minutes into the game. Like, that's something you just don't want to see.
Yeah, it's like, it's also in the qualifiers that they played. He played a Nature's Prophet game, and it's like, he's against like a 7k, 8k average stack.
Okay.
And I wouldn't expect Sumail to TP on Prophet to a tower and then actually just die. You know, like, in my mind, if I think of Sumail, it's like, against a 7k stack, like, you're not dying in that game. You know, you're meant to be like, the king, whatever. So, either way.
Yeah, and he's been leaning on heroes like Sniper as well too. Yeah. Like, I want to see more of like the Sumail, Queen of Pains, like these type of heroes that get on the map and just make plays and can be aggressive. Maybe help Noob out in his games as well. Where the point where he looked pretty good on the Sand King as well. He got an early dagger, then he just played around a Visage or something. So that could help him out definitely a lot here. Shadow Fiend, this has been like the carry of the tournament, the go-to. I think Shadow Fiend and Dragonite for me have been one of probably the 2 best carries right now in the meta. So they're going to pick that one up right away. And Clockwork as a response.
I have to ask a question regarding Clockwork. I mean, we see the stats right here. A 72% win rate with this amount of games played, 22, it's very high. And I was watching, obviously, the highlight reel at the start of the day, and there's a lot of moments where Clockwork makes the correct move, and he's often played as position 5, massive impact, often first phase picked. Why is he not worthy of bans first phase? Because he's really good.
Probably could be pushed into bans at some point, but like you see in this draft so far, Nigma's respecting PP's Invoker, so therefore that's getting banned out, and then it's again like Tusk Village that we mentioned in the pre-show, so it's like there's a lot of respect and there's not enough bans. And Clockwork is so annoyingly good because the offlane pool, Centaurs, Primals, MOUZ, they're all melee heroes. Clockwork excels against these melee heroes when he can wrap around the tree line, pressure them. So yeah, Clockwork insanely good. Teams are gonna have to think about it. Maybe it takes a ban in future series or games, and then we'll get to finally see some of the specialties that teams are not getting their hands on.
Yeah, I think it would also depend on, like, the meta is already shifting. You can already see it in the ban phase as well. Like, Naga is not banned, right? Yep. Omni's not banned. I think in the past, like, a lot of Naga bans, a lot of Omni bans, a lot of Tusk bans, a lot of these melees that have been banned. And Clock was like the last melee left. And people kept playing it like, this is good, this is good. And then they just assume in their mind that the Naga and Omnis are unbeatable because of TI. And then they slip through the cracks every once in a while. And they're starting to realize maybe they're not so good anymore, right? So we'll have to see as this continues, but Clock has looked really good. And one big reason for it is I really like position 5 Clock. Most carry players do. Like, they took it away from like the SF team because Clock SF is, how do you lane against that? Like, there's some lanes in which are just impossible to lane against, and we'll give them too much of a good game.
Fair enough. Strong start then for both squads, the way you both are describing this. We're in the second ban phase. We have Primal Beast and Luna removed from the pool by Infinity, and it's up to Nigma to ban one hero and pick straight out of that banning phase so that they can use this ban to also potentially protect what's coming out. They'll remove the Omni Knight and select themselves a Bat Rider.
Sure. This kind of, Nigma at least, it's going straight for their top tier draft pattern, right? GH gets to play Clockwork. We're still expecting the melee hero that we were mentioning for Noob in the offlane. And then they ban the Omni Knight to prevent the kind of defensive capabilities that will stop Nigma from being aggressive. So overall, I think Nigma is leaning towards the style that we've been wanting them to play.
Yeah, I definitely like this a lot, especially when you're against SF. Just lasso them, reposition them. And I think later on in the draft, I mean, I'm thinking of Miracle. What heroes does he like to play? Morphling could be incredibly good for him later on in this draft. He does like his Terrorblade as well, but pretty much just this hero that can lay into a lassoed hero that's being drug into him, and Shadow Fiend does not like that. So Miracle most likely going to pick up a hero for success here, and this Dark Willow hero has also been, I like to call it, since we saw Hoodwink for so long, like the new Hoodwink, right? Like kind of just like does really well in the laning stage, enables pretty much any offlaner to have a good lane.
But who are they going to pair it with? So far, Illich has played some Beastmasters. He hasn't played MOUZ yet. Beast is also banned. Like if this was heroic, you just pick MOUZ.
Yeah.
You know, draft simple. You protect Shadow Fiend. You have good positioning. But Infinity are yet to show that style of offlane. They've also picked like Night Stalker as well and a Disruptor.
They'll just go for the 5 first.
That's a Panda specialty at least. He's been enjoying this hero so far in the tournament.
They're just going to hide.
Partial on it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they ran it before. It looked okay. I think just in general, this hero can look really good or it can look underwhelming, just depending on a lot of circumstances. I think one of them is the fact is, are there saves? I think the last time I saw him play this, he tried to play it versus a Puck, which, by the way, is still in the pool.
Yeah.
So that is something that they could consider here, and that didn't really work out. He's versus Puck Shadow Demon, not a single glimpse went off in the entire game.
I am concerned for Infinity that both supports are relatively tempo-based, that Willow or Disruptor in a difficult game feel even worse. They like to play from ahead. They always like to chase down their opponent. You're always hunting, getting the glimpse. You're always hunting, trying to go for like that aggressive terrorize. And I'm hoping at least the offlane pick or the carry pick is aggressive enough to enable that, because Shadow Fiend is not enabling your supports right now. Yep. So if you go for a greedy lineup with 2 supports that want to hunt on the map, there's going to be a slight disparity in like what the supports want to do compared to what the cores want to do on Infinity's lineup.
Would you still consider Mars to be that aggressive offlaner, or is that not aggressive enough?
It will depend on the 2 picks from Nigma.
Okay.
Which most likely for Noob will be the Centaur or the any of the melee boys.
The beefy boys.
I mean, they banned out his Primal, otherwise he probably would went for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter to me which offlaner he picks. I think they're all pretty decent. But the question for me is, you are second pick on Nigma here. Are there any good flexes left leading into that last pick there? They'll just go Doom and straight into the Alchemist. I guess they're going to show just last pick is going to be for Sumail here. I doubt Sumail will play Alchemist mid. I know that's a classic of his. He did like to play back in the day. Same with like the Medusa mid, but those days are over, I believe. So Miracle most likely will play that. They kind of left the Puck option off the table, where I suppose like in this situation, like you are playing versus Doom, but Puck is just shown to be such a good hero. I wouldn't hate it if Infinity just take it.
Question, Doom and Alchemist, aren't they like considered
moneymakers?
Yeah, and then both on the same team, isn't that a little bit overkill in the sense that neither are going to be super aggressive in the first like 15 minutes? You do need something to, you know, hold the fort.
Yes, but that is where I think, due to the fact they have last pick, it doesn't look that bad if Sumo is aggressive as well.
Okay.
Because you've got the Doom that will just naturally farm with the Batrider to secure your lane. Clock will secure your out lane. That's relatively aggressive. And then you know Sumo won't get counterpicked because he has last pick in the draft. And I think they were respecting Shadow Fiend could maybe go between mid and carry. There's like a little bit of you know flex for Infinity, but yeah, it's greedy. But luckily for them, they come online relatively quickly. There is a timber problem, of course. It did get picked relatively quickly, only for the first 15 minutes into the game. Once Nigma are relatively online, you doom him, the game is perfectly fine.
Okay, we're putting a lot of pressure on Sumail here to make sure that those first 15 minutes are going to be, you know, good, or at least not very bad.
I mean, they're telegraphing they want Puck here, or some type of space maker, right, by banning out this Monkey King. That's the problem I have right now. If you are second pick and you don't have a flex to work with, you're just going to get, all the popular heroes are going to get banned out. And if they choose, let's just say for an example, to pick some hero like Lena or whatever mid, then Sumail feels pigeonholed into picking like some Rubik or something that isn't good for the draft. So second pick just doesn't have the same flair on that last pick as it used to. And a lot of teams also agree that it's like, doesn't feel good to like last pick anymore nowadays, unless you have a very, they ban Puck themselves, which is very interesting, which it does make sense. Puck is just so good, they could have taken it there. So Invoker out, Puck out, Queen of Pain out. Well, those are all the good mids now, so you got to go for something new here.
Yeah, and it's Infinity who gets to ban into pick, so they get an extra ban to protect their own mid laner.
They need a space maker too.
Like Infinity, we've seen Earth Spirit be extremely strong in the tournament so far.
Like ban Shaker, take Earth Spirit or something?
Yeah, something along those lines. Like for Infinity, you want a hero that will utilize the kind of space that Timber will create early on to overwhelm Nigma, to overlap their farm. And then Shadow Fiend's like, I've left the jungle, I got my 15 talent, we win one fight, let's go. Like that's kind of the big game plan I see for Infinity. And it will come, of course, from being aggressive in the mid lane, but noting that you can't go too crazy with your pick, because then Sumo can just counter-pick you. And we've seen yesterday, at least, the counter-picks from mid lane destroyed the series. Heroic was able to utilize that quite nicely.
We'll have to see here, but I definitely agree. They need something that can move across the map with the Disruptor, Willow. Let Timber and Shadow Fiend do their thing. They'll show up to fights that they want to, but be able to just control the runes. And yeah, you're playing versus Alchemist and Doom. The first like 15 minutes for you are going to be completely free to do what you want here. And if they do end up picking a hero that's a tempo maker, and Samel responds to counterpick with like some Viper, whatever it might be, or Dazzles, then you have like a very strange lineup.
They ban out Earth Spirit themselves. Okay, they go Storm Spirit.
And that's a hero that like isn't like the biggest space maker, but it can do the job, right? With like the right conditions, like runes, supports. I do like it though.
Yeah, and yeah, I guess that's the key thing with runes. I'm trying to work out, like, can Nigma supports leave their cores? Yes, they relatively can. So rune control will be a true battle between both sides. There's not one side that has to really go, no, I can never leave my lane. But Storm Spirit, for me, there's so many conditions that need to be met for it to be good that we don't often see it picked. You know, we're not in the Bulba era that we can first pick the hero and do well, you know?
No, and it's also, I mean, Samil is also a very good Storm Spirit, so he knows how to play against it properly, and he will be able to pick a hero that he's very comfortable
I really don't
with.
like that one.
Oh, you
That's some greed on greed on greed. Whew.
I mean, I think TA mid is like not good this patch and not good in this meta at all. Like, sure, you might do okay in the laning stage. It is carry, so what's mid?
It will be a mid Alchemist.
So I just said like it's not like 2013, so Sumo won't play Alchemist mid. But the thing is, he's actually very good at it, so it doesn't change the problem of the draft.
To pivot it slightly though, TA is good against Timbersaw.
Very good, yes.
And we've mentioned how Timbersaw is the key piece of the puzzle for Infinity to play the first 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Storm needs a little bit of farm, to then come online needs runes, Shadow Fiend needs a lot of farm, supports need to be active behind a hero. So if you pick a carry that stops Timber coming online, the entire concept of Infinity's lineup should never get online because the Timber's not getting a game. So I think I'm not too excited by the greediness of Nigma's lineup, but if the TA does well in lane, then the greed will never get punished, therefore it's not actually greedy. So all eyes on the safe lane.
Devil's advocate on that one is the fact that you can't contest runes as an alchemist for Storm.
No.
So Storm likely will get every rune, and that could change things up a bit here. So I agree with you. You have to win laning stage if you want to. You need to delay. That's going to be the motto for Nigma Galaxy here. But pressure of the game here, I really like what Infinity has going. I'm not feeling this Nigma draft.
Yeah, so you feel like they will be able to set the tempo and actually not care too much about what Nigma Galaxy is doing to delay the game.
They should be able to, yes.
Yeah.
If Nigma are to win this, it's TA crushing Timber in lane, and then you talk about runes, supports need to contest the runes. If you stop the runes on Storm, and then Miracle shuts down Timber, I think the greed can come online, but it's like you just need to tick all the boxes in the first 10-15 minutes for Nigma. Like a lot of small things need to go well.
Small things need to go well. I'm also curious to hear some opinions of the guys who will be talking during the entire game, our commentary duo of ODPixel and Fog. So what do you think, Owen?
I'm looking forward to see if the greed does pay off for Nigma Galaxy, because as you guys are saying, they're going to need a lot of time, right, Fogged?
Yeah, definitely need time. But like you guys are saying, I think the little switch up, they didn't want the Alk versus the Timber in the lane, right? So switching that to mid seems a little interesting. I just don't know how good the Alk versus the Storm in particular is, because we saw Alk versus Puck, but that makes sense because Puck is low armor. We've seen in the past. Storm is not low armor. That matchup seems a little weird. So I don't know. I can understand why they wanted to do the switch up, but it feels really greedy.
Well, let's see how that mid lane plays out. Alchemist versus Storm in the game. Should be a good one, and especially made better, of course, by our commentary duo. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, looking forward to see how this one goes down. Nigma Galaxy up against Infinity, and just all in all, just quite entertaining drafts, I feel, right, folks? We're getting some very sort of surefire ideas coming out, right? Nigma Galaxy say we're going to be able to greed it up, farm up the map. We're going to get away with this very sort of gold-reliant lineup. And Infinity,
They don't really have stuns, but they do have a lot of playmaking. Right? They want to be playing from ahead, because if these two kind of range supports start getting in a game where they're playing from behind, it's going to feel rougher, especially the Disruptor.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we say that one all the time, right? Just playing from behind from Disruptor is always really sad. And they can run into some control issues. I know they have, like, the Willow, which tends to cover a lot of that, but their stuns overall, it's pretty lackluster. So let's see how it ends up going down. Because the other thing that Nigma did do is they have probably, in my opinion, two of the strongest early game supports. This Bat and Clock. Bat maybe a little more greedy, but some of these players are super good at just putting that aggression early. These two heroes are probably the two supports that dish out the most early game damage. Level 2 Battery Assault is insane. Once you've got level 2 Sticky and even like a point in Firefly or something, crazy amount of damage. So I think maybe that's why they were like, hey, we actually can go a little greedy because their supports are that good early. So have to see how that ends up going down. Seeing the wards already, so looking like they want to be able to scout out the defensive capability that comes out from the Storm. Maybe some early rotations to contest some stacks. Because you usually don't see that one too often, and maybe they go for a bit of a first blood here, but it is scouted to see Infinity with their own defensive ward, maybe expecting this move.
When they sort of see the SF make that TP play, do they then know that there is a ward on them, do you think?
Probably.
Nigma Galaxy?
But like taking the guess of which position it's going to be is a bit difficult sometimes.
So it's not worth fishing for with the sentries.
Do you have game sound?
No. There we go. Hey! Oh, I do now.
I was like, is my ears not working?
Just for context, for viewers at home, we didn't have game sound for a bit, because maybe everyone at home did, and they're like, what are these guys on about? But maybe they didn't as well. But it's back now, for all of us, as we get into the action. So yes, the switch up, you know, Sumail taking the out mid, and then Miracle taking the TA safe. So this safe lane for the TA, how does this sort of go down? It's pretty all right for Miracle?
Yeah, I mean, the Willow is annoying. Willow can actually turn a lot of these lanes that might be a bit more difficult. Like the TA versus Timber is a great lane, but we'll see what Willow can do to counteract it. But yeah, Miracle, he should be pretty decent. He should have a pretty good time down here. That's why they did the switch up. Having the better matchup versus the Timber, and then also not having, you know, Alk versus Timber in particular. And so far, Sumail, it's an experienced hero that he has played. It's been some time since we've seen that Sumail Alchemist. But looks like he is handling his own. Has not missed a CS. Has the bottle already coming. So in that case, he should just be able to do fine. I thought maybe it would be a little more difficult because you have like 5 armor and sometimes these Storms can put some pressure versus melees, but we'll see if it does. Time to try to like turn a little bit there as the levels come out.
Yeah, I guess a lot of it's down to how sort of well Sumail's able to keep the wave shifting with the acid spray spam.
And so far, he's, just keeping the pressure on. So the reason why I was also saying is this lane could be a bit difficult because PP's been pretty impressive to me. He's been kind of dominating some of these games on his Storms, on his pucks, so I was looking forward to see how he's going to do in this matchup.
Yeah.
Sumail literally has not missed a last hit, so 12 and run right now.
Because there could be opportunities, right, as the levels come in for these mids, for the Storm to go for a kill on the Alk.
At like level 4, you get Vortex, I have even seen, not in some time, but I saw some other people take the other facet when you've been playing versus melee as a Storm Spirit. Because when they try to trade with you, you get the overload, you know, they overload themselves, but yeah, he's just going for the standard. And so far, this bottom lane, it's... Miracle's missing quite a bit of CS. GH will get a courier, but so far Timber is not really getting pressured from this lane. Top, Panda does have to be careful. This is probably the lane to watch for the first blood.
Omar. So need a glimpse back into a couple of raises here. Turns with a flame break. Noob steps up in onto Panda. Panda, pop the charges here. They're trying to keep alive, and it will save him. So Panda able to back off. Both supports getting very low. Bottom lane, this should be a kill. Knight caught here by the two of them. I see Illich trying to sound his ground against GH and Miracle, but unlikely to do enough. Maybe with the chain, okay, he can. Manages to land the connection straight over towards GH, so Illich finds something in return.
Good angle. GH ran toward the tree, a bit of a mistake there. Does get caught. And, Sumail just continues to absolutely free farm. He's even taking away the bounty rune from the enemy jungle on top lane. Omar!
This time around, he's going to go down. Noob. Also going to take a bit of damage on the way out, but the aggression getting a bit ahead of himself there. Omar.
It's a strong aggressive lane, though. They're trying to put the pressure onto this, what can be looked at as maybe a little bit of a weaker lane. Usually with the SF, you want this melee, so they are trying to take advantage of that disruptor being there. Yeah, nicely done. Panda very experienced with playing with this, so some nice glimpse backs. has been able to secure the SF. Pretty solid farm. No one getting too far behind in terms of CS so far.
No, super close start.
Yep.
Honestly. Across the board. Yeah, just slight CS lead for Nigma Galaxy, but yeah, only by a few. Top lane. Noob tries for the dive in, but Panda quick with a glimpse. With the one glimpse used, there's not much more to hold them back. Omar's still able to stay in range to get these napalm stacks up onto Costa Bile. They'll turn their attention over towards Panda though. GH is coming with the rotation, allowing them to continue to just dive under the tower, chase Panda down. He's got the wall though. Okay.
The fence, baby.
Well, there we go. The fence is out. And Nigma Galaxy won't be getting that kill. And in fact, Panda glimpses back up. He's going to be able to drag GH back under tower range. We'll be able to drop the cogs and get back.
The Costa Bile's in a weird spot now again.
Oh, he's got to be cautious. The creep wave under the tower is going to allow them to dive forward. The fence is dropped down again, though. And Costa Bile, he actually gets the kill onto Noob. He will die. So Nigma Galaxy, they get what they came for. They will get both of them. Cost them their offlaner's life. But they'll take that trade, Nigma Galaxy, any day of the week.
It was very smart. They glyphed a wave. I think he got 0 CS out of 3 wave or 2.5 waves or something on the SF because they just kept going into his face. And now we're seeing the differential. Yes, they have even CS, or kind of even CS in the mid lane, but it's an Alchemist. So he's actually 1,000 gold ahead. Sumail will have that phase boot. Can look to make moves around early on, and they have great ways to stack camps for him. Probably going to see GH and Omar start setting some of those up. And Power Rune. See who's able to get that one. PP has 6, but so does Sumail. And here come the supports.
And you like, so would you mind imagine the decision making was for Panda to go with the fence this game rather than the field?
I'll think about it for a second.
It's PP. Not going to get the catch here. But Nigma Galaxy able to make sure that Storm doesn't get that first power rune.
And the fence is just... I'm trying to think of like a specific actual interaction or something, you know? Like, I guess because he's playing with two of these like range guys, and there's like an Alk and a Doom to get on him. Maybe he just wants 2 different, like... I don't know. I can't find a good argument for it, but... It's fine. I mean, I'm okay with the kinetic fence. It's just a little bit weird sometimes.
Most of the time, it's always the field. Yeah, well, the non-fence facet.
Yeah. It's perfectly fine to have this one. It has a lot of different, like, really cool plays that you can do with it, so I don't think anything specific, but it's just a strong ability.
Blocks off the exit there that Omar was trying to go for.
Sumail getting active, smoked up. 3 points in acid spray. Already getting this deep ward. They're going to snipe some couriers. So that ward's going to pay dividends, perhaps unless it gets instantly dewarded, to be able to find some ganks onto this SF.
Yeah, so just have an interest, looking at like Pro Tracker. Yeah, Kinetic Fence has a 9% pick rate.
Yeah, it doesn't get picked very often.
Very, very rarely picked. So it's going to be hyped. See what Panda can do with it this game. Obviously, yeah, but very high tier disruptor player.
Maybe the other thing is that he doesn't feel like the Static Storm Kinetic combo is as useful this game as it compared to a lot of other ones.
True, what in the sense
sometimes
that
it's like you want to like
heroes
grab someone into place and kill them like a brewmaster or something.
But like,
I'm just trying to find an argument for it.
Like an Alk or a Doom or even a TA, getting caught in a Static Storm and held there, that doesn't really bother them too much.
Yeah. Or he's just, maybe he just likes this facet, whatever.
No, it's cool. I mean, it's the much more fun one to watch because it's more high skill, right? Instead of put down a circle, you're having to draw 2 lines.
Yeah. And it's pretty big. I think it is probably a bit underrated, so... That'd be cool to see. Hastrun spawns bottom. PP will be able to get that. We see the stacks of plenty on both sides. Sumail will start getting his going. And their greed lineup, they're getting away with greed early, right?
Exactly, that's the thing, right? Yeah, the pressure's not been put on yet. We're going to see if that changes now with the smoke from PP and Knight.
I imagine they want to look to accelerate things quite a lot in this game since they see all these greedy heroes.
I mean, Miracle should be pretty dead here unless he can hide.
Do they have detection?
They know where he is. They've got him. And in fact,
they bring 5.
They do. They're going to try and, imagine, take this tier 1 tower with the 5 of them.
Oh, and he got the stack, actually. Just in time, Costa Bile. He does get the lasting presence, but he's not going to help for a push or anything. But maybe for a kill, potential top. Noob is showing himself.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They've got to keep these moves coming here, Infinity.
I love that. I love this creep. This is one of my favorite Doom creeps. This and the Wild Wing, just in terms of being able to do like fancy plays, can do a whole lot. Not the most specific things to like dispel in particular this game, but even like a Cursed Crown or Bramble Maze on himself Could be pretty relevant. And here comes Noob.
I mean, yeah,
He gets the
just
Doom
able to
right
get the
on
Doom
him.
in from the high ground, drop down onto PP. Was not expecting that sort of move from that angle. The Storm caught in the river. And now it's Nigma Galaxy actually sweeping across the map, maybe looking for someone else as Illich. He's pretty much got the whole team trying to chase him down.
He is slow.
He's got another Timber Chain, but he's gone. So Nigma Galaxy getting these sort of kills with this greedier lineup, it feels pretty darn good for them. You know, 10 minutes in, it's only 5-5, but they have this 2K lead. They're getting away with it, Fog.
Yeah, and it's cool to see the build that Miracle went to. I just didn't point it out at the start, but the facet, it's max meld, so he's got the Void Blade, so he's just splashing down with that big damage, that big burst, and it's even better for kill threat. It's actually pretty interesting. I think I see almost everyone take the other one, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, this facet sounds super fun.
Right? And it's cool that he's able to max it. It's really good versus something like Timbersaw. And overall, like fragile drafts, they aren't the tankiest overall, I would say, on the side of Infinity. They only really have that Timber front line, so yeah, having that maxed early. If he wants to get active, which I think this is definitely a game that he can, since he's getting off to a good start, if he can get a Shard early, Shard is mega value on TA when you're playing versus the Timber, versus the Storm, even versus this Dark Willow and Disruptor.
No, you're right. It's about 27% of pro games you're getting this facet, so definitely the rarer of the two that Miracle's trying out this game.
I don't think I actually have seen anybody take it. In the games
Probably
that
not in
I've seen.
competitive games, yeah. That was looking at kind of pro-level pubs.
Very cool. I mean, Sumail, he's going to have Relic finished up already, too. This is an excellent start so far here for the side of Nigma and Infinity. How are they going to want to look to pressure? They do have 6 on Disruptor here. But as we said, they do have a bit of a weird kind of catch with their lack of disables in some instances.
They got to do something.
PP, looking
Top
for
lane.
Noob.
They're going to get the jump in. They're going to drop the Static Storm, and the fence is down to try and block off Noob's escape. It's going to work. They bring him out. Does mean that the Storm, PP's completely out of mana. Had to use everything to go for that kill attempt.
Nice
He'll get
Cox.
caught, pushed back under the tower.
Look at GH go.
And indeed, standing on top of Costabile with a Patria Assault, making sure there's no chance for a Requiem. They're continuing to win these trades. Nigma Galaxy Panda's going to go for the TP out, but the concoction's ready from Sumail. The fence will hold them back. See if that's enough to buy Panda the space to get away from these two.
Miracle wants blood.
He's going to get the trap
TP's coming
slow.
in.
Oh, that's a lot of TPs. Miracle and Omar. Be a bit cautious. There's a good bramble setup coming in. The damage going towards Omar. Indeed, under the tower. Miracle caught out. Panda is going to live, and Miracle he'll fall. So the punishment coming out from Infinity there as Nigma Galaxy try and chase the Disruptor a little bit too much. And
NGH.
over in the mid, PP.
They strike back completely. All right.
They really do. Straight 3 kills just like that.
I know, and that right there, if he didn't have kinetic fence, he's likely just dead. Right? That was actually him having a secondary charge after using that Static Storm. So pretty cool stuff from Panda. And now Sumail stunning himself. He has a shield rune.
And Costabile is coming in from the side.
Should be okay, but the glimpse.
Oh, the glimpse in a Requiem. It's a little
whoopsie.
mistimed, but hey, Sumail still goes down. The job's done. Costabile just doing it for style there.
Okay, well, there goes that early game.
Yeah, I was going to say, there it goes. I mean, it was literally, I feel like less than a minute ago that we had Infinity diving that, playing around that tier 1 tower top.
Yep.
Losing heroes. It was like, oh, wow, this is looking pretty rough from there. Just like that, 2 heroes been taken out from Nigma Galaxy under Infinity's top tier 1 tower. And then over in the mid, getting this kill on Sumail. That's huge for Infinity.
It's what? I think that was like 3 overextensions punished immediately. Sumail overextending, Miracle overextending, Omar overextended, and all of them die.
And pretty much all of them, right? Because of the fact that Panda was coming in clutch with these glimpses.
Pretty much.
Making some real good magic happen with this Disruptor.
Making it look hot. Hero that does not work too well from behind, but he did find these opportunities when they committed too far onto him. Really good stuff. GH overall, the Clockwork has been such a good hero this tournament. I think we've talked about it on panel a lot, but excellent versus the SF in pretty much every single instance. Just super pesky. So definitely going to just keep eyes on him, how much he can do to control Costabile. And overall, yeah, they do have like 3 BKB kind of piercing ways on the side of Nigma to deal with some of these heroes, even if they do want to itemize like that. But I don't think we're going to get BKBs. We're going to get the SNYs, the good old classics. Wisdom Runes, looks like it should be a 1-for-1 exchange. And Miracle does have Blink. So they still want to try to play a bit fast here on the side of Nigma. They can also get the Blink onto Noob pretty soon, so they can look to get a bit active. And it's cool that they went that route on the TA and the Doom, because I think they've recognized, yes, our lineup is greedy, so we want to have some type of playmaking if we're going to have a Radiance Alchemist. They could. Damn, it looks like they're queuing up the triple blinks even. I see Noob has changed it up a little bit, perhaps going to
Triple
go
blink?
the KB, but
It's always a lot of fun to see, but
doesn't end up working so much.
it really doesn't. That's a lot of investment on the jump.
Goes to Bile, just got okay, cool. Imagine he dies because of that. Omar.
Oh, PP's got to be careful. Samao is going to get the concoction out on Costa Bile. Costa Bile is in a lot of trouble. The concoction comes out, not going to get a chance to rev up the Requiem as Costa Bile goes down.
The numbers are being
Galaxy,
brought.
see what they can chase on for. GH in with a hook shot. Static Storm will get dropped down. Does sort of separate the fight for now, but Miracle is in with the jump over towards Knight. Nigma Galaxy find a second kill and push back the rest of Infinity.
They just want to play active. They're actually going quad blink, Owen.
Quad
so
blink?
Bat Rider's going one as well. Well, we'll see if the Doom does, because he might just go straight BKB, but as we know, Dooms can change up the items whenever they kind of want, but...
Dude, that's going to be a lot
Quad
of fun
blink.
to see. I mean, and not what you'd expect when you sort of see this greedy lineup. Everybody wants to fight on Nigma Galaxy. The initiation is going to be insane.
I mean, Bat Riders is always 100%, right? That one is guaranteed. TA's kind of is too, and Alchemist is... I mean, they're very good items on these heroes to be able to jump, and as we were mentioning before, the backline of Infinity, it's incredibly fragile.
Yeah, you
like
jump...
the Timber Saw is the only... If you jump the back, they're dead.
Yep.
They're almost guaranteed dead. So, okay. I do like that approach. And we see GH just going for kind of standard. The Bracer into the Solar. They have high levels coming out here on these supports. Level 9 on him. Same thing for Omar as a blink is picked up for him. They're going to smoke. They've got Doom ready.
Radiant's top tower is under
Is Infinity going to be ready for this move?
Let's jump forward.
Instant lasso.
Indeed, straight away they get the catch, but the fear does come out onto both of them. Smells able to get the concoction down onto both Knight and Illage. They
gets
get
the
the
hook
trade. Indeed, GH gets the job done. He falls, but they make sure that they bring PP down. Now with the chase from
another.
Samao, should be able to get the clean up on Knight. He's got the Shadow Realm. Samao on top of him with the concoction. Knight taken out on top of it also. Nigma Galaxy
Radiant's bottom
getting these trades back in their way pretty consistently now.
And they're
3K lead.
making those blinks work. It was a very nice terrorize that was almost saving the Storm, but didn't zip far enough. GH was actually able to tank enough to get the hook shot off too. It's a 1700 HP Clockwork, so not an easy kill. Once he gets the initiation, got to commit a lot to bring down this pesky Clock, who's like a 5-position Clock. If Timber's there, he'll die a lot faster, but... Speaking of the Timber, whoops. Timber chained into them. Whoopsie. Oh, now 5K lead. Nigma's starting to get some crazy momentum with these Blink Daggers, exactly what they want to have when you go for Blinks.
Yeah,
Get these constant plays.
It's terrifying for Infinity to show on the waves if they're not kind of prepared to make some sort of counterplay. I mean, when you see Nigma Galaxy have all these blinks, maybe Infinity had to sort of set up some sort of bait and trap, because you know whoever goes and shows on a wave probably going to get jumped on by multiple heroes. The map's pretty scary right now for them.
Gonna smoke up. They know the Doom's on cooldown. Can they find one of these big kills, though? They have to start finding something with their lineup. PP is falling massively far behind, and he is going to start being in potential just getting burst. TA has Shard, so these plays can just start... This game can accelerate really fast where Nigma can just completely take over in the next few seconds here. 6K lead already, but with these TA traps with Shard, these next few fights could be quite one-sided.
It's so hard for Infinity to fight like this.
They have Crimson Guard, though, so quite a bit tankier if they get a good go, if they catch a first target.
Lich is trying to lead in, see if they can get some sort of chance or vision for a glimpse back from Panda, but Nigma Galaxy play it safe.
Their initiation's just awkward, right? It's like Timber has to charge, like just jump in, right? Storm usually doesn't want to jump in as that first initiator, so...
Radiant's
I'm gonna try to set up for this tower push here. They do have vision on the side, so they see Omar at the moment. They actually see Sumail as well.
He's thinking about going. Omar, he's in with the jump straight away. Get the lasso up, the Requiem's there. Omar the first to fall, and now PP turns over towards Sumail. They get the Vortex drag back,
Nice
the two of them gone.
They didn't know that they had vision on top of him, and now they might lose GH.
He's going to miss the hook shot back to
No
safety
creeps.
that he attempts for. As indeed Infinity, that ward there.
Vision, baby. Saw them revving it up. They were completely prepared. This time, Nigma gets punished for their aggression. Nope.
Illich.
TA trap is there. Illich.
He's got backup of Knight and Panda, and he's taking a heavy hit here from Miracle. Static Storm dropped down. Illich, he'll die though. Miracle, see if he can clean up another. Turns to Panda, he'll get a second. So Miracle cleaning up a little bit back in favor of Nigma Galaxy as Infinity get a bit ahead of themselves between Illich and Panda.
Noob was baiting him completely. He actually even had BKB. So he had the trap down, waits for this Timber Saw to overcommit. And this is a tanky Timber. He has gone for the Crimson to deal with the high physical damage that comes out from TA and Alk, but not tanky enough if he jumps in like that. 14-14, very action-packed. And we are seeing Costa Bila, he is queuing up BKB. I think I haven't seen any of these SFs really go for this build lately. They all are going full greed.
It's needed. I mean,
I guess because the clock.
It really is.
They still
do battery assault.
The thing is that they still do have an absurd amount of BKB piercing stuff, right? They have Doom, they have clock, they have Batrider, and high physical damage from TA. So we'll see if that pays off. Panda, careful. Oh my goodness.
That was very close.
Yeah, it's literally the battery assault, right? And I guess the Radiance, I mean, it makes sense. I have seen a couple of these games where I see the SFs not go the BKB, and I'm like, imagine if he had BKB. But it does feel bad a lot of the times.
Talking about BKB, Samel's going to have his ready for the next fight.
They've got double BKBs ready. Doom has his too. So a lot of the pretty much all the damage from Infinity early. Yes, SF will be able to provide some, but so far that physical damage has not been too threatening. He's going to be pretty strong. And they have so many forms of initiation, and they're even setting up for this Wisdom Rune steal.
Oh, this
if
could
Infinity's
be...
ready, they are bringing the squad. Scan comes out.
They know that they're here. Who's going to go in first? The Wisdom Rune. Omar's going to be able to grab it. Infinity, they don't want to just head up into this blindly, so won't be able to punish Nigma Galaxy.
Far too risky. No BKB yet on the SF. He does not want to get involved. Even though they got that scan and they're bringing 4 heroes, they can't actually contest this. Miracle, he's in.
That's a lot of damage. Not quite enough yet, but still, Panda's going to have to take the walk back to base.
Miracle's hitting real hard.
Top. Omar. It's going to start.
The traps are there.
Setting up on a Costa Bila, indeed. Drags him back into the trap. Silence.
Beautiful play.
Very, very well done. I mean, that's one of the things as well. I guess it is the little things that he's going to need that BKB against. The battery assault and the trap silence. Just two very kind of low-cost ways to just interrupt Costa Bila in these team fights.
But they'll still have hookshot. They'll still have lasso.
They will.
So yeah,
they will. But it's
not the easiest of him for him to itemize. And with that kill, quick Roshan. They've got the Deso finished up just from before. Nigma has hemorrhaged a couple kills that maybe were unnecessary at some times, but overall, gameplay has been pretty good. And Miracle is pretty terrifying. I just see this Deso and I see the squishiness of these heroes on Infinity, and I'm feeling a lot of concern. Throw an acid spray down, have a meld come in with a Deso strike, disruptors, that's like his nightmare. Could even potentially get like 2-shotted once he has all that minus armor thrown down. I like that Illich did go for this Crimson Guard. It feels absolutely necessary to protect the team, but could be some difficult moments upcoming versus these double BKBs. And Lasso's at the ready. Omar, he's ready for a target.
I'll see how much Nigma Galaxy want to push this, because they, with this Aegis, they could go pretty crazy. I mean, there's obviously still the other 2 tier 2s on the map, so maybe they'll just try and get those first before going high ground.
Omar is the same level as the cores almost, like level 14 Bat, level 14 Doom. The damage he's going to provide in these fights because of these levels is pretty crazy too. Blink 4-step, so he's got the double repositioning.
A Miracle.
Glimpse.
And he did stick around to take this tower.
They could get him. Could get him maybe 2 times. Does he have any help?
I don't think he's getting any help. I mean, he got the tower.
Well, we said they've hemorrhaged some kills unnecessarily.
That's quite a big one to give up. PP's able to take that. A lot of money for the Storm. That's your Aegis guy. Honestly, I thought they were going to get a whole lot more than just 1 tier 2 with that fogged.
That was a bit strange to keep. You know, sometimes it happens. You're playing versus Disruptor, you forget.
Yep.
And now they could lose a lot more. If this is pretty much the opportunity
This is
for
go
Infinity
time
Strike.
for Infinity.
Look for constant glimpse plays.
Yeah, absolutely.
Omar.
They're going to find him in the river. I mean, Costabile's got a haste rune, so he's going to be ready to continue to chase this. Omar's going to try and juke away, but the chase will continue.
Omar playing it nicely. Oh no, the slow.
And they've got the vision for the glimpse. Omar dragged back. He's gone.
Big kills.
Yeah. They got to be more careful. Miracle can't make those sort of mistakes.
So far away from his team. Level 18 now on Costabile. BKB's finished. I believe Storm also has BKB in a second, so those traps, battery assaults, etc. will be answered, but there's still going to be a couple of these BKB piercing things that we'll see how they do end up dealing with those. But it's going to block a lot of damage too. Even seeing Illich, whatever, going for a BKB as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Sumail, okay, this is a bit interesting.
What do we got?
Went Orchid.
Okay. I mean, wants to, at the moment, I guess. I mean,
versus
this
Storm and
Orchid
stuff,
timing
like-
is going to be similar to the BKB timings for
I've
the
seen a
cores.
couple of times when people do this,
Yeah.
and it ends up like not really having the biggest type of impact because those BKBs do come out. So we'll have to see. He does still have good options to silence versus the other three, the Willow, the Timber, and the Disruptor and stuff like that. But okay, not the most standard kind of build that we've seen. Omar
That should be an easy one here. Catches Panda here, trying to TP out.
should have him alone almost. Yeah, pretty much solo killed.
But with this information, though, Infinity, they're very quick to try and catch Nigma Galaxy split up.
Noob is playing hidden behind. Now they'll actually scout him though. Miracle. No
They're trying to
BKB.
set him onto him, and indeed, PP following up as zips in. I mean, this was a very, very fast move from Infinity. They immediately, as soon as they saw Panda getting taken down bottom by the two of them, they just ran straight to top, and they find a huge kill.
Miracle's courier was at the tower with the BKB. So it's literally the perfect timing for them to get him.
They're going to play around with Sumail.
Sumail.
He's going to get out of there just in time.
Yeah, great move. I mean, Infinity, they're playing the map nicely when they see any type of move. They're immediately making a response to another side. We've seen a couple kills that they're able to get back. And yeah, literally, Miracle's BKB was about 2 seconds away from him or something like that on the courier. So super ideal timing.
Solid stuff from Infinity in response to Nigma Galaxy having the overall lead this game.
Noob going more greed instead of the blink for now. He sold his drums, he bought the Shivas now. So it doesn't have that instant blink doom to kind of go for a specific target. I think I would like him to get that blink next, not the Octarine. I do want him to be able to pick and choose which target he goes for on the doom rather than having it be a little awkward. Yes, he has a lot of other forms of initiation, so maybe that's why he's feeling like he doesn't need to go for the blink, but sometimes it does get a little awkward on these dooms. You can't find a good angle. Gem picked up now, I believe, on the side of Infinity. They're playing versus the TA, so these traps, they need to be dealt with. This game is close. I mean, the 4K lead is there, but it's a greedy draft,
It's
right?
an,
So they're
and it's an
getting this
Alchemist
gold.
draft, right?
It's Alchemist,
So-
it's Doom, so they're getting a lot of this constant gold that's just coming in. So Infinity, they're keeping it pretty close here.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy's got to be careful. This is definitely a game that we're seeing if they do make mistakes, Infinity will find ways to punish them. They've got to keep it clean here, Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, and they actually switched it up on Illich as well. Now he went Veil, Blink Veil instead of going for BKB. So feeling like he is tanky enough. And they want to ensure that they get this Wisdom.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, with Nigma Galaxy smoked up as well. That's definitely a moment where Infinity are considering that
Dire's middle tower
Nigma Galaxy might be up to something around this Wisdom spawn, but PP's able to secure it. Sumail, it's not going to opt for the jump in. Let's see what's going on here. Both teams still completely hidden. Just the SF showing Costabile.
Omar thinking about trying to go for it, but they are all ready. Level 20 hit on Costabile. Now they've got physical damage.
I mean, Miracles now had to TP up to deal with the top lane, so they know that they're split. And so Infinity trying to move in, see if they could catch anything, but the rest of Nigma Galaxy will back off safely.
And get rid of the ward, though. Get rid of the traps in the area. That's kind of how they want to play. Just move as a squad, play around the Storm Spirit so you can get rid of these traps constantly. Because the ideal way for Nigma to fight is always get an initiation when they have vision from either a ward or a trap. Infinity definitely feeling strong right now, looking for a fight, looking for some of these glimpse plays. They do have this ward on the side as well too, the ward in the lane, and that's just expiring, but it just saw 3 heroes up top. So they should be aware that Nigma is setting up here.
Another smoke up here from Sumail and GH.
Sumail found an amp damage, and I believe Bloodthorn is coming out on the courier, so
Yeah,
he did get
he's
a
got it
big
done.
surge of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be in. Anyone he jumps during the duration of the concoction, he will kill them. PP is going to go for the lead, and that's just that. PP did manage to get the BKB off there, so not a lot of a follow-up damage coming in on towards the Storm. PP can safely disengage.
Bit of an awkward fight. Looking for a glimpse target. They've got this vision.
They're going to get the glimpse in onto Noob.
Nice
Immediately evaporate him. Sumail put the BKB. Bloodthorn down as well over towards the Timbersaw. He's going to get glimmered. He's going to be fine for now as Illich is getting focused as well by Miracle, but he's down to the low ground, gets away from the TA. Miracle has to try and TP out with the rest of the BKB. He's going to make it only just. Back to the fountain.
The Solar saving his life. GH dies for it, but he saved Miracle with that Solar. He literally ran in and threw it onto him just to protect him with the barrier.
I mean, Infinity, they're playing these fights really nicely.
Very nice.
And Panda, the disruptor play continues to look fantastic.
He's the MVP for me right now.
Absolutely. Those early fights, those early plays, and now at this stage, it means that when sort of the initiation gets that little bit messy, when Nigma Galaxy don't get that clean entrance into the fight, they have to be so careful about how they back away. Panda ready to mess with whoever's available to be grabbed. I think in that one as well, he kind of timed the glimpse perfectly with the ending of the BKB of Noob.
Yeah.
So even though he was starting to run away during the BKB, as soon as it came to an end was the same time that the drag back came into play.
Infinity just played the fight like in unison, right? It was just a very cohesive way that they're like, okay, everyone disengage together, get the ward down and get the glimpse and get kind of the perfect fight. And now they're starting to get some snowball. I'm glad that Noob is doing this. I was about to say, if he goes Octarine, I'm going to be quite upset because they need to have this Blink Doom to be able to catch some of these targets if they get the BKB
Somebody's got to stop Panda.
Yeah. Or I mean, or at least just like, if they catch a target, kill the target. Get the Doom on him and just erase him. Because the fact that the Storm is able to reset and get out of that type of initial go is a big problem.
True. And like we had in that last fight... Ooh. PP.
PP.
It's going to go for the de-warding. Like that last fight, right, you had Miracle and Sumail fully focusing the Timbersaw, and they didn't quite kill him. You know, the whole sort of duration of the DPS being focused onto Illich, it wasn't enough to get him just with the 2 cores. No, BKB is back up if he feels threatened.
On the high ground. The only way they really kill the Timber is if they do throw that Doom. He is quite tanky now, especially with this Craggy coat. He also just finished up a Shiva's right after that last fight. Starting to back away. Full Parasma finished up on PP. Or about to be finished up, sorry.
And they've got to hold this position. Roshan. It's going to be very important, very easy for either of these sides to get. Whoever, even if one of the teams just gets like 1 kill, that should be enough to walk into the pit and do the Roche.
They both kill it very fast.
Yeah.
Do they not have an OBS on the side of Nigma? They don't have a ward. I guess the gem had taken out a couple of these wards, but they have no vision. They have these traps as vision, but no like high ground vision.
I've got the rocket flares.
Be able to get the scouting. We'll find a courier as well.
I mean, they could just start doing Roche, right?
It's just constantly scouted, though, right? Like you said, the rocket flares are going to keep
But I think
of it. But yeah, I mean,
they don't care really if Nigma Galaxy come and approach them, right? Infinity are set up for a team fight.
See which target gets doomed. Who are they going to throw everything onto?
Who would be the key one, do you think? You want to get the jump on this SF or the
He's the majority of the damage, so yeah. If you can get him controlled and take him out before he gets anything off, will be a weird fight for sure from the side of Infinity.
This is such a difficult call for Nigma Galaxy to make, even though they have this gold lead. Like, how do they start this fight?
And Illich, he's playing this very nice. Look at his positioning, right?
Yep.
He's like being that body. They might throw everything onto him, but we'll see. He keeps scouting them.
He's just entirely holding back Nigma Galaxy on his own, Illich.
They're getting this, Roche.
They are.
It's
Nigma
dying.
Galaxy's got to do something soon.
GH, this is your moment.
They're going to start approaching. There's the hook shot in. He goes for the steal. He's going to get the kill, but he won't get the pickup. Costabile secures the Aegis as he snatches it away from the kill that GH was able to get. Now they'll look for the fight. The Root catches onto Noob. And Lich and Knight straight on top of him. He'll get the Doom out, but Noob's already dead.
Why is it come so
TP
late?
out.
That was a weird Doom. Oh, all right. They get the last hit on the Roosh,
Yeah,
but the Aegis
GH is
gets
in.
claimed, and that Doom comes out very late.
And the fight, it is absolutely, you know, Infinity, they take it. They come out of that fight. They don't lose the Aegis on Costabile. He's going to have that ready for the next play when the team's back up. It was close to sort of a perfect timing with the steal attempt and the kill, but Nigma Galaxy did not get that whole sort of play off as cleanly as they needed to.
A bit of weird spell casting. They were able to focus PP, but then, yeah, like a Noob blinked. He looked completely lost in the fight for a second there. Couldn't find an actual proper Doom target because the SF got the Aegis. And then he ends up just throwing it onto this Willow. Believe the one thing that did happen, so besides the Aegis exchange, where that's obviously a big positive for Infinity, Nigma did get the gem. So it's a pretty big deal when you're playing with TA, able to take away this gem from them. So all in all, a slight advantage for Infinity, of course, because they have Aegis, but not the worst case scenario by any means by Nigma. Easy peasy.
And the physical damage is still going to be pretty crazy for Nigma Galaxy. Or Miracle with Stateless, the AC very close to being done by Samael.
It will start. It will continue to ramp up. Right?
Yeah.
They do keep getting this going. As you said, it's a very greedy kind of lineup. So, Omar, a very long zip from PP.
Now he's going to be able to get the solo.
That's the gem. Oh, what a play by PP.
I mean, and what a risk being taken there by Omar. I guess what you said. If you have the gem and you're pushing out like that in a game where there's a storm,
He was finishing BKB and he showed he got greedy. He really did. He had, I think, like 50 gold till he needed it, so he just went through the wave. But PP, no hesitation. Massive steal.
Yeah, easy retrieval of the gem.
Yep. And starting to see the itemization come out from at least Panda. Ghost Scepters and stuff for the supports to protect them versus the high physical damage that can come out. Aegis still for 2.5 minutes, so looking to Ray play around Costabile. I mean, recovering their gem is just so massive for this push. Seeing the Lotus Orb now also for Elich. So, I mean, look at this armor on this Timbersaw. 51 when he has 0 of the stacks.
And you need it. You
do.
need it against this lineup, but it should certainly be enough. Very difficult for Nigma Galaxy to kill, even if they do have all 3 cores kind of focusing him down.
Yeah, and I like that he went for this kind of build, right? With the Lotus as well, too. Super good this game versus the Lasso and the Doom in particular. Even versus Concoction, but those in particular.
I'm taking these tier 2 towers easily here. Infinity, they're ready to smoke up and look to try and get a kill off this. They're definitely sort of one team fight away from taking the net worth advantage for sure.
Samael.
Lich. So when he can force out, they're kind of split here. They're going to go separate ways, Miracle and Samael.
Panda really wants to try to get these glimpses, try to force a BKB, can't quite get in range. Starting to feel their momentum quite a bit here. Playing around this Aegis. Lincoln's almost done as well for Costabile. Starting to feel confident to just walk up into these fights. Might even just force tower. Or at least try to force high ground.
It doesn't seem like a bad shout. They're pretty strong.
Big neutral items.
Gotta be careful with the lasso.
The lasso, but there's still an Aegis. 1 minute.
It's going to grab the SF back. They'll look to take him down quickly once. Can they do it a second time, though? Let's have a look. What have they got? Zip 4 from PP. The BKB's out. They'll drop the Doom down on Costabile, but he's forced out back to safety. Miracle's going to try and chase on forward, stay on top of the SF, but no, Costabile, he's able to get away from Miracle. He should survive. He's going to go for the TP out in the trees. He'll make it back to safety. So far, only the supports falling on Infinity. All 3 of the cores get out of there.
Omar makes up for his mistake giving away that gem. Great jump, pulls him out of position. PP tried. There's a actually really nice jump from him trying to Vortex, I believe, the Doom, but he BKB'd, got the Doom on the proper target, and you can just see they're able to do pretty much all their spells, pop all their BKBs, and Infinity's just in panic retreat mode right at that point.
This opens up the map a little bit for Nigma Galaxy.
Dire's middle tower is
High ground push versus Batrider, always a risk. especially now level 18, so the cooldown is as well, so 50 seconds. PP is on the prowl, though. Does want to look for an attempted solo kill. He's got the long zip.
Nearly hits the angle on Omar.
I like how aggressive this guy is. We saw it the other day when he was playing, I believe, his Puck. One of the games, he just was literally in their faces, so this is cool. Next fight, if this Doom goes on the SF, he has Timeless Relic. So very likely that the damage will actually be enough to just kill the SF2. Because he only lived with, what, 400 HP or something?
It was very close.
So this one will kill him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I just have the Lincolns
7K.
now. So an extra little bit of protection that they're going to have to try and play around if they want to target Costabile.
A lot of ways to break it, though. It's the nice thing about Batrider, especially when you get Ogre Seal Totem, is you can use this Force Staff to break Lincolns and then Seal Totem for positioning Omar.
He's going to lead in on the mid, and Omar, no hesitation there. Knows that the BKB has to be pressed immediately.
They're going to look to punish off that. If there's no BKB on Batrider, it does make it a little harder for him to just completely commit with a Blink Lasso play. Especially if they're quick with any of these disables.
Nigma Galaxy are going to have Doom back off cooldown, though. So something for Infinity to bear in mind if they do attempt to push in.
Power on neutral items, by the way. I think almost everyone got almost the ones that they want, right? I think we got Mindbreaker on at least 2 or 3 of the right clickers. We got the Timeless Relic on 2 of the big spellcasters, and then the Telescope, especially on Panda, so pretty good pickups. And yeah, the important one, though, Ogre Seal Totem on Batrider, this is like broken. Because you can always use this Force Staff to break Lincolns and just have this, Seal Totem to get them into a more dangerous position. Miracle commits his gold. Full Swift Blink has been purchased. PP has found himself an amp damage and getting closer and closer to a Hex. That would be, that Hex would be huge for the instant disables, instant catches, because could just catch them off guard before they can get these BKBs off too. And Knight also gets a Timeless Relic too. Sure, why not?
Now 40 seconds until we'll see when the Roche is back up. More than likely going to be where we have the next big fight.
Side.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy is going to try and get something going before that spawn.
They have a ward, though. That ward, I believe, caught the edge of the smoke. That ward's been there full duration from Knight. And they already have the ward prepped on the high ground as well, so you can see that Infinity is very ready, at least in the warding game, for that Roche potential.
Yeah, unlikely Nigma Galaxy catch them by surprise with this. I mean, Infinity, they're that close to getting these next big items done that they'll just avoid this until they can get those next big pickups on their cores.
How long the rush? It's almost as long as possible.
It's going to be up top, yeah, so this probably going to favor Infinity. They're going to have time to get these big items done and set up in their corner of the map.
Wisdom Rune. Miracle wants to get it very close to 25. I was like, wait, what is that doing the math wrong for a second? I'm like, wait, 42 is the one to 7, right? Yeah. And there is the Hex. I mean, with that timing, they can definitely look for a smoke up. Almost 25 on Costabile as well.
See if they can get the jump catch Nigma Galaxy by surprise.
The instant disable can definitely be problematic. You don't get that BKB off, you get pulled, you're just dead. They have massive burst damage.
And out of some sort of like 4-star plays. Not a lot of ways to save whoever does get hexed.
Also, important thing, just to point out again, Noob still has the Purge creep. So now, that Lincolns that we were mentioning as well too, they have a lot of different ways to be able to pierce through it and go for the Doom. So let's see if Noob's able to find that target. SF, 1 creep from 25. 1 creep wave.
Dire are scanning.
Small camp won't cut it. He's so close to it. He'll get it, but he's showing himself. Omar.
BKBs. An anticipation of finding a chance to jump on that. So they get Panda at the side. Hook shot in for GH. Is able to get them in the cogs, the 3 of them. PP's able to zip out to the side. BKB comes out. Costabile indeed having to be forced out of the fight here by Noob as Noob chases him away. PP turning his attention over to Wars. Noob holding back the Doom, giving Costabile the space to escape. And of course, Panda's brought back. Fear comes down onto Wars Noob. PP with the range of the BKB able to stand his ground, and indeed Sameo just gets destroyed. completely destroyed there by the damage coming out here from Infinity. The Hex is over onto Miracle. They're going to be able to get all 3 cores. Triple kill for Illich.
Another beautiful disengage, and PP definitely coming in clutch, doing so much damage, but saving the targets. SF gets doomed. Lasso got blocked by Lincoln, so they didn't get the repositioning on the SF, so they could actually reposition themselves on Infinity. The biggest fight that they could have asked for.
Absolutely massive. Getting all 3 cores. They only had to expend a buyback on Panda. And I guess, yes, it's just too split up really for Nigma Galaxy. Noob was having to spend a lot of time trying to chase Costabile down during the Doom.
And then Sumail, he stunned himself, right? That was not a reflected concoction.
We got to check a replay.
I'm pretty sure he hit himself with the
I
stun.
think he might have messed up or not found a target in
Watch
the jump.
Omar. So the way the whole fight started was that Lotus got thrown on the SF. The thing got a little weird. Lasso gets blocked there by that Lincolns. They commit, but look at the way that the fight is split. Miracle can't actually get in to contribute any damage onto this SF.
Yeah,
they reset
Brambles, Miracle.
perfectly.
Sumail jumps in. And I guess, yeah, there just wasn't a chance for him to get it off in time onto any of the targets.
Buildings to fall. He still had 4 stacks of lasting presence. Those towers drop in an instant.
This game's looking a little bit, quite a bit shaky now for Nigma Galaxy. Now, we said it earlier, now, Infinity, these guys are good. You start making some mistakes against them, you will get punished heavily. Infinity doing exactly that. And now the game, it's in their hands. Sure, the 3K gold lead, it doesn't sound huge, but again, it's against an Alchemist.
It feels much bigger than that.
It really is.
The way that they're executing the fights as a team is the thing that I'm loving. The way they're protecting each other with these Lotuses. And
he's in. He's going to try and start off the action here straight away with a Hex over towards GH. See if there's going to be any backup coming in from Nigma Galaxy. Jump off Minix, they burst through. Oh, it's a good stump from Sumail. Jumps in with a concoction. Now turns in towards Costabile. Costabile also getting caught by the Doom. Miracle Sumail, they're focusing him down. They'll bring the SF out. See if they can get more in Nigma Galaxy. Illich, he's having to burst through the remainder of Sumail's life. Sumail buys back for this one. I mean, Miracle, you're going to get Hexed by PP as PP just walks back up on pretty much 0 mana to get this Hex off.
Play.
It sets up for Illich to get another triple kill.
I love PP's playing with 0 mana and actually just walking up and
walking
fighting.
up and hexing.
That was so cool.
I mean, yeah, he knows how to do it, PP.
I mean, we have to give Illich the credit too. He's just taking the brunt of everything, and he's doing so much damage.
Look at this, 11-3-11 on the Timbersaw, and of course this is now coming to time. Roshan is up, so they can head back into this, and yeah, definitely that sort of painful sort of lining to that fight. The fact that Sumail expends his buyback, wasn't able to come and do anything about this.
Sumail got a 3-man concoction to start it off. Maybe
it looked like a great start.
But it didn't matter anyway. They were still able to just persist through it. Illich just ignored through the whole fight, killing heroes. And PP, look how he plays with 0 mana. This is actually pretty impressive.
He's just walking around the fight.
He's just hitting heroes.
Getting a lot of hits off. Sumail caught to the side. Illich, the damage he's been doing throughout these team fights. Crazy numbers, and at this point, Miracle tries to see if he can get that chance to kill PP, almost taunting him. You know, standing there at this Storm in 0 mana, the Hex is back up, another use of it in the fight. And now a 12k lead.
They've got the GG item now too. They got the Roche with the Aghanim's Blessing. It's on Panda. They've got that Ag Static Storm that you almost never get to see.
They played this perfectly, Infinity. They're just, as you say, the team fight coordination, we're feeling it much more from Infinity as a team this game as opposed to what Nigma Galaxy's tried to do.
Yeah, Enigma, we're seeing like some little individual plays and stuff like that, but you can feel that team aspect of Infinity.
Noob. Jump. He's going to get jumped immediately in response by PP with the Hex. They're straight in onto him, and indeed he did get a press it. He's dead.
Okay,
he'll have to buy back as well.
He's got Doom. And BKB.
Costabile's low. Does have the Aegis. Sumail tries to take it out of him. GH won't get the job done, so that's the Aegis gone.
Lasso CD, though.
It should stop the push for now. And Infinity, they're going to feel how much of a comfortable spot they're in at this moment. 16k lead.
Absolutely.
And Nigma Galaxy, it's now at the point where it has to be flawless from them if they wish to hold on in this game.
And who do you jump, really? You're playing versus double Lincolns, double Lotus, Glimmers, and now this Aghanim Static Storm as well that can just completely end the game if you're not careful. Look at that swing. Costabile does have to be a little bit cautious. He does have all this protection, but he did use buyback earlier, so. Doesn't want to get in a position where he gets lassoed onto this weird high ground again. But he is covered. Yeah, double Lincolns, double Lotus, constantly thrown onto the two of them there. And obviously at this point too, it's by no means Costabile doing the most damage, right? Like it's the Timber, Storm Spirit as well, doing crazy amount of burst in the fight. So even if you do get the SF, it's definitely not a fight win by any means. As he eats the Moon Shard, gets rid of boots, has Silver Edge. Slotted up.
This is at the point as well where, I mean, with the lead they have, I mean, they are looking for this smoke play, but they could stall this out 5 minutes, get the next Roche if they really wanted to, Infinity. I think
could.
You know, the map control they've got, and considering how difficult it is for Nigma Galaxy to step out and make any sort of move, they're in full control right now, Infinity.
I mean, if they see anybody, they're just instantly dead though, right? Any catch that they get, they've got the Ecstatic Storm.
Tried his luck there with a jump forward, but does it without the BKB pressed, and he's dead without the chance of buyback for 100 seconds. A risky attempt at trying to get something going.
That's such a risk too, playing into these Lincolns and Lotuses. I guess they're feeling desperate.
I think, yeah, but I guess if you do that, you kind of need to do it with the BKB preemptively going.
Mm-hmm.
You say just
into
too much
Hex,
instant catch,
yeah. Into the Hex in particular, you very likely do.
Well, that's 80 seconds where Infinity, they've got it 5 versus 4. They'll be coming in with a push now for sure. Noob. He steps up, he's going to get Hex immediately. There with the jump, he's gone.
Shumil deleted.
It's over.
It's over.
Absolutely over. GG is called. Woo! It's honestly, even though they had the sort of lead at the start, if anything, I feel this makes this loss even rougher for Nigma Galaxy.
They had the greed, they got a decent start, right? They got the gold lead and everything, but Infinity overall with their team play, it was just much more coordinated.
Yeah, these sort of team fights from the mid game onwards, Infinity just literally looking like a step ahead as a team.
Yeah, and I have to give a lot of credit to Panda playing a hero that's not really picked too often. These disruptor plays are really nice. A lot of them played really nice because the team aspect was there, but him and I just did so much work. I feel like this Timbersaw was such a nuisance with his positioning. He was just standing there in the front line, and they couldn't go for him. And then they have to jump back lines, and the Timber runs rampant. So really, really cool team coordination coming out from
Absolutely. Yeah, Nigma Galaxy looking a bit shaky here in this first game of the series. We'll see if they, maybe this was the warm-up, and if they're able to come in with something a bit stronger in game 2. But as in all, it's just Infinity a step ahead.
A step ahead, indeed. Thank you very much, Cody Pixel and Fog. This was an incredibly entertaining first game of this series. A lot of back and forth. And I want to start this breakdown of game number 1 where we basically left off in the draft, because we said this is a very greedy draft for Nigma Galaxy. And it's going to really be those first 15 minutes where Infinity could pressure them before Nigma Galaxy would be able to pressure back. But it kind of didn't turn out that way. I kind of felt like Nigma Galaxy was doing quite well those first 50 minutes.
Yeah, they sure did. Like, they didn't get pressured very hard at all. The TA had a free lane. Was a little surprised at how Sumail was just given the whole jungle to farm. Typically when I'm playing like that, Caudal, Alchemist style mid, the support's coming in, centering my camps, making sure that I can't farm anything. Didn't really happen. He got a free game in that regard, and I thought from that moment, like, this game might be a little difficult for Infinity, but they brought it back in the mid game. I feel like just the cohesiveness of their strategy just made a lot more sense.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing here for me as well. Like, Infinity, the way they played it, it's like they were always kind of dangling the Timber, so like, hey, come for him. And then when they jump him, then you have the supports kind of pushing Nigma apart, and fundamentally Nigma, they're just not on the same page. Like, the coordination, we're gonna watch multiple highlights where like Noob's doomed a guy and he's chasing him down the lane, but then Infinity, their supports are kind of put like a wall behind them so then they can't chase further. They quickly kill off Doom, then out jumps in after. I'm actually describing the fight I think we're watching right now, which is, there we go, some good RNG, but look, like, he's by himself. It's just awkward. Every fight from Nigma, there always seems to be something off. Like, there was never the clean, here's the Doom on a Timber with then the jump of the bat on the SF, Miracle jumping to follow on top. Every fight had something going wrong. And then in Infinity, on the flip side, it was really nice layering. They were always protecting Costabile, and yeah, just weird.
Would you say Nigma's missing like a strong vocal captain?
Yeah, I think that is honestly, you know what, I couldn't put my finger on it, but now that you said it, they are missing a strong vocal legacy captain to put them in the right direction in the game.
It does feel a little bit like that. Is some of the case, all memes aside, that someone is not making a clear, decisive call on what needs to be happening in these games, and it definitely shows in these like highlights as well. And we talked about it before, like this early game, it went as good as it should have went for Nigma, and they were in a point where they got away with murder, I'd say, for the laning stage, and that should have transitioned into something more, I really feel like.
Yeah, it should have. And it makes me wonder for this team, it is supposed to be GH or no?
I think so.
Because for him, that, you know, we talk about Noob having a new role going from mid lane to off lane, but that is, you know, exactly what you're going to do. You know, you can practice that by yourself. But leading a team is not something you can just, oh, don't worry, guys, I'll do that from now on, because that takes a lot of practice, I would imagine.
Dota has shifted away from the big vocal leader coming from like a support role though. I think nowadays it's like the carry talks in the mid to late game, the early game is the mid and the 4, right? And I think across the entire team, communication needs to step up, because we're watching so many highlights where communication clearly is a problem, because they have the laning phase, they have the farm, they have everything. They just need to, again, play better just sounds like the cheap term, but they need to coordinate better to utilize the economy that they created. They have a greedy draft, but if you don't execute, it doesn't matter. You are just going to get outplayed. And Infinity, they just outplayed them in the fights.
Yep, they did incredibly well. After the draft was done, there was one main question that we also posed towards our commentary team at the time. It was about the mid lane. Fear, the TA versus the Alchemist. I believe you prepared something for us.
I mean, they're on the same team, but I want to compare like why this was good here. Like, I think this is why the early game went so well for them, because Sumail, he went for Radiance, first item, right? And Miracle, he knew that. So he decided to get less greedy, went for that early Blink Dagger. And we saw these early fights, or just had this early Blinks on available. He adapted for the greed very well is what I'm getting at on Miracle, and this is why the early mid game went so well for them. But just because the presence of mind knowing, hey, I'm going to have a mid Alchemist, he's going to farm, so I'm going to step my game, play a bit faster. I have an offlane Doom as well. I will say I did want Noob to follow suit in this as well and get an earlier Blink instead of going BKB Shivas and then long delay, then Blink Dagger. So that was the one complaint I did have there.
I mean, the way that they're playing, this could have been like a good pipe game, right? You have a pipe to mitigate the early Willow damage, the Shadow Fiend damage, and then you just kind of overwhelm your opponent, get an early Roshan, and then you just build some crazily because you have Alk. I think, itemization-wise and then gameplay-wise, there was a lot of things needing to go better for Nigma.
Yeah, a lot of things need to go better. There's another thing we would like to highlight, Fear, in regards to the Doom.
Yeah, I mean, we're still on the topic. Unfortunately,
oh no,
Noob had a very difficult game here. He was playing the Doombringer, and I'm going to bring you to the highlight of the Roche fight where I think the whole game changed. And this goes off the synergy for the team here. Noob, he has his Blink Dagger, he's ready. You see GH go in, but I'm looking for, like, where's my Doom Blink at the same time? We're not seeing a Doom going off in this entire fight here. Instead, he's walking backwards, and then this just feels like frustration. Like, things are going well, and then he's dying, just randomly throws the Doom onto the Dark Willow. Like, this shows something with him specifically, like frustration, right? Because he knows that nothing's going right for him in this particular game, just kind of throws it out there, and it kind of shows Nigma as a team, they aren't on the same page with their initiations and how they want to play the game.
I do want to focus a little bit more on Infinity in this game, because as much as we can harp on what did not go well for Nigma Galaxy, I thought Infinity, this is a team that we've said we see improve time and time again. Every game we see them play, there's a little bit of extra oomph coming in, and this game, even though the laning stage probably didn't go the way that they wanted it to, their coordination and their team fight, as we said, Fear, it was on point.
Yeah, I mean, Infinity, I think you said it best there. Game by game, they're getting so much better. And, like, the trajectory of this team is, I don't know what their limit will be, but for now, like, if they keep playing like this, I see them surviving, right? They seem like a survivor team, and they look really good right now.
Yeah, I think it's exciting to think of a team that, and it's been a long time since we've had a South American team that gives us that kind of, that energy of, wait, they're the true underdogs, like Heroic kind of morphed into a good, not a favorite, but like a consistent team. And yeah, I think Illich on offlane, his itemization from Timbersaw as well, just stacking up the armor, going for Kaya Sanj, going for the Crimson Guard. I know I said armor and they said Kaya Sanj, but I kind of mixed my points, but it doesn't matter. Like Shiv as well, like he just itemized really nicely. And I just really enjoy watching Costa play Gary. Just consistently, he's top net worth, doing his job. Like he's not really having these crazy deaths, but it helps that his team's always ready to help him. I don't think they're as willing to play the entire map as other teams, so they're always in the right place to take the bigger fights.
Yeah, even PP as well on his Storm.
big.
He was huge that game. He was getting solo kills on like the back, getting the gym back. It was a really impressive performance by him.
It was impressive performance by Infinity, and I will remind you once again that this is an elimination series, and that means that right now Nigma Galaxy is one game away from potentially being eliminated here from PGL Wallachia. We're preparing for game number 2. They are preparing for game number 2, and we're going to hear a little bit from Omar and see how he prepared for PGL Wallachia.
Hey everybody, I am here with Nigma Omar. Hello, wow, that feels pretty interesting to say here, huh? Yeah. Joining the team that I would say you have been, kind of a, let's not, dance around the bush, an enemy of, an opponent of so many times. Are you now on the squad officially? Is this a stand-in situation? Is this a full-time deal? What's going on here?
Yes, we've officially left Quest and we've joined Nigma Galaxy. Yeah.
All right. Sorry to rob the Quest Twitter of that bombshell, but fantastic. Good to see.
You know the saying, if you can't beat them, steal them. No, I'm kidding.
Can't beat them, steal them. I agree. No, absolutely. So let's talk about this. How did this transpire? Did you guys go to them? Did they go to you? Tell me the tale.
Yeah, joining the Habibis wasn't like a one-time decision, I would say. They actually contacted me like 2 times before.
Okay.
So they've been wanting me on their squad for a while. But I mean, I declined just because I saw more potential with my old team.
Okay.
Like I just believed in them too much. But sadly, we just got to the point where we decided everyone to choose their own path. So they asked me again, and I suggested Noob.
Okay.
Because this guy is actually insane player. I really like him as a teammate as well. So
yeah.
We just did it. We joined the Habibis.
Because I always thought that you and him hated each other.
No?
No, yeah. I thought you were enemies.
That's just for the camera and the content.
I'm joking. Nah. Obviously, you're very, very good friends. But interesting with him, though. He had to swap positions.
Yeah.
Couldn't go against the king, and steal the king's mid there. How do you think that's going to turn out for you guys at this event with him playing offlane?
I think I wouldn't say high hopes, but I'm positive, I'm confident about the outcome of our result in this tournament. Let's say even we don't get a good result, I believe that we will actually improve during this tournament, which will help us further.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are in that boat of there's, this is kind of a very variable period after TI, a lot of stand-ins, a lot of new teams coming in. So it's good to see you guys with that new groove. Are you excited to be here and participating against these teams in this new squad? Are you a little nervous? What's the general vibe from you guys?
I wouldn't say I'm really nervous. I'm super excited, super optimistic, super positive. So far, I've really liked a lot of things about this team, so it's looking really good.
That's fantastic. All right, well, I gotta ask you how much you guys have actually played together. I'm interested in, of course, those legends on the squad. You got, GH, Miracle, Sumail. These guys have pretty much reached elusive billionaire status. I don't think I've seen Miracle in a long time. Have you played with these guys, talked with these guys?
I mean, we haven't scrimmed a lot lately since we started the team, just because we had some setbacks.
Yeah.
And actually we haven't been like on the same bootcamp together. This is our first time we actually meet. Just looking at the way they communicate and stuff, it's super lovely, super positive.
Great.
During the game, they can crack a joke and just make things for the better. They can keep you positive. Yeah, it's been looking really good so far.
That's fantastic. Well, I think that you guys, you and Omar, or Omar and Noob, of course, you guys coming up are, some of Dota's biggest players. I know I've been a huge fan in the last couple of years of your rise to greatness, but now you're, communicating with some would say some old blood. Coach Kuro for this event. Do you think that this is something where you could teach him a little bit, he's going to teach you a little bit, or whatever he says goes? How do you think that dynamic's going to go?
I mean, I actually, I am figuring out what kind of person he is since we joined the team. I'm actually surprised he's super open-minded for new ideas, Like there's a lot of times where, like, if you look at it, he's been in the scene like 3-4 times more than me.
Of course.
And it's amazing that we can just literally sit on Discord for 2 hours after we play scrims and we discuss a lot of stuff about the game. I can agree with him, he can agree with me, I can disagree, he can disagree. He's super open-minded about new ideas, new gameplay, everything. I like this mentality.
Well, that's fantastic. Good to hear. So let's talk a little bit away from your team and just Dota in general. All right. Have you completed your Crownfall Act 3 yet?
For sure.
For all the way, 100%?
Yep.
Okay, you're ready for 4?
It haven't been released yet, but I'm super ready.
Okay, fantastic. Now, let's talk about Ringmaster. Should this hero be added into Captain's mode before you guys start playing? Would you enjoy this or hate this?
I think after the nerfs, it's probably okay.
Yeah?
Because before the nerfs, he was just too OP. It's like, you cannot play versus this hero.
Yeah.
I think after the nerfs, I couldn't really decide if it's like good nerf or a bad nerf. Maybe he's still broken, who knows. But I think he's balanced a bit, so maybe it's okay.
All right, all right. Well, and speaking as from one of the best supports in the world, what do you think about this new patch that just dropped before you guys head in there? Arcane Boots has been attacked, our precious baby. Do you think everything's going to be okay, or is support going to get a little bit harder for this event?
I wouldn't go so far talking about this because we've got some strats.
Okay, we got strats.
I can't talk about it. So
we won't talk about it, you know what?
It's an interesting patch. That's all I'm gonna say.
That is good.
Watch out for GH.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, thank you so much for your time. It was an absolute pleasure getting to know you guys. It's fun seeing you on this new squad, and we wish you the absolute best. So you're gonna be seeing more of my boy on Nigma coming up in PGL Wallachia. Enjoy.
Yeah, and we'll see how much more, as this could potentially be their final game. We'll see if they can come back. They had some strong points in that first game, but they were not able to play that mid game. Infinity was just too coordinated, too strong. And I do want to take this back to the draft, as we're heading into the draft of game number 2 very soon. And overall, how do you fix a problem like this? It can't be fixed overnight, as we have now learned. The not being on the same page. How do you make that easy for yourself, T, going into a potential elimination game?
The simplest form would be less greed, because when you win your lanes like they did and have the early game advantage, when you can keep fighting, you often have your miscommunication would be a problem because you keep killing them. Just keep going, right? And the games that they win, it feels like they very quickly snowball the aggression, that the entire map is them just doing everything that they want. And it's very easy to say that here, but maybe don't go for the Doom on the off lane, allow Noob to be a little bit more active early on. We'll simplify some of those problems that they faced in that game 1.
They're also not setting him up for success either. Unlike that Doom, like, I feel like you have to be a veteran in the offlane to make that draft work. You have to be a veteran in every position, really. You saw Miracle make the adaptations of going Blink Dagger first, right? Didn't really see that from Noob necessarily. He did go for the greedier item build still as well. You have to find these small little windows in which you can give instead of take for your team to all make this Alchemist mid work. So yeah, be less greedy will help with that. I really think this Nigma Galaxy team needs to focus fully on Noob and giving him a game. Because like if he doesn't get a game, I feel like at this level of competition, you can't play. It's really, really hard. So they need to make sure that Noob is very comfortable and they enable him, pick him later if you have to, whatever it takes, but make him feel comfortable because he just made a role swap, right? It's not going to be easy. Maybe he has to learn the hard way and that'll be experience for later. But if they want to stay in this tournament for now, I think the easy way to do it is make him comfortable.
Yeah, go for it.
I think it's why in the interview that we heard during the break, like Omar talking about how he has a lot of trust and faith in Noob. It's like, I think this is maybe it where this tournament will be difficult, but he knows that he'll be able to morph into it in the future. So I like the fact that already that they have a very good mindset for kind of the future. And again, I'm
like
getting carried away.
Fire.
Exactly, yeah.
There's a lot of heroes left in the pool that we saw banned in the previous game. Beastmaster, Invoker, Visage, all 3 very strong for Infinity. We do have the Timbersaw banned as a response to the previous game. We also have the Sniper first phase ban, and that's the one that I kind of am confused about.
Why can help you with that? Smell loves it.
There it is.
He's been playing it a lot. Like, he plays a lot of sniper mid. So since it is something that Sniper or Sumo likes playing the sniper, they just figured. I mean, I'm all with it. You know, Sniper's an annoying hero. I hate playing for Sniper.
From the mid lane, right?
From any lane.
Oh,
but I mean, I guess since the nerfs, I don't really care anymore. But even from any position, but mid specifically, it's not a fun time. I don't think there's any matchup in which you can beat Sniper mid. You just have to survive, and I think that's the annoying part about it.
You also have like options for item build as well. Like you could just go. There's like there's a Gleipnir build still, even though it got nerfed, still technically available. There's Hurricane Pikes, there's Concussive. Like there's a lot of options. So I think against any team with Sumo, sure, then you ban it. Other teams, I think you can ignore it easily. But yeah, respect Sumo for this one.
So we got our openings with a Luna and a Visage. Most likely, the two will be facing each other on the top lane. How do we feel about these openings? Happy?
Yep.
Indifferent, I see coming out. Like, it's whatever. Both are good heroes. We'll see how they set them up.
Pretty much, yeah. It's both heroes are very strong independently from what we've seen so far in the tournament. And it's, like you said, how will they set them up for success? Will we see the Clockwork, the melee 5 to bring the Luna to life? Will Infinity continue playing behind the Visage? Because I think Visage lineups, they live or die based on what you do after the first 5-6 minutes. Because Visage often wins that phase, but if you can't bring heroes to then overwhelm around the Visage area, the hero falls off immensely. Like AVULUS yesterday, they had Visage, he died 3-4 times in lane, there was no recovery option, and the game disappeared very quickly.
Yeah, you definitely need to get the kills, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, you have to get kills with Visage, otherwise you're in a situation where you're not getting that bonus gold, and that bonus gold is what really makes the hero.
Yeah, and they go for a Batrider, which can do that to some degree. You keep throwing out cheap spells in the 4-roll, and I think the 5 here for Panda will really make or break my Invoker. Fear really wanted to see Miracle Invoker. Maybe this is the game.
But from the safe lane, though, would you not rather see a Samael Invoker? Because you already have the Luna, you know?
No, I'm just saying it for the fun of it. No, most likely will be, mid Invoker, safe lane, Luna, where Sumo probably will be playing the Invoker from the mid lane. But yeah, I think for Infinity, the foundation of Nigma's lineup is very scary, right? You got Clock to protect Luna, Invoker to buff the Luna. It's very, follow the script, and that's where I want Infinity to go crazy. And they kind of do that, right? Earthspirit from the mid lane, Analog has been doing it for Heroic. It really breaks open the early game, and now Disruptor, we saw it in the previous game. You love playing in aggressive lineups. You got Visage in the off lane looking for kills, Earthspirit looking for kills. Like this is a lineup that if Nigma don't coordinate very quickly and protect their jungle for Luna, there will be no jungle for her to play in.
I mean, isn't it a little scary though, the Earthspirit versus Invoker matchup? I feel like you just get your mana burned all the time, and you can't really make the rotations, but it might be okay. We'll have to see. The tempo is definitely really good. I do like it. Whenever I see a Visage in particular, I really want to see the mid laner be able to make rotations, right? Just go to his lane, make chaos happen, allow him to get that death toll gold and get online.
I think the thing with the Invoker Earthspirit matchup is Earthspirit just won't die at the moment. He gets an early Blade Mail, he'll threaten Luna from using her ultimate, and then he'll get like Shivas, and at that point it's like, yes, the early game can be annoying, but 2-3 items deep into your build, you're always starting up the fight. You're always enabling a Bat or a Disruptor or a Visage to kind of enter with ease. And yeah, Nigma, we spoke about how they want to give Noob better entry to the game. Yeah. He's getting last pick in the draft now for Nigma. So they've identified the same thing that we have, that they need to make sure their offlaner kind of sees all. And they do have last pick. So last pick now. Oh, no, they don't. Sorry. There will be a counter pick from carry to offlane still, but
yeah, they did it in a very aggressive way too. Like they just picked a Luna first pick, which is kind of wild, to be honest with you. Yep. Followed up with Invoker, and then they just picked 2 classic supports. But I do like the fact they are giving him last pick. It doesn't give him a ton of freedom, because I feel like with these type of heroes, he still needs to be that type of initiator in this type of game. But maybe he can find the perfect one. We'll have to see. But they are making adjustments, and this type of drafting is like drastically changing for Nigma to show you to the point that they realize that there's something wrong, and they're experimenting every single game to try and find what works for them.
And his heroes are still available. Like his Mars he's played is still available, his Sign King's still available, the Primal Beast is still available. I need to think which one's actually good for them. I would argue a hero that can buy pipe early is what's needed, because you have good damage with Snapfire, you have good control with Clock Invoker, You just need a hero that can buy time. So when Luna leaves the jungle with like a BKB Kanda, that's when you really are ready. So I think offlaner that can buy pipe and fight early is kind of my archetype I'm looking for at the moment. Don't know if you agree. Or...
No, I definitely agree. Like, we'll see what is left in the pool, though, as we do have 2 bans targeted towards him here.
Yeah, and I'm actually also I'm pretty impressed with the fact that both teams still had quite a large quantity of bonus time left going into this final stage of the draft. It's a good sign that both teams are probably fairly comfortable with what they've been able to get their hands on so far.
Yeah, they're using all of it to think about the offlanes here. This is actually a really exciting position to be in if you're noob, because it's your pick. You either get told what hero you have to play, or you have freedom to say, I want to play this hero, trust me, bro, you know? Like, if you're a carry or a mid laner, often captains and drafters are like, okay, he asked for the hero, so we pick it, right? And that could be a situation win right now for Noob, and Infinity, they don't care about what he's played so far at the tournament. They care about the kind of the big picture, and of course, Beastmaster will be very good, and a Noob's specialty is the Pangolier. Again, yet to really see him play off lane, but you know, both these heroes can technically from the off lane buy the pipe after their first initial item.
Does also mean that quite a few of the one you mentioned are still in, so there will be plenty of options for Nigma Galaxy once they do get to that pick. Does it say anything to us, the fact that they have banned the Alchemist so far, in terms of what they're planning to protect their intended offlaners and obviously prevent Infinity from getting a good carry that is a good matchup against the Luna? Is Alchemist saying anything about which potential offlaner they might go, or more for that matter?
I thought maybe Enigma with Alchemist ban, but if you want Enigma, you probably don't ban Morph. So, not sure. There's like a smorgasbord here of bans, just to like cover the... Yeah. These are just heroes that are good versus Luna, right? Morph is incredibly good versus Luna. Alchemist is just a tempo hero.
It feels like Infinity, at least, because they have Disruptor, they don't care about the heroes Noob has played at the tournament, because Disruptor can break those heroes. Like Sand King, Primal Mars, Disruptor with the correct carry can keep glimpsing them back, keep taking the fight, keep killing. But against like a Pango with a Swash and a Shield Crash, you can't. Against Beastmaster, you can't. So I actually really like the fact that because of the Disruptor, they did completely change up their idea. And that's where Nigma, they need to respect the aggression of Disruptor +1 and this offlane pick. He's got priority in the draft, at least from Nigma, but
he's still counterpicked.
It's still counterpicked, right? Yeah. And that's
definitely not easy for sure.
No. I do hope that they push it a little bit to a different path, but I think out of the ones he's played so far, Mars looks the nicest, just for the spear disengage of laning. You get through it, and then you ground the fight later, but maybe they've got a different idea for Noob, and
I think it has to be the Mars at this point.
Yeah.
Nothing else like makes too much sense. Like if you want to go some Underlord or something like that, there's too many hard counters in the game where the last pick will have a lot of value, and nothing really hard counters like Mars, right? This hero is just pretty stable, especially if you lane it with the Snapfire. It's always going to be good lane, and that's just the route you kind of need to go, but they're going to choose to go for the Kunkka instead. This is a little more volatile for the carry position.
Is it a higher form of comfort for Noob? Because that's what we want for him as well?
It's not really a mid laner he played too much compared to his others, but maybe it's a off laner that they think that can play into more matchups, and that's kind of what we're talking about, like disrupt his strength, and yeah, it's another buff up, right? Like you've got Snapfire with minus armor, Luna does more damage. You've got Solar Crest and Cloak, Luna does more damage. Alacrity does more damage, and now you've got Kunkka with the buffs to put onto Luna. Like, it kind of feels like, please Miracle, carry us to the game 3. Like everything's pushing towards him.
Yeah, let's have strong lanes to start from, and then take it away, Miracle.
Pretty much.
Let's see what Infinity chooses for Costabile to play as a carry for this matchup. It will be the Razor.
Yeah, that one's not too surprising. I was thinking maybe Monkey King, Razor are pretty popular answers to the Kunkka, just because they have no way of really disengaging. Well, Kunkka doesn't, at least. You just link them and run them down, and I guess you have the cookie or something, but it's all defensive, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to really have a good time in this laning stage. Later on down the road, we've seen this Razor, the first couple days at least, look really good in the carry position. You're strong in the laning stage. I think the mid game is pretty meh. It's okay. But when you get to that like Satanic Refresher Orb situation, the hero gets really good in the late game.
But his mid game is protected by the fact that he has a Village for map progression, an Earth Spirit for the pickoff. Like, it's a really scary lineup for Infinity, and we talk about miscommunication being a key issue for Nigma. If they do miscommunicate, they are just going to lose every defensive capability they have. There won't be access to jungle, so keep getting hunted. And yeah, if you ever want to see a team and have to improve from game 1 to game 2, like this, they need to improve. If they play the same way they did in game 1, then Infinity are going to look like the favorites. It's a very scary draft they have.
One thing that was pretty clear in game number 1 was that they were hindered a lot during these team fights. I think Willow played a big part of that with the Brambles and the Fear. You still have the Disruptor that's still there as well. Are they going to have a better way of at least setting up the fights, just, you know, to even get to where they need to be?
I mean, you have Kunkka, so you can just X a target and just initiate on it, where Doom is not so simple. But I do want to see Sumail make a lot of rotations in this particular game, get active. We saw in game 1, he was Alchemist. There's only so much you can do. This Invoker hero, with the changes of Ghost Walkout, gives you regen. You can just be across the map all the time, make all the space in the world for Miracle. Just make sure Noob has a good game. Just keep walking to his lane. Keep pressuring this Razor. That's a good strategy.
I mean, his lane phase will be very difficult, and it's going to be the true test of how good he can become or is on offlane, because what's his recovery? If he can get 20-30 minutes, if he has like a couple auras to his name, there's a game to play. But if he's like bottom net worth of the cause, supports overtaking him because he's against Razor in lane, that's where it's difficult. So again, a lot of pressure on Noob, Noob to the offlane, but if he doesn't have a game, then it will be very difficult for Nigma to play.
Well, if there's any time to shine, it would be now, because losing this game for Nigma Galaxy would mean exit here at this on this day from PGL Wallachia. Infinity, can they 2-0 or will they be pushed to a game number 3? We're finding out together with our commentary duo of OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Indeed, we're going to find out here if Nigma Galaxy can hold on. And one thing looking at the drafts, though, Fogged, is it could be a tough one once again, right? Infinity, as the battle said, they've got some scary stuff.
They do, and you know they did open up on the side of Nigma. They're kind of putting it out there. This could potentially be our last game. Let's just pick the Luna Invoker right off the bat, because you don't see this too often. Yes, Invoker's been on the rise, but a first pick Luna is not something we're seeing from too many. So this is just something that they really did want to end up playing. And I mean, the Kunkka last pick, I think I can see like a bit of a concept of why they won. I know Panel was asking for auras, but I think the X, just versus the Glimpse, is something that they were kind of thinking about too, because that Glimpse kind of owned them. Pan in particular was not my full-out MVP, but almost the argument for it. So I think they wanted an extra answer for it besides someone that can just easily initiate fights. But let's see. Let's see if it ends up working out, because it's very strong lanes. I feel like Infinity has kind of kicked up the tempo even more than that last game. It's a super aggressive and strong lineup, and this is a really interesting move. Everyone going through the portal, they're looking for I guess they're just looking for that first blood. They have Visage, so ends up being very valuable if you get any of these first bloods. An insane amount of gold.
Oh, they're gonna bump into them.
Oh, baby. Let's go. Let's see who we get. Nope.
They got the Flame Break knocked back. Thunderstrike down as well. They're in with the Plasma Field. Slow. Noob's able to keep his distance. Knight's having to back off as well. Soul Assumption comes in. It's going to bring him low, but won't quite finish him off. They're focusing over towards GH now instead. The GH is ready to turn. Illich, he's the first to fall. His first blood will go the way of Nigma Galaxy. Infinity, they're finding some trades, though. They've got one. They're going to be able to get two as Miracle also goes down. Costa Pile is dead, though. Knight as well. Double kill for Omar as Sumail gets cleaned up by PP. 3 for 3 off the start of this one. First blood did go the way of Nigma Galaxy, so it's a 3 for 3 with them getting the first blood gold. How did the bounty runes pickups go amongst all of that?
Noob got 2, PP got 1, Noob got 3.
Okay, so they get a 3 for 3 trade, but Nigma Galaxy, they get the majority of the bounty runes, and they did get the first blood bounty. So we'll come out with them saying that they're happy with the start of this.
I mean, also, Illich did not get the Soul Assumption money, I don't think. I don't believe he did, at least. I think the Soul Assumption ended up expiring, but now he will get one.
That's GH
but
gone.
Now, Illich also might just die himself. And he doesn't have TP.
But neither does GH.
But that's the core.
That's true. Well, Knight's the core now.
All right, Bat, take the lane.
Yeah,
Miracle,
Bat, take the farm.
Level 2 at minute 1. All right, that was pretty crazy, but it definitely benefits Nigma. It feels like so much here inside the laning phase. They're going to have this great advantage for the Luna in the start here. And that's, I mean, definitely super important when you're playing into a Visage lane, which sometimes can just put that pressure on early on. He can bring extra regen. Like Nigma has, or Miracle in particular he has a lot of stats, and he has Tango, and he has Salve, and he has Magic Wand charges. So these are going to add up massively versus Visage early. Also, at 3 minutes, you're instantly going to get Rain Drop. And if you're not getting pressured before that Rain Drop comes out, it's actually pretty huge for most of these safe laners. All right, what a start to the game.
Let's see. Let's mid lane matchup, see what's going to come out of this so far. Pretty even on the CS between Sumail and PP.
I think we've seen this one quite a lot so far. The Invoker has actually been seeming like one of the better answers, it does feel like, for the Earth Spirit. Just constantly burning his mana, so it makes it weird for him to make any rotations. But these Earth Spirits, they've been pretty damn good. I'm really enjoying watching this hero. Let's see how the result of the first bloods and whatnot end up having down here too, because Omar, he ended up getting like 2, right?
Yeah, he got 2 of the kills and the first blood.
And the first blood. So he starts off with boots immediately, so that could actually change maybe some of the stuff that ends up coming down here.
Yeah, not necessarily going to be easy for Infinity to find a chance to get good links going.
Maybe. This is still a very strong lane versus the Kunkka, so. And he does have boots already picked up here on Costabile. Noob, I imagine he's saving the gold for boots immediately instead of going for a secondary bracer. I would hope so versus the Razor at least, but we'll have to see too. Maybe he feels like tankiness is also value. Level 3 on Omar. Big burst. Yeah,
Panda's got to be careful, yeah. If Omar's able to set something up. We'll go for the kill.
So many stat items on these heroes already. I just can't believe I look, it's like 3 minutes and everyone's got like double rate bend and stuff. Sumail already has his early stat items, so he should come out. Should come out pretty ahead inside this mid lane, and he's going to get a lot of extra denies, so his levels are going to be very high on this Invoker for those rotations that Fear was talking about early. Cool stuff.
Top lane, despite that early death on Illich, where he had to take the painful walk back to the lane, he's doing pretty alright in farm. He's got a wave pushing in on him as well. He's getting a lot out of it.
Oh, that's a clever TP.
It was indeed Sumail. He was diving in very aggressively, or at least
I think he got kicked in.
I think you're right. He got kicked in and tried to stand his ground against PP, which, yeah, if Knight didn't turn up, Sumail would have gotten away with being able to stand his ground and fight back. But yeah, good TP from Knight to make sure that PP gets the kill.
You rarely see stuff like that happen with these early moves. Omar going aggro.
Got the good link going here, Costabile. Omar. Can he escape this?
One more hit.
Oh,
whoopsie. Cancelled.
Okay.
He should have him anyway.
He will. We'll get the kill. We got a good glimpse back onto Noob, but he's too tanky for Costabile to turn over towards at the moment.
Yeah, so either way, with that whole action that happened with the first blood and stuff, they're still doing very well in the bottom lane. But Noob, yeah, 16-3. Not too shabby. Omar also has 10 last hits to point out. I think some of these maybe were like some of the, I don't think it was a small camp, but it was a lot of these range creeps, so they've gotten a good amount down here. Yeah, what a heads up move from PP. Yeah, Miracle, no pressure whatsoever. Yes, the Visage is getting some farm. That's usually not the most ideal concept of the Visage. You want to get some type of kills early on, just get that death toll going. Knight. He's level 4, so he is pretty high level, Miracle. They have a glyph if they want to attempt for a dive with the creep wave.
Let's get the flame break knockback, and indeed rotations there from PP. Miracle goes straight for the TP out, but he's dead. The damage is done. And now GH, he's also in trouble. Panda starting to play around with him, has the glimpse back. As
and
GH,
these are the soul assumptions that he wanted.
Yeah, he's gone as well.
Oh, he actually doesn't. He gives the kill to PP, and he had soul assumption.
I mean, PP made the move over, you know. He wants to take the kills. 2 big kills, they're going to be able to put some pressure on the tower, and as we saw, that was Miracle trying to TP out, so he's going to have to walk his way back out onto the map off this respawn.
Beautiful move. I mean, the fact that PP's able to make that rotation, Sumail can't actually match it, is pretty massive. Very heads-up move, and Miracle has to run, so big benefit that they're going to get out of that one move. Yeah, tower's dead.
6 minutes
it's
in.
Fully gone. And you give the Vistas the last hit. Look at that net worth. He's back at the top.
I mean, that's huge, considering, again, the way that that lane started for Illich.
Yeah. Eyes on PP. Definitely need to see the matching of rotations, though, from Sumail in a lot of these moves. It did happen a bit too fast, that one. Like, Miracle almost insta-died. But in the next few, I want to see him be active. I don't want to see him be sitting too much in the mid.
We've got the setup in the mid. Have they got enough burst? They don't, and that magnetizes at the ready. Panda's TP'd over as well. He pops the fence down to try and block off Omar's escape.
There's a glimpse.
Keeping the magnetize going, indeed glimpse back into the rocks, so the damage continues to pump out over towards Omar. GH has caught Panda in the cogs. Sumail stepping up, they'll be able to bring Panda down, but GH has taken a lot of tower hits, and this Magnetize just continues to persist. Illich, has he got enough burst to finish off any of these kills? No, he's held in place by the Tornadoes.
And he loses his whole mana pool pretty much.
Make sure that Illich isn't able to get any sort of cleanup. Nigma Galaxy, don't lose anyone.
Good rotations. A little over-aggressive to first go for PP there, but then PP can't actually commit into continuing this Magnetizer roll-in because he's too low HP, so good rotations coming out from Nigma to respond. Top Knight has Firefly, it's level 2. Won't be able to get the kill. GH, nice cogs.
Even with losing his tower and dying earlier, Miracle still top of the CS.
Getting some good farm. Top of CS, but not top of the farm. You know, he is actually in the middle of the pack as this Luna so far. And Visage about to hit 6. So that's when that lane starts to become a lot more difficult to actually show your face, but Luna doesn't really want to show there anymore. It's mostly just going to be sitting in the jungle. Power Rune. Sumail will be able to get it, and they get the good Tornado.
Panda's here ready to help out, though. Glimpse GH away from PP. PP's stuck in the cogs. He's got a lot of backup coming in, but PP goes down. Costabile's ready to find some kills, return the fence, blocking off Sumail's escape. He's still got the remainder of this haste rune to continue to run the other way around. Torrent combo setting up here for Noob for the boat to come crashing down onto Costabile. It's not enough damage to threaten the Razor, though.
Panda's trying to find a glimpse.
He's really going in deep for it.
Into the vision.
I'll get the fence down. And Panda will fall for this. Can Illich get any sort of cleanup? Plasma Field comes in over towards Noob.
Again.
There's further TPs coming in for Nigma Galaxy. Illich has got to get away. As Nigma Galaxy, they've turned up with a full 5-man here. They're in with a Lucid Beam setup. Cogs dropped down by GH. They'll trap Illich, kill him off.
Costabile as well.
Indeed, GH, he's got the control to set up for them to take down the carry on top of it all. And it's Miracle picking up both of the last hits on those. So a big double kill for Miracle as he turns up to this early action mid 9 minutes in.
19 kills at 9 minutes. Panda really wanted to get some glimpse play, but under vision runs in and actually gets gets all three of them killed.
He gets all the cores killed, yeah. Illich and Costabile kind of died because of that aggression.
Beautiful from Sumail there. That was on the initial rune play. The instant tornado onto PP before he gets the rolling boulder and vulnerability gets him disabled. Nicely done. Super action-packed. And look, I mean, look at this. I can't believe he actually gets them all killed because of this.
He really does. You know, Illich is like, all right, we're going for some action.
Costabile runs in, gets a field off, and then it's like, uh-oh.
And at this point, Miracle's like, well, I have to TP over if these guys are going to do this. And all down to really GH not only being able to catch Illich, but goes straight away over towards Costabile to make sure he's going to be able to set up for Miracle to clean up both big kills.
It's a fun game already. Oh, cool. And PP is going to go down the route of the vessel. I was wondering which build it was going to be. Speaking of PP.
Yeah, great setup from Sumail once more. Hook shot and kisses to follow. Panda, he's on the run.
They got the X.
They certainly do into the full combo for Noob. Nigma Galaxy stepping up the aggression, getting the pressure onto the tier 1 tower. Should be able to finish this one off.
Noob looks honestly already way more comfortable on the Kunkka than he did on the Doom.
Stealing stacks.
Oh, nice aggressive play. Like how they're bringing the aggression to the Disruptor. You know, last game they started getting glimpsed constantly. This time around, I mean, Panda having quite a rougher game. Can they finish off these Ancients, though?
Oh.
3-man bird stun.
Knight is going to trap Omar up onto the cliff, but the Cookie's there ready to jump down. GH, he'll get left behind on this one.
But that's all they're going to lose. That's pretty solid there for Nigma when they have that many heroes rotate from the side of Infinity. Oh, they actually get a stack off, though, so they'll restack the Ancients on the side of Infinity. Super aggressive. This has to be one of the higher kill counts we have at 11 minutes. 22 kills coming out across the board. Everyone's super active.
I think we had a game the other day where it kept up to 2 kills a minute up to the end. So we're on the same
pace.
Same level as that right now.
And definitely a game that can continue with that. I mean, especially from the side of Infinity, it's a lineup that wants to thrive on constant pressure, but I would say similar for the side of Nigma. They do have very good aggressive plays that they can make with Sumail, and now we're seeing him do what Fear had been talking about. He wanted to see him do this constant ghost walking around, get some scouting, get some information. He is going to be under a ward, but that's going to at least give them the information to disengage away from him. And yeah, PP, so he decided to go for the Vessel rather than this Blade Mail style build. So what, I mean, versus like the damage reduction that comes from the Rum, perhaps this is why he maybe is thinking about it. And I mean, I like Vessel overall. This item is continuing to get buffed. But we'll see if it pays off for him, because it's not like he's preventing any big healing. It's just good versus the Kunkka and versus some of the Invoker healing, I guess, in a way, but it is just an amazing item on its Earth Spirit, so.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How's Knight? Oh, actually almost has Blink Dagger. He's had a pretty good game so far on this Bat Rider.
Panda is looking for setup, but he was under the ward.
Oh, no. It happens to the best of us. Mage Slayer picked up. I think we've seen pretty much like 2 different builds on the Invoker. It's either the Mage Slayer or that Witchblade. I've been liking this Mage Slayer quite a bit more. Very good versus the Earth Spirit as well, so we'll probably see Pipe on Kunkka, Mage Slayer on Invoker, and that'll be a way to prevent a lot of that early game damage that's going to be coming out from Infinity. I've been liking that approach a lot. Because most of these lineups, they tend to be just pretty much full magic damage early on. Nigma looking to accelerate things more. Seeing Omar and Noob set up down bottom. The mech is actually finished already on the snap. Did not get to notice. I mean, I noticed at the start how farmed Omar was, but he's just behind some of these cores as the Snapfire.
See if they can grab bottom. Not going to quite get the chance to get the opening on tonight. He's heading back for the D ward. That could spell the beginning of the end here for Knight.
He kind of put himself on a silver platter. He bought the blink right before he died, though, so he did at least get the item and take out the ward, but he knows he's going to die when he does that. 3K lead, between a 2 and 3K lead right now for the side of Nigma. Getting good pressure.
Swinging over towards the mid. Samael. He's going to find Panda. See if he's got enough in the tank to take him out. Tornado into the Scatter Blast. He does. Samael gets the kill.
GH.
And he's got the cogs down. Stops Costabile from being able to chase forward, but PP's able to roll and get the kickback. GH should go down here. See if Infinity can turn this into anything more as the rest of Nigma Galaxy are on the full retreat.
Infinity wants to chase out. They have this ward on Sumail. They don't have the key hero to bring him back. The Disruptor's not up, but they have the Batlink.
He's in with the jump. They've got the lasso, follow up with the Soul Assumption Burst. The kisses are coming in return. Eclipse as well. PP will fall, but they've taken out Samael. Costabile moves in with the Eye of the Storm. Over towards Omar, but the boat comes down on towards him. Nigma Galaxy, they want to try and see if they can get further catches here with Miracle and Noob chasing out Illich and Knight. Illich will be able to split away. And glimpse Miracle back, make sure he can't get a catch on anyone else.
Costabile keeps dying. He shows up and just gets evaporated. Miracle started, it's a 1300 advantage, but that advantage will continue to grow because of how fast Luna can farm in comparison to Razor, who starts falling behind. Razor farms fast, but if he keeps showing up to these fights and dying like that, it's gonna hurt so much for Infinity's progression in the game. I mean, we're seeing a lot more cohesion this time from this side of Nigma. Turning up to the fights, Noob, Pipe is pretty much done. They've got great itemization. And Knight, even though he did have that Blink Lasso, maybe a little bit too far ahead of himself, especially since Miracle was there to get the follow-up with his team. And yeah, there it is. So Mech, Pipe, and they've got Mage Slayer on the side of Nigma. They do have a Pipe on the Visage on the side of Infinity, but the team fights are definitely strong.
And Samael's looking for setup top. It has been scanned out by Infinity. Samael gets the angle over the 2-man Tornado EMP. Static Storm's going to get laid down. Illich going to focus the birds over towards Omar first. But Noob's cooking forward on top of PP. They've got a lot of burst, a lot of lockdown as well, with GH landing the hook shot, taking PP out. Panda's got the glimpse. Oh, able to hold back GH if the rest of Nigma Galaxy can shut off his escape. Noob.
Another one.
Beautiful torrent. Able to clip him. Sets up the vision for the X-Mark control. Samael cooking forwards as Nigma Galaxy get a couple of kills and can turn this into the tier 1 push top.
Noob, it's night and day difference really from him in this game. Between him and the Doom. Just looks so much more comfortable. Great catches showing up to the team. And also Sumail. Much better performance this time as Invoker. He's getting great spell connections, and on the ideal heroes, he's catching PP a lot of the times. They're gonna steal these Ancients. Miracle continues to lead in that net worth, and he's close to a Manta as well. Getting closer.
Dire's bottom tower.
Really beautiful play so far. It's much more cohesion than they did have in that last game.
And what's the plan for Infinity? Are they close to any sort of big items that they can look to rally around a Korra?
The main one is the BKB on the Razor.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the biggest one because there's so much magical burst that comes out from Nigma, but it's going to take some time. I mean, PP also. It's like I see he's now going back for Blade Mail after Spirit Vessel. This could hurt a little bit. I feel like he might also need to go for that BKB a little bit more accelerated. So him going for these two like mid-game kind of items and going the treads could end up causing some problems for him. Finds probably the best neutral item he could though, so big burst of damage. It is going to be reduced from that pipe, from that Mage Slayer, but...
Well, Noob. He's looking for the setup, and he's just about gone and found it. Finds Costabile, kisses are coming in. Costabile is going to try and juke this out. The pipe is popped to help him out. GH not. He's going to get the cog control. Doesn't get the hook shot to Costabile, but does manage to trap him in the cogs. Noob cooking forwards as they're going to turn this into potentially more kills. Nigma Galaxy. PP's trying to fight back as he rolls across. Noob's just incredibly tanky here, withstanding a lot of damage.
Big Magnetize.
He's still surviving. Finally falls, but indeed it's ball time for Miracle to turn up to the fight. Blocks off the roll away attempt from PP. It's 4 dead on Infinity. Illich, he's going to get taken out as well. It's a full team wipe by Nigma Galaxy.
That's exactly how you want a fight to happen. Sacrifice your offlaner, tank the brunt of everything, and look at the rest of the heroes on the side of Nigma. Everyone full HP. The mech comes in. It's actually, I believe, full Greaves now for Omar.
Yeah, he tanked so much that fight, Noob.
Yep.
Just went in, started off the action, took all the focus on towards him, and then made sure that the time was there for Miracle to be able to walk over, get a little bit of a cleanup. And again, it's sort of these timings as well. They find the perfect target to go on first, right? They get this Razor, they get Costabile at this moment, where he's still a recipe away from the BKB, which he so desperately needs.
Oh, Noob actually had I didn't actually notice that. I think he had a shield rune at the start of it all, too. So even tankier, he gets put on the cliff, but you could see everybody kind of in panic mode on the side of Infinity. PP misses the initial roll, but I don't think that ends up really mattering anyway. I don't think they have the damage to go through how much sustain Nigma has at this point. And I'm just seeing Sumail, he's putting this debuff on everybody. Mage Slayer on one, Mage Slayer on to another one with this pipe. They're negating all the damage, and now they have Crimson. So they actually have the big auras finished up already.
And they just didn't have enough sort of split damage in the team fight, Infinity. As he smiles here from GH, he feels pretty good about this one.
It's looking super good.
Yeah.
They scale harder with this Luna, and they have a humongous advantage going into these 20 minutes. And yeah, we see there, the Crimson, he's even queuing up the Vlad, so they're going to have all these auras to amp up on top of Alacrity and all that too for the Luna. These fights have been quite beautiful so far. And Q's Costabile still doesn't have BKB. It's one of the slower ones you see from the Razors, at least in this tournament.
BKB for Sumail.
And at the point now where Costabile is going to get BKB, the issue is it's not just the magic damage that's going to be killing him. It's an absurd amount of mixed that they do have on the side of Nigma, and they are feeling their strength. Costabile's BKB is coming out.
Now he's going to blink in. Oh, okay.
He's got the link on Miracle.
We'll be able to force away. GH under the tower. Both coming in as they've just destroy him through the BKB, Costabile. And now they can see if they can get any further catch here as Knight and the rest of the team have to fully retreat.
They could honestly, they could call this game pretty soon. That's the BKB Razor fight, and he runs in and just dies instantly. He gets the full link on Miracle, and he's just way too much. He actually dies through the BKB to magical and physical, so.
Yeah, it's very much getting to the point where if Nigma Galaxy aren't able to close up this game, it's going to be pretty concerning, Fog, right?
Yeah.
You know, the momentum's there for them. They're cleaning up team fights.
PP's in.
Let's see what they can do. PP rolls forward. He's in on top of Sumail.
Do they
He's going to get the follow-up done. It's a good static storm as well. They've killed off Sumail. Can they get anything more from this noob? He's caught under the tower. I think he's trying for the TP out. He'll manage to escape, but Miracle has been left.
The damage.
Tries to stand against Illich, but another soul assumption comes through. Uh-oh.
Perfect timing for them to get that catch. Not going to get everybody, but they got the two big ones.
They did. A little bit of a slip-up.
Yeah, they tried to go for the kill. I thought they were just going to push the tower kind of safely, but they go for the dive play to go for the Visage and get baited. A 3-man static storm to follow as well.
And of course, with the lead that they have the luxury of probably getting away with one mistake.
Yeah.
Maybe even two. Sure. But anything more than that. And as I was saying, you know, this game very much in a point where, you know, Nigma Galaxy should have complete control of it.
Yeah, that was...
If they let this slip away, it's not going to be great.
No, that was definitely one of the weirder fights, at least for them to try to force past the tower there. Going to be respawning soon. Roche still at their disposal if they want to look for that. And just overall for Infinity, the fight should still be pretty difficult unless they get that type of play where they overextend and get completely caught off guard. Can't be making those type of mistakes, though. Grouped up again. Looks like they'll go for their Tormentor first.
Yeah, got a few objectives to go for Roshan, of course, also.
Yep.
Pretty safe for them to take.
And Miracle, I believe he does. I mean, not just yet, but almost has that BKB. So for the next fights, it is going to absorb a lot, but they're going to smoke. So maybe they are going to just look for this fight around the Roche pit. They did finish up Crimson, too, so maybe I got a little ahead of myself. But Crimson done and Pipe on Illich. PP has hit 12, and he's got Blade Mail. Knight has the Dust. Sumail.
Oh, good hook shot for GH. Straight across over towards him. It's going to be Knight taken down at the front lines of the fight. Noob, seeing if you can get any sort of catch here. Get the vision here onto Illich, and that's enough to set up for the X mark. There's going to be a buyback coming in from Knight. They want to try and fight this by the looks of it, Infinity, as they are going to be able to keep Illich alive. And now with the lasso over towards Noob, they'll drag him pretty deep away from the rest of his teammates, but indeed he's taken a lot of damage and surviving throughout most of it. Can they finally kill him off? He's forced aside, but he will indeed die. Constabile tries to go with the BKB, but again, he's just getting so low through it, has to run.
Glimpse, they're trying to re-go. Panda. They're too low, and the shot.
It's back. It's ready to get back in on towards Knight. Knight will force away.
Perfect fight for Noob. He just runs in, literally tanks every spell.
Everything.
Miracle's able to stand his ground. Doesn't even have to pop the BKB. I'm actually surprised they threw everything onto him like that. The lasso and every single one of these spells, but I guess they can't really get to Sumail and Miracle. And Sumail and Miracle both did have that BKB, if I'm not mistaken, at the ready. Only one little slip up from Nigma so far. Vlad's now on the clockwork too. These supports are insanely farmed on the side of Nigma. You see GH there, landing pretty much every single one of the hooks.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, these two supports are going to almost surpass PP.
It's been a tough one for him.
Yeah.
It really has, yeah. The weight of this game very much falling on the shoulders of Constabile and Illich, and obviously in comparison to the farm and game that Miracle's having, it's not even close. Miracle massively that far ahead of anyone else in this game right now.
And Omar is, I mean, he did get a free shard, but look at his net worth. He's ahead of the Kunkka as well. Did they actually get a catch on the Visage?
Let's see if he can tank through this. It's going to be forced back to the side. Will manage to get away. Miracle puts the BKB to commit in and take down Panda. And if they could get everybody else out of this, it's not going to be too bad news for Infinity.
Might try to go back in because one of the BKBs was used. Still a little risky. And they'll back up to go for that Roche. Miracle did pop his BKB a little bit early there. I was like, oh, uh-oh. This could actually maybe give them an opportunity. But no, they're too far ahead. And that Roche should get brought down very quickly here. Infinity, they'll make a wise choice. They're like, yeah, we can't contest it. Let's get something out of it. They're going to look to pressure mid. Nigma could set up to defend this, though. They've got a glyph. And they are already. Noob, he's TPing over.
PP. He's going to try and set it onto GH. In fact, the setup here for Nigma Galaxy that's going to cause more issues potentially. They'll force Illich away. Trying to escape the control of Nigma Galaxy, but they've got too much. The X-Mark comes down into the torrent. Sunstruck as well. Illich is gone. GH has the hook shot over to Constabile. Has to put the BKB and TP out.
Heads up play from Nigma. Infinity's trying to do a heads up play, but they get punished for it.
Uses the torrent here to get the vision for the X-Mark. Panda, his escape also shut down.
Smart stuff. I don't know who made the call to do it, but yeah, that's just, you see the team trying to take advantage of you doing Roche, and you're like, guys, we can defend this. Miracle can finish it. So heads up TPs that come out from Nigma again. And PP just continues to fall further and further behind.
And they've got all waves
to,
pushing him.
He went to third kind of... Shiva's is both. It's a mid-game and like a late-game kind of item, but just completely not going BKB on the Earth Spirit. So, I mean, EMP is going to knock him out, and just all the spell damage as well, too, is very problematic for him. I'm shocked that he's gone that. Maybe just feeling like he needs the biggest item possible since they are at this huge deficit, but... So far, pretty much this entire game.
It's going to have to be
Nigma dominated.
Some crazy high ground holds. I mean, they do have some pretty good mechanics to play around with, right? Lassos and kickbacks. Infinity. So maybe still having some sort of way to trip Nigma Galaxy up at the final hurdle of this game.
I'm surprised Noob didn't buy the shard, actually. I've been liking when I see these offlane Kunkas just go for it a little bit early, because it is great to just reposition people, and when you're going for these type of like pushes, it helps you kind of force that envelope. See if he does end up doing it, or if he just go for the bigger greed item. Either are fine, but yeah. I do love that tidal wave on offlaners. Wisdom Rune again. Enigma really likes to contest those. I think every game I've seen them play, they go for almost every single one of the opposing, like 14, 21, 28. They're always playing around to contest those. Omar he's gonna be surpassing Razor soon. This Snapfire, 8, 2, and 17.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, 4 of the top 5 net worth in this game, all on the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Is that yeah, beautiful game, really. The follow-up, it fits so nice with the hero like clockwork with Kunkka when you have these heroes that can just charge in and you're able to just sit in the back and launch the kisses. Nigma at this point sweeping the map, looking for kills. They'll find Knight.
Uh-oh.
See ya. And the Konda's online. And he got Nemesis Curse. So near one shot onto that poor bat.
Infinity. Are they close to anything big?
Not
Nearly got the shard on Costa Belay. BKB, as you say, is still going to be about 2k gold away for PP.
Oh, he did switch. Okay.
He's just stuck with the veil.
He like really needs it, but problem with their lineup now at this point, they might be a little bit survivable. It's just I don't know how they deal enough damage to actually kill off the main cores, because how much damage negation there is on the side of Nigma with these Maidstart Pipes, Crimson Vlads, etc. that we've mentioned. When a Razor's behind like this, it just looks so much weaker. To the high ground. 100 seconds still on the Aegis. Panda, careful.
20 seconds till Knight's back up. They need the lasso to really stand a chance of punishing this. JH's in with a deep hook shot. He's going to get the jump over towards Panda. Panda just gets blown up and he's out for 40. No buyback available on the Disruptor.
So much follow-up damage every hook shot. I mean, even just one Lucent Beam at this point is amazing follow-up. But Rax is dropped. Bad Rider respawns, but now no Disruptor. You need the entire squad to contest. And GH. Now with the Solar. Throw all the buffs up, heal him up even with a cookie. Still has 45 seconds.
So that's enough to get themselves another set of barracks here. Miracle in with the push. Tier 3. Well, we're fortified.
30 seconds on Aegis.
I'm trying to take that Aegis out of him.
They'll back it up.
They're going to be careful.
Miracle's like, not this time. I'm not going to feed an Aegis. I mean, they did in that last game, because that one was pretty rough. I mean, this one, they probably could give a couple of those feedaways and still be okay with the 4 out of the 5 top net worth, potentially even the clock at some point surpassing. But they've got firm control.
Yeah, at this point, this game should be pretty impossible to lose.
It was pretty impossible before, to be honest, but like, it was a good fight back, at least for Infinity for a little.
You got Miracle Luna at, yeah, nearly the same net worth as, closing in on the same net worth as 2 of the enemy cores put together.
Yeah, Infinity was able to prolong things a bit after that one bit of a blunder from Nigma, but now back to business.
There we go. GH in the hook shot. Look at the 4-star foul, but the X mark drags him back, Knight's out. No back for the high ground defense for 50.
To the mid, since that Rax is exposed, Miracle can get those glaives bouncing.
Should be able to look towards the mega creeps here. Nigma Galaxy.
They've done it. 25 seconds, still no bad. PP's gonna just try.
Oh. A couple familiar stuns down on a Miracle. PP, that's him out of mana. Miracle puts the BKB. He's going to try and stand and take this fight. Turns over towards Costabile. Forced forwards. He's able to take out PP. PP immediate buyback.
Glimpse.
Follow up. He's got the fence down as well. Trying to get away from the familiar stun. Will still catch him. Costabile's trying to get him from the side of this fight. He's in with the BKB. He'll go for the standing limb, but the Lotus Orb's out. GH turns with a hook shot. Roll forward from PP. They're bringing Miracle down low. Can they finish him off, though? I don't think so. Nope. Miracle's fine. That's Costabile and PP out for good. As Nigma Galaxy push on, they'll be able to finish the rack. They'll be able to close up this game. GG is called. We're going to the game 3.
I think this whole level 1 scenario that happened really helped them out. Like, these lanes... Yes, we saw Infinity get some type of punch back at some points with some of their rotations, but the Luna starts like level 2. Luna starts with like a bunch of stat items, so Miracle overall in this game is able to really put on the carry shoes. And I think the way that they executed the fights was just a lot cleaner. You could see cohesion this time from Nigma a lot more. Like last game, it was kind of all over the place with how they'd focus targets. This time, they had the follow-up, they had the initial goes. Noob did exactly what you want an offlaner to do, tanked the brunt of the force, so... Much better stuff coming out from Nigma in this game. We get a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Big improvements of what we had in game 1. Pretty much the only mistake really around that tier 2 push top. Outside of that, pretty flawless stuff for Nigma Galaxy as it needed to be in this game 2. We're getting a game 3. Cannot wait. It's 1-1 right now between Nigma Galaxy and Infinity.
Yeah, and this series is really delivering very back and forth. Although this game in particular, at some point, the back and forth turned into mostly a fourth coming from Nigma Galaxy, who took this second game, and therefore we are going to a third. Let's break it all down, and our commentary team mentioned it a little bit already. The impact of that minute 0 brawl, T. I wanna know. I don't know how we could possibly break that down, but I just want to know how much impact did it have?
A lot. And in hindsight, I apologize, I probably should have weathermanned it, but it's okay. Because Infinity, they did a really cool thing because they smoked twin gated, then to top, to then wrap around. So like logically, Infinity showed a brand new version of the first Ruin fight, which is actually really cool. And then they jump to start the fight, they lose. And the reason why it's so important is because Snapfire goes to top net worth. He has 1,300 gold, and we're going to see the start of the fight here. But you can see, because they're coming from the northern side, it's because they use that twin gate, which we don't really see. And again, Omar starting the laning phase with 1,300 gold on a Snapfire in a lane which is difficult for the Kunkka to play because you're into Disruptor and Razor. It's lane winning, and easily you could argue game winning, because that lane should go much better for Razor. Like 10-12 minutes later, we were talking about Razor and Kunkka having nearly the same net worth. And this move that Infinity created gave Nigma everything they needed to play out this game. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely massive. Those small little things and details where you make in the game to just make a shot call, they can matter a lot for the laning stage every single time.
Yeah, and this one, well, it spiraled out of control pretty fast for Infinity, leading to some great moments, and we'll talk about those. When the draft ended, we wanted to see, first of all, we want to see Noob set up for success. He got the last pick for his team. Fear, he got it in the Kunkka, which we were maybe a little bit apprehensive for at first, but it delivered really strongly.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely was making moves across the map. The laning stage, it's a hard lane matchup too, and he seemed to do really well there. I really liked how he used the torrent in a lot of cases. Didn't really get the initial hits, but it gave the vision, so we get the X mark on top of it. Seemed to work really well for him, and while he may not have the highest net worth, I think it was just a little bit hard because Omar was just popping off on the Snapfire, and at some point in this game, the top 4 net worths in the game were all Nigma Galaxy, so much better game from Noob here, and it wasn't a situation where he had to counter pick as well. He had to go in blindly, and I feel like he still did a really good job.
Yeah, in this game for Nigma, I think Sumo really stepped up as well, being the active mid laner that we wanted to see from him, not the farming style. He finished the game 15, 4, and 14 on the Invoker, and he was always in the right place at the right time. Because most highlights we've seen so far, it's the constant multi-hero tornadoes, the EMPs. Like, how many times do we see Razor try to get into the fight, but then he has 0 mana? Earthquake rolls in, again, 0 mana. Like, they needed that BKB, they needed an extra item before they wanted to fight Sumo, but there was no time because Nigma just kept finding kills. Snapfire, Clock, Invoker, like, they were so aggressive on the map.
Yeah, like I said in the pre-show as well, I really wanted to see him on this Invoker, these pucks, these Queen of Pains. Like, sure, he can play the Alchemist and just farm up with Storm, but this is the best game I've seen from Sumail in a long time. He played incredibly well. Not only did he win his mid lane, but on top of it, he was just running back and forth across the map, getting the kills, allowing his team to be aggressive. As we've seen time and time again, aggression really pays off in this patch.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted to see from him. We said, okay, if he's getting this Invoker, we want him to run across the map and make things happen, and that is exactly what he did. I think the whole team, though, felt more in sync. Is that fair to say, Fair?
Yeah, I think so, but I feel like it's easier as well because of the drafting. Like when you do run a lineup where you have an Alchemist, Doom, and TA, it's really hard for a core to really step up and be like, now's our timing, we have to go and make things happen. It's a little more natural where Kunga's like, okay, I have my spells up, and Sumail will be like, okay, I'll run down there as Invoker, and he'll just run across and sweep across the map. And that gives Miracle freedom as well to do what Miracle does best. Get incredibly big and then show up to the team fights as a monster and be unkillable.
Unkillable. Then we do have to also give some credit on the side of Infinity. I think they fought very hard and they did not give up. They tried to, abuse a couple of maybe overextensions coming out from Nigma Galaxy as well.
Yeah, no, but again, I think it's credit to Infinity because their draft dictated that they needed to be aggressive. They kept looking for the kills just because of the events that we already spoke about. They're running into a brick wall at like minute 12, 13, even earlier, when they expected it to become a much later timing. Like Nigma accelerated how quickly they were able to play out the game because of earlier events. And yeah, I think Azure did incredibly well.
Yeah, and I think for that, PP was definitely the pillar for the team in the early game. He was making all the moves across the map, and they looked really good in the early game, I want to say, for Infinity here. Like, things were going incredibly well. He was able to make rotations, not only to the side lanes, but when they tried ganking him, he made himself very difficult to kill, also turning some of these fights as well. I think we have a clip as well showing some of the movements he made early on. And this is the part of the game where, like, all right, Infinity is doing it. This is looking pretty good. He makes a rotation early on to that top lane, ends up killing Miracle. Miracle even tries teeping out of this to get out of it. He's dead. You're giving extra gold away to the Visage. You make a great rotation. I'm like, okay, Infinity, they got it going on here. It's looking pretty good. But unfortunately, it was not good enough, even though I will say PP's Earth Spirit was really good.
Yeah, it was very, very solid indeed. And we talked about this in the previous game, about the Disruptor. And we had the Disruptor again, T. And generally Disruptor, great when playing ahead. But I did find a lot of chases went the other way for Infinity this time around.
Yeah, Disruptor just a volatile hero, right? In a winning game, you look great. In a losing game, it can look awful, especially with the facet where you have the wall. Like, you don't have that containment of the circular kinetic field, so it feels even worse when you can't contain them. And yeah, this time, Sumo was active. There's not farming, so it's really difficult, I think, for Disruptor to look good in this game. And maybe next game, I want to see Panda maybe not play Disruptor. I think he can play other heroes really well, and I think Disruptor, you're lucky that game 1 went that way, just because of the greed, I think, from Nigma.
Yeah, and it allowed Nigma Galaxy to be online fairly fast, and it really showcased, it is around a 20-minute mark, with the carries head-to-head coming out. Fear, you wanted to see this one in particular, because the difference...
Night and
pretty
day.
big.
Yeah, I mean,
big.
I think in general, like Miracle, he did get a little bit pressure on the laning stage, but after that, he was allowed to farm. While Costabile felt like he was always just running away. He tried to even go for the small items, Falcon Blade. In hindsight, probably had to go Falcon Blade BKB, but like that's just a build you don't want to be forced into.
I mean, Razors at this point in the game, they're meant to have a BKB. Like 20-minute mark, you're often already used a couple charges of a BKB. You've broken down the map. Like, you're not picking Razor to play for a 25, 30-minute timing. Like, this is an early game hero that's meant to accelerate your farm due to the kills and the map progression that you can create. And yeah, Nigma identified that. They shut him down very early on, so it was rare to see, but Costabile, with a last pick, not able to dominate and scale. I think maybe not dominate as much, but he always finds farm. This game, he didn't find it. So at least for Infinity, that's something they're going to have to try and fix in game 3.
Yeah, and then we do circle back with Costabile not doing too well on the farm department and on the play department this game. How much was that level 1 fight really hurting him all the way through? It might just have been as simple as that. Will we have another one of those in game number 3? That is what I'm wondering. And game number 3 is right around the corner, so we'll see you right back here after the break.
Our Spirit is rolling mid. He's rolling to mid. Finish him, guys. Yes.
I got him.
I'm under pipe, untouchable. I'm running.
Tony.
Look. Our Spirit is gonna roll from here. I didn't bet. Chilling a bit. I'm
Yeah,
connecting.
I have cogs, I have cogs, I have cogs. Look at the clock, look at the clock. He's fucking.
Bet. Vincent's behind fucking us, guys.
Is he?
No, we're fine, we're fine.
Yeah,
we're fine.
is he fucking us or we're fucking
That's
us?
the question.
I'm
What
dead.
is he? It's
Did he get it? Who got egged? Who got egged?
I got egged. I got
brother.
egged.
Woo!
Top,
100 gold.
Who got egged?
I am here with Costa Bile from Infinity, who have come all the way over from SA to play here at PGL Wallachia, and I'm very excited to kind of talk and learn a bit more about your team because you know it's been a team which has been through a lot over the past year, a lot of different iterations. How have you kind of enjoyed the changes and everything that's been going on with you guys?
So I actually, with this iteration of the team, I actually only played like 1 week and a half together. I was playing with 2 other players from the other team.
Yeah.
But it's actually a kind of nice change of scene for me because I always either play with NA teams or Brazilian teams. Yeah. And now also just playing with Peruvian teams, and I kind of like it. It's a nice change of scene, and playing with them just gives me another new vibe that I was missing. So I kind of like it.
You know, you've obviously seen the rise of Peru as a region, and I mean, it probably won't surprise you, or you maybe even already knew that Peru is the most represented country at this event. We have 15 Peruvians, only like I think 8 China players. So
yeah.
Is that, I mean, does that surprise you at all, and why do you think that's kind of come about?
I think there's probably just a culture in Peru. Like people are just really motivated to play pubs and like rise. I think there's a lot of new opportunities for teams. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of what happens with CIS as well. That's why like CIS has been on a rise together with Western Europe. It's just like a lot of new players just kind of have a chance to play on teams and meets up with older players. And that's probably why Peruvian teams are like taking over also South America, but also like a lot of tournaments.
The world eventually. It seems like we might be on that path. So with this team, this version of Infinity you're at now, you played the qualifiers under Kuyas, right? And now you've moved to Infinity. So like, how did that kind of come about?
It was kind of like a change of slot thing. Like Infinity needed a team to represent because they had a slot and we were available, and we didn't unfortunately quite make it to the qualifiers. So it was just like a chance for us. So we were very grateful for that.
Talking specifically about the region, and Heroic have kind of been the gatekeepers of this region, blocking a lot of you guys from going to these big events. Why do you think they've been able to be so strong in that South American region compared to the other teams?
I think there's a lot of reasons. I think the easiest one to talk is like the structure. I think the structure, like having an organization who backs you up, and like you have a gaming house and you play against like Europe teams, you play against NA teams, you can choose whatever teams you want from lands and stuff. Of course, like they had to get there like someday. It's not like something that helps through the night. Mm-hmm. But I think like that helps a lot. You get to practice a lot against a lot of good teams, but they're also like I think very try-hard players. They play clubs a lot. They dedicate a lot of their time to the game. So like it's just gonna pay off eventually. And I think like that's what everything should do to achieve that.
What is your goal for this event? What are you looking to achieve?
Obviously, winning it would be a dream. Kind of like dreaming awake right now, saying that we could win, but hopefully, I think we can maybe achieve top 6 and like just get better, like as a team, and grow up. Use this land experience to get better and improve. I think that's the best thing we can get out of it, but hopefully top 6, yeah.
All right, good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do. Cosabile, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If they want to get top 6 here, they need to step it up in game number 3 because elimination on the line, and even winning this won't get you qualified to the playoffs, which will be top 8. No, it will just get you to that final day when you have a 2-2 score in the group stages. You have to play on the final day of the group stages, which is the day after tomorrow against a team with the same scoreline. So it's still a little bit of a ways to go for Costa Bile and Infinity, and of course also same story goes for Nigma Galaxy, as both of those teams are 1-1 elimination, and we've seen both teams win in different styles. I feel like Fear. What do you hope to see from game number 3?
That's an interesting question. I definitely want to see different things from different teams. Like from Nigma Galaxy, I want to see them continue to play more active, less greedy, have better communication, just like better decision making, right? And for Infinity, I want to see the aggression. I want to see Costa Bile on a more, I say aggression, but like 4 protect 1.
Yes,
allow
exactly.
them 4 heroes being aggressive and him farming a bit more.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. That's exactly the point I was going to make. If I see Infinity winning this series, it's them shifting to exactly what you just mentioned. I want Costa Bile to slot behind the aggression and choose when he wants to fight. Putting him up front, forcing him to take a mid-tier 1 dive on a Razor, trying to truly bully out the offlaner, like it doesn't really feel like the way that they've been succeeding so far in kind of their comeback run in the Swiss stage. And in game 3, I hope they identify that. So this one is close.
They forced out a Luna first phase ban.
Ooh, yeah,
something which we almost never see. So I guess respect for Nigma Galaxy, as this is I was a little bit surprised and I kind of wanted to critique it a little bit, but after seeing it in play, I can't really do so. I feel like, okay, they just lost game 1. Now they're just first picking Luna, hoping this carries us because Miracle picked it before. But no, they played it really well. And it does seem like Luna is a hero that fits for Nigma incredibly well. Like Miracle, he likes to farm. He can also get active. So it doesn't really have many bad lane matchups either. So it makes all sense.
You also can't flex Luna, so you don't accidentally creatively stumble yourself into a game 1 draft.
Yeah, a lot of the heroes that we saw banned out in the previous game because of the first game did therefore make it through. Well, we still have the Timber ban coming out, so that was the one I was referring to. So at least we don't have that one, but we still have the Tusk in the pool. We still have the Broodmother in the pool as well.
Invoker's there as well because Nigma respected it against Infinity. A lot of teams also have respected it against Infinity as well. So we'll see if they do opt to go for that one.
Yeah.
At least in regards to first pick, I don't know if Infinity is yet to have a moment where Invoker's available and it wasn't banned. Or and then they went for it. Sorry, I put my teeth in.
No, I know what you mean. And also we have still Visage in the pool, and they did show that they would first pick that in as they did in the first game, which worked out for them.
Yeah, just spending a lot of time thinking about what they want to ban and to pick. But it is a pretty integral part of the drafting. You get the ban in to pick. One of the reasons why first pick is so good, that overall first pick and 18 pick have a lot of value. So you should spend a lot of time thinking about what will be best there.
Yeah, in regards to ban, I like the Snapfire ban. It's a hero that we haven't spoke too much about, but Falcons and Crit, he's played it immensely well. Omar as well. I think it's a good lane, cheap damage early on, and then the gold that you get from wave clear or fights, you invest straight back into utility. Glimmer Cape, Solar Crest, 4 stuff. You're not a support that tries to go greedy. And yeah, very strong ban. And then Nigma, they go back for the Invoker. I think after that game 2, I'd like to sit in pretty much any game if it's possible, right? Like the positioning, the way that he played it.
Yeah, it mostly just forces out that style of play that basically sets up for exactly the style, Fear, that you said you wanted to see out of them.
Yes, for sure. The only downside is I'm having flashbacks from when I believe, Hiroko's playing it, Analog. He played against it, not it. He played a Brood against it, and Brood destroyed Invoker so bad in that mid lane. We talk about that hero being not banned this time around, so perhaps it needs to get banned because that matchup looked incredibly unplayable.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy get 1 ban to protect their Invoker in just a little bit. Normally, though, it's actually used to protect whichever hero they want to pick after that. So we'll see if that still is used for, well, either the Brood or for something else.
Yeah,
have to wait and see.
Quickly do my homework because so far Infinity haven't played Brood at the tournament. And it's like, if maybe they're not even a Brood team, so you can ignore it, and then that could be the great surprise, like, surprise, we are a Brood team, but I will quickly go double check if any of their players are Brood specialists by chance.
Okay, in the meantime, Infinity is ticking into their bonus time. They get 2 bans. They already removed the Clockwork, which has proven time and time again to be very strong, even in the game that Nigma Galaxy lost. It played a large part. And Willow as well, removed.
I mean, so far, GH's Clockwork, win or lose, has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's like, looks so good on that hero. Getting 3-man cogs, like multiple hook shots, not really missing hooks as well. I don't blame him whatsoever for banning that out. And Dark Willow, just a strong hero right now overall, so makes a lot of sense as well. And we're going, I don't know, I just feel like Nigma brought a list of like 5 heroes and they're just going down the list.
Now, I know that at TI, and it's still one of the only teams in recent memory that I've seen it, we did see a safe lane invoker. I don't know what the benefit in this game would be from having a safe lane invoker versus mid invoker, but there is
if they brood,
flex potential. If they brood, it would be good.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Alchemist is good versus brood, right? So, and this is actually pretty cool in a way. I want to see more of it. I like the idea of it. I'm not saying it's cool as in I think it's good, but the ability to have Miracle and Sumail on the same team and kind of switch around the lanes.
No, I like it. I've done the homework. All right, so mid lane, Infinity. PP's got 1 Broodmother game, 2021. And then in off lane...
This is, I would imagine this is just competitive games.
Just competitive games, yes. And then in regards to off lane, they played it a month ago and they got 17 games. So it's like not a lot of games, but if they were
But it's in the wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's like... It's maybe there.
Well, they have Puck now, so probably not.
Yeah, but for Nigma release, the Invoker, the Alchemist, again, like you mentioned, the flexibility, but I think this time around, the Alchemist isn't as jarring as you don't have Doom and like that. You've already got an active hero, because from safe lane Invoker or mid lane Invoker, you still play on like Mage Slayer, on Hurricane Pike, you're kind of getting into the early fights, which gives Alchemist the breathing room to get online.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it before, this Alchemist versus Puck is something we've seen before as well. Could be a better lane matchup than just Invoker. The thing is, I want to see the Miracle Invoker just
I think there's a lot of people with you.
Yeah. I mean, Sumail Invoker is good. It's definitely not one of like signature heroes. Like people think more of like Storm and Embers for him, but Miracle's top 2 heroes are Invoker and Shadow Fiend. Those are just his heroes, right? So we'll see if they pull it out here. And I think this is a game they might be able to do it because Puck is a hero that can deal with most of Invoker's spells and not really care so much, where Puck doesn't really deal with Acid Spray very well at all.
Yeah, the last time the Miracle played Invoker was last year. It's been over a year when he stood in for Shopify Rebellion. They did lose.
Unlucky.
Was that when? Oh, yeah, that's when Sumo played on Asta.
Yeah.
Well, I do see that Beastmaster, and I will say I feel like Lion has also been a little bit of a rising star from position 4s that we've seen over the last few days. And just overall, on paper, I think Nigma Galaxy's lineup is looking pretty solid.
Yeah, both teams have really good setups. You've got the Lion, like you said, for the Puck, laning with the Beastmaster to get him through the lane. The issue that they have to face now is a Drinking Buddy's Tusk with Gyrocopter. Every time you have it available, you Drinking Buddy the Gyro, you press Flak, you push out the wave really quickly, you farm hard camp, small camp. It is a lot of economy that you can create from that safe lane. But yeah, in regards to map play, I think both teams have kind of mirroring desires, right? You want to find pickoffs, you have high damage. I think 2 equal looking drafts at the moment.
Yeah, they're similar in a lot of ways, but I will say that you're really looking for team fights on Infinity. Like, you have all these big team fight ultimates where I feel like you're playing the map a little bit better on Nigma because you do have Lion, Beast who can just like play on the sides with this Invoker, Ghost Walking too. So you can get more pick-off potential. In a straight 5-on-5 team fight, I will say Infinity has better equipped for that at the moment.
I'm already looking forward to seeing an Ice Shards, but sorry for interrupting T, blocked off by the wall. Sorry.
Oh, so you Ice Shard them and then you fence
it off, yeah.
Why not just get the kinetic field then?
I know. It has the same effect.
Build your own kinetic field.
True.
That would be pretty funny, though. That's actually kind of good, too. But the only problem with that is, unfortunately, you can force staff through the Ice Shards.
Sure, yes. There's flaws in my plan.
Just have dreams, you know. We all have dreams.
True.
I mean, I'm down to see that as well. But anyway, moving forward into this draft here, they banned out the Primal Beast and the Morphling. Morphling, obviously, a hero that deals with Gyrocopter very well in carry-to-carry matchup. Primal Beast, well, Why? Let's see. They need an offlaner, yeah.
They need an offlaner that gets in, right?
Sure.
But you've got plenty of team fight with the Puck, Disruptor, you got the pickoff with the Tusk, the scaling of Gyro. You need a hero that says, hey, this is the fight. And also soaks up the initiation. You don't want your Gyrocopter to be the one soaking the initiation, and Primal does that perfectly. And they still respect the Broodmother in the offlane, taking that ban as well. So right now I'm trying to think, okay, what is the Illich hero that can pretty much just walk up high grounds and just understand the positioning of Nigma to enable the team fight that we're mentioning for them?
I appreciate that he still ban out the Brood, just in case, you know.
For good measure there.
Yeah, just to make sure.
You could still technically go for like a Sand King or something, but I don't know. I don't like it too much for offlane.
I mean, Mars is also still in the pool.
He played the Night Stalker. Do people still go for the Night Stalker versus Beastmaster? Because I noticed
creep. Yeah, they're going back for Overlord, so
yeah, like the Helm Dom is coming back into favor, so that is something that potentially.
For Nigma Galaxy, we see the morph ban, of course, but that would mean that Alchemists or Invoker as a support, or like how are we? Are we looking for position 5 for Nigma Galaxy? What kind of flexes are we expecting?
I mean, the thing is, you can definitely play Alchemist on support. We've seen it quite a lot, so that would be the one that did flex. The Beast is obviously going to be your offlaner. Lion is definitely a support, and Invoker is a core, where he does have that flexibility to be either support or core if needed. And I think just that matchup in general, people are very traumatized to play this Gyro into Morphling, because Morph just becomes a much better version of Gyrocopter.
It also seems that Infinity are just drafting, at least for some of their bans, for themselves immensely, where it's like, they pick Gyro, I ban Morph, and even if Nigma can't cleanly slot it into their lineup, it still feels like they just care about it a lot, which, it's fair, it's their read on the game, and if, I don't know, I don't know if the out support flex into big carries that powerful for Nigma, but either way, Infinity think it is important, and they've banned up 2 carries, and they go for the Kunkka themselves to just round out their lineup. It is the hero that I'm kind of mentioning, like you have multiple auras, you do just soak up the start of the fight. It kind of ticks the bill that I wanted, so yeah. Just Kunkka's, you never get too excited. Yeah, you never get too excited seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, they just have like so much team fight now on Infinity.
Yep.
Now you kind of have to make a choice if you are Nigma here on how you want to deal with this. I think you already have heroes that I think are going to be the lane. I don't know if Invoker matters too much against Kunkka. They could also just put Invoker mid. I think that's fine. Alchemist in the safe lane. Don't think they'll be too sad about that. Now they just need to find, in my opinion, a support. I don't see a value of the support Alchemist so much, but
they have lockdown with Lion, so this could be a time where you go like Undying or something. Just a real I bully the lane, so your tanky guy doesn't get to play Dota, and then Lion deals with Puck. My outscales Gyro early on. Sure, it's a little bit timing based, but I like the idea of just shutting down the lane.
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say I'd be okay with like an Oracle or something too that has a save. Yeah. And Phoenix is like a pseudo save, right? Like you can make your Alchemist survive a lot, gives you more team fight. They want to match your team fight.
I forgot Kuroki wasn't playing. He plays Undying. But GH, he's the Phoenix player.
He sure is.
Locks in a bit more team fight. Again, with Phoenix, you always want to have protection. They've got Lion and Beastmaster out. Like, they have all the ways to keep the egg alive. And yeah, no, I think coming into a game 3, I'm always happy to say when like both teams seem to be very comfortable with what they've got. They have the tools to be able to do it. And lineup-wise, I am leaning a little bit more Nigma now, because based on the pacing they set with Invoker from the mid lane, and then the map-breaking heroes are like Beastmaster and Alk with a couple items, it's going to be a lot of tactical choices Infinity need to make to survive the aggression I'm expecting to see from them.
Yeah, and I think this game in general is going to be very straightforward for Nigma. However, the damage is really lacking for Infinity to kill an Alchemist in this particular game.
Yeah.
I feel like PP is going to have to go ham because Gyro doesn't have good single target. We'll have to see. I think both lineups are very capable of winning this match for sure, so it's going to come down to play.
Infinity has the same style as a Heroic though, where at some point after the mid game, kind of you get to early late game, they get so tanky, and then Alchemist won't do the damage. Beastmaster will fall off super late game. So I'm hoping for Infinity's sake that if the mid game does struggle, they find a good way to keep the game going, prolong, because they can easily turn this into some like epic 60-minute game if it's like super close.
I don't think a lot of people would object to an epic 60-minute game. That would be wonderful. I will remind you once again, as I will do many times today, that this is elimination on the line. Infinity or Nigma Galaxy, who will move forward? We're finding out together with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, it's a very important final game of the series. Fogged, we've at the draft's done. What do you make of this?
A lot of team fight. I'm actually on both sides, to be completely honest with you, but a ton coming out from Infinity early on. I think that's kind of what they wanted to do. Last game, they drafted a lot of team fight, but I feel like some itemization and maybe some level 1 stuff and shenanigans that ended them hurting more than helping. This should be a fun game. I'm looking forward to see what build Costabile does, too, because I think they mentioned it on panel. I think they mentioned the item build in particular, but that was probably the most interesting build I've ever seen from a Gyro last night, if you got to tune into the Parker game. He didn't go Aghanims.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
He went like Hurricane, Pike, Scotty,
and didn't have Satanic either, right?
No, he went for like this
Completely
totally different kind of style build.
Yep.
I don't know if Costabile will do it in particular, but I actually thought it was pretty clever, the way that he tanked up, was able to do that kind of stuff, because what I see from this game is both teams kind of wanted their comfort, right? And Infinity more than that, I would say they really wanted their comfort. They get PP on his puck that he popped off the other day. Pandas play Disruptor every single game. So let's see what we get going down. And let's see how these mid games end up going down as well, because, yeah, I feel like this is... No, I don't think it'll be as brawly as last game, but I think it's still going to be quite brawly. Let's see how Omar does, too. The other one, a kind of unsung hero throughout this tournament, the Lion. I don't think we've seen it a lot, but now it's like these pucks, these mid laners that just need disables. It's starting to come into play again. A couple of these games online, it's been absolutely amazing. And Omar definitely one of those players that can pop off.
See if they're going to find anything here. They're split up. Looks like they're actually focusing on just getting the majority of the bounty runes this time, Nigma Galaxy. Rather than necessarily getting a kill.
They're bringing 3 over here, Noob's got to be careful if he does want to actually make the move with Omar. He'll choose not to, a wise choice. Can't get in range.
That should be fine. So no casualties to start off this game. Just the 2 for 2 bounties.
All things even in the world.
A little bit of a difference from what we had at the start of last game.
Yep. Instant deward on the sentry, so Panda will have his pull available right away. Sometimes, you know, sometimes placing that sentry pre-lane does get instantly dewarded, so you have to buy a secondary one on these 4 positions, but... Sumail crushed it on the last game. That's probably the biggest difference maker that I saw in particular of everything is the difference between Sumail and PP in the last game. PP struggled quite a bit on that respect. He still played pretty good, but it was just the nature of the matchup that he was against. And I mean, his itemization maybe we could talk about a little bit. Yeah, with the puck overall this game, could definitely run into some difficulties if this Lion ends up getting a good game. And Sumail, definitely comfortable in this matchup. He's actually gotten a double wave versus the puck on this first level, which is kind of the ideal when you play versus the puck. He's going to be able to mess with some of those last hits.
Now looking at the side lane setup, so you think this should be a pretty easy start for Costabile, or can these two pressure the Gyro in lane, the Beast and the Lion? So they're going to try and go on him now. And he was pretty far forward. That's Panda to help out a little bit with a Thunder Strike and a Blood Grenade.
The root, not enough.
And Panda was able to make sure that Nigma Galaxy actually took quite a fair bit of damage in return for chasing him there.
They can definitely pressure.
Yeah.
This is a strong lane. Yeah. I think Lion is a bit of a, like I said, unsung hero sometimes. People underestimate how much you can actually do with it. It's gotten a lot of buffs throughout time. And I think Beastmaster's just really on the rise. I don't know, this hero has been looking really good with the Overlord build again recently. Five to 5 in mid, 11 to 1 for Sumail, having a bit of an advantage.
I've got to look out for the definitely the potential early TPs. I feel like both teams having supports that could turn up around that mid lane, cause some issues. You look at like the Lion for Nigma Galaxy, the Disruptor for Infinity. Both can definitely shake up some early first blood attempts.
Yeah, we might see like Panda go through a portal and make a play depending on lane positioning for Costa Bile. I think that's probably necessary for them to ever look for an aggressive play onto Miracle. Miracle should be fine down here. He should pretty much free farm on this Alchemist. Nice little micro play here, unless he loses the boar before the crash. Okay, he does. Nice block. That's 2 times now they've blocked the small camp pull with either a boar or something along those lines just to stop the pull from happening. But Costa Bile is getting good farm. So far, not really pressured that much, just has to be cautious of the positioning if he steps up too far. So they are body blocking the wave. Once level 3 comes out for Beast and Lion, that's when they want to try to pressure again. So far, yeah, Costa Bile handling that pressure. And Panda hasn't skilled yet. Okay. So he is holding double skill point.
They're ready for any sort of situation, and he's going to go for the glimpse.
And he's got the fence.
Alarm's get a fair bit of damage down to Noob, but Omar, good luck down with the stun, but good body blocks from Panda, allowing Costa Bile to get those extra few right clicks in onto Noob. Not going to be able to quite finish him off. Drop another fence, but no further damage to chase Noob down with.
He waited quite a while with that second fence. I thought he might do it sooner, just to keep him away from the tower armor, but Costa Bile is actually just getting free farm, so they're having a little bit of difficulty pressuring.
Yeah, proven to be pretty simple for him at the moment.
Yeah, actually, I thought it was going to be a little bit harder after that first go.
I mean, I'm constantly seeing just Omar and Noob be incredibly low on HP.
He's dead.
I'm going to get the glimpse back into the missile. TP's coming in, but indeed Omar goes down. Samel, can he get something in return? He's going to look towards Panda. Should have a good shot of chasing him. Has still got this tornado. A fence will hold him back. I mean, Panda could look for the deny to the Ancients. Oh, he's actually just going to try and live it out. Pops the salve.
He has no mana.
And the further TP comes back in from Omar, but I think Panda gets away with this by the looks of it.
Oh, wow.
Can play around his vision here with the ward they've got on the cliff.
Nice dive forward.
So indeed, yeah, forces the response from Samel, and Samel not quite able to get anything out of it, and indeed Panda knows. Throws him out a friendly tip.
Very nice play. I guess there really is a reason they're picking this Disruptor every single game. Sometimes this hero can be a bit weaker inside the laning phase, but so far, he's been able to secure Costa Bile's lane most of the games. Yeah, and they're slowing down the Beastmaster a decent amount. Thought they'd be able to do a little better, but...
Now bottom lane. Concoction onto Illich. Miracle just able to hold him back to make sure that GH is able to get back out alive.
So this is definitely a lane where Miracle is able to get most of that free farm. They'll get Panda there, but at the same time too, a Phoenix Alchemist lane does not really pressure a Kunkka.
And Omar Noob did have to chase Panda pretty far for that. So continued space for Costa Bile. Bottom lane.
Nice play.
Able to drag himself out.
Should survive. Won't take out PP.
And he's got the Dream Coil.
He's putting a ton of pressure up here.
Costa Bile stepping up. They have the Home and Missile heading the way of Noob. Noob's in quite a bit of trouble. I mean, Samel's going to rotate over to attempt to help out. PP jumping forward, trying to finish Noob off. Is anything Samel can do to help him out? The Dukes are coming in, but the jump forward's there. PP gets the kill. And he can start making his way back over towards mid. Great
nice
dodge with the phase shift. We'll dodge the stun. Tornado from Samel still comes in. At the cold snap, but another orb's there. PP jumps just far enough away that he should be A-OK. GH has come over. They really want this puck. But the backup's in from Knight, and GH, he's going to die for his efforts. They do get the kill, though, so it's all worth it at the end of the day for GH. But again, these kills, it's taking a lot for Nigma Galaxy to get them.
It is. But Noob needs help. That's the big thing. I mean, he's having so much difficulty. Yeah, he's only got the 1 death, but he's only 18 last hits right now on this Beastmaster from them diving forward onto him and bringing so much attention. It's a triple or quad range creep, or it was a quad range creep for a second there, on this tower. Costa Bile trying to get as much damage onto it as possible here.
I just get so much of this Gyra.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful start for him.
He's behind the Alk by only 100 gold right now, so a very good laning phase that they've been able to set up for him.
That doesn't get much better for this Gyro here. Especially considering the potential that Nigma Galaxy had against him in the lane. I mean, GH is hovering around top now.
I'm so curious if he does do that weird build. If he does divert away from the standard Aghanims crit we used to see. Because it looked really cool. It looked really good when Parker did it yesterday. I actually, when I first saw him doing the build, I was like, what is this? And then when I saw it playing out, I was like, okay, can definitely see the promise of it. 2-3. Not nearly as action-packed as last game. I think last game we had like 16 kills or something already by now. But looking to go for Miracle. He's got Chemical Rage, though. This is a tough go.
Yeah, he's perfectly fine.
But maybe this is a bait, because they're going to ping it and say, Miracle just used Chemical Rage. So now they have an option once it starts to wear low to make either a rotation with the Puck or the Alk. Right now, PP is looking to pressure top again onto New, but this could give him opportunity when they keep the timer as Omar.
Now he's got the setup. Samao. And he's coming in with the follow-up damage. Is it enough to take Panda out? Or the Snowball will dodge him, the Fire Spirit that was coming in from GH over towards the mid. And Panda, they'll still fall. Illusions of Omar there pushing forward with the right clicks of Samael on top of it all. She's got the combo to set up onto Samael.
Is there follow-up though? It doesn't look like if they use the coil top.
Samael's pretty tanky, yeah, with the early stats, the double Wraith Band, the full treads, and a full wand.
Noob is having pretty much no game here at the start. They take the top tower as well. PP makes another rotation to shut him down. He's got Dominator at the least, but a lot of attention has been put onto him. Actually surprised at the Dominator. So he's only 300 behind the Kunkka, all things considered, with how much they've brought up to put the pressure onto him. So, you know, all things considered, it's actually not that bad for Noob. Because this Alchemist has slight advantage over the Gyrocopter. The Invoker's having a pretty decent time too. Wondering if Sumail goes for the same build, if he goes for that Mage Slayer. He's actually making the move bottom.
It's going to be hard to catch Illich though.
Yeah, with the 3 perhaps. Yeah, not quite able to find him.
Yeah, Lane's pushing in on him. It's going to be swinging back towards the mid.
Okay, so
for
this...
Samael, see if they can maybe get a setup here with GH.
This is a kind of interesting adaptation. Illich is going for Vessel and an offlane Kunkka. So a little bit of damage is a problem on the side of Infinity in mid-game. The 2 supports don't provide the most. And the Kunkkas is kind of just a static damage early on. So I guess him just having this will help to be able to kill the Alchemist, kill the Beastmaster in some early scenarios. Could be a cool approach. Not your standard that you see on these Kunkkas.
GH just trying to fast track getting that level 6. So we can have the Supernova ready for the fight. Mid lane. It's just very difficult for Infinity to make a move on to Samael. Samael continues to have the space here.
Yeah, they're smoking
safely in the mid. Let's see where they go with this. Yeah, bottom lane. One of the side lanes at least is going to be the better target.
They have to get him before he gets Chemical Rage off. Pretty much. He's actually quite tanky with this Bracer Soul Ring build and the Ironwood tree that he was able to get. He's 1600 HP. If they can get him pre-Chemical Rage, then they should have a shot.
Costabile is coming over as well. So. But with Costabile, even if he gets the rage off, they should have a chance at killing him, especially with the combo coming in.
Yeah.
They indeed have no struggle taking him down. Noob's coming with the TP, has the roar onto Costabile. Samael lays down the EMP, see what sort of a trade they can get. The Supernova's out. They've got the stun control. Costabile not standing a chance. Let's see if they can chase out Knight as well.
They really wanted him dead. They threw everything.
Knight is going to try and hide and TP in the trees, but Omar, he knows where he is. Gets the interruption. Nigma Galaxy turn up and make sure that Infinity pay for their efforts of diving in under the tower.
Cool move though. I mean, Costabile gets punished for it, but they needed him to rotate down. Otherwise, there's that potential that the Alk doesn't get burst quick enough. So a nice move, but a great response from Nigma again. I mean, matching the movements. 5-5 we've got. It's an Alchemist lineup, so we'd imagine Nigma is not the most happy with this early game, but good response nonetheless.
Some good stacks for Miracle to clean up. Should get him close towards that Radiance. And then that gold lead should start to really show between him and Costabile.
Speaking of Costabile, he is doing... It's just looking like standard. No kind of crazy Parker build coming out this time, it looks like. They want to get this tower down here. They know that... I mean, Costabile shows himself.
And Nigma Galaxy look like they want to set something up mid. They've got the setup here, trying to find a catch, but the Static Storms dropped down by Panda just to hold them back. Stop them from getting any opportunity to get in onto PP.
Really wanted to try to get that instant hex from Omar. They'll be able to get the amp damage room, but they lose their bottom tower for free. And there's the Vessel done. So that's going to honestly allow them to get quite good kill threat onto a lot of these cores, maybe with less numbers than sometimes necessary. We'll delay his pipe, so we'll see if that also causes any type of repercussion, but I think for now it's pretty okay, because they're not they're able to fight back with their massive amount of team fights so early that I think going this build is quite fine. Ghost walked up again. Sumail still wanting to get something going here. I was thinking this could be one of those games. The thing is he has Lion when he does go Orchid on the Invoker, but he is just going to do standard build. I think it's just better to go the safe route with the Mage Slayer. And he has Lion, so. Panda, very aware of Sumail's positioning.
Well, both teams probably rather happy if their carries are getting positioned to farm at this point.
Yeah, and Noob probably telling his team, guys, I'm pretty close to having my Overlord finished up, so if we want to wait for a big clash, we're going to have some nice timings together. Radiance is done, Overlord will hit soon, and they'll probably have the Mage Slayer as that comes out too. So 3 timings that are going to hit for them. Well, for the Gyro in particular, Coach Sabila, he's going to want more time to be able to sit back and farm. It's going to be a smoke, though. Vessel done. Cloak on the Kunkka as well. Ults at the ready. They'll bring the Gyro.
And Costabile trying to bait the action here. Farming the wave. Doesn't look like Nigma Galaxy are going to bite for this, though. They know that there's something a little bit more than just the Gyro around this point.
Yeah, they're reading that bait. And Sam Noob is probably still just telling his team, guys, I'm very close to this Overlord.
And now Nigma Galaxy ready to make the play themselves. They know that highly likely with the Gyro showing mid that the numbers of Infinity would have been around there.
Knight's doing some clever stuff too. He's being annoying. He's pulling the wave back. I think that's the 3rd time I've seen him pull the wave back, and oh!
Not going to get the chance to punish him out on his own. Sumail off the mark with the Tornado.
They'll get all the neutrals there, but yeah, Knight, we've seen a lot of teams doing this. I know Tundra was one of the big ones that did is you constantly pull that lane backwards, so you always have a position to farm as a support. He was pulling back over and over again. Like, they literally were getting no farm out of that bottom lane. So, cool play there from Knight. And I can't believe he lives. I can't believe they don't get the connection onto him. Wasted time there from Enigma. All right, Blink on Miracle, Overlord on the Beastmaster. That feels like it's probably go time.
I do have that lead now with Miracle starting to get ahead with that Radiance farm. The Aghanim is very close to Costabile, so still not the worst of differences between the net worth of the Gyro, considering he's up against an Alchemist.
No, I mean, Infinity's in a pretty good spot. Enigma has like a slight advantage that I want to see them press with a little bit here too, especially before that Gyro's able to get Ags. I think Noob, the next build, just get that pipe online afterwards on the Beastmaster. After that Helm of Overlord, it looks excellent versus the Infinity lineup. It'll take him time, but very, very strong. This game is, they're getting the push going.
I'm not going to try and show up to any sort of fight or defense around this sort of level of push coming in around the Beastmaster and the Alk. So
they'll
let the tower go and indeed try for something on the mid. Nigma Galaxy are watching, and Infinity know not to overstay their welcome.
So far, PP is pretty safe in this game because Omar has not been able to find the space to find a Blink Dagger, get any of these extra kills. It's going to be quite a bit slower for him to have that extra catch.
Still looking for something. The orb's already out. PP's ready for that.
If PP gets hit by Tornado there, he's likely dead because he did the cold snap first, so when you land, you're stunned again, and then they can get the follow-up. So good dodge. They'll push him off the tower, PP. And getting time to farm up on the Kunkka, getting time to finish up the potential pipe. Could be pretty huge. I mean, both teams, we'll say like every game, pipe is going to be super value pretty much every game. And they're preventing the push from coming mid. Just an orb is enough to stop it. Here comes the beast though. Noob wants to force the issue.
Costabile with his Ags. He's going to have his farm speed up quite nicely now. Knight very close to the blink, and then with that, Big potential to come in with clutch saves.
Especially versus something like Beastmaster. It's kind of one of the best answers in a way versus a lot of these single target disables is if you're able to get that blink snowball off to bail a certain target out. I feel like Nigma wants to get a little more out of the map. I feel like Infinity's still pretty comfortable with the way that they're getting this farm. So let's look where they want to force. Miracle's very close to BKB. Do they try for the Roche? Looks like that will be the call. And Miracle's BKB is going to be done as they go for this, so it should be coming out on the Courier.
I mean, will they try and contest Infinity? They're pretty grouped up. They've got the 4 of them together. They're only
I feel like they will. They've got timing sitting together.
They're going to group up as the full 5-man, but they've got to get from their tier 2 tower over towards the Roche pit.
Yeah, they don't make it in time. And everybody full HP on the side of Nigma too, so they are very ready to fight.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you see this go down, and then you don't want to take the fight off the back of the Roche. If you're Infinity,
there's a risk to take on Infinity.
I mean, they're still stepping up. They're thinking about, you know, what they want to. They're stepping up. They're going to jump in. They're going to see if they can get some action out of this. They get the torrent. They're dropping everything down on towards Omar. Omar's still alive. They threw everything on the line. They couldn't kill him. And now Miracle with the BKB picked up. He's ready to just start running at them, chasing them down. They're taking out Panda. And they turn throughout a torrent back over towards Noob on the Beastmaster, but Miracle's able to jump forward, gets the AoE concoction stun, connecting onto Illich. I mean, that was a huge risk. They really wanted to. They saw the Roshan go down. They saw the Aegis go into the hands of Miracle, but they chose to fight into this. He's been caught by the stun. They're going to get him as well. The fingers at the ready. That was not the play there for Infinity.
Not at all. And they were just like starting to ramp things up, but really wanting to contest this. But the Roche was already dead.
Yeah, and the tips coming out, of course, from Nigma Galaxy over towards Omar, because he just survived throughout it all at the start. They threw everything down onto Omar, and Infinity, they couldn't kill him at the beginning.
A questionable attempt there from Infinity, but a great response there from Nigma, just ready for the fight. Miracle does stun himself, but some great plays coming in. I mean, Sumail also, this was kind of a funny way the fight went out, where he went through the portal and then got back in the fight after, so he was behind everybody. Miracle, BKB up in 20. They've got the Hex.
And Costabile's coming in with a wraparound. He's in on top of Sumail. They've got the snowball stun punch up as well. Sumail, he's able to turn with the deafening blast. He's on the retreat. The rocket barrage comes in, though, from Costabile to finish him off. Omar, he'll also get left behind. So Infinity will manage to come back into action and get themselves some kills. Big one as well, taking out Sumail, and they're looking for more, actually. They're straight over onto their half of the map.
Yes,
they've got the setup on the Miracle.
BKB.
Throw down the shards, but killing this Alchemist twice is pretty much an impossible task, even with the number advantage there, as Miracle's able to jump away. Tier 1 tower will go down there. So even after that bit of a blunder at the top fight around Roche, Infinity, they do find some positive action as soon as they respawn. They get a couple of kills, they get a tier 1 mid.
They're good at punishing overextensions. That's the biggest thing that I've been seeing. Even when they're at deficits, they do capitalize on when a team does overextend pretty nicely. It does help when you have Disruptor to do so with that. And Costabile, does he get the... He got what, the last hit on Sumail, right? So he got a good injection of gold, close to BKB. Always going to be necessary versus that Invoker. And we've seen both times now. The Roars do come out, Knight gets the snowball save. It's just the way that last fight was approached, it wasn't quite enough. Oh, that's a good one. They got the shard on GH. Prime target is Panda this time.
Oh, he's not surviving the Tormentor on this one.
And Costa...
Oh, that was close. Ooh. They're worth the effort there. Imagine if they got the Sunstrike steal. That would have been pretty hype.
Oh my god, imagine you ran into it. That would have been an insane amount of gold for Sumail.
Very close to his BKB, Costabile. Needs it big time to be able to stand toe-to-toe with the cause of Nigma Galaxy in the team fights.
And he needs BKB just to be able to BKB, run in, hit the egg, right?
Yeah,
like that's one of the key things for him to be able to stop in the fights.
Yeah, the egg's quite the problem now, yeah, especially with GH having level 2 of it.
He's high level. I mean, GH is farmed. He even took Iron Talon, so he's going to be looking to farm up even more, and he's going Greaves, plus this mech after the Greaves. Or Greaves after the mech so that he can prevent with this, like, the silence that can come from the puck, so... Durable. So
he's going to get to cast his spells.
Yeah.
Unless indeed Costabile is able to find his way over towards him in the fight.
And Noob actually, okay, cool. He went the Crimson Guard instead of the Pipe in this game. So I guess he's more worried about the Gyro's damage than that magical damage that's going to be coming out early.
No, I think that's pretty fair.
I'm fine with either, yeah.
I like the Crimson better, especially because, you know, he knows that his other two cores, I mean, Sumail's not got it yet, but they've basically got their BKBs, right? So
but, yeah,
they've got their BKBs to save themselves from that.
I agree.
The Crimson, it's indeed just going to make Costabile's presence in the fight very much felt that little less.
Yeah, usually I like the Pipe more in most scenarios, but absolutely, yeah, because the BKBs, they have Mage Slayer as well, too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, totally agree. Good shout. Costabile still not having that BKB. Starting to see that big difference between him and the Alchemist.
A Miracle. Second game this series where he's been able to just steam ahead and farm. This time, obviously, a bit more expected on the Alchemist.
He's going to have the AC, too. So Crimson, AC, they're going to be very protected versus both. All the hybrid damage is coming in.
It is a question of really how much Infinity's actually going to be able to do in these team fights.
And if the puck, you know, if PP is able to get multiple rounds of spells off versus this pesky Lion who has a Blink Dagger and an Eye of Azure, so that cast range is high now.
Things are really coming together here for Nigma Galaxy. And see, Illy's trying to push it out, but they get the jump for the snowball save is there. Buys him a bit of a chance, but the tornado from Sumail lines up perfectly onto the two of them. They burst Illy's over the finger, BKB from Miracle. He's going to try and move over. Costabile's not going to be able to take out the Supernova. He has to run, but the Supernova stun catches him, dies through the BKB. Costabile's gone. This tier 2 tower as well getting beaten down. The fortification has to come into play from Infinity.
Great play. I mean, jumping, forcing the snowball save on the Kunkka. Gyro runs in with BKB to hit Egg, immediately roared by Noob. I don't think he got a single hit onto it.
That's all getting a little bit too much for Infinity in these team fights. Things are really coming together very nicely for Nigma Galaxy. Well, the game 2, it looked pretty smooth now. Game 3, once again, looks like all of the issues that they were having in game 1 completely ironed out.
PP. Is there a follow-up?
Well, the Sunstrike. Cold Snap as well. They'll have to use the Static Storm to keep him safe. Allows PP to get the setup for Omar to go down. And gives him the safety to escape.
Oh,
and the Courier Snipe as well. So
what was it doing there?
Wait, where was it?
Bottom.
Oh, well, that's Sumail's BKB out of the game for 2 minutes.
Did I see? It was bottom, yeah. I mean, it happens, you know. Couriers, as everybody says, when their courier dies, couriers are bugged.
Okay.
It's pretty big.
2 minutes no BKB on him.
I'm pretty sure he saw it as well, that it had a BKB on it, so they're going to try to take advantage of that.
I mean, if they get the chance to get the jump on Sumail because of that Courier Snipe, that's going to be exactly what Infinity need to try and get a bit of a grasp back on this game.
I mean, Sumail just should hide himself probably until that does come out, but you can see Infinity, they're on the prowl.
See who they catch here. I mean, Noob also not a bad one to find. He's pretty tanky.
But if they get the initial stuns...
They've got him on his own. So they'll get themselves the pick off, and Costabile gets the gold.
He's close to Pipe too, so yeah, very good times for them to pick these heroes off and get that courier, of course, too, from Sumail. Can they turn it into anything else? I see immediately the lane's already shoved out, so they'll just have to deal with these lanes. Good aggressive move nonetheless.
I like this as well from Knight, just to blink into the Aghanims.
Yeah.
He knows that the game is speeding up, it's getting a bit rough. They've got to have the tools to try and punish Nigma Galaxy when those inevitable high ground pushes come in. He needs the Aghs ASAP.
Yeah, and there's so much combo capabilities. I mean, with Puck always, the coil into the kick is going to be something that can come in, but kicking heroes out of fights is always just massive. You see a hero come in with BKB and just send him out of there. Prepping themselves for the later stages of the game. I mean, they have a good scaling lineup if they can get to those later stages, if they can start to slow things down. Roche, it'll be a 3-minute respawn too, so it's another one of those long ones. Those benefit, it feels like, Infinity a little bit, but still an advantage for Nigma.
I'll see Miracle next.
He's got Orchid.
Yeah, opting to get that Orchid into Bloodthorn.
This time I'm like, you know, last time I was a little questionable about it, but this time he's versus the Puck. So it can always have that big merit versus it. And there's the Pipe. So quite a bit of damage block that they're going to be having on the side of Nigma. They are spotted by a ward. Great vision so far from Infinity. Can they do anything with this information?
I mean, you would imagine that for Nigma Galaxy, they'll feel that they can make quite the move now. They've got the BKB coming out for Sumail.
Yeah.
He's got now the Dragon Lance on top of it, so great stats. He's pretty tanky on this Invoker.
Oh, he's got both coming.
Yeah.
Imagine they lose that courier.
Well, that would be rough. But I think he's going to be a little bit more careful with the delivery this time.
It's going right through him. They're catching behind with that ward that they have. They see Noob.
They're going to start the fight onto him. Straight away with the opening punch. They're bringing in the burst.
He got the aura off.
He's so tanky. BKB popped by Costabile. They're trying to finish off Noob. He's surviving for a whole lot of his turns with the Roar. He'll finally fall.
Nice snowball.
See if they can get anything in return. Snowball buys some safety for Costabile, but he's got to be careful now with the BKB coming to an end. He's caught by the stun. Deafening blast from Sumail comes in as well. They take out Costabile. Illich trying to hide in the trees, but burns out to Miracle's Radiance.
It's a nice snowball to save them, but then the snowball actually puts them into the ice wall, and I think that he was part of the BKB of the gyro. Although he was roared, it was a nice attempt there from Knight to save them. They have to blow too much to kill him. He gets the Crimson off, he gets the pipe, they don't have the chain stun.
Yeah, the team fight from Nigma Galaxy, it's just so strong.
Yeah, the egg gets down, the Sunray gets put down, you see the gyro pops BKB to want to hit it, and every single time he just gets roared. Noob got everything off, even though he got initiated on.
We'll see the efforts here at the start. I mean, you know, it just took so much and so much time to get that chance back in action.
There's that Orchid.
PP out for a minute. That's Nigma Galaxy. Yeah, beyond that game one, this series, it's looked pretty comfortably theirs. Game two, pretty flawless, and now this game three is very much gearing up, getting close to the point where the chances of Infinity being able to turn this one, they're looking slimmer and slimmer.
Absolutely, especially because that next Roche, that's probably going to be the big decider. 20 seconds, or 15 now. They've got Crimson, they've got Pipe, but their Puck is dead for 30 seconds.
It really is going to...
They're going to kill this fast, too.
Likely come down to the high ground hold.
Yep.
They can get some crazy kickbacks.
How close
Knight
is
in
he?
the Tusk.
He's still a bit a ways away, and he did not get a Philosopher's Stone, so it's going to take him a bit of time to try to farm it. But yeah, this Roche, it's gone.
We'll see how safe Nigma Galaxy want to play this out with the Aegis, because they're definitely in a position where they could go towards that high ground.
Oh, absolutely.
Their push is huge, and their team fight, as we've seen in practice, very hard for Infinity to tackle 5v5.
And it's getting stronger and stronger, too. I believe Sumail, he purchased the Shard just now, so he has the pull-in from the EMP. That's also very pesky in a lot of these fights, especially for supports. SNY picked up, so wanting to reduce some of the duration of these annoying disables, the Roar in particular, on the gyro, but his damage is... He needs that next item, it feels like, to be able to deal enough versus Nigma, because they're always getting their spells off is the issue. They're tanky enough, Noob, they can't burst him in time before he gets all these auras and Roar off.
Infinity, probably no interest in trying to take this fight on this top side of the map out of the base.
Careful. Sumail sees the orb. He can scout him.
He's got the follow-up of Omar behind him. Sumail gets the setup, or vice versa. If Omar gets the jump, they're able to get in. Not
nice
quite
silence.
enough burst. As PP's able to get out. Safety. Strike is going to hit. It's flashy, but won't kill him.
He's set very low, though. They can push this tower off of that.
And they'll send GH back to deal with the bottom wave. Try and get that push round as well, but... Yeah,
Look at this Ice Shaman. Look at it go with the alacrity. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen it have that type of attack speed. Panda. We'll be able to get out.
Still a long time with this Aegis. 3 minutes here. Sumail can lead the way.
They got all the towers off of that, right? They got all the tier 2s off of this Aegis so far. Top, mid, and bottom. And interesting, yeah, they gave Sumail that Aegis. Miracle feeling like he doesn't need it at the moment. Sumail wanting that protection. And his Invoker performance has been pretty flawless in these 2 games.
And for Costabile, feels like he needs a Daedalus and that
maybe
and
that
that good old rapier.
Yeah, starting to feel like he might need that, at least that +1 after Daedalus. or they need some type of, as you mentioned, you know, those high ground kickbacks, which he's gonna have done. The Aghanims is pretty much done for Knight.
It's pretty much it's their best hope right now.
Yes.
When they're down this much, 32 minutes in.
I actually want to see, I said the same thing last time, but I want to see by the shard on the Kunkka as well. A kickback, a tidal wave, just start pulling them into your base when they start to inevitably go for the push.
Omar.
He gets the connection of the stun.
He does. He's able to start playing around with Costabile. It's taking a bit of time for the rest of Nigma Galaxy to get over here, so Costabile should have the chance to escape. He's going to have to pop the BKB. He feels pressured.
Noob, not quite in range. I was waiting to see if he buys a Blink Dagger instantly because of that, but no, he's just going to still go for the safe BKB. Panda looking to just cut waves. He's setting up Thunder Strikes on the left side here. Maybe just try to get information as well, but... They saw Costabile. They see him right now with this ward that Omar plays too, so lots of information. Nigma with that, they're going to potentially threaten some high ground here. So I don't know if they scouted this Tusk Ags though, and he's got the headband. Eyes on Knight.
There comes the push. What have they got, Infinity?
He's going to punt him.
There's the kickback into the snowball. Forces the BKB out straight away from Miracle. As the push keeps coming in from Nigma Galaxy, Miracle pops the Chemical Rage and starts going to work on the tier 3. He's going to get caught now pretty deep as he's getting dragged back into his death. That's him gone for 90. That's the push over Nigma Galaxy.
Another kick.
They're going to get kicked back on Samael. The catch there once again from Knight. Samael, that's the Aegis gone. The Torrent catches onto Noob.
And Noob
they're defending here. Big time Infinity as Noob taken down by Costabile. Now they'll turn back over to Samael for round 2. He'll put the BKB, but he's punched up. Oh, it's a push gone wrong there for Nigma Galaxy.
Quad tip tonight.
Indeed, it's what we talked about. The Ags just, the kickback potential. It caused so many issues there. Puts Miracle in deep. I believe he tries to run, gets glimpsed back, so he has to stay deep.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, they've got to be so much more careful, Nigma Galaxy, when they go for plays like that. And just the fact that they don't just lose Miracle, they lose Samael with the Aegis, and they lose Noob as well.
And now you don't need to unclose Tabile. It's like, okay, now I don't need Rapier. Now I can go my normal build. Now I can go the Satanic and stuff like that. That is everything. That was a absolute complete swing. Even though it's a 6K lead now for Nigma, it feels like Infinity is just completely back in it. Pretty much back to the 50-50 just off of, what, I mean, they kicked all 3 cores.
They did. That's such a painful push for Nigma Galaxy to have go wrong.
Oh, that was sick.
It did start to feel like the game should have been in their hands, and I think they felt that as well. That's why they went for the push in the way that they did. They did not respect the potential for Infinity to absolutely slam that push down.
Knight he didn't show himself. Right? I believe he did earlier with having a point booster in his inventory, but I don't believe that they knew at all that he had the
we'll see the start. You know, great initiation on towards Miracle, forces him to have to BKB very early. And then indeed, yeah, this glimpse back, allowing them to take him out after BKB, and this is the problem, right? You've not got the Aegis on Miracle, you've got it on Samael. Samael getting caught as well. The retreat from Nigma Galaxy is just broken up after these constant catches from Knight, one by one.
And maybe they didn't want that Aegis on Miracle, maybe something like that. But also Miracle, the way that he used BKB and his Chemical Rage, it just allowed the Kunkka to throw Vessel on him at the end of it too. So he reduced all that health regen completely that was coming out. One more slip up like that, and
one more of those,
completely lost control.
Absolutely, the game will be in Infinity's favor.
Yeah, right now it's like it feels a kind of even status, if not maybe slightly for Nigma, but yeah, Infinity, one more of those, and they'll have that advantage. Costabile almost having a Satanic now. Nigma trying to get back to business.
It's risky though. This time around they're doing it, and they won't even have the Aegis on Samael. A minute and 20 until we'll see when it's back up. They may just hold back for that one.
And they'll see the Kunkka there for a second, but the Kunkka now has a full Lotus Orb, and he can buy the Shard now as well if he'd like to. Scary times here for Nigma if they don't get that next Roche, if they don't get this next successful fight. Have to set themselves up for it too. They have to get the preparation around the map soon, because I'm already watching Panda. Look at these wards that they've been able to place in these last few moments too. They're starting to get quite a bit of information. And PP is starting to also, even though he's 1-3-9, Octarine is done. You can never count out how much a puck can do in these games. Gonna look for the smoke. They're gonna try to catch him off guard. But in these last few moments, Infinity has been very nicely prepared. And that's Titanic. It is done.
Let's see where they go. Eyes on mid.
He's got the Tusk behind.
It's a hard target to go on now.
Above, though.
So if they can get Illich, they put him down to half HP. Miracle has to put the BKB, is going to get kicked back. Snowball over as well. The BKB now about to come to an end. So if they've got any further follow-up, the Torrent's there, then Dreamcoil, they're locking down Miracle. He's still very tanky with all the auras coming out from Noob. Another catch and control there with the X mark. Supernova has to come into play. Costabile bringing in the damage though. Miracle getting low. They're taking him out. Miracle's gone. They're going to kick back onto Noob. He's under the tier 3 tower. Knight will fall outside of the base. But Infinity there, PP just jumping in with the silence. Noob, his BKB about to come to an end as Costabile should be able to shoot down the Beastmaster.
They've lost complete control, Owen.
That lead, it's pretty much gone.
That 3K means nothing. That even, if anything, means more of an advantage for Infinity.
Doesn't mean anything at this point. This is Infinity absolutely having the game in their hands now. That failed push top from Nigma Galaxy and that attempt at a team fight gone wrong around the mid.
They just did not have the damage to go through this gyro. He pops Satanic. They control him during it, but it didn't matter. He's just able to stand his ground, get the saves, and those kickbacks again. And Miracle, his damage just really isn't there.
Roshan's going to be theirs. It's going to be theirs. Straight into the pit they go.
Not a little bit of a kill, but...
Okay, I mean, he did buy back, so that is the Tusk out for 90 seconds.
That is true, but they do get this rush.
Yeah, there's just no way for Nigma Galaxy to make the move over here quick enough.
And look what's on it. It's the Aghanims.
Who's taking what? Ags for the puck?
I'm okay with that. You can always you can give it to anybody, honestly. This Ags is super value. He has Parasma, so you probably keep it on the puck, but I wouldn't even hate it on Panda. Maybe he doesn't feel like he needs it, though, at this point. It's not like an Ag Static Storm is a necessary thing.
Let's have a look. People doesn't want to keep it. He wants to keep it, yep. Ags. Free Ags here for the puck.
All right, so now Nigma, it's... I mean, you've lost...
His Mindbreaker as well on puck.
You've pretty much lost all of your timing that you wanted. I'm wondering how they actually have to execute these fights now. I mean, right now they have 40 seconds when the Tusk is dead. So that could be an okay option, even though
I feel like they kind of have to go. I mean, sure, there's the edge, but indeed, like...
It's just difficult.
Tusk has been a huge issue in these fights. You know, Knight coming in with these kicks.
And some of these snowballs. I mean, even when they were behind, he did get some nice snowball plays.
And they're not going to get the chance to punish. Knight's pretty much back up. I mean, Sumail and Omar seeing if they can maybe trip up PP in the mid. It's not happening.
Tusk is coming back. They're coming out to look for the fight. Costabile found the Ancient Guardian, even more damage for him. Sumail did get a Scotty in the last fight, and he found his own Ancient Guardian. So his damage is not anything to scoff at either if he's able to stand his ground and attack. It's just not easy for him to do that. And there's just so much damage mitigation that comes from Rum and Crimson 2. It's much harder to execute now at this point on the side of Nigma. The question is, who do you want to focus fire? You have to get the roar during BKB. Things have gotten way more difficult since this gyro now level 25.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think they've just got to wait out this Aegis.
Infinity's going to look for the fight, though. Lane's not in the absolute best of position here. Costabile will shove bottom.
Maybe they can find a pick-off. Indeed, into the Aegis. Can they take him down twice before the team gets there?
They need the Alchemist there. Miracle is not there.
That's true, and they're being very careful about trying to make the move because they feel that there's likely going to be backup behind him. Maybe they can shut off the backup connecting with Costabile.
They're trying to, but they're taking the safe route. Omar?
Uh-oh. He's going to get the Hex and the stun off. Sumail and Miracle jumping in. They're looking towards Panda, though. Get him. They'll be able to bring Panda down, and now over towards Costabile. They take him down very quickly the first time. Illich turns with a combo. Sumail able to keep out to the side. Here's round 2 for Costabile. Miracle's in with the BKB. Panda brought back for this. An immediate dieback. That's the disruptor out. Now they'll turn over towards this gyro. Miracle's in on top of him. Snowball comes out in return. Noob put the BKB. They'll get the kickback onto Miracle, but Sumail is getting a lot of damage done. A further buyback comes in from Illich though, and PP's able to jump in onto Sumail. Miracle and Noob left behind here as they should have the cleanup Infinity. Missile heading over towards Miracle. Snowball to dodge the concoction. Infinity, they have to use the 2 buybacks, but it allows them to very securely take this team fight. They catch Noob as well. Triple kill for PP as they're going to be ready to push it down mid.
PP and Costabile are just too big at this point. Look at the damage. It's literally like a 2v5, it almost felt like. They did 20,000 damage just between that gyro and the puck. There's good control and stuff that comes out, of course, from the Kunk, and a lot of damage soaked, but yeah, these two just dishing out the deeps. Nigma. They've lost it. I mean, the timings are just all shot. Just these kickbacks, they were everything. 8,000 gold on the gyro.
Nigma Galaxy, they had their difficulties trying to push the base of Infinity. We'll see how, if there's going to be any difficulties for Infinity when they're going high ground now. And with the lead they have, definitely doubts of what Nigma Galaxy can do to stop these sort of pushes. They're holding off with the buybacks at the moment.
They're they have 6,500 on the puck, 9,000 on the gyro.
And they're getting these buildings easily. The bottom set taken away, the mid set to fall. Nigma Galaxy, they have at least that tier 2 tower top, so it looks like they'll be able to hold off on using their own buybacks.
The Wisdom even stolen by Panda there. Omar is also spotted. His team's connecting.
Is there any way out of this for Omar?
Oh, he actually gets a blink off because the Glimmer.
Turns with the stun. And I'll jump in. They'll get the kick back again. Oh. And,
kicking a glimpse.
Into glimpse, yeah. That's the tier 2 falling. Infinity lining things up to go for the final set of racks. Go for the mega creeps.
And now that Scotty finished up for gyro. Eden consuming his Aghanims too. So much stronger, so much tankier, and will be able to just shred the Alchemist as well. More than even before.
Can they slow this down, Nigma Galaxy? What have they got? Miracle's going to jump in.
Blocked by Lincolns.
20 seconds until Omar's back up. Knight jumped in, looked for a kickback. Didn't get the connection this time. Throwing on to Noob. Noob having to put the BKB, turns with a roar. Miracle steps up as well. They got the Sunstrike coming in on towards Costabile, but the Snowball comes out. They turn over towards Noob. The connection's there. They're able to get Costabile back out safely. So he can take out Noob, get away from the rest of the jump that Nigma Galaxy try to go with him. I mean, Knight is really... He's been the be-all and end-all of this game. He kept it going with the defense up top, and now these plays, this Tusk, it's a nightmare for Nigma Galaxy to deal with.
Just every single time. I think even when they were behind, he was getting the snowballs during most of these roars. Just now when they have this advantage, you can see how much of a bigger benefit it has. All 3 BKBs used from Nigma, and they can't persist to even get any of these kills.
It's just going to get harder and harder. He's just picked up the Lotus, so
tanky.
Another thing just to mess around with any sort of way that Nigma Galaxy want to jump on him or any of his teammates.
And he's just throwing the buff onto Costabile, so the damage is massive. They're going to look to close it out. Looking for this next final fight. They have that ward on the high ground. I believe they saw Omar getting outside. Sumail also does not have BKB here. If they catch him too, PP, he's in. And they found Sumail.
They do. He's going to be going down.
They initially didn't even know that Sumail was there.
I was going to say...
He ghost walked under the ward, but Omar kind of walked into him.
Well, no, I think Omar got glimpsed, right?
Yeah,
and then Sumail walked to where Omar was getting glimpsed back to, and that then meant that he got jumped.
Yeah, because the puck has the gem. Bit unfortunate for them, but Infinity striking where it matters most. 60 seconds, no Invoker.
There's the push. He's going to have to use the buyback here.
PP, full refresher. Level 25. Good luck fighting into this. Have to get some type of, I don't know, wild wraparounds, or I don't even know at this point because your damage is just not there. 25 is hit on Alchemist, but it doesn't give you too much.
Costabile.
Waiting to see what he does when
he can kind of do what he wants for
He can do
money.
Swift Blink, replace the boots.
He's chilling.
He can do whatever he wants. They have so much gold.
have a Yule Scepter on Noob, so at least a way to try and deal with these Lincolns. Here's the smoke.
And maybe survive that initial burst that keeps coming out. Smoke out.
It's risky. They're fully set up around this ward, Infinity. Just so hard for Noob to make any sort of initiation with the fact that Knight is always going to have that save if they don't see him.
Yeah, it gets to the point where it's like, you're like, do I roar Tusk? But you can't do that. You know, it's just not a possibility. Knight also finding a telescope. He already had a headband, but this is going to make it even easier for him. What do you do here? It's starting to feel like they need some type of desperation rapiers or something. They just don't have the best of carriers.
Actually, yeah, they really don't. They really don't.
And at their base, they don't have any type of, you know, Tusk kick, Bat Rider lasso, tiny toss kind of function to reposition anybody if they do overextend. Alright, he'll just queue up Butterfly. Sure, why not?
The evasion's going to be pretty nice this game.
Yeah, there's a Blackthorn, but whatever.
I guess that's true. Yeah, but that should easily be dealt with the amount of dispels and saves they've got. Okay, and kept himself okay.
I thought he was going to do Swift Blink just so he can just blink in and start just like jump up at the deeps. But it's fine.
Could have got rid of the boots then.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, we'll get rid of the boots either way.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
Just wants damage. Playing it safe, playing it smart. Roche does respawn. They can back up for it. Very difficult for Nigma to get out there as well, too. It's going to die fast. They're going to try to smoke.
There's no way they get it in time.
Doesn't feel like it, no.
This Roche is going to die so quickly to the damage the Costa Bile has. Got an amplified damage rune in the hands of Miracle. And this Roshan, it's going to be gone long before Nigma Galaxy are anywhere close. Who's taking this Axe?
Give it a Panda. Why not now? He's got the blink, too, for the setup.
The Nigma Galaxy still want to try and do this.
They have to amp damage, so they're trying to catch someone split off guard.
Costa Bile has the Aegis. Maybe they can jump Knight.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. They'll get the roar off onto Costa Bile. They're not going to be able to bring him down, though. Not even the one. So they have got PP. They drop everything onto him. Immediate buyback comes out from PP. Supernova.
Back in.
Got successfully, but the jump in there from Knight has to control the setup onto Noob. Noob before they get the drag back as well onto GH, the two of them out. The rest of Nigma Galaxy do manage to retreat and get out of here. They have buybacks available on Noob and GH.
Hey, it's a decent little catch, right? Just catching them off guard there. It started really awkward walking into the creep wave, but at least they'll catch PP once. But 68 seconds, probably forced to buy back to hold this final rack.
Yeah, at the least, yeah. Infinity's going to come in hard with this push. There's the first buyback coming out from Noob.
Oh, and they've hit 25 now on the Kunkka. Give them the Wisdom Rune.
There's GH as well with his buyback. Of course, the ultimate's still on cooldown. 70 seconds until Supernova. The Roar's going to be back up.
Omar and Miracle looking for the wrap on the side. They're already scouting it. PP blinks in to check. He'll reveal them.
Infinity. Costa Bile's ready to step up once more. Quite a fair bit of damage. Burning through Costa Bile, not quite enough to take the Aegis out of his hands. Sunstrike, gonna hit. Not enough though. He'll be able to heal up with the Satanic. Keep that Aegis safe still. They do have to play a little careful with the respect that PP did buy back. They don't want to risk losing their puck. That would be one of the little ways that maybe Nigma Galaxy can keep this game alive.
The racks, the final one.
Well, there's the jump.
And
they're in to get the kick back on the Noob. They get the setup. He's going to be able to buy himself some safety with the Yule Scepter. Costa Bile actually gets caught by the jump by Miracle. They're taking the Aegis out of the hands of the Gyro, but Noob, he's out without buyback. Jump over PP in with the Dream Call. Costa Bile standing ground with Miracle. Miracle attempts to turn and fight back, but now he has to run with the range of the BKB. He has to retreat. Samel gets kicked back. He's out for good. And Miracle, he gets dragged back in as well. Goes down. He has buyback himself, but no buyback on Noob. No buyback on Miracle. The Mega Creeps are out. Infinity stepping up to the tier 4s as they'll have maybe one more fight here, Nigma Galaxy, but it's going to be 3 versus 5. What can they do? GH has the Supernova back up. Going to get caught by the silence. glimpse back on a GH. The egg's out. But Costabiles is turning, looking to take it out. It's a good stop from Omar into the Hex.
Snowball again.
The snowball indeed there to dodge the Supernova stun. Costabile bringing out the damage with a flag. Takes down Miracle. And now onto the Ancient. GG is called. Infinity will be pushing on in the tournament as they take out Nigma Galaxy 2-1.
I don't think there's any time you can say that there's a bigger MVP in a game. Knight coming in as clutch as possible.
Absolutely. Knew exactly what he had to do this game when things were looking a little rough earlier. Gets the blink and then just immediately starts farming that Aghanims to begin the beginning of the turnaround. That top push could not have gone any worse for Nigma Galaxy. All three of their cores, also with somehow having Aegis, all getting caught out one by one because of the way that Knight was kicking things off.
Yeah, it was, I mean, beautifully done, and the beautiful way that he started with it was he hit himself, right? I think they maybe saw the point booster earlier, but then in the that high ground push, he was hiding in the trees, waiting for a second, and boom. All it takes is the one when you can get 3 cores like that. Beautiful plays and a big MVP for Knight.
Absolutely incredible stuff here from Infinity coming in with this comeback in Game 3, and with that taking the series and moving on 2-1 today, taking out Nigma Galaxy.
Infinity moving forward, and I'm sure that we're gonna relive certain moments here with you guys on the panel. Let's start simple though. Let's start at the beginning, or at least, you know, the start of the game where everything went well for Nigma Galaxy. They looked like it started fairly slow this time around, but it looked like that they were gonna do it.
Yeah, I was looking at the game, I saw Miracle, and by far the highest net worth hero in the game. Like, all right, this is just another Miracle game. He's going to breeze through it. He's going to get an Aegis. They're going to end the game. That's what they thought, at least. And then, yep, this happened. They did have the Aegis, Miracle's top net worth. And then everything just... This is why you don't go high ground against Tusk with Ags, Disruptor. Like, all these repositioning heroes are the reason why going high ground is not a good idea.
Yeah, and for Nigma, just again... The communication, the pressure, the moment, of course they're a new team, but it got to them. And that's why for Infinity, I think it is so cool to see that when you put your carry in that scaling position, you respect him, you trust him, and then you're eventually going to get there. And there are, of course, with Tusk, in the back of your mind, there's always that moment, like, what if he goes Aghanims? What if he makes that big play? And just the confidence, like the entire time, even when they're behind, it's like, guys, they can clearly see a point in which they can win, just stall, wait, and then eventually Nigma cracked under the pressure and Infinity were ready to capitalize.
And this fight, it was still at the moment where we thought maybe Nigma Galaxy can take it back, but this fight ended up being the proverbial nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I think in this particular fight, the puck is the one that sealed it for me. Because like PP was in the back lines, they're just getting all the kills off onto the supports. You think you're winning this fight, but you're really not because you haven't addressed this puck. And over time, the longer these fights go, the shorter duration your BKBs are. And once your BKBs go down, then the fight's pretty much over.
It helps because, you know, PP's just going in to then buy time for Costabile to then enter the fight as well. Like, this entire highlight is built around where's the gyrocopter? Oh wait, we've used the roar, we've used our auras, and then gyrocopter enter the fight. Like, I think having that layering of aggression is exactly what you want to see with, I think currently in what we're seeing in the kind of the mini meta from PGL Wallachia, but that is the recipe for success at the moment, and they were able to utilize it very nicely.
Ooh, I see a scary scoreline that I think we're gonna highlight a little bit more fear when we talk about Nigma Galaxy.
This wasn't supposed to be a negative thing at the beginning, but
okay, but it kind of turned into it because Beastmaster's been the hero of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean it started well. That's the thing, right? It started well, but eventually it didn't end well. So yeah, I mean, Noob, I felt like he did pretty well in this one. You kind of see the itemization he went for. He had the early pipe with the Crimson Guard, with the Helm Dom. Everything was going really well, and I did like how he played like the first like 20 minutes of this game. But unfortunately, it's kind of the nature of the hero as well. Like, when things do start going poorly, this hero doesn't have a comeback mechanic. It's really built around these timings, these auras, and trying to find a way to just like end the game. And they maybe felt pressure to do so, and that's why that high ground attempt did happen. But you are playing versus overwhelming team fight, and unfortunately for Noob, he did die a lot yet again.
Painful, T.
I mean, there's not really much to say. It's pretty rough from Noob in that front, and I think when you do see kind of like the battle of the auras, it's like which fight you're taking, where it is, and I think Kunkka, at least based from like TI, like the high ground of Kunkka is extremely strong. It's something you have to respect because torrents, boats, like you have auras that you buy, but also the fact that you can bring this defensive position stuff. It's like Beastmaster is really good on open map, and he falls off a little bit when he goes to high ground because you can't always roll the guy underneath a tier 4, right? It's kind of difficult. That's where Kunkka does excel.
Yeah, he did excel. I thought someone that also excelled the whole series, we saw him on the same hero. It was Panda on Disruptor, who right now Nomad has a chance to talk to.
Yes, I'm here with Panda, and we're going to have a little conversation about that game. I mean, firstly, not just getting the win here, but also the win against, Nigma team, very, very legendary players. How does it feel to come out with this victory?
I'm really hyped. First time playing against Bad Chess Miracle, so I'm really happy, and it was a win, so I'm really hyped about it.
Absolutely. And how did you feel coming into this series? What was the team's kind of expectations, and did everything kind of go how you were expecting it to?
I mean, we came to this tournament with no expectations at all. We felt like we were improving with every series. I think we formed this stack like a week ago for qualifiers in SA. We did horrendous because it was just a stack. And we got invited to this tournament, and we played fine, I guess, for the first games. We almost beat Azure Ray. It was kind of close series with Nouns, and we're starting to improve.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's an understatement. You guys are looking better each time we see you. What do you think the secret is then to kind of improving and getting better?
I think it's all about my lucky sandals.
Can we take a look at Panda's incredible lucky sandals here, which he's rocked up in for this fantastic... No? Okay. Well, they're beautiful shark sandals we have on. And yeah, so you put those on and we started winning?
Yeah, I did it against... I was like... coming with the sneakers here is kinda... I don't know, it's kinda hot in the room. So I need to be comfy to win.
I see it. Yeah, I see. The sandals certainly helping out. Well, let's talk about the series a little bit. I mean, we had the Disruptor coming out from you quite a lot with the sort of interesting wall facet there. What do you think about this wall facet? Is it that good that you're just going to pick it every game?
It's game dependent. In one game I chose the other one, but I don't know. I just it's really fun to make a wall. It's so fast. Like in the second game, I was surprised. They were diving with 3 heroes, and we got a kill because the wall was so broken.
I see. So you're still learning new stuff as you go and adapting and getting better. And I guess that's what it takes to, make these improvements on the fly and hopefully make a deep run here at this tournament. So now you're 2-2. What do you think you've been doing really, really well here? And what do you think you still need to improve on?
We still need to improve about our shot calling in game. Like everyone is calling a hero and we're focusing on other heroes, so fights are really messy for us. But in this game, it was not messy at all. So we improved on that, and we still have a long way to go.
Still have a long way to go, but definitely on the path to a potentially deep run here. I hope to see it, Panda. You guys have been fantastic to watch. What a series coming out from you guys. We'll be sending it back to the panel.
Thank you for that, Panda and Nomad. What a fantastic series indeed. Very action-packed, very kill-heavy, and I think this third game that we just saw definitely awards the MVP to, sorry, Panda, tonight. It has to happen. His Tusk was the reason why they were able to make a comeback. He nailed that one. And to further highlight the fact that he did, we got T standing by to just really, really zoom in on what was happening.
Yeah, of course. So we're going to talk about Knight with the Tusk. He was the kind of the key factor in why they kicked off the comeback. But we have to respect the fact that Nigma, they go high ground because of the fact that the BKB is on cooldown for 56 seconds, on the gyrocopter, right? And then in regards to the lineup of Nigma, they have everything available, right? They've got the Crimson, they've got the Pipe, there's Egg. They have all the tools to be able to break the high ground. But if we fast forward a little bit, you can already see, Tusk, here's the reveal, the kickback. It causes Nigma to have to think in the moment, like, what are we going to do? How are we going to save our Alchemist? Well, it doesn't matter because he uses the BKB, he runs away from the X, but there's multiple layers to repositioning. There's the Disruptor, he now uses the Glimpse. And this is where, sure, we're praising the Tusk with the kickback, but the Kunkka with the Torrent, as you see, whoop, look at this, bam! He hits a clutch torrent on the Beastmaster and the Phoenix, preventing the Egg, which is often the key way to stop people going on your hero, right? Egg's gonna pop, you're gonna die probably, so the torrent prevents the aura is getting pressed by Noob, then the Sunray is getting used by Phoenix after the fact, and then Miracle goes down. But I have to say, the fact that Noob goes this entire fight, where's the zoom? Here it is. Look at this, boys. The fact that the entire fight he did not press Crimson or Pipe at all. They are still available. Look, ready? Look at this. There's no cooldown indicator. There's nothing. But that's because the torrent from the Kunkka prevented the initial usage. And the fact that no one jumped in after, over-aggressive from Nigma. Alchemist, sure, going in, not respecting the Kunkka, the Disruptor, and the Tusk. But then Noob not using his auras. Phoenix not getting the egg off. It's a lot of layers going wrong, but Kunkka, MVP, second to the Tusk, because he stopped everything from happening. And in the moment, Nigma, their communication disappeared, their ability to fight disappeared, and their ability to win the game disappeared. Back to the panel.
Their spots in the tournament disappeared. That's what happened. It's elimination series, and it's a brutal, harsh world out there, Fear. But we said it at the very start of the show: competition, eliminations, part of it.
It definitely is, and I think for Nigma, they're realizing that you can't just make roster swaps very easily and just get away with it. And unfortunately for Noob, this is a learning experience. I think they went into this roster, at least hopefully, realizing this is going to be a transitional period where you got to just get the experience under your belt.
Yep. Then you got to continue grinding it out and getting everything smoothed out. And we'll see them again another time somewhere else, but not here for PGL Wallachia as they get eliminated. Infinity move forward. They don't get the next stage just yet. There is another series awaiting for them in 2 days' time. They'll go up against another team with a 2-2 score. We're moving on to our next elimination series. We are going to watch ourselves some top-tier Dota 2 between Beast Coast and Liga team. And before we get there, we're going to listen to MOUZ, who is under focus fire from Slacks.
Hey everybody, I am here with MOUZ from Beast Coast, and we're going to do some fun little content. This is called Focus Fire, okay?
Focus Fire.
Focus Fire, that's right. That's going to be some trauma from the recent Wind Ranger carry, I know, but stay with me here. I'm going to ask you questions about Dota, trivia questions. You got to try to answer as many as possible in 90 seconds. Okay. These could be about anything. If you don't know, I recommend you just give a terrible answer and we can move on quick. It's about quantity, not quality, all right? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you confident? Are you a big Dota trivia guy?
No. Let's go.
We'll do what we can. All right, are you ready to start that timer? Let's start in 3, 2, 1, go. How many heroes are in the game?
100.
No, wrong, way off, 125. What hero has the talent plus 252 damage?
Regis.
10, that's right. What did Yatoro change his name to earlier this year? Correct. Weaver's time lapse sends you back in time. How many seconds does it send you back?
5.
Correct. What year was Void Spirit added to the game?
2000.
2000?
No idea.
No, wrong. Okay, no. How long does an observer ward last? You should get this.
7 minutes. No, 6 minutes.
I gotta go with the 7. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. It was 6. Name one item that builds into Oblivion Staff.
Mage Layer.
That's incorrect. No, Mantle of Intelligence, Blitz Knuckles, and Sage's Mask.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Shadow Shaman and Lion both have the same spell. What is it called?
Hex.
That's right. What kind of damage does Witch Doctor's Death Ward do?
Physical.
Used to be. It's pure now. Who has the facet Krill Eater?
Krill Eater?
Krill Eater.
Krill Eater?
Yes.
Doom.
Doom? No, it's Tidehunter. Which hero has the highest strength gain?
Axe.
Axe, no, Primal Beast. What is the most expensive item to build in the game?
Divine Rapier.
No.
I don't remember.
It's Wind Waker. I'm so sorry. You did pretty well though.
No, I don't think so.
No, not really, but I'm trying to you did get a few of them, but we did kind of attack you, but I have to say, we will see how you do against the other pro players, but I'm quite impressed by your unbelievably raw 2,000. You say? Oh, what can you do?
said it's not about quality. So
that's right. It's about quantity.
You said it, yeah.
You didn't do well on either, but that's okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. You did wonderful, and we'll catch you next time on Focus Fire.
We've got Liga Team and Beast Coast, and they are almost ready to go for a best-of-3 elimination on the line in this Swiss group stage for PGL Wallachia. And I want to focus our attention first on Liga Team, because this is a squad that is fairly unique, because they have 3 stand-ins, which is pretty unusual, but they still were able to do fairly decently, I feel like, this event so far. Fear, they have taken every series to 3 games.
Yeah, at the very beginning, they looked incredibly strong, and to my opinion, they've tapered off a little bit. And I think a lot of their success early on had to do with Crystallis and him bringing back the classics, right? It was the Monkey King, the Razors, and now teams are like, I remember this. How do we counter this? We just ban it in the first phase, and I really think Crystallis is going through it again of trying to like find another hero pool for himself, and he's not unfamiliar with this situation, and I think he's more well-equipped right now to deal with it too, but I definitely think he is like the pillar stone for this team right now and how he's been performing.
I mean, this is a team where, because there are 3 stand-ins, surprise factor is key. You know, you enter on day 1, it's like, we have no idea what this is going to do. There's no real, scrim research or understanding. There's no public information. You have to go on, what do they play in pubs? How are they going to merge? Like, you don't know. And unfortunately for Nouns, they were the team that had to go against them first. So it's like they had to take the L for Tundra to do well, for IG to do well, right? But I think they are aggressive. They win lanes. They break the map. They just don't have the discipline to truly go high ground, just like we saw Nigma do as well. They can't go high ground, and often Liga, a lot of their complications are when they get to that tier 3. It is a slippery slope.
Yeah, let's focus our attention then on their opponents and see how you feel they're doing, because this is a team that does have 1 stand-in. It was a fairly last-minute stand-in, getting Whisper instead of Vitali. The team itself didn't make any changes in their roster before coming here, obviously, other than the stand-in. But these 4 players playing together have been playing together for quite some time. But they're also in this position, T. They also have struggled. They're also only 1 series that they have been able to win, which was yesterday against Apex to avoid elimination.
Yeah, I think it kind of feels like they are a couple tournaments away from truly learning their power level. And right now, they're in a pretty good spot to beat out Liga and learn it relatively quickly, but they're a team that's been locked away for some time. They did have they're at TI, right? They got 13th, 16th.
Yeah.
So they had they didn't do very well. That's a better way of phrasing it, at TI. So
there were 16 teams. They were 13th, 16th.
Yeah. Okay, true. They did come last. But it's like, the point is, they've always been wanting more experience. They now suddenly got a lot of experience in the last couple months. And I don't have high expectations for them at this event, but I do hope that within the next 6 months, this is when they truly show what they can. But again, Liga, the stand-in team, it's a pretty good series to get some confidence from.
Yeah, I think Beast Coast has some interesting prospects, though.
Yeah,
on the roster. Like El Micho is the position 4 player, and I remember talking to Liquid a little about it as well. They just talk about him. They think he's a good player, right? Even like at TI, they're like, okay, he looks pretty good. This is someone to look out for, and he's making waves and within like the international scene.
Yeah, very cool to see. When we are looking at these 2 teams and the matchup of them, we are also, especially so for this series, looking at the mid matchup with Lumpy and Atlantic there, Tigo.
Yeah, quite the matchup. And they kind of play the same way to some degree. They like to be active on the map. They like to be very vocal, but their heroes are different, right? You've got Atlantic, who is doing pucks, quaps, and Ursula. It's like they get in and out of the fight, super annoying. And then for Lumpy, I think the key thing is like the Kotl and the Shaker. Shaker takes a little bit more time to come online, but very annoying. And Kotl, we haven't really seen him mid at all, but suddenly Lumpy's doing as well. But I think playstyle-wise, they're similar. Heroes, completely different, other than, of course, the top 2.
Yeah, we'll see how they fit into the style of the games that are coming our way in just a second. As we are in the draft, we got Liga Team on the Dire side for game number 1, Beast Coast on the Radiant side, and first pick going the way of Liga Team. In terms of the bans, nothing too surprising just yet, other than the heroes that we mentioned being first phase banned out against Crystal, as the Monkey King is still in. Is that something to look out for, or is that okay?
Just something to be prepared for.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Like if you should know that you're leaving it, so therefore you should have some answers. And I rate Monkey King carry pretty low right now because there's a lot of ways to deal with it, but it is something that they can play mid to.
How would you rate it in mid lane? Because I feel like there was an explosive period where it goes to mid. Like Atlantic, when there was like a temporary secret roster that he played on, and like mid Monkey King was really annoying to deal with just because of how quickly you get like double Wraith Band, corrosion, treads, or whatever, and you break into the map.
I think mid Monkey King is better than carry Monkey King, especially if you're playing it blind. Because I think what they showed at TI, where it was pretty popular, right, is when you played the mid Monkey King, no matter how poorly your lane went, it didn't matter. You just used Samian Stride to get across the map and gank the enemy carries or offlaner, and you'd make a name for yourself on the map like that. And from carry, you can't really do that as much. You want to be able to farm. You're not going to have the levels necessarily. So, I mean, Zantic is also a Monkey King player too. So that is something that I think this team can really thrive on and doing, especially on second pick primarily, just having some flex pick Monkey King. On first pick, probably not so good.
And often we don't really see many Naga Siren games to have to really talk about the hero, but
yeah, I've been trying to look that up, actually. What happened to this hero?
Like 2 or 3. I mean, it keeps getting banned. And some it does get fully ignored in, but personally, I feel like it is a beatable hero as long as you don't draft a lineup that needs to take that one fight. If you're locked into that one stun to open up that engagement, then of course the song reset will break your entire concept. But if you have a lot of skirmishing fight, like a Sand King, for example, where it's like, I blink, I Barrow Strike, I go, and then eventually hit the epicenter maybe after song, that type of style can deal with an Naga Siren. So I'm hoping at least for Beast Coast, they do go for a super aggressive, relatively low cooldown lineup.
Well, starting off strong with that with Enchantress. This is a hero that can use the Twin Gates very well. It used to be like the ultimate lane securing support, but like I haven't really seen that in most of the games. It hasn't really felt like, oh, I have Ench, now the lane is completely over. But it is very annoying to play against with the facet where you take damage, the wisps keep coming out, you feel almost unkillable at a point in the game, where I think this hero has like this transitionary period where you're tanky, and then at some point you get a Dragon Lance, maybe you can get that Moon Shard, and now you're like a damage dealer. So this hero is pretty strong.
It's a good backup to have, just in case, if you need your supports to turn into a core. Got you covered. All right, so we got ourselves a couple bans coming in, with the Invoker being one of them.
I like it. We just saw how Nigma was able to utilize it in game 2, like the speed of the play. Had to reference the correct game, just to be safe.
Of course.
Yeah.
Not to say it looked bad in game 3 either. Like the hero is top tier right now. Like this Invoker, Puck. I mean, pretty much all of Zantic's hero pool is the meta right now.
Yeah,
like,
very true.
His whole hero pool.
He is like rank 60. Like Zantic is a very volatile ranked player, where he'll go from top 50 and then he'll pub his way to like top 300 within a week. And that obviously is like 2,000 MMR difference. But he keeps going up and down, up and down. But right now,
not like he's like riding the patch notes. Like his heroes get buffed.
Pretty much.
Well, it's a good patch for him from what I'm observing. So
I mean, he's on land, clearly.
Clearly, yes. But yeah, I think moving forward on both lineups here, these are probably your position 5s, right? And the Monkey King does get banned out, so they're going to make sure that they don't have that flex going straight into the Luna. We've seen this hero time and time again. I think there's been one answer to Luna that I feel like really devastates the hero, and that's like a late pick Enigma. But you have an Enchantress now, so it's a matchup that Enigma can't really play into. Just steal an Eidolon, send it on the other Eidolons, kind of deals with it by himself. So yeah, I don't know. Luna is the hero that if you can't like slow its farm down or infiltrate its stacks, it just gets away for free. However, if you can pressure it, use the gate, they're going to take the Nigma anyway, they don't really care. But if you can't manage to do that, like this hero will get free farm, so you have to pressure it.
Yeah, I was expecting Liga to potentially go for, like, actually they banned out SD themselves, but like Centaur +1 would have been a good way to play into Luna that lane can kill. But of course, Toby, a specialty of his is the Enigma. And we even saw when they lost the series yesterday, the Enigma still crushed the lane. He had a really early drum, he was getting kills, he progressed the map. Their draft just stalled out a bit that we never saw Enigma really pick up after. But I think in regards to win lane against Luna, Enigma, Willow, they should be able to do it.
We'll have to see. I mean, I literally just sitting here saying that, oh, you can't do this Enigma anymore, you have Enchantress, but it is definitely not a free Enigma game. Typically, I see like, a Treant Protector and Luna lane, and then all of a sudden you pop out the Enigma, like, neither of these heroes can hit the Eidolons whatsoever, so.
Based on what you were saying, of course, because Ench and Enigma, not to repeat it, but like, the real question is, if Liga are just picking this anyways, surely they've got a way that they've played the matchup enough times that they're like, okay, this is how we'll beat it. So I'm excited to see if Liga's got a different way to approach the Ench Enigma lane, and I'm ready to learn if there is some really cool thing that they have. So all eyes on that lane at the start of the game.
Yeah, and then we have the Pango now. I really like this Pango, like the new facet. I say the new facet people are choosing, which gives you faster turn rate, more duration, versus the Naga Siren, because she'll often use the sleep to either disengage or just, you know, give people a reset to think about how we want to take this fight. And he's just rolling through, knocking down bowling pins the whole time.
Canceling TPs, it's great.
And it's really good stuff right there. And Snapfire, it's become a staple at this point, just one of the better position 4s into the game right now. We do have the flex potential with the Pangolier. It could go either way here. So I like it. It looks pretty good so far for both teams.
Yeah, very different style from the previous series that we watched, though, I feel. Not as heavy focus on team fights, even though both teams have got that as well, especially, of course, with the Enigma. Storm Spirit now coming out for Xantic.
It's punishing. It's really punishing. The Storm Spirit, the double support duo will never really be able to kill him in the game. Early on, pre-6, there's good rotation potential where Ench and Snapfire, they collapse in the Storm Spirit, they can kill him off, but as the game progresses, the Storm will just get even harder to kill. And that's where I think Liga should be very happy with what they have, right? Like once they break into the game, you got pick-off potential, you got, you know, you can reset the fight, you have the no real counter to Black Hole at the moment once he's got to like blink BKB. So I think Liga are pretty happy that they got plenty of early fight, the scaling. I think with Beast Coast, it's enable the Pangolier. I think that's going to be the key theme here. And I'm hoping, we don't see it too often, but there was a very brief period where mid-Pangos would go Orchid. I think this is a game where, you know, one cheap item into Orchid, keep punishing the Storm, keep shutting him down. As you roll past, you can, you know, cancel the Enigma Black Hole pre-VKB. Like, I think that would be a pretty cool item choice, but again, we don't see it too often.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate it. It's definitely something worth considering. If they do want to put it mid, do you think there's still an option for Whisper to potentially play this as a carry? Or not as a carry. I mean, typically the carry,
he carries from the off
no
lane,
matter
yes,
where he's at, so that's pretty natural as an off laner.
I mean, he does, like, they do have last pick, right? So they can, you know, they can choose.
Yeah.
For Liga at least, they need to pick up a carry. They need Crystallis to find his hero.
I mean, the heroes I've seen him do best on this tournament have been obviously Razor, Monkey King, and Shadow Fiend, and none of which are in the pool.
Would you...
sorry, Alchemist was good for him too.
How would you feel with going back for Medusa again? It's a hero that's rising in popularity in the tournament. There's no real map progression available from Beast Coast to invade the jungle and stop her from farming. They can poke her a couple of times, but like they're not losing towers, so... Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike it. I think I'm in a weird spot with Medusa right now. Like, I don't know the entire power spike of this hero, but it looks like she's becoming more and more prevalent in this meta and looks incredibly strong in all the games I've seen. So yeah, I see why not. I don't see why not. I was looking at that and I was like, Morph is probably the best pick, but yeah, that got banned out, obviously. They banned Weaver, probably for the same reasons why they picked Storm. No mobility, canceling right now. They don't have good lockdown. So Medusa is a hero that doesn't really abuse that, but it would be a good front line in which you also need if you are Team L1 right now. They do want that front liner, as like Storm doesn't want to do it. Enigma wants to sit back if possible too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's not the hero that actually enables other people to do well. Like, there's no soak for the anything. Like, when you use Song, you want someone to be near death to then Song to feel good, right? You don't want a Song. I mean, technically with Enigma, you can actually Song to start the fight, right? Because it's like, oh, they're out of position, let's go. But no, I think Medusa would be the pick myself.
Yeah, either Medusa or some like strength frontline type of carry could be good, but there's a lot of carry bans right now. So
There are.
The Shad Lifestealer that we got to see revealed yesterday.
I mean, they banned Doom, which seems weird if they want to or if they want the Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, these are. If you go back in time, anti-Lifestealer heroes, kinda, not really. I don't know.
I mean, Lifestealer did get buffed, you know. Yeah. We saw a game of it.
I'm on the fence. I've not seen enough of it to constantly
carry,
go.
The other Dutch carry,
exactly,
does it too, you know.
They play the Dutch in-house league and
like Lifestealer doesn't Bloodseeker.
He loves Bloodseeker.
He's against a Pango.
Yeah, he might see it as like, guys, this is the one.
Oh no!
It will be a troll instead, though. How do we feel this one fits in?
I'm always like. 99% of the time, I'm always very neutral towards a troll pick. I'm like, it's troll. It's going to do Roche. It's going to hit buildings. It's going to be a frontline type of hero. But the problem with this hero typically is just that it gets kited very easily. You do have a last pick here to also somewhat address it if possible. I wonder what Whisper will be looking at. He has a very diverse hero pool, so he could pick just about anything to deal with this. It really just turns... It's up to him on what he wants to do in this situation. I'd love to see like a Bat Rider or something. Like bring out something. One
The
of his
Whisper
classics
Bat. We're
that could
going
get
in
him,
full classic mode
really
here.
aggressive, right?
And then he does turn into the carry. I would not be opposed to that. That being said, we don't really see a lot of core bats lately, unfortunately.
That's why it'd be fun.
That's why it would be fun.
It would be fun, but I'd be worried that it's too in the moment for that one
Too
kickoff.
fun?
And with Naga Siren, fun is not allowed.
That is so true. Yeah. He'll go with a very not fun hero.
Yeah,
no fun allowed on this one.
Which is, again, it fits the bill, right? Of you're tanky, you have cheap spells, you don't really care about taking that one fight, you can take multiple fights. And kiting Troll is the key thing here. There wasn't a lot of kite available for Beast Coast. You had, Cookie from Snapfire. And other than that, there's no real major nuisance form for Troll to really care about once he hits up a BKB.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know. I actually, you know what? I think Beast Coast have just the right amount of tools to deal with a Troll in the late game. But there's something about Liga's draft which is so scary. Like the early game pressure from Enigma, Troll going through Twin Gate, killing off Luna a couple of times, Storm entering the game. I'm leaning Liga's draft, but again, it's the old question of like, will Troll not just get kited if the game goes like past 40 minutes? It happens quite often.
It's a hard one to call, really.
Yeah, because did we even have preference going into it? I don't feel like we did. I didn't.
I don't think I did, yeah.
I leaned Liga based on, if I triple check my point real quick, hold. The teams that Beast Coast had to play to get here, yeah, I think Liga just had better showings overall in their games, maybe not series, but I'd say it's like 60-40 to Liga.
Okay, well, let's see if that comes through with the draft we now have in front of us. We're heading over to a country duo of OD Pixel and Fogged. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, time for the next series of the day, and it's going to be a good one here. Beast Coast versus a Liga team. Looking at these drafts, Fog, what sort of sticks out to you? To me, I'm seeing Liga. They're getting that Naga Siren, Enigma opening.
Yeah. It's really strong. Naga has been banned in majority of the games. I think it actually went completely unbanned, unpicked in maybe some of the games in the last series, which is pretty interesting because people are still valuing this hero super highly. But it looks like a lot of team fight from both sides. I'm looking forward to see this, what the overall itemization is going to be from this Underlord too, because auras are obviously really good, but the lack of lockdown could even merit something like that Atos to deal with the storm.
We're seeing that rush sometimes.
Have this lockdown extra versus the Troll. Sure, later on it's not nearly as valuable, but yeah, some cool stuff coming out here. But yeah, I think the main one for me to focus on, even so first two pick, it's Toby Enigma. He's dominated a lot of games on this. He's taken over so many games. And they picked it pretty confidently in this game because they saw the lane that they're playing against. They saw the Ench and the Luna. The Ench has ways to play versus Eidolons. You know, you take an Eidolon, you get the split, stuff like that, etc. But overall, Toby is very good at even playing versus some of these counters when he plays his most comfortable hero. And I think that's kind of what they've gone for too. You know, Xanthic playing super comfort, even Troll super comfort.
And Crystalis, you know, on this Troll, as you mentioned, it's definitely one of those carries. I feel that if you don't get pressured and you can find space, you're going to be a pretty terrifying beast later on in the games. And with the way that Crystalis has been playing recently, he seems to always find the correct places to farm, right? I feel like it's very rare that we see Crystalis get hunted down successfully. He always avoids the ganks very well.
Yeah, I feel like he's had some overall pretty good games, except for that one SF game that comes back to my mind. I think it was a hard game for him overall walking into the Dusa. You know, they kind of threw that one away a little bit too, but either way, see how he's able to do in this one where he's got a Naga Siren, one of the strongest laning heroes. See how much the Underlord can actually handle the pressure of it. It's a very strong tanky lane that they've gone for up top with that Underlord, and it's a kind of standard pick versus the Troll. But Naga changes a lot of lanes. Oh, this is kind of cool. Did he just deny bounties?
He denied both.
He denied both with Eidolons.
Wait, he was standing next to one, was it? No, he was not. Okay, no, yeah, indeed. He just sent them out and got them.
When have I seen? I don't ever see two. I don't even see one bounty. When is the last time two bounties got denied?
Easy
denied.
denies.
Like 0.
So,
all right, cool.
Just a 1-for-1.
And look at their positioning. They were trying to sneak to get some type of like first blood level 1, but not going to be the case. So all things back to normal. 1-for-1 bounty exchange. Seems like everyone just takes Thunderbolt now. It got buffed. Take it automatically. Does help you actually have the control too, which is what I've seen, which is the nicest thing I've seen from the Thunderbolt, is just getting your connection of the Chain Stun a lot easier than before. Because sometimes people can play around it. This just allows you to always get it, so maybe that could even come to play versus the Storm early.
Yeah, always that kind of timing in the mid-match up to the race to get the level 6 first.
Yeah.
So you can find that opportunity to maybe outplay the Storm as the Pango.
This is one of my favorite kind of matchups because we've seen it go both ways a lot of times. I've seen sometimes the Storms get the level 3 point in Vortex and you go for grabbing the Pango when he goes for Shield Crash and you commit for the kill. I personally like the Storm Spirits a little bit more inside the laning phase, but when that 6 kicks out from the Pango, that's when it becomes really scary for the Storm early on.
Yeah, I feel like a solid Storm should have the edge. But yeah, as you said, we've definitely seen it go both ways.
And yeah, let's see how these lanes go. Top Whisper, usually on these Underlord lanes, especially when you have like a snap behind you versus a physical lane, you do quite well. It just, is the Naga going to be able to change that kind of aspect and slow down Whisper? Don't know. Don't think so.
So far, Crystalis not feeling any sort of pressure here that much.
But I'm not sure who's, I don't even know who's drafted. Like, I know like the panel was saying, I'm not sure who's drafted. I like both drafts. They both kind of cover all bases, so I think we're in for a pretty exciting one as it progresses.
But I do just feel with just what we've seen from Toby when he gets his hand on the Enigma,
yeah,
it's a pretty safe one to go with.
I absolutely. That's the biggest, that's probably the biggest one that I'm like, okay, that definitely does give him a bit of an advantage, but there's definitely ways to play around it.
I'll see if this lane starts to get a bit tougher now that so level 2's been hit. See how many of the denies Toby's going to be able to take away from Pake in this laning stage.
Oh, this lane has 2 annoying taunts, so I'm not going to look at it. The Enchantress taunt and the Luna taunt constantly being spammed. I'm looking elsewhere. And yeah, the Underlord is getting slowed down a bit. Okay, so, I mean, Panto is doing a very good job here so far with the Deluge. Who's going to get this? Whisper gets it.
Does have the lane pushing into him, so should be able to catch up on that CS difference. A bit of a lead that Crystalis has been able to create. It's a very robust lane, as you say, the two of them. Even though Liga do have that strong safe lane duo, not easy to really kill either a Beast Coast off lane duo.
No. I mean, maybe the snap if he steps up, and you can always play around the real in. Also to point out, El Misho did end up going for Little Shredder, so there actually is no cookie up there. And Lumpy is having that edge, at least in the mid lane for now. Only by a small margin. There's a creep wave coming into Xantic, but we'll get the courier because of that Little Shredder.
Do you see an opportunity with the lanes as they are for either of the sides to come in with one of those support rotations through the twin gate early?
It's always the Ench. It's always the one to look at. Probably because the lane also gets into a weird position for Pike when he's playing versus the Enigma. It gets denied back. Could definitely see MOUZ take a creep, go through the portal, and try to set up onto this troll. Because there's a lot of damage up here that they already have between Underlord and Snapfire.
Yeah,
they're constantly keeping him low.
How are they doing for regen up here? Crystalis, they don't have any regen.
Zero. He needs a salve. He needs.
His courier's dead 40 seconds, so he's in a bit of a risky spot.
Yeah.
Has to be careful with potential
does get
burst.
the pull in, but the creep is still under the tower.
Yeah, and Crystalis knows how careful he has to be stepping up because he's going to have to be sitting pretty low for at least the next 40 seconds or so.
This is grim for him.
Bottom lane. So they can have enough damage to go for the heal. They certainly can. That's going to be first blood for Toby on the Enigma. I think that's definitely a bit of a concern. Can they at least get him in return?
Nope.
They can't. He's fine.
He's got the stick. Big burst from one. I thought 1J got the last hit. I guess the last tap of the Enigma was at the same time as that shot came in from the Shadow Realm. Yeah, beautiful start though for Toby. So we've seen him have some incredible games on this Enigma. He is low right now. The beam puts him at 4 HP. Okay, he did the math.
Dude, my goodness, that was close. Nearly fed his life away.
Imagine he backpacked his items while he was got beamed right there. He actually would have died. Constantly seeing them always backpacking because of the efficiency with tangos and stuff. Glyph gets popped. Counter Glyph gets popped. I think that was the 2 mid laners trying to get the level 6 advantage coming in. Lumpy is going to get that 6 first, and he's healthy. And Xantic is low. Lumpy might dive this. Definitely a chance.
It's difficult, even if he dives.
He's trying to, look. Because he got this, he scanned behind the tower. Connects on Xantic. But Xantic's now got 6.
Yeah, it's just hard to guarantee the kill. And also have the rotation coming in to back up at Xantic.
Power rune. Will Xantic get lucky? There's a creep bottom, and there's a hero top. Misho, oh, he gets it.
I mean, they could go for the kill on towards Panto. Yeah, they'll use the Rolling Thunder for this one, Lumpy. Straight. Oh, the jukes!
Nice bait.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
That's going to give Panto a little bit of a chance to back off, and I tell you what, it's going to do it.
No way.
The illusion bait there from Panto, the old stand still and move everything else around. It worked out big. Panto gets out alive.
He kind of did it in the most, like, I would say, like, the most obvious way too. He ran his real hero in the way that you'd want to run as a Naga Siren. So he mind gamed the hell out of them. First Pango roll used. 60 seconds. Can definitely take advantage of that one. Can see a rotation from Xantic maybe. Bottom tower is getting pressured too. Toby, he's got the drums already. Does have a creep behind him.
I mean,
they're stunned up.
They've got to try and do something about him. They can't let him get away with having as good of a start as he has had down here. They should get the chance to bring him down. Cookie forward onto the Centaur. They get him out of the lane. This was very much needed. Same time though, Xantic also able to make the rotation, take out Whisper.
It's nice when you know that Rolling Thunder was used. You can just make a free move pretty much on any of those side lanes. So it makes the move top. Lumpy, I believe, TP to response, but can't actually do anything without that roll. We'll get a bottle refill. Looks like Whisper will TP back up there to fill that up for him to keep his presence on the map. And he's queued up Diffusal. So not the standard we really see from Pango. We'll see if he does commit forward for it. But playing versus Troll, limited mana pool. Playing versus Storm, not limited, but pesky. Okay. Can see an argument for it. I'm unsure if I like it.
Okay. Well, what's sort of the downsides of getting the Diffusal first on the Pango?
It's just nowhere near as good as it used to be. There's just there's so many less strikes than it was before. And then you don't have that initiation tool that can come from the mid laner. We've seen a lot of these Pangos just go blink. So we'll see if it ends up working out or not. Toby?
I'm trying to push forward here for MOUZ. Back under the tower though, and does have backup, so they're going to look towards Panto this time around. Woohoo! It's not going to get out, surely. They've lost one J. Lumpy's able to get another connection in onto Panto. They clean up the two supports. Good turn up there from Beast Coast with Lumpy getting involved with these early movements.
It's really entertaining watching the speed of this Rolling Thunder that we see now every time. As the portal comes out, they want to dive.
They're ready to dive in for Toby. And indeed with the backup of Whisper, they won't stand any struggle in surrounding him, bringing him down. And one more hit.
Is here.
They'll get him with the final bit of damage there from the Demonic Archer. And Xantic, what can he get in return? He looks towards Elmisha and MOUZ. They'll jump in the Enchantress. He's low on the mana. Has he got enough to try and set up onto Whisper? They've got the control from Panto. Drags him back in. And indeed, with this fight continuing, Lumpy though, oh, it's a big swashbuckler on a shield crack. Okay, Lumpy, maybe he's the one to get the ultimate cleanup on this. Shadow Rail's about to come to an end.
Oh, Lumpy.
Good jukes. Nice control there to get away around the Bramble Maze. He'll get out, but Lumpy, I mean, all in all, he's getting the most out of these plays here now. 1-0-4. And getting the big one there, being able to put a stop to it, Xantic, in what looked to be a situation the League were going to hold the team fight around their own tower. But Beast Coast, they continue to come out slightly on top.
And Xantic got a lot, though. That Arcane Rune was really put into work. But yeah, Lumpy with that good cleanup at the end gets him a bit of an advantage. Crystallis, though, in the meantime, didn't just have a full open
They could go
lane.
again. Rolling Thunder's back up in 5 seconds.
Sure.
Lumpy, he wants to fight continuously.
They've got the ward behind, too. Lumpy is netted up.
Can they control him fully, though? They'll get the shield crash off. Swashbuckle up to the high ground. And Xantic picks off Elmisha. Lumpy, so you want to roll in or roll out? Looks like he's going to bail away.
They
he
brought
knows
5
that
heroes.
by now, indeed, Liga have responded with the entire team. So Lumpy happy to settle with a quick escape.
Oh, look at this bottom, though. The sentry's actually just out of range of the obs ward that's placed bottom. It's literally just on the cusp of it, so nice one that could actually get them to take advantage of when they see any TP rotations. But yeah, they bring the numbers. Crystallis, he's shown his build. He is going to be doing Battle Fury. It's not going to be the Ags rush this game. Gonna go for that farming, which is very strong this game. I mean, they do have a very strong scaling lineup on the side of Liga.
I'll get the tower trade here top. Peike able to finish that off for Beast Coast.
A super even early game.
It is.
6-6. Net worths on the cores look pretty even. A slight disparity between the 4s, but across the board, looking nice and even, which is what we'd love to see. And he does go the Atos. Okay, I figured he kind of would because they didn't have the good lockdown for the Storm. Then he definitely needs to just go back for standard auras.
Nice. Yeah, super strong this game.
Yeah. Always versus Storm. Great versus Troll, too. So, yeah, I could definitely see the argument, as we were mentioning from earlier.
And especially again where I feel like it's not one that kind of screams out as an incredible one if Beast Coast did have like some pipe rush or something against Liga.
No, they have a lot of damage. They have like hybrid as well.
Yeah, exactly. The damage that they're receiving is coming out from all different members, and also there's the fact that Liga, they obviously have this troll who's going to be barely involved in the early fight. Yep. So a good timing where Beast Coast, they can go very aggressive themselves, look for setup around Whispers. Very good ATOS timing.
And that's how I want to see them play. Lumpy trying to keep the catapult as long as possible. He'll have it up. They'll have this tower. I mean, they're going to play, that's exactly how their style is going to be when you're playing versus Storm and Troll. You know this lineup is going to scale super hard. You want to be the dictators of the pace on Beast Coast. And they're going to look to make fast moves. Lumpy again, smoked up with Misho. He's got kisses at the ready. They connect on top of Toby. He's very likely dead from the kisses from distance.
Yeah, pretty much. It just only needs sort of like one connection with the Rolling Thunder. Should be enough to start laying down the damage.
And they still have that deep ward, the one that wasn't taken out from that sentry, so they see where the Enigma's positioning, but Xantic seems to have a read of this move.
I'm going to swing over to more other parts of the map instead with the remainder of the smoke Beast Coast.
I mean, Xantic is still just waiting right here. Very good read. I mean, if they do want to try to pierce through, he will just be able to counter gank them, so. Does stop him from farming for some time, but he's still just hanging around here.
And they're coming in with the wraparound from the Twin Gate here, Panto.
I guess that's why he was standing around waiting on Xantic, but it's spotted by the ward. So does Pate get caught?
I mean, Beast Coast, they do have a fair few of them, pretty much the 4 of them close by, so they can fight back.
They're bringing everybody. They've got all 5 with the Fiend's Gate. If they even get one initial stun onto the Storm, let's say from that Pango roll, and the Fiend's Gate comes down and he gets pitted, it's very difficult for Xantic to get out of it in this early game. Both teams playing around that vision, though. Battle Fury is finished. So Crystal's farm, it's going to continue to grow very fast. He'll be able to match that tempo of the Luna.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to
if not surpass,
to kind of grow quite the lead against the Luna, considering how fast Chrysalis has been farming in his performances so far.
There's a heads-up move. Whisper, will they finish him? They should have enough.
Fears off the
misses.
Do have Chrysalis wrapping in from the side. Backup's coming in for Whisper. Cookie to try and break him away from them. They'll still manage to get the kill, but maybe not as clean as they would hope for. Took a bit of time.
That was a rare miss that we've seen from 1J. He's been pretty solid on his Willow. Completely off the mark with the Terrorize. He's going the same build that we've seen every time on the Willow, though. The Vessel, very valuable when you're playing versus Underlord. I like how each player has their own approach to some of these heroes. This MOUZ.
So if they got the damage for him, he's getting the heal off.
Too much magic.
And that final bit of burst from Xantic takes him out. Continues his killing spree.
But it's literally like all magic with the Bedlam.
Lumpy is going to go for this one. Finds Panto close by the river. And gets a good angle here for a couple of hits. They get the drag back as well with the Wild Wing Ripper. Panto's out.
Lumpy.
Going to try and jump over towards him. They've got the Fiend's Gate coming in as well. And Xantic using that last bit of mana to get away. Good Cookie actually catches the connection onto both of them. The kiss is coming in onto Toby. The Enigma's down.
Man, I haven't seen Snap Enchantress used like this in quite some time, but really nice cookies. We saw one bottom earlier. The Centaur. That one was beautiful. Pake, though.
Okay. Chrysalis trying for the solo here. The Lucid Beam holds Chrysalis back momentarily, but he's going to get the job done. Chrysalis picks up a big solo kill. Can he get out, though? MOUZ going to start messing with him. He doesn't have a TP. Even if he did, the TP was on cooldown still for Chrysalis.
Panto's got Song if he needs to cover him.
Yeah, he's out. That's a huge one for Chrysalis to find solo. He's definitely going to start blowing up the difference between him and Pake's Luna.
We've seen this from Chrysalis a lot of games, too, where he goes for these kind of like pretty high-risk, high-reward plays. When he was a Shadow Fiend, if you remember, the Requiem on like the Aegis kind of combo a couple days ago, I feel like he finds cores like this a lot. That's massive. He's level 12 now. Luna's level 9. So, pretty massive stuff there from Chrysalis.
This troll, he's going to get completely out of control. They're going to have to find some sort of solid way of dealing with him in the fights. He's going to go, by the looks of it, for the BKB rush after the Battle Fury. It's not going to be super easy for Beast Coast to find the damage to take him down through it. Whisper. He's going to get the pit opening onto was 1J. Follow-up from Lumpy.
Goodbye, Willow. So, interesting little thing. I've seen more players doing this now. The Shard on the Storm picked up immediately on its Xantic. I think it was Malrine that I saw doing this. Malrine does this a lot of times on mid, even on Pango and everything. He gets the early shard. That's interesting. It adds a lot of damage in this early game. Glorious. See if it does end up paying off. We'll slow down his BKB. But I do, yeah, I love to see when players just have different, you know, just cool concepts of a hero. And there's the blink. So the defusal overall, it ended up being fine. He got it pretty early. He's got the blink at a good timing too. Nearly level 12. Keeping themselves just a slight lead ahead, at least in terms of gold.
I
really like these skeletons. Is it because we're getting, you know, we have October, Halloween kind of coming close? We're always falling to these skelly boys. They are pretty cool. Oh.
It's alright. They were dead anyway.
True. Liga. They see the Underlord.
Backup's coming in. And Whisper, can he survive throughout this all? He cannot. He goes down. The song's there as well. Liga, they're looking to back out of this. The kisses are coming in. A couple more hits could bring down Panto, but he's duking it out.
He's still dead.
Oh, is he though? Swashbuckle doesn't hit. Oh, he might just make it. Nah.
He's still dead.
He's gone.
And they left a neutral clip, neutral item. Tier 2 neutral was dropped just below while they were escaping. On the right side, a little more. So they did end up losing on that one, but this extra damage that come out from the shard was actually everything there. I think if Xantic doesn't have that shard on this Storm, they actually don't have enough damage to go through because he just picked up Vanguard.
Close.
So that magical damage that comes through because he doesn't have Cloak, it's a lot. It's very significant, so very interesting.
That still continues to be very close this game, 10-10.
Mm-hmm.
1k lead for Beast Coast, but that doesn't really mean a lot. It's basically dead even. Panto, they TP'd into this. Doesn't have the song to rely on. He has got the backup of 1J. The fear comes out on towards Whisper. They're going to try and burst through the Underlord. And once again, they're able to do so successfully. The Rolling Thunder from Lumpy comes crashing through, setting up for Pake to turn up and pick up a double as the Luna. But it wasn't Xantic. He's still got mana to play with, so should be able to sit back safely.
I mean, again, it's the shard. The overload damage is so much versus the Underlord. I really think it's catching him off guard. I think he thought he was going to be a lot tankier in these type of jump-ins.
They could jump for MOUZ.
They will.
And we'll get the heals off.
Overload's up again. Look at that damage. I like this shard. It's cool.
It's really giving them that extra bit of boost in these plays to get kills that otherwise would not have happened so easily.
Yeah, definitely. Agreed. Still 12-12. I mean, things are still very, very close, but they found Whisper now a couple times. It's 5 deaths on this Underlord, and now he's immediately queuing up the pipe as well too, of course, but maybe feeling like he wanted like a casual cloak in between things. BKB soon on the horizon for Crystallis. And they could look to force maybe an objective with that, something like a Roche fight.
I think they're going to feel strong.
They can do like the Song into Black Hole combo, so it's dangerous in a way for Beast Coast to walk into some of these fights.
Yeah, it depends if they want to sort of sit back and wait for Toby to have his BKB as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a free one, right? A blink BKB in this game.
Yeah, there's
really
nothing to stop it, right?
Until there's a basher on the Tango.
I mean, that's... I guess, yeah, we'll get the Ags first. But yeah, that bash is surely going to be a must-buy for Lumpy this game.
Yeah, eventually we'll definitely likely see it. So Panto farming in a pretty dangerous position. Will TP himself out. I mean, they're keeping themselves up by that 2K. It's just it just still feels dead even. It just the threat of the Enigma is looming.
There we go, BKB.
Support plays coming out from 1J. Every time Crystallis gets low from farming, he runs over, throws a jelly onto him, throws an urn charge as well, so he's keeping that troll on the map to keep the farm up. Luna always has the Mask of Madness, or almost always has the Mask of Madness, so keeps herself fight ready. But yeah, this is very nice to have this little little boost for Chrysalis. And now he has Vampire Fang, so he should keep himself full HP.
Solid stuff from Pake, though. Considering Chrysalis had such a good timing on the Battle Fury, that Pake's actually managed to keep that little bit ahead.
Yeah, and he's level 15 now too, right? So
yeah, he's caught back up massively on the XP.
So they are gonna. It looks like they are gonna look to force this, perhaps this Roche.
And no reason not to. Very difficult for Beast Coast to interrupt this. By the looks of it, they don't have any intention. They've hit it with the scan, but I think they're going to know there's no point trying to make the time to get over here as this Roshan goes down very easily for Liga.
And trying the fight here is just way too dangerous versus Song Black Hole. They're going to go through the portal as well too. Pake, he knows it's coming. He drew the line. He's like, yeah, they're going to try portal and gank us top, so reset away from this positioning.
I mean, I really do feel, even with the game being as close as it is on the numbers, it still comes back down to the fact of those early 2 picks that the Enigma, Naga Siren. When, as a team, for Beast Coast, are you ready to fight into the Song of the Black Hole? Like, when does that get easier?
If you can get the initiation, that's kind of the key. You still can fight it if you get, like, if you see them and you get the stun initially onto that Enigma, but definitely can be a little bit complicated if you don't have that vision.
Yeah, really is just the power of these 2 heroes that whatever happens, doesn't matter how close the game is, one Song Black Hole can really just begin the demise of the enemy. The push coming in top now.
Panto's almost level 12 also.
Azantic, he's fishing for some action. He's going to be able to get the jump in on towards Almisho. See how much he wants to commit in for this. He's under the tier 2 tower. Hasn't quite got enough to take him out. Almisho able to live. Azantic completely out of mana. Does of course have the safety of the Aegis to rely on. Over in the mid. Look at the catch on 1J. Caught
Nice
away
kill.
from the rest of his team.
Might look to catch more. MOUZ is in a pretty dangerous position here, but might actually look to swing and catch more. Never mind, they're going to back up. No Rolling Thunder. Not going to risk it. Very close to Ags on Lumpy. I mean, they definitely can still fight back. It's just about how they get... If they can't get clustered and caught in the hole and everything, of course, it'll be problematic, but they're scaling. They absolutely are. MOUZ.
He's fine. Oh, they're going to sing for it. All right, Panto says you're not getting away that easily.
It is a level 1 song, so that means for 3 minutes there isn't that big type of capability that can come for a black hole setup, but a kill's a kill with a slow pace.
Azantic able to join for that extra bit of firepower necessary
Takes some time,
to take down this pretty tanky Enchantress, considering the strength of those heals. Will take him a bit of time. A space certainly created by MOUZ.
Now he's trapped. There you go. Nice space made. That's for damn sure. Pake was able to farm like 2 camps plus. Phylactery is online. Keeping himself very big.
He's going to be very strong in these fights around, so the backup.
I mean, these fights are going to be hype. It still is pretty much, it feels pretty much dead even though, yeah, the looming, the threat of the BKB Black Hole is coming soon. They still don't have the BKB. Still about 1,000 away. So I'd say for Beast Coast, as soon as this Aegis comes down, they could have an advantage, but the Aegis is still on.
There we
so
have
they
it.
Have 2 minutes.
Smoke time.
They're going to look for a fight.
The Song into Black Hole could be pretty deadly. Okay, doesn't still have Song, but still, yeah, he's not going to have Song for a long time, but the Black Hole is there. If Toby's able to walk up and find an opportunity to get it off. Straight away, Chrysalis moves it on to Whisper. Popping the BKB here to commit on towards the Underlord. Inside the river, Toby getting caught out by Lumpy's Rolling Thunder. Beautiful play there from Lumpy. Completely locks down the Enigma, takes Toby out. With the swashbuckle, he's able to take the Aegis out of the hands of the Storm. With the setup here, Azantic's able to put the BKB, has the grab on a Whisper. They have the follow-up Terrorize as well. Lumpy jumping in onto the back lines. Whisper still alive. Azantic jumps forward to finish off the job. Has to use the rest of the mana to zip back to safety under the tier 2. Pake trying to chase forward. Lucent Beam and Eclipse straight onto 1J. Beast Coast push on forward.
There's no glyph. They can take this tower.
Lumpy's not done yet. He's looking over Crystallis. He's been able to take all the mana out of him. He's going to get dragged up to the high ground, but Lumpy doesn't care. He's full HP, pretty much full mana as well.
Beautiful fight. Whisper just got Crimson. They commit for him. He pops Crimson. They couldn't finish him off for a very long time. They get turned on, and Toby, no BKB still.
They couldn't play around in the river. Didn't find a chance to drop down the Black Hole. Lumpy just on top of him. The Pango plays causing a lot of issues for Liga. 4-0-10 this game, Lumpy.
And he's got the Basher Q.
Yeah, we'll check it out again, this fight.
He's playing it perfectly so far here. I mean, the jump comes forward, but watch Lumpy.
And Chris is a very early sort of feeling that he has to put the BKB right at the start when he's walking in. And indeed, the only target he's able to hit is Whisper. He's not able to do enough on his own. And the River, Lumpy, just completely controlling them. And at this point, honestly, it's lucky for Liga that they actually got out of the team fight, who they did get out, because this catch and chase from Beast Coast, it's strong right now.
I guess they really wanted to try to take advantage of Aegis, but no, like Toby was like 700 away from BKB and they didn't have Song, so it was like kind of a bold attempt to run into this fight there. But I think they felt stronger than they anticipated. But the side of Beast Coast right now is incredibly strong. Like fighting into these auras, it's problematic. Once you have BKB and Nigma, sure, but Basher could be coming very soon. So Lumpy, once he gets that, they're gonna have this answer. It's starting to feel pretty good actually for Beast Coast. Pake, Konda's nearly done as well.
Now Panto about halfway towards his Blink Dagger, so that he can at least have that setup potential with the Blink Song to allow Toby to walk up with a BKB Black Hole.
And they need to prevent Whisper from getting this Crimson and stuff off too, because it's versus Troll. It's like these little instances of damage early on, so they do need either a Dispel or a way to stop Whisper from getting off initially, which ideally is that Black Hole, but we'll see if he does go for like the Aghanims on the Troll eventually, or if he does just do the Nullifier, but it's gonna be a ways away.
Beast Coast getting a good lead to be able to focus on any sort of progression in terms of the move they want to make next.
Okay, BKB's done. Now it might be go time for Liga. I don't think you want to wait and then you see this Pango at Basher and you just get countered by it. Do you want to try to get a catch onto something here?
There we have it. Time for the old Black Hole. If they don't get a Black Hole here, it's going to feel pretty bad. Lumpy jumps in, but he's immediately out with a blink. They're still able to get with the catch, the Vortex drag back, the Fear onto two of the Toby stepping up. Lucid Beam holds it back momentarily, but there's the BKB into the Black Hole. An easy Black Hole for Toby as he walks up, grabs the three of them. They're going to use the Song to see if they can find a further catch. They've found themselves the Snapfire. That's what they were looking for here, Liga.
Perfect timing. They also bought the Troll Shard right before the fight, Owen. He was literally like double cleaving in a way, shooting the extra axes in that range form.
And this is always the threat that indeed until that bash is there, and even in that situation, of course, the Pango, Lumpy getting caught, wouldn't have been able to do anything anyway. But the Black Holes from Toby are going to be quite the difficulty for Beast Coast to deal with.
Okay, that's their word. He'll be fine. They're actually going to be able to get the two Wisdoms, it looks like here.
Oh, well, he is dead.
Middle tower is under attack.
Beautiful illusion. So, for Beast Coast, when you respawn, it's go time. You know that BKB Black Hole is down. You want to try to take advantage of that. You have Fiend's Gate, so you can push your lanes out on Whisper and look for a setup elsewhere. If you wait too long, then you will allow them to just keep fighting constantly around the frequency of these BKB Black Holes.
Yeah, you've got to do something.
And they'll fight. Oh, Crystal's bottom.
And he's trying to juke this out. Is he going to be able to TP away?
Yeah, he's gone.
He is. Speedy enough to zip into the tree line and get out.
I mean, that's Fiend's Gate and the Eclipse used. That's pretty huge that he's able to bait that while they have the downtime of BKB Black Hole down. And you see double smoke spot out from Beast Coast. They really want to try to get something.
They have to go. With the pipe done on Whisper.
Basher's getting closer for Lumpy, though. So potentially getting that answer. But he has to not get caught in it either. That's the important thing. He's going to have to play a bit different, more backliney.
I mean, because that is the thing, right? When
Even
they have the
Basher,
Song Black Hole, he's pretty easy. He's going to be prime target. Like, whatever happens with the Black Holes, you've only got to imagine that Toby's always going to make sure that Lumpy is at least one of the heroes caught in it.
And he's got the blink now, too, so positioning for Toby's
can easily find the follow-up.
Yeah, Panto's getting closer to his, too, so definitely potential. So Beast Coast wants to still try to take advantage.
Panto. He's going to get blown up at the front of the fight, though. This time. Oh, Lumpy's going to try and see if they can turn it into more. 1J. Woo! He's out. Successful TP, but Beast Coast, now it's time to push it, man. You've managed to get a kill. There's no threat at the Song setup.
What can you take advantage of, though? Because
Tier 2's already been taken. They've already taken the Tier 2s. Getting the high ground going is not really going to be an option until Roshan's back up. We'll see that in about a minute.
Liga's going to go out and fight because they probably anticipate that there's a potential Roche respawning, too.
Could be up.
They have to go set up for that. The Basher is now done. So eyes on Lumpy. Does he get the bash onto that?
Has to sit
target?
back. Cannot get caught in these black holes.
Panto respawning very soon as well. That Roche, 40 seconds till it does respawn.
It's Antic.
The jump.
Going to start the jump on Whisper. Toby is going to jump forward as well. Gets caught in the pit. I'll let the rest of the team deal with Whisper.
That's
Whisper gone.
50 seconds, and that Roche, it's going to be up soon. I love this Storm Shard. It gives him so much extra damage. I'm just going to keep reiterating. 23 Galvanized stacks also on Xantic. 9, 1, and 8. I mean, both mid laners are involved in, it's like 90% kill involvement.
10 seconds to Roche. Toby going to stick around to scout it out.
Oh, cool play. Planto goes through the portal, sends the illusions top to stop the push that's coming from that Enchantress creep. And they're going to start the Roche. 15 seconds. Whisper's going to be up with Fiend's Gate.
I mean, they're heading over.
It's dying fast.
It's going to die very fast. And if they want to try and fight this, it's going to be into the Song Black Hole threat. Unlikely they can do anything here. Beast Coast is Liga. They get the Aegis for Crystalis.
Oh, maybe they catch people on the retreat. Troll showed mid.
I mean, maybe, but Lumpy is in with the opening onto 1J. Gets the connection over as well over towards Panther. They've caught the two supports. See if they can kill them off. Good angle here from Lumpy. Will be able to indeed completely take down Panto.
At the least they get something. They don't find a core, but two supports taken out. It's pretty solid. They have vision over here too. The ward will get taken out. Just kidding.
That's 2 kills, but what can they do with this? Still into the Aegis of Crystalis' Troll. Push unlikely to occur.
This game is delivering.
It really is.
Still feel
one of those games where Beast Coast, they kind of consistently have this lead, but there's that big old threat.
It's the big looming black hole.
It really is.
As the game progresses too, it's like potential of double of them, and everything does continue. And if you're ever pushing and you're grouped up, the chance of getting caught are high. This is a scary one.
But if there's a bit of a slip up, if they're able to get Lumpy jumping in, catching out Toby with that initial Rolling Thunder before he can get the BKB off and chain stun him, they kill the Enigma. They're going to be in a pretty good place in these team fights, Beast Coast.
Yeah, or a casual little swash bash and stopping everything if he's completely in the right position. Crystalis, though, with the Aegis, they want to take advantage of this. They've got everything ready. Liga wants a fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Any big neutrals? I mean, I didn't point it out, but Nemesis Curse was found from the Troll. Luna got Quiver, Storm got Quiver. Naga Blink, so they've got the double setup. And I'm seeing at Xantic, he's also queuing up another black hole. So, or with a blue hole. The Aghanims is starting to get queued from him as well, so potential for a wombo combo. It's going to be pretty explosive this game. They have vision. The last 8 seconds of this ward catches the smoke.
Still into this Aegis of Crystalis, though. It's a risk here that Beast Coast are looking to take.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Toby waiting in the trees.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, this is really tense.
And they're not going to be able to find anything, Beast Coast. They're actually heading into Liga's half of the map. Maybe seeing if they caught anyone out on their own farming.
Both teams trying to get a high ground advantage, it looked like there. Even though we saw Liga, they saw them smoke up. They did not want to leave their high ground positioning that they had already. They're going to threaten base on Beast Coast while Liga pushes for this tier 2.
That's not a bad approach here. Just sort of see what happens. Tier 3 falling pretty quickly to the illusions. And to get the fortification coming out. At the moment, Liga just going to find the trade on the tier 2. Maybe both teams are going to see who's going to get forced back first.
Hey, let's just look at this. They're all right. Chris is like, you want to push? I
mean, I think the Luna wins
the Luna
on the bit of a base race here. That is going to be... That's going to be a...
And Panto was a bit late. He catches 2 in the back.
Let's see what they can get off the back of the fight. Jump for Lumpy. He's in. Toby's trying to step up with the BKB. He's going to get the black hole onto the 2 big calls here. Catching Lumpy, catching Pake. Pake, the rest of the BKB trying to stand and grab the Eclipse. Lumpy's been kind of caught at the side as Zanik jumps forward, has the Vortex to catch him as the Rolling Thunder comes to an end, but gets killed off by the Swashbuckle. Lumpy tries for the TP out, but 1J kills him off before he can escape. Crystalis is ready to chase down MOUZ. Toby should have to blink back up again in a second if he needs it. The nullifier down onto MOUZ. They will clean up the kills, Liga. But Beast Coast, they did get the job done. They get the racks.
And they did not even get a tier 3 tower on the other side there. So this game is super interesting. You can feel the power every time. The black hole is always super good, but yeah, they got what they came for. And now there's no black hole. Respawn is a bit long though. 40 seconds. Crystal's gonna get as much as he can out of this. Can maybe get that Rax trade.
Let's see how much they can get. A push coming in. But yeah, Beast Coast making these good moves, these plays, and you can't help but feel the Beast Coast are probably thinking to themselves, if there wasn't an Enigma in this game, we would be winning this one easy.
Oh yeah. I mean, the graph, I feel like the graph tells everything in this game. It's like, it's really super even, but just these trade of plays that are coming out. It's literally been like even on gold, even on experience, pretty much the entirety of this game. 90 seconds till that black hole is going to be coming back up. Difficult for them to take advantage of that cooldown, and yeah, the trade for the racks does come out in the mid lane.
It feels like they have to try though. They've got to get out on the map whilst this black hole's on cooldown.
You always have to, I mean, you can't just play around the fact that it's not on cooldown. You have to make something happen, otherwise every time you're fighting into it, it's a problem. Abyssal almost finished up also for Crystallis. He is really problematic for Pake too. That matchup, the core-to-core matchup of Troll versus Luna, it is not easy. Pake just every time he's getting sandwiched upon.
We're heading out, Beast Coast.
Oh my god, look at the ninja gears. Everybody wants positioning this game. Full Lotus Pool is going to be grabbed here from Lumpy. Can never write that off, that 900 extra heal. And he does complete the full Abyssal.
All right, more of a chance of getting that jump in and fully controlling Toby at the start if he can get in first.
I mean, in that last situation, if he had... I mean, of course, he didn't have the gold by any means, but if he had Abyssal, he could have actually locked him down a little bit longer to potentially get something to happen. Because he rolled in, and then he didn't have anything to actually stop him, but if he's rolling, you can use the Abyssal while you're rolling. So, could be something cool that he can make happen with it. Black hole, it's back up.
Let's see what they do with that knowledge in mind here, Beast Coast. Do they really want to try and push into it?
Panto sees Misho. Misho showing himself crazy.
I mean, the rest of Beast Coast is heading over, considering helping out, but the song's here from Panto.
Pig gets the force away. Only just.
They've got the two of them here.
They're not going to waste the black hole.
They don't need it. Yeah, Nullifier's throwing that onto Whisper. There's going to be a buyback coming in from El Misho. Whisper's gone. He's going to buy back as well. Has got the Fiend's Gate if he wants to try and get back over quickly. And this could just be two buybacks that aren't really going to result in much at all for Beast Coast.
Pake must have been split second with his Hurricane Pike. I thought he was going to get caught in that song next to the Underlord. If they catch two cores, they'll black hole it. They didn't need to use that black hole there because it was a core and a support. They knew they could kill them without it. So holding on to it, Toby does have it ready, still has the BKB. Song a bit of a long cooldown.
Still trying to keep the pressure on though, Beast Coast.
But it's dangerous.
Especially with the fact, these two buybacks spent. Shiva's Gar finished on a Xantic.
Oh, he switched the build. Okay, didn't end up going for that Ags.
Yeah, I like this. Gives them more survivability. And at the end of the day, I feel like it's like the one black hole. It's kind of been enough.
Sure.
Yeah. You don't really need that second one through the, as you say, the blue hole.
Crystallis has hit 25, so he should be able to survive in every single one of these fights. Panto?
Ooh, quick with the blink. Now we're smoked up, set outside the base Beast because they're still thinking about pushing in for this. It's so risky though.
This is so risky.
It's so risky.
Also, 1J is starting to scale too, just to point out other damage things that he's starting to get. The Ag's mom is online after that vessel. So more damage that can be ripped into the distance of that black hole. Roche, it's gonna be about 90 seconds.
This high ground just so hard to push.
Yep.
They need to have the Aegis on Beast Coast.
And soon Panto is 18. So that cooldown, it'll drop to 100 seconds for the setup. The AoE also becomes bigger, plus all that healing it can provide. So it can be used in two different ways as well if he does see opportunities. And something you don't see too often from a support Naga, queuing up the BKB, but you can absolutely understand why when he's playing versus that Pango. And even just Luna Eclipse and stuff like that, but mostly versus the Pango. Shadow Realm duration also level 20's been hit by 1J. Massive increase in damage for him.
Now time to check out the Roshan. Still going to be 45 seconds until the respawn. But imagine if Liga do want to, they can stay around this part. I mean, at the same time, Beast Coast could just go.
Push going.
They could go for kind of the base pressure.
They got to react to this. Pake is actually showing his real hero. This is maybe a little bit of a bait. I think they might know that that's the real without the damage it's doing. He knows.
Absolutely. Panto's called the bluff of Pake here, leading with the song. And yeah, Toby just drops down the black hole. I mean, it doesn't work out there. They try it, he tries to bluff them there with the split up of the illusion and the main hero +1. And that's going to cost them not only his life, Pake, but also that of Whispers as Liga turns up. They'll find out Misho as well.
Is that worth that type of, like, doing that type
such
of
a risky
play?
move.
Right, like you do this Luna illusion split thing, you're trying to trick them, but they knew immediately with how much damage it was
that's
doing.
The thing. Yeah, I imagine that's how they tell, right? They just see, well, this one's hitting this tower a whole lot heavier than the other one is. This is a real one.
It's a cute play, but a play that probably just lost them the game. 60 seconds, no Luna, no Snap, no Underlord.
And I think for Beast Coast, if they want to have a shot next game, there's going to be no Enigma getting through.
No, I mean, this is something you always have to take away. If Toby sees it's a decent Enigma game, he's going to take it. And if you give a Naga as well, you're asking for these setups.
Down the mid they go here, Liga, onto the tier 4s.
They've got Glyph, but 30 seconds. MOUZ.
He's looking pretty dead. As in they go, take him out. He has got buyback. I mean, just throwing his body in really there, just to try and take the attention off the tier 4s. Both of them taken, the Ancient exposed. Are they going to have a chance to play one more fight? Lumpy jumps in, will find the bash, but he's caught by the root. Will be able to roll up just in time. But Chrysalis turns over towards him. He's got the buyback. They'll have the team back up. They can have a chance of pushing Liga back and prolonging the game a little bit here. Lumpy looking for the angle. We'll get the connection onto both of them. Toby has the BKB. Will continue to run. They'll settle for 1J. Trying to kill him off through the Shadow Realm, but actually with the Shadow Realm, he's able to turn and take Whisper out. The Abyssal Blade gets dropped down onto 1J. They kill him off. See Chrysalis with the BKB. Turn over towards Pake. Can they get Pake away from this troll somehow? He actually slides across him kind of awkwardly, but Chrysalis, he will fall. Beast Coast, they get the big kill. I mean, he's actually going to buy back on Chrysalis. Okay. I mean, feels that the base needs defended, but...
Oh, God, this game is insane. They wanted to push forward to go for the end, but then they respected it, so they tried to back away. And then Pake with... I mean, this time it's just like a kind of psycho move, but ends up paying off. He runs into 4 heroes, and he kind of forces Chrysalis into a weird position afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, overall, Liga's still in a great spot. They have the fact that the Ancient Beast Coast is exposed.
But Roche is up. That's why Chrysalis bought back.
I guess so. That's right. He's got to be alive to contest this Roshan.
Yeah, so they're probably going to look to run right down there. The Black Hole is back up. Song is at the ready, too.
No, you're absolutely right. Buys back there because, yeah, he's just going to run to Roche, get that Aegis, not give Beast Coast any chance of getting it.
And Pake doesn't have BKB, actually, so fighting there is not really possible, so they're probably going to just give that up.
I mean, I think if Beast Coast, you do try and take this fight.
You probably have to. I mean,
you know the Chrysalis bought back for this. If some way you kill Chrysalis,
there's still a way to win.
You've got a chance. You've got a hope.
And they're scared to commit into it. They've got their Willow respawning.
Yep.
These moments are so tense. Chrysalis, his BKB is coming back up. Same for Xantix. Starting to inch their way forward a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, Liga should get away with being able to secure this Roshan for Chrysalis.
Yeah, now they should be able to inch forward here again. Is a refresher shard too, Owen, so...
All right.
The double black hole is potentially... He's a little lackluster on mana, but with Arcane Boots might be enough. Should be enough. And it's cheese, if anything, but I imagine they give that to one of the cores. So Chrysalis will have the coverage of Aegis.
A refresher shard for Toby. So, with the Aegis, you got to imagine this push for trying to end the game is going to come pretty soon here from Liga. Beast Coast.
What craziness can they do? I mean, Pake has done some super crazy moves so far this game. One of them not paying off at all. Second one definitely paying off, at least to hold the game on. They're backing up to defend. And they have been I will give them credit on beastcoast. They've been very annoying, very good about keeping these lanes non-stop shoved in. And Enchantress creep pretty much 24/7 top and just illusion shoving in mid. So they are being quite pesky for Liga.
Ready to run down mid here, and Chrysalis, obviously with the fact that he doesn't need to hold on to buyback gold with it being on cooldown, he can pretty much buy this refresher as soon as he's got the money.
Tremendous damage increase for Azantic. 25 has been hit. One of the better talents as well, just to be able to detonate multiple heroes. Lincoln's for Toby is pretty much done, so he'll have the coverage for the Abyssal. I don't know if you just said that, sorry, I got distracted. And Panto is outside the base. They've got the mid and the bottom pushed in. Or mid and top pushed in. So they've got these waves to be able to go for this top racks.
Can Beast Coast pull off some crazy hold? One good black hole from Toby will close the game up, and he's got the luxury of 2.
Pake is getting this annoying little push because they have bottom wave coming in again. Misho trying to do what he can as well. TP back. Azantic is hunting.
And there's the spend up from Chrysalis. Will indeed get that refresher.
And look at the line drawn now. They're like, okay, we have to deal with the bottom lane since the Rax is coming in and they just keep ratting us a bit here. So let's shove in through bottom side and then look for the fight through there. They still have 3 minutes on the Aegis, so they have time to swing over there. Panto getting deep vision in preparation of it. He's got a base ward and he's got that deep ward down bottom to scout the movements if it comes out from Beast Coast. Bake.
Oh, he's found one, Jay.
Free kill. 80. He does have buyback, but it's 80 seconds.
And here's the song set up.
Oh, Pake.
It might be pretty good news for him that he does have the buyback because he's going to need it. As indeed, the black hole's dropped. Pake's gone.
No funny business. They pop all the BKBs for it too, just in case. They have the second round too of a black hole with that refresher shard. Azantic does now get the Aghanims. So now, yeah, they still have 2 black holes kind of in a way here. And they're going to look to go. Song, it's a fast frequency now.
It is now.
He's got that 20 talent, so it's 80 seconds, 45 until it's up. He's got 2 banners for the push too.
Whisper. Panto. Trying for the setup. Whisper pretty beefy here, but a bounce away with the Ogre Seal Totem. Zip ball from Azantic. He's going to get the grab, and number 4 is trying to get Whisper back to the safety of the base. Nullified down upon him, but they get the cookie from El Misho. Getting him up to the safety of the high ground. They'll keep Whisper alive.
Panto trying to drag him out with the ward. Can't quite. That'll make them lose that ward.
I mean, they're trying to do what they can here to stop Pake from having to use the buyback.
It's 40 seconds.
And buyback or not, they're probably going to lose this top rack. So maybe they'll just favor having that second life, still having the buyback ready for when Liga try and go for the game end.
Seems like that is the call. Chrysalis.
Now, Rolling Thunder from Lumpy. It's the opening onto Chrysalis. They're keeping this final bit of racks alive on this top lane because they've still got the tier 2 bottom protecting that third and final set. So Beast Coast, all things said and done, they'll be able to make sure that they don't have to expend Pake's buyback.
Yeah, MOUZ finishing up the MKB just before that. He was able to actually dish the damage out to push that troll away there with that roll.
I mean, yeah, this is both supports having the least supporty build that you could expect, but definitely the kind of build you'd hope for in a game like this. Both your Enchantress and Snapfire, they're ready to just shoot people down.
I'm shocked that the Snap went for this build, to be honest with you, because it takes so much longer now that you need 25, but they also buffed the other one by a decent margin, the +8. It was +6 before, but whatever.
Beast Coast bringing in a lot of fun this game.
That's for sure.
With how they're looking to try and hold this one off. It'll be very impressive if they do. You know, Liga much more going for the very more technical approach of just a good song, a good black hole. Meanwhile, Beast Coast are like, support, get your Daedalus, get your MKBs. We've got an Ancient to defend. See if it works out.
This game is super hype. Even though it's Liga having this clear way to close out the game, there's definitely some funny things that can happen.
That's the thing, right? Because it's either going to have some crazy calamities and chaos and turnarounds at the end, or it's just going to be black hole into black hole into GG.
Exactly. Or black hole into black hole.
It could end very abruptly.
Yeah, it could be black hole into blue hole, because Azantic's also going refresher, so. Find Misho. He has Rapier queued up, by the way. I mean, he's going big. Hoping to go big. Needs 25 still, of course, but... Crystallis is on the prowl. Lumpy.
And Chris is going to put the BKB straight away. Gets caught by the bash. I'll have to back off with this BKB. Not going to have a chance to fight with this. Beast Coast on the retreat, but MOUZ. It's going to zip upon by Zantic, but Zantic pretty low on the mana. Won't be able to keep chasing.
Didn't get the catch at the AoE pull.
They've got the push coming around in this bottom lane, though. So Liga, they'll get rid of that final tier 2 tower that Beast Coast had standing.
Pake continued to be annoying with these illusions in mid. His team is set up around here too.
I mean, he's really pushing up as well with the real hero.
Toby. MOUZ is starting to poke, or trying to poke, but can't. And Zantic has to go back to deal with that push.
Silver Edge done on Pake, so can get away with more of these plays where he's pushing out pretty far.
Man,
and a little bit more now.
They really are being so annoying with the way that they're playing around these smokes. And Lumpy, Refresher online also, has the Rolling Thunder cooldown talent, so it's back up soon.
Of course, that whole period of the Aegis has now passed, so Liga...
Whisper. They've spotted him. He gets himself away.
And they're being careful how they go in for the kill themselves. And obviously with the moments that have passed, Crystallis' buyback is back available again.
Zantic gonna try to make the move.
They get the opening roll. Look at the follow-up. That song's gonna come in.
Oh, it's beautiful.
He's able to put a stop to the play. Toby's TPing over. They'll pull them together. There's the BKB Black Hole onto the both of them. That's Pake and Lumpy out of the game.
And Lumpy gone for 2.
Oh, we didn't save for buyback.
He spent for that refresher.
He spent up. Just 600 gold short. It's a painful 600 gold short.
I mean, they're trying to do these kind of cutesy plays on Beast Coast. They kept these lanes going in, but this time, I mean, Panto, he's been so clutch on this Naga Siren. I like how he even reels him in, puts him in a better position for the Black Hole.
Yeah, it makes it nice and easy for Toby to get that follow-up.
And they've got the secondary when the Refresher Shard is ready if Toby wants to go for it.
And this time round, Liga should be able to force that buyback out from Pake.
Oh, even an Ags now on the Naga Siren, so, I mean, even more control piercing BKBs.
Zantic is going to get the opening onto the 2 of them. They're going to move straight over towards Elmisha. Buyback comes out from Pake. Elmisha taken down, has buyback as well. Zantic has to put the BKB. Crystallis focusing on getting the objective done as they'll finish off the full set of racks
Song
top.
at 8. I'm just watching for this song. Toby's Black Hole, he's got it at the ready if he needs to. He cannot clump on the side of Beast Coast. Still 50 seconds for your Lumpy. Got bottom lane pushed out, though.
It's just going to be a question of whether Liga expect Lumpy to not have the gold for buyback. You know, they're forced out one. Do they want to try and push again because they feel that maybe Lumpy still has his?
They probably do think he has it. I don't know if they saw that refresher or when they saw it in particular. Might be giving that respect to it.
Looking to approach for the mega creeps here. Crystallis.
Gonna enter.
Refresher done on a Zantic.
60 seconds till the main Black Hole. Or a Refresher Shard. Jump.
Zantic. It's going to try and focus MOUZ. Has the setup. Panto jumps in as well. Sprung to the side here from MOUZ as he tries to retreat, but he's caught by the reel in. He has got buyback available. The bottom racks are going to get cleaned up. They're going to be up against the mega creeps here, Beast Coast.
They were pinging Fountain for a second there. They're looking for a fight. They saw Zantic.
Oh, they get the opening onto Crystallis. Lumpy getting the angle, but the BKB's up. Crystallis immediately popping the battle trance, turns towards Whisper. Wants the Refresher to be ready to go for round 2. They'll use a cookie to try and get Whisper away from Crystallis. Crystallis getting kited and controlled it pretty well. He's got the second charge of the BKB and the battle trance ready to go, and here it is. Over towards Pakey he goes. Toby's here with the backup. Has the Black Hole, drops it down on the Pake. Knowing if they can kill this Luna, there's no buyback left, but they couldn't quite. Pake, he's able to deal with the Satanic. He survives a little bit longer, but Lumpy's gone. Whisper's dead as well. They're moving in with the Dark Willow here as they'll clean up Pake. He's out for good. And Zantic jump forward onto Elmisho. Maleficent from Toby. Elmisho out as well, as this is both cores. Lumpy and Pake gone without buyback.
He almost lived because of the Silver Edge. I thought it was a glimmer for a second, but I was like, wait, the supports don't have that. Silver Edge comes in, but the damage, it's enough. And we see there 1J able to use his build as well. Get the big damage for once from this Willow.
And onto the Ancient.
Close it out.
Elmisho's got buyback. It's just 3 versus 5. The supports, as I say, they've got a lot of right click. Is it going to be enough to push back the full 5-man of Liga? Jump ball from Azante, catches the two back lines here with the Vortex. Whisper, he's out for good. MOUZ, he'll fall. The Ancient exposed as Liga will close up this game 1.
I'll give beastcoast some credit, though. They did make them work for it.
They put up a great fight this game. They really did.
They were annoying. You know, these little split pull plays, these kind of cutesy plays with the illusion, albeit it didn't work. It was kind of a bad idea there. But yeah, cool stuff coming out from beastcoast. But this one from Liga, they were comfortable. I mean, it's a Toby Enigma with so much setup.
Yep.
Crystallis played super well across the board. It's a very well executed game, even though beastcoast did make them work for it. It was a nice game that we saw from Liga.
Absolutely. Very exciting start to this best-of-3 series. Liga, they'll start off, though, with the first victory.
As Fog says, they made them work for it very hard, though, and very long as well with the long game again for Liga. Seems to be the trend nowadays. Let's break it all down, as there was a lot to unpack in this game. I will say, T, the start of this game was quite slow. It felt like both teams were kind of feeling each other out to see where this one was going to go.
Yeah, I think like both teams respected the fact that if they give too much in the early game, the mid-game push potential was quite high for both. You got Luna on one side, you got Enigma and Troll on the other that can be quite dominant in that position. But Xantic, he finishes the game. What was his scoreline again? 14-2 and 25. He does have one funny meme death to the Pangolier, but other than that, it was just a lot of good team fight selection from Liga. A lot of the highlights we're going to see here is either the Naga Siren starting the fight, Storm zipping in with the fight, Willow hitting a good terrorize. Like, there's so much fight potential that it felt good that Toby didn't have to start. So many times we see Enigma drafts where it's like, wait a second, Enigma's all our team fight. And then all the pressure is on a single player to hit the black hole, which is one of the most, high risk spells in the game. So I love the fact that Liga cushioned him with multiple ways to take the fight.
Yeah, and normally in a game of Dota, typically you don't want to get to the stage where Enigma can just black hole your carry, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. But unfortunately, that's just what it came down to. And this is a pretty early pick Enigma as well. Yeah. The Luna was picked very early onto the draft. The Enigma was a response to that. They probably had an idea of getting Aegises, hitting a timing, going high ground. And at the point it did work, but like we're just going to see this absolute cinema over and over again. Yeah. Enigma black holing the cores, especially Pyke. He just couldn't play the game.
No, there's a reason why this Enigma has often been first phase banned against Toby. He really made it work. It's also one of those heroes, though, I guess, from beastcoast perspective, if you fail a black hole once, that's your opening. But it kind of didn't happen.
Yeah, it was, again, a lot of weight on Lumpy's shoulders and the Pangolier. He was the only hero that could actually play into the combination. If he had defensive positioning with an Aghanim's Basher build and the Blink Dagger, maybe he could have rolled in, hit that swashbuckle that one time to prevent the black hole getting the bash. But it's like your entire counterplay is on RNG. You're hoping for a bash. You're hoping for him to be defensive enough, because the way that Panther was playing this Naga Siren, he was so excited. Like, he gets blink, he's like jumping into the middle of everyone. I don't know. It was just really cool team fight selection again from Liga, but that's kind of been their main theme. They are very good at fighting, not ending games.
They looked really good in this, but I do want to say 24 pick Underlord for Whisper, 3 and 13. Like we said, this was the boring option, and the boring option didn't work. So I want to see more of flashy style from Whisper. He's probably the best player in South America, in my opinion. So yeah. I'd like to see him be able. This is definitely a rock solid performance by Xantic here, joining the crew as well. But his Storm Spirit was phenomenal as per usual. He's been rocking this tournament with his heroes. Luckily for him, most of all the heroes that he's Grandmaster on are very meta right now, and he is doing incredibly well. And one of the reasons, maybe the rock of the team.
I think so. I think it all played into it perfectly. I do think maybe Lumpy on the Pangolier, he had a fantastic game. The first half of the game was really good. I'd also call his performance there rock solid. But there's a couple heroes we'd like to focus a little bit more on. And T-Golf, I believe when we talk about supports, we have to talk about the Naga Siren that for a long time was first phase banned a lot, but not this game.
This was a perfect reason why, because Panto on the Naga Siren, you see here 34 minutes, 30 seconds into the game, he has the Blink Dagger, but that's because as well, 4 minutes earlier, they had the fight at Roshan. He only had about 1,500 gold, but they win that fight. It accelerates his timings to then get the Blink Dagger, and it's so critical because we have this kind of clutch moment we are going to have to highlight here, where the Luna, they're split pushing, they get a free racks, but he TPs in, shows the Blink reveal, and then of course, we are once again seeing the cinema of Toby hitting the black hole on the free setup, and that is now, from this point, when you have the Blink Dagger, the game is broken from Beast Coast. They cannot do anything. They are victim to the song, victim to the black hole. And yeah, I think that Beast Coast, they had to win the game earlier, because when you get to this stage of the game, maybe I'm wrong here, Fear, but it feels near impossible to beat a Naga Siren and Enigma when they're dictating the game.
Yeah, if I'm playing Carry, what can you do? You know, there's absolutely nothing Pi can do in this situation. You have to play with the Aegises, and you saw there that they didn't have one. They tried to make the best they could out of that situation, but it didn't work out.
I got one idea what could have happened. Maybe rather than going for the Abyssal Ags build, the Pangolier could have gone for a Wind Waker, and then you could roll through, Wind Waker the Luna in the black hole, and then just roll back away. So you're kind of like a really weird delivery service of just like, now you survive, bye. Like, it's an option.
The thing is, Crystals had Nullifier.
Okay, terrible.
Yeah, so it wouldn't work out.
Otherwise, it would have been a brilliant plan, of course.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Would have been fantastic.
Oh well.
Oh well. This game, even though Liga did take it in the end, it was very close for a very long time. So I have no doubts that game number 2 will be another nail biter. If you want to witness that, you better stick around.
Look at him, look at him.
I have black hole, guys.
I'm maybe killing them. Nice, hitting.
Glömma. Detection.
Yeah, I'll die. No, detection.
I might. Luna. Maybe. Hit first off.
Go.
I got him.
Got him.
Detection. Buy me jump. I'm out of. On high ground, maybe he will jump. No, he's not jumped yet.
Hello, everybody. I am here with MOUZ from Beast Coast. Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you.
It's been a while. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
That's right. We haven't seen you since TI, I believe.
13, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, me personally, not since TI 13. That's right. But we, as a community, as Dota, have not seen you guys since TI. Let's talk a little bit about that. What are you feeling now that you're done with TI? You're over the TI Blues. How was that event for you?
I mean, we went to the past year. I saw you there, but we didn't meet. That day was pretty good. I mean, we had some rough games.
Yeah.
But you know, we ended up like making up our mistakes and playing some good Dota later. The results weren't the best, but I think we felt pretty good with our performances. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you guys seem to feel pretty good with it, because in the world where everybody is kind of roster swapping right now, you guys are staying strong, staying together. Can you give us a little glimpse into that? What do you think about all this roster swapping?
Well, I think sometimes it's necessary to have like some new ideas, some new environment. Sometimes, you know, the relationships just fall apart. It just happens. We currently are having a standing right now.
Yeah.
So we kind of like in the same ship, you know.
Seems a little threatening. You said you're standing and now you're thinking about getting some new ideas and all that stuff. I mean, come on, man.
It's natural.
Okay, cool. What do you think is the most interesting roster swap that you've seen from the rest of the Dota community?
I mean, I think right now the Puppy roster is kind of
okay, he's just a stand-in, all right? It's not a roster swap. But yeah, the Puppy for Navi is what you're referring to? Yeah.
I think people are still figuring out. Like, there's nothing decided yet, so it's hard to say.
Yeah. That one interests me as well. What about South America? What's going on down there with the roster swapping? I mean, you think there's going to be a lot of shakeups, or?
Well, I don't think many shakeups in the top teams of SA. But SA is used to a lot of roster changes. You know, it's just it's kind of. I think it's kind of bad because they just lose one tournament, change a player. You're never gonna get results like that. You know, you need some consistency, some growth. You know, and for that you need commitment from people like long time. So if you don't have that, it will be hard to have that consistency.
Now, do you think that's like your specialty on the team? Because, you know, you're the big man on the team, you keep them together, you keep them consistent. Is that why you guys have been able to hold together?
Yeah, I mean, this past year, we were like the more consistent ones in South America, I would say. And it helped us a lot, you know, to grow. Yeah.
What do you think about the latest patch? You think they fixed the game enough from past TI, where it's a little bit more interesting now?
I don't know, it's hard to say. We have been thinking, but it feels, I mean, they nerf so bad my role, like the mana would cost upgrade, and the heroes, they also increase the mana cost of the spells. So it sucks for me, but I will have to adapt, like always.
Yeah.
So for other roles, I think you know, the OP heroes, they just nerf a bit. But we don't know. I think we will see. We will see. I don't want to show some strats.
I mean, all support players cried out. And if you touch arcane boots, you're hurting us. That is emotional damage right there for us.
And the 5, because the 5 has to buy it.
I mean, but I don't know. I mean, supports have had it pretty good lately, especially 5s. Like, we had a lot more impact. It ain't like the old days. Do you remember, you know, the brown boots only days? Are you happy with how support is playing these days?
Yeah, I think I like it. It's more skill. Like, it demands more of post 5 at least.
Sure.
Post 4 always been very demanding, you know, this is a skilled role. But post 5, you used not to be like that. But right now it's more demanding, you know, which is good, you know. You gotta be good or you are out. So something like that.
Just general questions then. What are you expecting from the team this event? How far do you guys think you're gonna go? Are you guys shooting for that first place or?
Well, we're playing to win, of course, but we came here to, you know, to have some fun and play some good Dota. We just that's our mentality. No pressure for us. We have an amazing standing, which is Whisper, you know. So we're very excited to play with him, and you know, new ideas, new guy, and Whisper is an amazing add-up for us because he's also very chill and a very good guy to have around. So it's amazing to experience this with the team.
Absolutely. Well, we're excited to see how you guys do as well, and we're excited to see how it goes with the stand-in. So best of luck to you. We'll be hearing a lot more from Beast Coast and our boy MOUZ coming up soon. But for now, back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whether we'll see a little bit more or a lot more will be decided in the upcoming game or upcoming 2 games, because the way this previous game went, it was very close. And I would not be surprised to see Beast Coast force it out to at least a game 3 in this best of 3 elimination series here for PGL Wallachia. Let's focus our attention on this second game that is coming our way very soon. But before we do, I got to touch on one thing that we heard Slacks and MOUZ talked about as well. And I haven't actually heard anybody talk about it on the panel. The Mana Boots nerf T-Gov. Yeah. Do we feel the change? Do you see the change?
It's a subtle change where I think it will stop cause thinking of buying it. But to be fair, it was only purchased because people went Gleipnir. And Gleipnir got nerfed. I'm also not seeing Gleipnir really at all at the tournament. So we're yet to really see the Mana Boots effect truly hit because cores aren't complaining. Supports, their voices...
They're always complaining. So,
yeah, we're always complaining, so it doesn't matter.
Seriously.
It is a very subtle nerf. It is going to impact, but it's not damning. Like, you're not suddenly not going for the item, right? It's still important. It's like, for a support, what do you really buy to gain mana, right? It's only Mana Boots, so you have to still go for it.
And with the, I think with the previous support duos of the game we just witnessed, Fair, we had these support duos basically being cores. Right?
Yeah, I mean, at some point for sure, like the Dark Willow ended up going for a core build himself. I mean, Naga, more of a supportive role, I want to say, tried to.
Sure.
And unfortunately, on the side of Beast Coast, none of them really got a transition that much. But, well, it'll change the thing. I think in this particular game, there's one thing they're both going to be thinking about, and it's remove Toby's Enigma at some point in the draft. Like, I already said that it shouldn't be a good lane matchup. They still got first blood in that lane. And then, of course, they just had no answer for the team fight of the Black Hole either. So don't give them Enigma anymore. I think if you can't beat it in the lane, you're not going to beat it in the game.
It sounds like such a simple solution, so you'd think that someone would consider it. We will be in game number 2 in just a second. So we got ourselves Liga team on the Radiant side this time around, and it will be Beast Coast on the Dire side. Beast Coast gets first pick. That also means that they have less bans, which is not that big of a deal because they have first pick. But maybe against Liga team, it might be a little bit of a bigger issue because we keep talking about heroes that we feel they should ban, like these two with the Monkey King and the Razor.
For me, it's just, okay, just ban it in the first phase, right? Like when you think about League's success in the tournament, they 2-1 Nouns, 2 wins, both on Enigma. Against Tundra, they first phase banned it, so they didn't allow League to get it, and then they beat it. Like, you know, they had a Brood strategy, Beastmaster strategy, so they had really good ways to deal with it. So like, unless you have the ability to get Beastmaster and Brood, and just ways to really break the map down and try and counterplay the early game of Enigma, then just ban it. Don't allow, you know, Liga to have a hero that has found them great success now so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I were coaching at this point, I'd be like, yeah, we're playing L1, we're going to ban Razor, Monkey King, Enigma.
Done.
Those seem like the 3 heroes that they're just winning on no matter what. So, and at that point, you can give them like Shadow Fiends, Alchemists. These type of heroes are going to be in contention. Maybe later on the line, the Visage. But that is something I definitely want them to think about. Or they have to prepare for it and have like a Rubik or something up in their sleeve here to be able to deal with it. Because right now, this late game is a big problem, but it's a 2-part problem. Like, you have to deal with the laning stage too, because if Toby just crushes you in the lane, it's like, yeah, I'm not going to go for black hole items. I'm just going to buy auras.
Yeah,
We're going to walk down the lanes. Then it's over there too. So you have to deal with the lane and then also the late game.
Good. And they did ban it out.
Makes sense.
Yeah, let's see which one of the usual suspects that are still in with that one will be picked up first. Beastcoast will go back for their Enchantress. It did not win, but it is still a very strong hero. And maybe dissuades a Liga team from going for a Beastmaster?
No, I don't think it should. I think they should still pick it up if they want it. As soon as you get to Overlord, etc., you don't really care. And yeah, I think right now you've got Shadow Fiends available, Tusk is available, Beastmaster is available. The thing for Liga, and why it's uncomfortable from second pick here, is you pick whatever you pick, you have one ban now. So we've mentioned multiple heroes. They'd have to pick one, potentially ban the others, but they go for the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I mean, it's a popular hero. I don't dislike it. There's not a lot to say about it. It's just like Shadow Fiend, he's your carry.
He's good.
Strong in lane, he's good.
But now Liga needs to ban the Beastmaster. Unless they're going to open SF plus Beastmaster. Sure, the lane can be very good for Shadow Fiend, where it's like Shadow Fiend Clock or Marcy or whatever can run down the beast a couple times, but the overall game plan, the Ench aggression, the Beastmaster aggression, I personally wouldn't want to see it. It gives Beast Coast such a simple draft to give themselves.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. I think that could be definitely a good ban. Like these BKB piercing, right? Because like when I think of Shadow Fiend, I also think of Bat Rider being incredibly
Stand your
good.
ground, right click,
Yeah, so they can't ban them all out. That's like the issue there. So we'll have to see which route they want to go. What's the lesser of the 2 evils there? Is it Bat Rider? Is it Beastmaster? Not entirely sure, but I think you did mention that there's still a Clock and a Tusk in the pool. Both in which I think L1 really wants with the Shadow Fiend.
I think I would go, I mean, based on their history, they're obviously going for Tusk, but again, doesn't really matter. As long as they pick one of them, it's fine, right? Yeah.
Can't go wrong with them. That's where we're at right now.
Here
We've got
it
a
is.
couple of offlaners banned, though, and it's not the Beastmaster, so they ban out Visage and Centaur.
They're respecting Toby, but again, Toby historically is a player that he plays his top 2 or 3 heroes very well, and then suddenly his next set is not so good. But thankfully, for the sake of the game, Liga do ban Beastmaster, very good ban, and then they go for the Clockwork. Nothing really surprising has occurred so far in the draft.
Didn't have to think about that very much. I mean, Clock SF is such a strong lane duo.
Yeah.
Like, just Clock gets on top of you, drops the cogs, throw 2 raises in there, maybe a blood grenade, walk in for that 3rd raise, and that's just a dead hero. So,
is there anything from Whisper, because you don't want the boring hero, you don't want to weigh down your star player, right? Your star stand-in.
Of course.
I'm thinking like Magnus is a fun hero for Whisper, like BKB piercing that we're mentioning. Is there any heroes that are like spicy for you for Whisper?
Spicy Whisper heroes.
Just anything that's not Underlord, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, that's the thing for, like, I always want him to play Bat in some capacity, but it's probably not going to happen. I wouldn't hate him playing, like, a Mars or something, just because you do have that Dark Horse. But, all right, you already called the Magnus. Who would have guessed they would have picked this? It is BKB lockdown for sure, which is nice. But the laning stage itself, like, you do have a Dark Will, so that helps a lot. I mean, you can skewer out of the cogs if you get caught.
You can shockwave heroes into multiple brambles, and you can skewer them through more brambles. You go for Thorny Thicket, Facet, and Willow. There's going to be more brambles to go through, but
how viable is Magnus right now? I haven't seen a ton of this hero. That's the only question I really have.
I mean, Whisper plays on OG. They're a big mag team, so he's probably...
So it's viable, got it.
It's viable, got it. But no, the reason why Magnus, I think, is not too popular is, do you really buy auras? You can, of course you do buy auras, but it's after. You don't rush it as your first item. And there's a lot of elusive mid heroes, and if you're the key initiation tool, trying to RP a puck or RP like a Quap, it can be a bit difficult if they're
getting rocketed all the time.
Exactly,
too.
rocket flares, and then it just takes one ward, and Mag doesn't go Shadowblade or anything like this. So initiating can be difficult, but in the wider fight, when you have a front lane, Mag can excel.
I'm very curious to see how it works. I want to see it work because it's a very interesting hero. So, but it is not the strongest laner, especially not against the Shadow Fiend. They're going to play a little more defensive. They even pick up the Hoodwink to kind of match the Dark Willow's like laning prowess on this one, and they're going to give Toby the last pick here on their side.
Yeah, overall last pick even.
I mean,
Luxury.
The fun thing with Magnus is you have two options to play the game. You either go for the big scaling core where Magnus will drag heroes towards you, like a Medusa. Medusa isn't very mobile, pre-swift blink, so Mag will drag them forward. Or you go for, okay, let's use Empower, get a couple cheap items, or skip the farming items because Mag will do it for me, and you just go, right? And of course, we're yet to really see much Magnus, but the playstyle into Shadow Fiend, you know, running aggressively at him early on could be pretty good. And they go for the mid lane for now, but
it's quite fun. We talk about Void Spirit a lot as option for the mid lane, but we have not really seen him that often.
Not too much. Yeah, I think he has like maybe 4 games max or something. And yesterday was his first win. I forgot who was playing it, but it was not winning, not picked very much, and got 1 win. But in the game it did win. It looked pretty good. I think this is an option a lot of people like to see versus Puck in particular. You do have that way of like just dropping a Remnant on the phase shift, allowing you to get that catch. You don't really go for the AVULUS build anymore. Doesn't matter as much. But you can be pretty tanky when you get coiled. I feel like this matchup is a little bit volatile. And mainly, I do favor the Puck in a lot of ways outside of the laning stage because you do have that solid lockdown to add damage on top of it. But it's Puck. Okay, so here's like one combo. You know when Universal Heroes were first released? Magnus plus Void Spirit broke the game. Like, it was just like so incredibly broken because Void Spirit with Empower, because it's universal, is actually really good for scaling. So you can't underestimate that as well.
yeah, and the speed in which beastcoast can play, the supports, they thrive in early fights. Void Spirit, Magnus, you know, Magnus in the right hands also does that, and you know, Whisper has shown that through his time at beastcoast stand-in, plus of course OG. So yeah, I think there's a good recipe for beastcoast to be very aggressive, and I'd like to see, of course, Axe Rush on the Void Spirit. No real good lock. I mean, again, you said there's lockdown, but it's like after Coil, is there really any reliable Void Spirit lockdown? It's a lot of layering that needs to hit perfectly just to kill off the mid hero, which should allow Pyke to be able to do exactly whatever he wants to do. And Medusa ban, Luna ban. Again, I referenced Medusa in the previous part of the draft, but that's the type of carry you want with this. How aggressive they're going to be. Your carry needs to be the raid boss type of carry.
Yeah, I definitely think Medusa's like the hard counter to Shadow Fiend right now as well, just because you do have the mana shield versus a minus armor type of hero, so you actually just win every single one of those man fights against them, which a lot of matchups are not the case for Shadow Fiend, so definitely respect the Medusa ban in this one, and we'll have to see what does Pyke want to play.
Alk's still available if you want to...
Is it? I
believe so.
Oh,
Alchemist
it is. Okay.
still in there.
Yeah, Alk.
All right. I mean, that's
The speed in which they
obvious
play
one.
could be good, yeah.
There it is.
I feel like the carry pool has been limited down yet again. At least at this tournament, we'll have to see like a month from now when people start to really figure out the patch. It's been limited down to like these Razor, Luna, Shadow Fiend, and Alchemist, and maybe throw in a Medusa if none of those are available.
I gotta commend beastcoast for the fan service of just drafting in order of position, going from 5 through 1. It's very reader friendly.
Yeah, very nice. Do you think League was aware of that? Oh God!
But I
so creative.
I read left to right though.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's
so
the
do I.
point.
Wow, you're right. Very good.
Also, no, but for
I forgot which way I read.
Well, also for the viewer perspective, they now see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's true.
We have a
And we
different
got 'em
draft.
both.
Oh no!
Easy. All good. For Liga team, looking for Toby Hero on the off lane. What's still in that he's comfortable on?
To be honest, Toby doesn't thrive from last pick. He's a
Does he not?
no. He's like a pick 2, pick 3 kind of offlaner. You know, like I'm gonna do my job, but boys, take it away. So, like beforehand, Toby to dominate from last pick, it's like he'd play Lycans and Axe, and that was like historically his big stuff. But in this game, of course, we're not seeing that. In meta, we're not going to see that.
Marcy.
But what's he going to go for?
Marcy got banned already, so
I mean,
it's
that
better.
actually, Beast Coast shouldn't have banned that because literally Toby played that earlier. He lost, and so far Marcy is like 0-7 in this tournament. Hasn't won a single
they're
game.
like, let him have it.
Yeah,
just
just
bad
let
anyway.
him have it. This is a classic. Like Sarter, you're high armor, so you can kind of fight within the acid spray. You keep hitting him over and over, and you have a hoodwink in your lane. So this lane is actually pretty toxic. It's very, very strong, and I do like this Slardar pickup. You're also playing against a lot of heroes in which you can use this amp damage on, so it's good.
It's a lot of pressure on him, though, because sure, it's a good lane, but playing into Enchantress, the damage could be mitigated a little bit. You know, he can't run at you, you can enchant him, you heal up your Alk, and in the game, Alk goes Radiance, Slardar's initiations can fall flat, Void Spirit getting Ags and Shivas and armor himself, so it's like, if the lane goes well enough, you give early Roshan to Aegis, early Aegis to Shadow Fiend, sorry, that's where I think Liga will thrive. They need Slardar to have good lane, early Roshans, break the game. If the game's like even, Beast Coast lineup just feels better, like they have nicer team fight selection, ways to find Shadow Fiend, and they can kind of go, yeah, go away Slardar, like whatever. So yeah, all eyes on Toby. He got last pick in the draft. His lane must go well. He must control the game, dictate, and prove us that he deserves the last pick for Liga.
Yeah, you on board with that, Fear?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's high potential here that the laning stage could be absolutely disastrous for Beast Coast, and that can snowball into a very disgusting game for Beast Coast. But luckily for them, they do have the Magnus, so there could be some nice high ground throws, as we've seen earlier today.
True.
That could make this game very spicy.
I'm all here for a spicy game. Let's see if we're going to have one. Before we get to the game, though, let's hear some words from Coach No Fear, who's with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, so first question from me is, game number 1, you seem to get a lot of what you wanted, especially that Naga Siren, which has been very contested. Are you surprised you got the Naga? And what do you think was their plan to deal with it?
I think we have more heroes what we have. Naga really surprised for us in Enigma, but they have Ench, Luna, they push all timelines. I think they have plan on games. This game not easy, you know, you see.
We'll see. Okay, well, let's get into this draft then. I mean, what do you think is the biggest strength of your draft this game?
I think in this game we have Slardar, full free line, and we have Puck free game. I think this is game super easy, and Shadow Fiend.
Super easy. Okay, all right. So is there anything you're scared about on their draft, or? Is there anything on their draft which you think you should be wary of? Scared of?
We'll see, bro. We'll see. I don't know.
All right, a lot of confidence coming out from No Fear here. Let's see what happens in game number 2 with Odie and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, game 2 here coming up here between Liga and Beast Coast. And yeah, we'll see. We had definitely some words of confidence there from No Fear. Feels that this time around they got some good stuff, including that last pick. Was seemingly happy with the Slardar, something that they maybe, from a viewer's perspective, may have been forced into with the amount of bans that Toby was kind of getting in those off-lane positions. But they get the Slardar.
It looks like a good Slardar. You're playing versus a melee safe laner. Yes, Enchantress can be a little bit pesky in some types of ways, but you're with S7 Slardar. There's going to be insane minus armor very quickly in the game. Roche dies in seconds too, so a strong draft that Liga's got for themselves. Beast Coast, a bit more of a risky one. Now, I haven't seen too much of the Magnus lately. I know Whisper does like to play it. It's rising in pubs a lot. But in terms of pro games, this hero can be a bit difficult to have a good lane, especially if you're versus Clockwork Shadow Fiend. That doesn't sound too easy for a Magnus by any means. Clock has been winning it so many of these games. 70% win rate. We saw it popped up there earlier before the game started. It's an annoying hero, and very pesky for something like Magnus. Keep him locked down inside the cogs. Battery Assault's always going to be very annoying in the lane too. Mid lane, let's see how Lumpy does.
Yeah, because this hero, Void Spirit, hasn't been too hot. We saw a great game the other day from Emo on it.
He pwned. He did own.
But other than that, not one that we're seeing a lot. And when we've been seeing it, it hasn't looked too hot.
Yeah. And this one, yeah, he can get the catch kind of stuff versus the puck. But I will say, like, Edzante can definitely play and dance around this. There's not really the greatest of... I mean, there's never really the greatest of these controls, it feels like, in a lot of these games, just these hard stuns to lock down the puck. But it's going to be up to Lumpy to do so. That's why they go for it, right? It's either Tiny or Void Spirit, as we've seen, as the only attempted answers to be that catch versus the puck. So we'll see how he ends up doing. Because the lane should be pretty good for Lumpy. He should come out of it quite ahead of it. Level 2 is about to be hit bottom. They're actually making the go onto El Micho after he throws the brambles. Can he get himself away? Might be able to know that the wave is there. It's close. But he'll survive.
I'm just going to get the bramble onto Panto, but yeah, level 1 not really able to follow up with much from Whisper, just the shockwave.
Not pretty big that he survives there. That was their blood grenade attempt to make the move there. He was, I think, 1 or 2 creeps off from getting that 2 on crystals for the extra minus armor, so couldn't quite close the gap.
Top lane. Good concoction onto Toby. That'll do it for first blood for Pake.
The Ench power. It's a bit shocking how well they were able to get, how low they were able to get him off of that, though. Must have eaten a ton of harassment just under the acid spray. Yeah, he just got attacked like crazy under it, so not respecting that minus armor.
And bottom lane.
Show again.
Once more. He's going to be able to keep himself alive, backing up onto the tower.
Skewer.
Now with the skewer from Whisper, they'll get Panto in. It's only going to tank the 1 hit.
They've got the blood grenade.
I'll have him. Drag him back with the shockwave. No amount of heals are going to save him as Panto goes down. Beast Coast getting these early kills.
And yeah, looking at Lumpy right now, he is absolutely dominating that lane.
Yeah, very solid start.
Yeah, I know Enchantress is, of course, like, incredible. I'm just still shocked at how the way that happened top. The way that they were able to bring down Toby that easily. Because this tends to be pretty decent for Slardars when you're playing versus Alk in particular, or most melees. So, good on them to be able to do so. Nice thing about Alk nowadays, though, is you get that, of course, bonus gold that you start with, so you can itemize and get these chainmails or these armor items a lot earlier than in the past. So that could be a bit of a difference maker as well. Or he can do very well versus something like a Slardar. And he's got phase boots actually already, so that Pake. Gonna be off to a very good start up here. It's gonna be difficult for them to pressure him probably then with the Slardar if the Ench is there. And he finds himself the mana burn creep, so yeah, MOUZ definitely gonna be setting up Pake for success up here versus that Slardar lane. All 3 farming very nicely.
Yeah, good start for Beast Coast. See if they can keep finding any of these kills in the side lanes.
I just have to keep, I'm like constantly looking at bottom. I think that's the lane for me to watch for these constant kills to come out. Either skewer back or cog plays and triple raises. Won't be able to finish off Whisper. Does have the raindrop finished off. Can absorb a decent amount of damage here. And they will get the range creep denied there, nice.
Which of these lanes would you say League is most likely to be able to strike back and get some sort of action themselves? Or is it just kind of hard early game with their heroes now?
It's probably bottom still, yeah, like I was saying. Just the double raises plus the battery assault when they've got level 2 battery assault. Likely to see another go. There's definitely counterplay potential. They can always get that skewer once the cogs end under the tower if it ends up being too close to it.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Look at the courier here. But Pake was able to get the delivery. I got the setup. Some decent damage down onto Toby. Shouldn't be able to kill him. Still good harassment here from both MOUZ and Pake. Keep the lane in a good spot for Pake.
Yeah, he should be fine. He's got the Lotus as well, too. We'll be able to pop down immediately. Alright, Pake phase Soul Ring. So 10 armor already in the laning phase versus a Slardar. Feels really good.
A mid. Very, very close there, but Lumpy keeping it cool. Still at the 1 charges.
Yeah, he's still owning that matchup. 23-4, Puck doing okay, though. Only about 150 gold differential actually between the 2 of them. Because we did see Lumpy went for raindrop, so...
He's playing it very well. He's going to get good timing on the level 6. And then Azantic does have to be a bit careful how he plays around, just in case Lumpy sees this, the chance to burst him.
Yeah, Power Rune, Enchantress grabbing a creep. They're both... All the supports are in preparation for this, rotating toward the mid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Panto actually opted for level 2 cogs here. You used to see it almost every single game, but lately we've seen a lot more of level 2 battery assault with the damage threat. Is
nice little bit of a cliff there from Whisper.
Instantly TPs to base, okay. Thought he was just going to TP to the tower, but maybe was feeling a bit threatened. Or wants to go elsewhere, I guess. Maybe wants to go make another move since SF maybe just wants to jungle soon. Up, Toby.
Still pretty beefy, but Lumpy's in with the backup. Jumps in, has the Revenant control, and bursts through him with the Astral Step. Got the Dream Core down in response here. Xantic ready to capitalize on 1J's setup to find some kills in return as they take down Pake. A jump forward for MOUZ. Got another bit of burst with the waning rift, but the heals will keep MOUZ safe.
Beautiful bushwhack, but unable to get the secondary kill means it's not that big a deal. Alchemist top net worth by a significant margin now. 4,000 net worth on him. Getting these kills, massive. It's pretty crazy how much that separation between him and the SF already is. Able to get this free farm in the lane. He can even purchase like Talisman of Evasion if he'd like to early, and it's pretty good versus the Slardar and the SF if he wants to do that before getting the Relic.
That could be tempting. It means that he's going to be able to continue to farm in the lanes and not really be scared of it much of a rotation from Liga.
Lumpy.
He's in with the jump. Is anything Azante can do to help 1J out? They got the bushwhack into the silence. Cogs down as well, but he'll find the kill. Lumpy gets another and gets out safely.
Playing this very nice. Love those two rotations from him. Pushing the limits. He's doing it on his Pango as well. Able to invade nicely. And definitely a good game for potential Aghanims if he'd like to go down that route of versus the puck. They get the coil on him in mid.
And look at this wraparound at the same time top. They're trying to go for Toby here with the 3, and then they get the concoction into the blood grenade. And we have a crush to hold back the center, and that will give him enough time to back out. And indeed, at the same time, Lumpy got jumped by the 3 of them there.
Yep, just got coiled. He was relatively low mana, gets hit by 2 cogs. Doesn't have any mana to jump away. A good grab. And yeah, look at all that stun. The battery assault, of course, but no, he got leashed into bushwhacked pretty much, was the majority of it. So a 2K lead at the moment for the side of Beast Coast. Most of it being that Alchemist's gold, but Magnus also doing very well. Whisper, he didn't die in the lane, which is pretty big when you're playing versus SF Clockwork.
Lumpy came back down onto the map on the bottom to pick up some farm. Maybe with backup they can make a play happen. It's difficult. I mean, getting on top of this SF, I mean, what sort of move do you expect Beast Coast to try and put together to do this? Like, how do you pressure Crystallis early? Because he's having a pretty good start now, getting some good space.
They can with Lumpy. He has high burst damage, especially because they have this 3 points in Empower. The physical damage from Lumpy is going to be very high in this game. So can look to get that set up. I just think Crystallis is probably going to play that maximum efficiency, kind of get that farm going, shove the wave out. But they can absolutely look to hunt for him.
Good jukes here from Almisha. I've got the 4 of them on Beast Coast heading down towards this bottom lane.
Whisper's just having a very good time. Level 7, he's still able to sit in the lane and farm as a Magnus. Halfway to the blink. Crystallis will show himself for a second.
Got the shockwave for the setup. Panto's hiding in the trees, ready in case they do start diving in upon Crystallis.
He's got the Requiem ready to be revved up. Whisper can't actually commit forward there. And yeah, Peiki did buy the Talisman. So we'll have that extra bit of resistance, in particular versus the starter early, but he's just going to finish the Radiance in jungle, so won't actually go back to lane probably. But it's going to be good timing, that Radiance. But things have started to stabilize a little bit. We see it Xantic, now that he's able to farm these stacks after he got the kill in the Void Spirit. He's actually pulled ahead of Lumpy. All important for these pucks. Endo.
Proving to be quite tricky, really, for MOUZ and Whisper to get on top of these heroes, especially even just the support clock Panto. Quite annoying with these cogs.
Yeah, it might just
for Whisper to step up.
It has to either be a rotation from Lumpy or the Blink Dagger from the Mag to get on top of Crystallis. And do see the rotation from Lumpy. It's going to run into a support again.
It's going to be off the mark with the Remnant. And we'll allow the chance for 1G to get the Bushwhack off, but the Shadow Realm hit will finish him. We're still keeping that little bit of an edge here, Beast Coast. 2K lead.
It's all the Alch. Literally, completely that net worth is the Alchemist. Stacks are being made from the Magnus also, so I've been seeing Whisper get those prepared on top of having that max in power. His Blink is coming soon.
Yeah, really want to keep this pressure on this bottom tower. Make sure the Crystallis doesn't feel too safe to continue farming. I mean, at the moment, Crystallis is getting away with it each and every time.
Pig has Radiance. Once it comes out on the courier, he's got the gold for it finished up, and it's not like some naked one. It's a phase soul ring into Radiance too, and Whisper's Blink's pretty much going to be in synergy with it. Definitely feel like they can start to apply some pressure versus Liga.
Crystallis still trying to draw the attention off the tier 1, but this time round, Beast Coast, they'll be able to finish it off with the pressure. Whisper takes the tower, and indeed the Blink Dagger is going to be out for him.
Super good timing. And yeah, he keeps pinging his stacks. He's like, guys, there's stacks all over the place as well for us to keep that farm going. Same thing on the side of Liga. They are getting a lot of those. But when you have Magnus with Empower, it always feels very nice to be able to clear those at that faster frequency. And there's that Radiance. It's a very early one.
Really good timings from Beast Coast across the board so far.
Yeah, it's a very ideal one for him to have. And yeah, and the fact that Whisper is just able to get a blink at that timing is huge. Toby gonna go more of a greedy route, gonna go down that Echo Saber.
Quick and easy jump here on the mid, 1J. Very easily dealt with by Lumpy at this point. Has to be careful farming around these areas. Just more gold for the Void Spirit. That's the side. They're also starting to tease around the Panto. They're able to jump in. He'll get the hook shot off. Green gold down onto the two of them as well. The Panto's gone. Crystallis trying to step up with the raises.
Nice illusion.
But Lumpy is able to jump away. In fact, he's ready to jump back in because Whisper's in with the Blink RP. Crystallis will get skewered to the side. Still able to rev up the Requiem if he wants to. He'll hold back on it. It's enough just to scare a Beast Coast off. Beast Coast continuing to get these trades, taking down these big kills, killing off the puck.
And nice play from Lumpy, holding on to the illusion. The silence comes in. It was a nice play from Exantic to blanket it, but yeah, illusion gets popped. There's no follow-up. Great rotations. Yeah, playing very fast with this lineup. And Alk is just running away with the farm. No pressure on Pake whatsoever. And Toby yet to really get involved aggressively. And with him going Echo as well, you know, they're not going to have that initiation that comes from off lane. Yes, they have a puck, which gives them natural initiation from their lane, but it's going to be weird for Toby to kind of walk in with an Echo versus a Radiance Alk and versus this tanky Void Spirit in the mid-game fights. See if that Echo does pay off. It does feel like he needs Blink immediately afterwards, but we shall see.
Yeah, this Aghanims timing for Lumpy is going to be very hard for Liga to deal with.
1700 HP on the Void Spirit. Their damage, it's mostly, I mean, the damage to be able to rip through the Void Spirit, it's got to come from the SF.
Lumpy's in.
Xantic. It's too tanky. Can't throw the coil, don't have the follow-up.
Yeah, especially with this regen in the bottle.
Yeah.
Lumpy very, very strong. Just 800 gold away from having the Ags.
Crazy timings. Pressure in the mid tower here too. Yeah, look at that
smoked up Liga. They want to try and find some sort of action, maybe bait to play from Beast Coast and turn it round.
They want to use Toby. Because he's kind of just been sitting on the side farming. I think they are realizing that the pace of this game is not going well for them with the way this Alchemist is just doing whatever he wants.
Drop the Dream Coil. See if they've got enough control. The silence into the bushwhack and the sharpshooter. It's a clean kill there from Liga. It's a big one as well. Taking Lumpy out.
They ideally want to get a tower out of it, but unlikely that they can actually pressure onto mid. I think Pake also farmed, was a 5-stack. He actually has Manta. I literally look at the gold. It's like a normal game. I mean, this is the Cinnering Classic that he used to say, you know, when it's an Alchemist game. He literally is that 5k difference that they have at the moment. Crazy timings he's hitting. And now, I mean, with the Manta, he can look to get involved if he'd like to. Micho.
I'll get the Shadow Realm off. They're caught by the bushwhack, lining up the raises. And a kick from the Clockwork, smashing his cogs across. And we'll get the pick off. They're still finding some sort of scraps here and there, Liga, when it comes to getting these kills. But overall, just not able to slow down that momentum and slow down this Alchemist from Pake in particular.
Level 14 on him too.
He's getting so much.
Getting just so, I mean, the stacks that they've been making too, they just had a crazy amount of them. They're swinging toward mid. Whisper with the blink. Pake wanting to force something here. He also wants to get a bit of this tower advantage with these timings that he's got. Panto?
He's got to be careful. I mean, if Whisper wants, he can find a quick grab with the blink skewer. If Liga step up.
He wants a bigger target. He doesn't want to show himself. He wants to see a core potentially.
Oh, there it is. Aghanim's timing. 16 minutes in. Still a solid one here for Lumpy.
Very fast. And overall for Exantic, that's going to be, I mean, that's going to make some big problems for him. But not only just him, for everybody. It is very annoying when these when these Void Spirits are able to get it this early, and he gets a power rune, and he's empowered because of that Magnus.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Haven't seen an Alchemist have this free of a game in a while.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lumpy. Just got to get the jump. Is there any backup or help for Panto? They are sort of hovering around. In fact, Panto, he's thinking about turning. Comes back in with a hook shot. Got the bushwhack as well, but whispers in, gets the skewer off over towards 1J, dragging him back towards the rest of the team. TPing in, the fear thrown down over towards Crystalis. 1J still alive. It's actually a three-man dream core jumping from Azantic. The fear as well coming in for the Requiem. Have they got enough damage to finish anyone off, though? They don't have anything close to it. And now, Beast Coast, they're ready to start running at Liga. So even Liga, with this team fight combo here of the ultimates, they just can't quite get the kills at the moment, and they're only going to lose lives themselves. So both supports will get taken out by Beast Coast and by Pake in particular, turning up and getting that bonus and pushing himself continuously towards these incredibly fast item timings. The BKB is only about 800 gold away from having it on top of this Radiant Samantha, just 18 minutes in.
Absurd timings that he's hitting. The puck coil catches 3. Requiem kind of from the sidelines catches a couple, but it's nowhere near enough to bring down these heroes. And that's before Pipe comes out too. Whisper is approaching that. This game is looking pretty difficult for League unless they somehow are going to be able to find this Alchemist soon. It's just getting far too much.
Yeah, they need this Blink Dagger on Toby ASAP. Just so they have a chance of getting in and just focusing down one of the big core targets.
Panto will die again. And the other thing, too, is Alchemist has hit 15. So he actually has the Acid Spray grants armor to allies, too, which is going to counteract pretty nicely versus the Slaughter and the SF inside those mid-fights.
Yeah, he's massive. They can just go pushing for these tier 2s now.
The fact that he's almost level 16 as well. Sometimes Al can be a little bit under-leveled on top of how much farm the gold that he has, but yeah, he's ahead in levels, ahead in gold. How do you slow them down? You don't have Glyph, your tier 2 is falling.
And the base defense is going to be difficult when it comes down to it, highly likely very early this game because of how easily Beastcoast can kind of just tear you out of it. Whisper, he'll drag you out of the base pretty easy, and Lumpy, he'll be ready to dive in. They find Crystalis. Over by the Ancients, TPs are coming in. They're trying to do what they can to be able to back him up and help him out. The coil's down. Crystalis, he's still alive. He's getting pushed back by the fear. He's going to live. They turn take the Whisper. Here's the concoction from Pake, though, coming in. Allows them to finish up the job, take down Crystalis. Panto getting blocked off to the side as Liga try and turn up. Get something in response to the Shadow Fiend being jumped. They get Whisper, but they still lose the SF plus Panto once again.
He lived quite a bit longer than I'd anticipated him to with the jump from Azantic, but oh no, it didn't end up mattering. This is too much. This Alchemist is such a farmed Alchemist.
He's nearly doubling that though, of the net worth of any of the cores elsewhere in the game.
And Toby has Blink now at this point, but blinking into a Manta BKB Radiance Alchemist, it's suicide.
Yeah, good luck with that. Pake having a pretty incredible game just from the setup in the lane.
And now they have auras. They're going to have Pavis or Solar Crest, plus that pipe from their Magnus, while on the side of Liga, they don't have a hero that goes auras. They picked a Slaughter. This is a hero that you itemize for yourself, as we talked about a couple times, so it's going to be difficult for them inside of those fights when you're behind to even survive.
And Lumpy, amplified damage rune in the bottle, ready for the next play. Azantic, there were some pings. It did seem like there were areas around here, but he'll get up with the TP back to the safety of his base. Has the shard now.
Yeah, Lumpy's just going down the Manta route also, universal, so he's going to be able to have the Dispel versus either Corrosive, he's going to have the Dispel versus the Silence. The momentum is there for them. They can even look to back up and slow down to go for something like a Roche if they'd like to, but right now, just looking to continue the aggression. All 3 tier 2s.
Yeah, 21 minutes in.
With an Alchemist.
This much at the map.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, looking pretty unstoppable right now, Beast Coast.
And Liga, they don't have a skewer. You know, they don't have a tusk kick or anything like that. So overall, for them defending Highgarden, it's not easy.
And Lumpy, it's going to chase down 1J. He's able to jump down to the low ground with the sharpshooter. Whisper They'll close in upon him. Ooh, okay, why not? You know what? He doesn't need it to kill anyone else with how far ahead the team is. He'll drop an RP for that pesky hoodwink.
Hey, they know. Yeah, they know how far ahead they are. This is a beautifully executed. I mean, no mistakes so far. Feels like from Beast Coast. Great vision that they've set up also to go for this secured Roche. And it's Antic just continues to have to. He's gonna go Parasma, but this is a game where he's caught by one spell, one of these lumpy silences, and he's just dead. They're going to try to go for the play around this here. This is not an easy approach, but they're probably feeling like they just have to contest this.
Oh.
Get the pause going. All right.
Okay. Reason. No reason.
Okay, no reason.
Never mind.
Rockets up. Hoodwink respawning. They need to catch like a 5-man coil Requiem. Something along these lines. Alchemist is level 18.
Oh! They're going to be able to quickly kill off Almisho, but now the counterplay comes in. Lumpy jumps over straight on the Panda. The Bushwhack will catch on to the 2 cores, but Panda's just burning out Whisper. And with the skewer back, they'll be able to take down the clock, turn towards the Zantic, and be able to jump out of the side, but they'll find him still. MOUZ takes him out with the final right click, and indeed Chrysalis, caught by the fear as well. They'll surround him, wrap around, in on top of the Shadow Fiend. He's out.
That's likely it.
It's looking rough, folks.
There's nothing they can do. Requiem literally, I don't think it hit a single hero. I think it did. I don't know. Maybe it did. I missed it.
I don't know. We'll probably be able to get a replay of it.
It looked like it hit nothing. Either way, it was a desperation attempt. They know this game. It's just out of control.
Yeah, just nothing has really gone Liga's way this game.
No, I think the lanes needed to just go much better. Like Toby dying at that early level, bottom never getting any kills on Whisper. They needed to get more out of these lanes with their draft. Beast Coast just cruised. How many? Can we actually take a quick look at how many stacks they had? Like the fact that Beast Coast was able to kind of sit back with Magnus maxing in power, Alk just sitting back and farming. And they had 21 stacks, and they weren't punished for it. It kind of tells the tale. Liga got to bring something better if they're going to play versus an Alchemist lineup.
All right, we'll check the replay. Here you go, just for you. Just to see exactly what happened indeed to Chrysalis in this fight.
He just can't do anything. This is bullying. One attack, and oh yeah!
He got 2 of them.
With 2 souls hitting the Magnus. You're right.
Not a lot it feels that Liga can do right now. This game too, quite the painful one.
And cool to see another RP thrown, single target found. Toby. Farewell.
Beast Coast.
He's actually making them work because he's got this extra armor.
They're not even going to bother putting any extra effort into chasing him down. They're like, all right, whatever, we can't kill you, it's fine, we'll let you live.
I mean, Gossamer coming into play as well.
Lumpy.
I guess they didn't have the 2 main damage dealers, but...
They're ready to push on now with the full AC on Pake. Already well on the way to starting going in towards the Basher.
What's his GPM looking like? 900 or 890.
This keeps up, should be able to break the 1,000. One more solid team fight and take it down the base. He'll be up there.
With this Aegis, definitely feels like they are going to force that push here. They know how much stronger they are at the moment than Liga. Liga does have Wombo combo, but not the easiest to execute when you are at this deficit and into BKB.
Oh, there we go. Up to the tier 3. What are they going to do, Liga? How do they stop this? Fortification, Whisper, he's waiting at the side. He's ready if anybody steps up to try and drag them out with a skewer.
Can't threaten this Alk right now.
They can't touch him. He's just onto the barracks, 25 minutes in. What are you going to do?
Watch, that's what. Well, free melee Rex, back up, finish up another item. Basher about to be coming up for him too. And they still have 3 minutes of Aegis to play around.
By 20 seconds, they'll have RP back up as well.
This is going to take some crazy stuff.
Smoke out from Liga. They're going to try.
Into the Aegis. You can feel that desperation. Parasma's finished for Xantic too. He's got the shard.
And Pake's pretty much got Basher as well.
Yeah.
Xantic's in. And there's a Dream Coil onto 2. And there's going to be Toby jumping in as well, but Azantic's immediately dead. Amisha's able to get the fear off onto the both of them. They couldn't even quite kill the Dark Willow. Chrysalis out, no buybacks on these cores. Lumpy runs down at 1J. I think they might just tap out this game too. Beast Coast. It's going to feel pretty good for them. I reckon they're going to be feeling like, look at your Liga. You're not quite so hard now where you don't have your Naga Siren and your Enigma. It's certainly a whole lot easier for Beast Coast when they're able to take that away from them, as it seems. This game too. Liga, they just didn't really get to do anything.
They didn't. The lanes did not go how they needed them to go to be able to actually play versus this lineup.
Let's see, they're going to have one last final attempt. And trying to slow them down here as Beast Coast continue to push on to the final set of barracks here. Jump forward from Toby. The concoction's ready. They'll put the fortification. Lumpy very, very low, but of course still has this Aegis even if they get him the once. I'll take it out of him.
Pig just standing his ground. No cares whatsoever.
Yeah, just looking for those mega creeps.
27 minutes.
No Toby for 35. One chain just walks up and dies.
The squirrel walks in, gets beaten.
That's a three-man dream coil. Hook shot in as well. But mega creeps are out. Can they at least kill Pake?
Nope.
My chemical rage keeping it fight. Still have the BKB ready to press if he needs to. Crystal is getting jumped by Lumpy. He's not even going to make it back to the fountain. The Astral Step comes in and finally they'll tap out. GG is called. What a game 2 here from Beast Coast. They made Liga look completely helpless.
An absolute beatdown, really, across the board. All 3 lanes going really well there for Beast Coast, just farming. Getting all the farm, getting 21 plus stacks in the majority of it too.
That was crazy.
And there was just nothing that it felt like Liga could do, even though they did get a couple of these like 3-man, 4-man coils. There was nothing else to follow. And even if they did have the follow, there was a pipe. I think Whisper, he played super. I mean, everybody played good on Beast Coast. So for Liga, it's back to the drawing board a little bit into this next game and have to be careful with some of these bans.
Yeah, this was Beast Coast doing it with their own flair as well, seeing some fantastic stuff coming in with the Void Spray in the mid. Lumpy having an excellent game on a hero that not all the teams are willing to touch right now, and not a lot of teams are necessarily finding success with. And the speed just over, the way that Pake played as Alchemist this game, I mean, you couldn't ask for more, right? He gets this lead,
all the timings,
but absolutely no passiveness to it. He knows exactly where to be and when to push with the team. It is a textbook perfect, aggressive Alchemist game.
Yeah, and perfect when he can play with something like Lumpy on this Void Spirit, right? Where he can just jump in and start these fights, and then Pake can follow in. So, yeah, pretty one-sided affair, I would say. Hopefully this third game does deliver, because, yeah, it's been a bit, kind of one-sided. That last game, Beast Coast also, they did some kind of cute maneuvers and all that, but in the end of the day, it was like Nagasong into Black Hole, Nagasong into Black Hole over and over again, so they did have a pretty one-sided, but this one was
very early on, right? 12 minutes in, you've already got this 4K lead, and yeah, there's the fact that Pake on his Alchemist, there was never anyone getting anywhere close to catching up to him.
No.
And itemization across the board, you couldn't ask for anything more. Whisper gets this quick blink dagger, he's able to play aggressive. I think what went back for the pipe afterwards. Just everything lining up in a way that Liga, it just seemed that with this lineup, with their draft this time round, the game plan, it wasn't very clear. Or if there was one there, whatever their plan was, it didn't feel like they had a plan B in this game after they got left behind so early on.
Yeah, it really comes down to just can't give up some of these kills in lanes and stuff like Toby dying level 1 or whatever it was top, never killing Whisper. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how they do adjust and go back into this one, because it does look like when you look at it on paper, you're like, yeah, they got their heroes, but I would say the Slardar, even though we were like, okay, it can do decent, it definitely feels like one of those that maybe didn't fit into the style of the current feels of Dota with the aura builds and stuff.
Yeah,
so.
didn't get to do a lot at all this game, Toby on a Slardar. Night and day compared to what he did in game 1 on his Enigma. A rough game 2 here for Liga, but a good one for us viewers and enjoyers of Dota 2 around, because we're getting a game 3. Beast Coast, they take game 2. It's 1-1 right now between Beast Coast and Liga.
Exciting stuff as we go to distance once more. This game, though, maybe of all the 5 games we've had today, I think this was maybe the least exciting one in terms of, because Beast Coast just, they solidly get ahead in the lanes, and I feel like they're just cruising in this game. It felt so easy for them.
I mean, it depends on your definition of excitement.
Sure.
I am very excited to see someone try to cheese counterpick you and then fail miserably to do so. So that was very exciting to watch. I really think overall, just Beast Coast, they got away with murder in this game. I did not expect this Magnus and Alchemist to win the laning stage. They were against an SF Clock lane. This is probably the strongest lane in Dota. You have a hoodwink Slardar lane versus an Alchemist in which you last picked the Slardar. That should be going well for you, but it just is not. And I think Beast Coast did better than I expected on those 2 lanes in particular.
Yeah. Boils down to the supports, right? You've got a Willow to bring life to the Magnus, you've got Enchantress to bring survivability, and sometimes turnaround potential to the Alchemist, and that's what kind of gave beastcoast his confidence. And you need to stop the Alchemist farming from laning phase. It's an aggressive hero nowadays. You don't just farm for 15 minutes, you fight and farm, so you need to take the fight to him, and they didn't do it. They 24-picked Slardar, and now they're going to a game 3.
And they're going to game 3. I would like to know, if you're playing Alchemist, you have yourself an Enchantress on the lane, can a Slardar Hoodwink do something about that? Or is the lane just from the get-go not going to be a good one?
I personally think Alchemist is a even, if not better lane than Slardar Hoodwink. I know Fear enjoyed the lane a bit, but...
Yeah. I mean, I think the lane itself is just like Slardar. I think it just isn't a hero right now. That's like the issue. Like when Slardar's good, maybe this would work. But what is good right now is Alchemist. It's in the meta. It's incredibly strong. And what's even better was the timings that Pyke had on this Alchemist. I don't have to check to see if he broke some records or something for a 20-minute farm in a game, but I have not seen Alchemist this farm in a very long time. 19 minutes into the game, he's got BKB, Radiance, Manta, little gold to boot as well on top of it. You can't touch this guy. You're looking at this guy at 19 minutes in the game like, guys, let's kill the Alchemist. Like, how? You just cannot, right? And that all stems from a poor laning stage that we've been harping on about. Like, the lane didn't go very well for the Slardar, which allowed this Alchemist, who got first blood, we'll see here in a second. And this is what happens, right? Blood Grenade being added to the game on top of it. Just one slow, channel up the concoction, throw down the acid, throw down the stun, double hit him, and Slardar is actually kind of hopeless in that point. He can't really do much to counteract that.
Yeah, and he was giving a lot of priority in the draft, so he was the one to bring everybody else into the game, and with him having no game T, it kind of felt like the rest couldn't really do anything either.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before. Toby's the type of offlaner where he wants to win his lane and you rally behind him and you go aggressive. Like, he likes to play these type of heroes. Beastmasters, Visage, Bruise, Centaur, etc. He didn't do it this time around. I don't think he is a... Like, the only time you last pick him a hero is when you see a clear path to it's the perfect Lycan game. It's like, you need to say, is it the perfect game for the hero? Then he can excel. But if it's not the perfect, then I know he struggles. I'd rather see him in a different draft position for the team. And like here, we're looking at the strength of the Alchemist, right? Look at the Slardar. In the current meta, to finish a game with Ags, Disassembled Echo, and a Blink, it's like, that is not the recipe for success. Like, where's your pipe? Where's your aura? Where's your tools to be a thorn in your opponent's side? It's just, you need to either crush the game from start to finish or don't pick Slardar. And that is too volatile for him.
Simple recipe for success there coming out. I also want to focus on, for me, I mean, we talk a lot about Pyke, his Alchemist was great, but for me, I felt like MOUZ played a fantastic game. Fairy was at the end, what was it? 1-0-19 or something like that. That's the second game of Enchantress he's played in a row. Are you going to let him have his Enchantress game number 3?
The problem is sometimes there's not enough bans,
That's
right?
fair, that's
and their
fair.
priority on this hero is literally first pick, right? So it is very good, and potentially maybe you think about banning it, but you have beat it before, so it's not like some unbeatable strategy. It's definitely worth considering, but I think this game, more than anything, is going to go more on the side of L1, really deciding how they want to look at the drafting, because like they had an idea, this counter pick, last pick, didn't really work out, and generally speaking, it typically doesn't work out for the offlaner. There's a very select few heroes that can do it, but then you have to ban more of the carries that put them in a position that are exposed, where Alk doesn't have very many bad matchups, so it's very difficult to say how this next draft is going to go, but I wouldn't be sad to see Inch banned or given away. I just want a better strategy for L1, especially for Toby.
Yeah, set him up for success, but maybe not via getting him overall last pick, because by then all his heroes are probably going to be banned out. That's just how it works sometimes. What's going to happen in this game 3? Find out after a break. You are watching PGL Wallachia, and we are about to head into game number 3 of a best-of-3 series between Liga Team and beastcoast, and whoever wins goes through to the next game in their group stage. Whoever loses is eliminated. So a lot on the line with the score now being 1-1. And there is one thing that I'd like to address in regards to Liga Team, who is the team that lost game number 2. In the past couple of series they played, in the past 2 series they played, it's been following a little bit of a script. Fear, and that's maybe a little bit worrying. Liga Team have won game 1 of a best-of-3 series. That's great. And then lost the next 2. Is that a small sample size coincidence, or are they figured out?
I think it's not a coincidence. I think this is a team that came in and I was like, wow, they're so good, they look great. And then people started to ban a couple of those heroes. They're noticing some patterns, I would say. And then those patterns have turned into them losing in a situation where they're almost eliminated now. So, yeah, I mean, they do have a smaller hero pool, I must say. Will they be able to rectify that in the small amount of time we have? They have to. Like, that's the answer to it. They have to. No more Nigma for you. No more Monkey King. No more Razor. You got to find a third hero to win games with.
I mean, putting it bluntly, they've got standards which are, they're very niche specialty players. Like Chrysalis on teams, you had to form the team for Chrysalis, right? He's like the active carry that doesn't really scale for the late game. Then you had Toby, who's the offlaner where he does his job well, but he's not the star player where he doesn't always shine. And they always had a key theme for the team they're on. So now to throw them all into one team, that's a very intense job for the captain and coach to craft that into a successful story.
They do have one so much cheese though that you can't ban it out?
Again,
that should be the thing.
That is.
They have a little bit of a theme. The theme is games are long. So this is actually the top 5 teams for average game time. And, well, they're not even the slowest, but they are tied in second, third place with Infinity there. Average game time, 45 minutes. How insane is that?
It's pretty long. I think we've just seen from there, like, all the teams on there are in a position of eliminated or near eliminated, which shows that they just don't have the discipline and understanding of maybe they're drafting themselves lineups that can't really win the early game. Maybe they just are in a winning position but aren't going up the high ground. Again, today, we haven't really spoke about high ground being an issue in the last, since TI, but suddenly today is the high ground day. We've got mags and tusks and things preventing teams from feeling good. But yeah, just the weaker teams in the tournament are just not decisive.
Guys, it's happening. The Enigma is not banned, and Liga Team has first pick, so they can pick it up if they want to. And Enchantress is banned this time around. So we are in the draft for game number 3, and it will be Liga Team with first pick and Radiant. beastcoast get overall last pick because of that, and of course Dire and then second pick.
It's a different read, and it's an interesting read as well. I definitely don't think there's anything wrong inherently with beastcoast bans, because like, they lost to the Naga. It looked really good. Razor Monkey King, sure. Bristleback in the games I've seen looks like an absolute monster. So, like, maybe you are okay with giving away overall first pick Enigma and you have a response to it. So I do like that, but it also, you'll feel really silly if you lose to an Enigma as well, right off the bat. So they're taking a gamble here. I think L1, they're definitely in a situation where this Enigma first pick might look very tempting.
But they have tried to find some better odds though. Banning the Naga Siren, if you give them Naga Siren, then don't ban Enigma second phase. Like that's the S tier version of it.
Yeah.
Putting Enigma without that free setup can complicate it a little bit, and that's where maybe you entertain the idea of like Gyrocopter or some big heavy wave clearing safe laner in the early game, then you don't care about the pressure, but we'll see if they want to go for it. And SD, a hero that often is banned in the first phase, does sneak its way through, very strong in both aggressive and defensive positions. You have, dispels with your ultimate, you have saves or even setups with disruption. It's a reason why it's I'd argue the best support, or one of the best support, easily highest rated support in the game.
And keep in mind, that means beastcoast have one more ban coming for the next pick phase, and only one where Liga Team has 2. That means if beastcoast still wants to ban Enigma, they'll have to do it with their one ban, which I think that one ban normally is pretty high prio to make sure that's the correct ban, right? So then maybe they'll still be able to get Enigma in the second phase.
Yeah, it's why they're not rushing to pick it themselves on Liga, because they understand that if beastcoast care about it, then they are going to do some type of block pick ban, or they're going to waste some resource in the draft to use it, which will then open up Liga going, all right, sure, they've done this, now let's go for the Centaurs or whatever that are available. But I would be surprised if Liga want to pick Toby's hero in the upcoming phase.
Yeah. And I was wondering if they're going to take the Tusk or the Clockwork, but it seems like with all the changes to Tusk, mainly just the facet change, that Clock seems to be a higher priority right now. And it looks really good too. I don't really mind it. And I don't think Enigma's ever going to be a bad ban, even if you only have one ban when you do play against Toby, because what else is he going to really pick to do what he wants to do in the game? Because like if he wanted to Visage or something, he would have like done it, right? And these type of heroes. So the big team fighter, the kind of like cheesy summons hero, Beast is already gone. Visage, it's very strong in some situations. Enigma, once again, as T said, maybe they're keeping a gyro on the cards for them if they want to do that, but would not be surprised to see Enigma removed in this next ban for Beast Coast. But on the side of L1 here, they get rid of Invoker. That was still in the pool. Puck is still in the pool as well. Maybe something to think about, or they're going to ban the Alchemist. But Puck for Shadow Demon has always been a pretty fun matchup for the Puck.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see them deal with that Alchemist. I think Pike's just too annoying to have to deal with. It's always something you have to address at some point, and the way that he was able to farm previous game, you can't always rely on your offlane going right. So better remove and be safe than sorry. Let's see where Beast goes. We'll take this one. They get the ban into pick.
Just ban Enigma. I really
just ban it. You would just remove it.
I'm thinking like, what else would you ban here? And it's like, it doesn't seem like it's worth it because.
But they've done the draft pattern before where they've done first pick Clock into then opening Enigma themselves. So again, this is where the debate really settles. It's like, do they want to pick it? Do they want to ban it? Depending on that answer,
sure.
That's discussion.
If you don't ban it, pick it.
Yeah.
Would you be, so you would not be okay in doing neither and just leaving it in for Liga team?
Well, I definitely don't want Toby to get on 18, right? Like that's the worst case scenario there. So you'd have to like pick it before then. Before they get that pick. So they're thinking about it. They're using reserve time. They have a lot of reserve time to really decide how we want to go down.
The reason why we also are talking about Enigma so much is because of all of Toby's heroes he played so far, his Enigma is like a step above the rest.
Yeah, it's the most consistent one.
And if you're going into a game 3, do you want your opponent to be on like their best, like the most stable hero that they have, even if in the meta it's not the most heavily sought after hero, but and finally they go for the Enigma.
It took a little while. They kept us in suspense, but yeah, Enigma removed. No surprises. We're not too many surprises there.
Look at the fall off here. It's like 4 matches 75%, 2 matches 100%.
Yep. And there goes the Willow. This is becoming one of my good-looking support duos. It just look nice. Beast Coast can go a lot of different ways, and it just feels good. It's a feel-good.
It's like the budget Mars Willow. You get the Clockwork Willow.
It really is.
Hey, why are you running into the cogs? The good thing as well is when you describe it as like it looks good. In regards to draft, there are some heroes when you pick them, they don't do anything to your draft. It doesn't complicate things, right? Willow is that type of hero. It doesn't make your draft weaker. It's not punishable by lots of heroes. It doesn't make your draft immensely strong. We're like, oh my god, we got to ban Willow. It's just another hero that kind of continues the draft without it really being too much of a pressure point. Same thing for Clockwork, Tusk, these heroes, even SD. A lot of the top supports, they just feel good.
Yeah, I think the one thing that Willow and Clock feel really good is when you're around big objectives like Roshan and stuff like that, like having these brambles, these rocket flares, this cheap initiation with the hook. It gives you a lot of play options and makes it very annoying for the enemy team to try and contest certain areas of the map.
Yeah, there goes Luna though, and the other side has been the staple and most sought after carry, I'd say, so far this event, and with a above 50% win rate as well, 57 there, as you can see, or 58 if you round it up with 26 picks, which is it's quite a high number, I feel, with a hero that's been picked by so many different teams.
What are they going for?
We'll see. This hero. All right, we're gonna.
For pos 5, it's pos 5. Don't worry.
Are you sure about that?
I know Toby's played it offlane. Oh, the 0% win rate.
Yeah, this hero hasn't won a game yet.
No matter what position.
It wasn't just like offlane. This is 0%.
No, but do you like this on the offlane then, team?
No, not at all. Please, never.
Okay.
But Toby does play it in the offlane if the situation arises.
He played it once, and he got told off, and it's not happening again.
But he would, because he would play.
Maybe not.
He would play against Clockwork as well, right?
But just to give you an actual answer,
I like that.
It boils down to the same logic of like Slardar offlane, for example. Unless you win your lane and snowball, certain offlaners, they fall off instantly. There's no backup plan for them, and that's the reason why Marcy support, it thrives. You get to enable a core, you eventually get BKB, and then you become the core around like 30 minutes into the game from the support role.
They're doing it again, by the way, drafting in order. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the Visage here. I really like this pick. It's kind of similar to the Nigma versus Luna, but also completely different. It's similar in the way where you're taking the fight to the Luna in the lane, right? You're bringing the aggression, and you have that chance to completely dumpster her in the lane, but it's different than how you do it, right? You're not using Eidolons, you're not like CSing that way. You're just like, Marcy, Luna lane, what's their play in this lane? They're going to jump on you and trying to kill you before they try to kill you before you can kill them. And Visage kind of wins at that game. Like, they're going to kill you before first. So I do like that option.
You prefer Marcy 5 over Marcy 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Most cases, yes.
Because of the Luna. If it was a different world where you have a, let's say, like a melee carry, then Shadow Demon 5 would work because then you have that melee and range partnership. But you want survivability for Luna, and Marcy's a good enough body that you could soak it up. And also for Beast Coast, I really want them to think about the pre-bounty runes in this game. Like, how do they smoke early on? They have so much damage. If you find a Marcy or an SD alone, that's going to be free kill, start accelerating the game. We saw Infinity try to do it themselves. It didn't work out too well, but I think this is the logic I want to see. As soon as I have Visage, get yourself a good smoke, make this weird wrap around, and try and find a pre-rune fight. And Liga have to be ready for it.
If you get 2 kills on Visage before the horn goes off, game's just over.
Yeah, it feels that way. Yeah. And they go for the Queen of Pain. We've not mentioned it, but Atlantic, he wants to counterpick for the Void Spirit. Sure, Void Spirit can dodge a dagger, but also certain Queen of Pains don't even bother leveling it anymore and still go for 2-point Blinks, 3-point Scream, constantly farm, go for Sonic Wave. And the last, it's not last pick, but Toby going for the Kunkka. They did need a hero to just stand up front. They've got lots of counterplay potential and range damage, but they just needed a body, so Kunkka will kind of fill that void. But carry pick now for Beast Coast.
Yeah, what's Pike going to play? A lot of carries removed from the pool already.
Depends on which support he's thinking about playing with, right? Like, there's some heroes that he can consider. I guess Shadow Demon always makes it a little more annoying when you play against that hero, but I'm just looking, a lot of carries are banned. You're playing versus Kunkka and Luna. Ursa comes to mind, but then you're playing against Shadow Demon, which is a little bit annoying.
The one that's still in the pool that you guys mentioned a couple times earlier today was Medusa. Does lane well with the Clockwork if you want to go for that route.
Again, I can see it. I think if there's ever a need for I want the best 30-minute carry with a couple items, and my map's not going to get broken in 30 minutes, Medusa will always be kind of the top pick for that.
Well, go for Morphling. And we've seen it banned out a lot today as well.
Yeah, that one's really good versus Luna matchup. First, the lane against Kunkka, you're not really shutting him down, though. It's not really an aggressive option, but you're also not getting pressured as well. So you're going to get your farm on the Morphling. You're just being like, okay, Pike, last game, you were the hard carry of the game. We're going to give you a good laning stage to give you a greedy hero, and you're going to get farm, and at some point, you're going to take this game over. But however, you do have the tempo now for L1 team. They're going to be able to get farm on Toby this game for sure. I don't think he'll get dominated. Then outside of that, Luna should have a decent game. Maybe not. It's a Visage game. Who really knows? But if you do have a decent game and Xantic comes on with Dagon, it's high tempo. And you can buy auras. So I like it a lot more this game, going for the Kunkka, instead of like, we're going to win the lane with Slardar strategy. It has less chance to backfire.
I just don't see how they kill Morphling when he has like Manta +1 item.
He's difficult to kill.
He's very difficult to kill. And then you have the constant damage of Willow behind, Visage behind, Voice Spirit catching the supports to take the saves. So I think if you're Beast Coast, it's be aggressive, but as long as you're calm and methodical, like it feels like this is Beast Coast's game to lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Their draft looks very strong.
I mean, I feel like Xantic with a Dagon can maybe burst to the morph, but he has to have a good game.
Yeah.
Is it at least a closer game than previous game?
It has to be.
It's hard not to.
It's hard not to be.
Liga has to be proactive. If they're not, Morphling should 1v9 this game.
We like it when the players have to be proactive, and I know 2 other people that like it when the players are active all across the map, and it's our commentary duo of Odie Pixel and Fogged.
We do indeed, Sheev. Yeah, looking forward to an exciting game 3. But as the panel touched upon, that last pick, Fog, feels kind of good, right? The Morphling gets through. We saw on the stats, it gets banned a lot. So I guess the question is, this time around, this draft, is there the possibility that the Liga kind of forgot about it?
Definitely a potential. I think it's definitely one of those really, really strong heroes that can always win a game if you get to the later stages, of course. But maybe it's Xantic felt like he can have that coverage. They have the Shadow Demon too, which can be pretty nice in terms of just, you know, getting the setup and control for your Kunkka and get these saves if they overcommit. But yeah, we'll have to see. I think it is going to be on the coattails of Xantic how this game ends up going down for me. He owned the other day on Quap, like absolutely dumpstered. So I really like the build that he went the other day too. He went just straight all magic damage, right? He went Kaya, or Dagon, Kaya, Veil, straight to that Shivas. I feel like we could see a similar build for him. And if he's able to pop off, I think that will be the way that they control tempo and shut down this Beast Coast draft. But definitely not an easy case when you are playing versus Void Spirit, Visage, a lot of strong early tempo that they've set them off with to be able to ensure that they get to later stages of Morph. But yeah, let's see. Execution's going to be key.
See if they get anything but the smoke move. They have the high ground. They're just sort of behind them here, but...
They see Crystallis. They have the ward.
Well, indeed, so they know something's up there. They're not going to get caught out by this Beast Coast.
Whisper, maybe considering even going into fight.
Oh, they're going to try and start some action moves. He's going to get the cogs dropped down. It's caused kind of the three of them to get trapped in the midst of this all. A lot of damage coming out from Beast Coast as Lumpy is going to be able to secure first blood. They might just be able to get Toby as well. They do. Double kill for Lumpy. I mean, last game, Foggy had a pretty good time on the Void Spirit. This game round, he's starting off with a double.
And I believe at least one of those soul assumptions did get the bonus gold, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe even both did. They may have both actually gotten it. So a huge lead. And yeah, Lumpy off to a start. When you wanted Xantic to have a pop-off game in the mid, ends up getting a double kill against him. It's definitely a good response there for Beast Coast. Great setup. Perfect cogs. We'll lose El Misho there. Bit of a mess up there.
Liga are able to quickly get themselves on the board with the kills. But yeah, this mid lane definitely the big struggle here for Xantic. Can he still, as you say, have this incredible time with Lumpy having that sort of a leg up to start this game?
It's going to be at least for me, the lane to watch. Bottom, it's going to be a lot of kills, probably that end up going down because of the continuous spam that comes from these soul assumptions from the early items that Whisper got. But the one important thing was that Crystallis didn't die in the start of that river play, so he has 10 stick charges as he arrives to the lane pretty much. Sorry, 9. So it does have that little extra of heal. He also has the Mars, who I assume is going to buy extra regen ASAP. So of course it's a bad start for the side of Liga, but Crystallis getting those 10 stick charges is going to be nice.
And considering the lanes, you know, this top lane, is there any chance that Pake can get caught off guard early as the morph, or?
It would have to be a big mistake.
Sure.
Either he gets caught from like a Tidebringer, a poison from a side, or something like that. If anything, could see 1J die. Speaking of 1J,
getting the jump in onto him, and indeed they'll be able to find him. So Pake getting a kill out of this lane.
I feel like this is a lane where Toby just wants to play mostly just farm. If you get a kill on the Clockwork or something, it's great, but this is one where you should just get great farm on the Kunkka, because it's not easy for a Morphling to pressure in most occasions. But yeah, Morph getting a kill, nice and early. Also to point out, he did go high tide, so probably wanting to try to apply pressure rather than going for the Blossom. What is it called? Grog Blossom? I always forget, but whatever. This one usually just tells you want to be much more aggressive in lane, and you feel that you can just attempt to bully a little bit. So yeah, Toby should have an infinitely better time than that last game. Mid, we are seeing it Xantic, even though he was playing versus that double kill of Lumpy right now, he is having a slight edge in the lane in terms of CS. But now Lumpy's got a Bracer, so it does have a little bit more of that damage to secure these extra last hits. Bottom.
And they're in on top of Crystallis. It's going to take quite the damage on the way out here. They're looking for him with the Shadow Realm hit. He's got the South pumping. Can they at least cancel that? It will, but Crystallis already got quite a lot of heals out of it. Now the two of them are trying to turn towards El Misho.
And they should have him with the next
Crystallis is still being very careful. I mean, Panto went for this kill. He is going to get out with the stick charges. Crystallis does get in and get it, but he will die for this. Whisper getting the cleanup. Panto, can he take out Whisper?
He might be able to. There's no soul assumptions. Close.
He's got it. All right, Panto comes out on top.
That was some sick little individual, like going around the fog plays and stuff like that. You could see the Willow was trying to get the vision of the Luna, but great play coming out from Liga there to get this kill. And they bring the double raindrops immediately as soon as they respawn.
Top. Great cogs here from MOUZ. Might go down for this, but may have set up for Pake to find some kills. He's going to waveform forward. Can he find 1J? He can't.
Not quite. Might get turned on.
I'll chase him down here as he tries to shift.
He has got the stick on the ferry. He should be fine.
And MOUZ trying to give his life there to get some action, but doesn't pay off this time.
Yeah, bottom lane now. At this point, they should be able to withstand at least decently. Probably I see one more set of regen maybe for the Marcy, but they've got these raindrops to at least withstand a good amount of that pressure for the next few moments. His lane position is not great right now, so Panto trying to reset that. And yeah, mid. Now we're seeing Lumpy once he gets that bracer afterwards too with the bottle that he was getting pretty much handed after those first 2 kills. Is pulling ahead in the CS. And Pake overall, he's not free farming. I actually think he was going to be able to get a little bit more of that free farm in this lane, but Toby's doing a good job with his angles of the Tidebringer. Misho way too deep. Can he actually get himself out of this?
Rebounds off the mark. Lumpy is swinging over as well.
That's why.
Brambles back up. Chrysalis turns with the elusive beam. Will get a kill out of this. Can he get out? The Dispose holds back Lumpy. That's going to be enough to get the space for Chrysalis to escape alive.
Nice Lotus. I think that plus the raindrop allows him to survive a very deep, aggressive dive from the Willow. Xantic capitalizing on that immediately. Going to start hitting the tower.
Absolutely. Early rotation, of course, from Lumpy. Doing this before level 6.
Oh, he might lose his courier. Whoopsie. That'll happen. TP to fill up the bottle. Wanting to enable Lumpy at the least. Oh, okay. I was like, okay. He didn't pass it over quick, but he did.
Well, it looks like things are settling down for Pake up top.
Yeah.
He's catching back up in farm now. After a bit of a slower start, as you say, than you'd expect.
And MOUZ is MOUZ is playing pretty aggressively on this clockwork. Gonna go scout out information, maybe check out these stacks since he's playing versus a Shadow Demon. He wants to block them out, so he'll block Ancients, and he's gonna go to check this top rune. And it's gonna be bottom. Panto gets it. Has a regen running, should be fine. MOUZ though.
Oh, they'll drop the Sonic Wave for him.
Oh, okay. I thought they would save that for one of the bigger kills, but Xantic just wants to get a little bit of an advantage. Lumpy. More than fine. Can even potentially go for this kill.
He will. Yeah, Panto tanking tower hits. That gives Lumpy the chance to just turn with the combo burst through him. Xantic, he's got a blink. Only just able to get away.
Did Panto, Panto thought he was stronger or something because he had reach? I don't know, that was a bit strange, just walking in, tanking. Just gives Lumpy a free kill. And Toby!
He's got this Pake!
Oh, what a play! That's a solo kill from a Morph. That is not supposed to happen.
Look at this move bottom. And Panto and Chrysalis going to go aggressive on a Whisper, but MOUZ and now Misho, they're here with the backup.
Chrysalis, careful.
MOUZ is able to catch the 2 of them in the cogs. Chrysalis, can he at least get Whisper? He can, but it's going to cost him his life. 1J turns up, sees if they, Liga can get something more from this. They'll get MOUZ, but Chrysalis going down.
At least gets a kill before he does get dropped down there, but constant aggression. I mean, we're getting one of those games where we're getting kills every minute, or 2 kills every minute in particular. Wisdom Rune can't go for the contest, Panto. But Panto's level 6 now because he's been able to get the XP from those kills. So even though he died mid, he comes in and now he's higher level than Chrysalis is. So pretty high, super high level 5 position Marcy. So Unleash is online. This could catch Whisper a bit off guard, the fact that he's got it so early.
Wants to get the jump in here, Panto.
Whisper is about to hit 6 though, so familiars, they're about to be
He wants to go
also.
for this play indeed. There's jumps
so
in onto Misho and completely destroys him. Let's see if Whisper can get the kill in return. He can't. Panto able to back off safely.
Yeah, it's crazy how early he's able to get that 6. But at this moment though, Pake is being left alone top and he's doing just fine. He's trading, he's shutting down the farm of Toby even, so. And this pick definitely working out for the moment. It's always good signs for the Morphling team when he's having this good of a start in the laning phase. Lumpy. We'll get another bottle refill. And yeah, definitely some limited type of catch and control that we'll have to watch from Liga versus both this Void Spirit and Morphling as game progresses. And we do see 1J gets the sentry down. Now we'll be able to stop the prevention of the stacks. But MOUZ did work. He blocked both of those camps and even took out the obstacle that they had earlier. Sonic Wave at the ready. Arcane Rune on Azantic.
They want to try and get Whisper again. Azantic blinks in aggressively, looking for Whisper, won't get the connection, and now they just turn straight towards him. They got him grabbed with the Remnant. Azantic will blink back up just in time. The Shadow Realm hit, snipes him. Elmisha able to take him down. Chrysalis is trying to fight back with the Eclipse, but he can't even kill off MOUZ. MOUZ backs away. Panto trying to hold in position Lumpy, but they cannot finish the Void Spirit. Chrysalis has to run, hide in the trees. The Remnant not going to clip onto Panto. He's into the trees. A Curse Crown laid down upon him. Beast Coast, they'll continue to hunt down the Marcy. Waiting for him from Pake. They take him out. Another Shadow Realm hit. Brings Chrysalis low. Won't quite kill him. The fight continuing under the tier 1 towers. They do manage to at least find Whisper in return. They've got the disruption set up, but MOUZ is back into the cogs, traps Toby. Lumpy still surviving. Same to be said for MOUZ throughout it all. Finally, they'll kill MOUZ. The Sonic Wave does manage to just clip Lumpy, as they'll get a bit of a cleanup with Azantic turning back up to the fight at the end of it all.
Who ends up ahead out of this? I actually have no idea, because I actually think it comes out kind of even, because everybody ends up going bottom. And the Visage Soul Assumptions kind of add up, even though Azantic gets a bit advantage. The Visage gets some big kills. That was wild. Literally like 12 heroes appear bottom. Azantic will probably be the happiest out of it, even though he ended up dying at the start of everything.
It was a rough
he gets a good cleanup.
To the play here, you know, Azantic blinks him very aggressively. Feels strong, of course, with the low cooldown thanks to the Arcane Rune, but ends up just taking so much damage and, of course, dying to this last hit.
They were super ready for him. Like, they were so ready for this move that was going to come out, as both teams were making the same go. And they persisted for, what, 60 seconds or something like that, 45 seconds?
Yeah, at least long enough for Azantic to respawn and get some of the cleanup kills after dying first in the fight.
Panto? It's pretty dead. And 1J also walks in.
Okay. I mean, they're trying to fight back, but the fear catches on towards Azantic. Will manage to blink out in time, but as he both supports will suffer.
Oh, they're now just steamrolling.
They are. 4K gold lead now for Beast Coast.
Overall, with their lineup, too, they're not really very cooldown reliant. While on the side of Liga, they are. You know, in that last bottom fight, it's like Boat, Sonic Wave. They use quite a lot to be able to win that, well, trade in that fight. And it's not even like a big kind of win or anything. It's a trade, literally. So Beast Coast can keep accelerating things without that disparity of cooldowns. And they find 3 huge kills.
I've got the setup onto Lumpy. What sort of follow-up do they have? The rebound.
He's got the sim, and he should be fine.
MOUZ, he's just going to charge in, by the looks of it, take the attention away so that Lumpy has chance to escape completely.
I think Lumpy was, whatever.
Sure, he looked like he was out anyway.
Whatever.
I think MOUZ was worried about the threat of like the X mark coming in, but he did kind of run in at a point where, yeah, Lumpy was already out of there.
A true 5 position.
He was.
Sacrificing.
Gives his life even when not necessary.
Look at this move bottom. They still have that deep ward that was placed earlier from the attempted snipe on Chrysalis. This isn't getting Pake involved too.
Has he got any way out of this, Chrysalis?
That's his 4th death.
He does not. It really is the fact as well that Pake, both of these games, his high amount of activity, it's been insane. On the Alchemist and now on the Morphling, he does not shy away from any sort of action that he knows he can get involved in. It's looking fantastic.
It is. The fact that he was able to get a solo kill on Toby was pretty nuts. And Beast Coast just continuing this pressure.
They just run into momentum. And it's working perfectly.
Look at the 29 kills to 12 minutes, and they won another one.
They just keep going. Look at the boats off Toby. Gives him a bit of protection, but he's still having to run. Elmisha tries for the TP out. 1J will be able to put a stop to it with the disruption, but he's absolutely going to die for this 1J. Sure, they get the kill onto Elmisha, but it's another kill for Lumpy.
Why is Liga choosing to go for these fights versus Visage? The Visage is getting so much gold from these soul assumptions. It's going to be a pipe coming up pretty soon, too. Toby looking for another catch.
But I feel strong because he has Chrysalis by his side with the Eclipse, but Toby's dead.
And Chrysalis potentially,
I mean, they chose to fight into this. Chrysalis is in trouble. The rebound comes out from Panto. He has to unleash. Chrysalis has to run. It's a nice one. Straight down the midst of them all. It's bringing MOUZ down low. Lumpy bursts over with the Dissimulate. Panto gets the double. He's not going to live though. The Astral Step pops him as Lumpy jumps on the way out. Azantic, can he finish off this Void Spirit? Lumpy's pretty tanky.
Pretty fine. All right, at least they get some type of
I
trade
guess,
kills.
but
It costs them. They have to use all these ults to run it, and they don't even get another big win. The skirmishing is just, it's going way better for beastcoast in pretty much every single one of these occasions.
Hey. It's going to turn into the Shadow Demon, see if he can make any sort of play happen here. He can't. 1J is able to get out.
Oh, and you're absolutely right about how aggressive he is playing, though.
Yeah, dude, this morph is insane, but it's the good insane. It really is. Yeah. Pake, he's looking fantastic today. So we've not really had the pleasure of ourselves casting any of the Beast Coast games, but this guy in the carry, he's looking amazing.
And look, Beast Coast, they're understanding how strong they are and how fast they can play.
Yeah.
Because the tempo from their lineup, it doesn't require any downtime. The downtime for Liga, they need Quap ult, or they need the boat, or they need this Eclipse. I mean, Crystallis, I don't think he wants to get involved at all anymore. I mean, but they need some type of ults to be able to turn stuff.
This is the big one as well. Now, Lumpy, he's got the Aghanims. So you throw an Aghanim's Void Spray into the mix. I mean, it's going to start getting pretty messy if it hasn't already.
Yeah. They're trying to get response kills, but Beast Coast is here.
There it is, Aghanims, 14 minutes in, as you say, level 12 Void Spirit.
Craziness.
You cannot fight into this.
But they have to somehow force something to get some space for Crystallis, because he has no space on the map at all. So I can maybe understand why they are looking for some fights, maybe, but I think they have to do it on other side of the map or somewhere on the opposite position of where this Luna is, because Crystallis just has no space to farm. He's just getting hunted constantly.
Now Lumpy gets the opening. I mean, Crystallis has got to run. He might not even make it out. The familiar stun's coming and holding him back. See the jump over from Azantic. He tries to get involved in the fight, but he gets caught by the fear, pushed him back into the cogs. See if they can turn and take down MOUZ. They'll get one.
It's a boat and an Eclipse to kill the Clockwork. It's something at the least, but not what you wanted.
I mean, Lumpy's ready to go back in again. You see him sort of hovering around the side of the fight, seeing if he catches any squishy heroes.
They are actually pressuring bottom because I think the Glyph was used, right? The Glyph was used. They're like, oh, we can just push this tier 2.
It's 15 minutes in.
This is a crazy pace they're setting.
This has got to be one of the faster tier 2s we've seen taken down this tournament.
Faster, especially with a Morphling lineup. It's 15 minutes in. They have 21 kills. And it's the Morphling who's getting involved in a decent amount too. It's Toby.
They're going to get the drag back onto him outside of the base. We'll see if the rest of the team can bail him out of this one. Get out to the side. Defensive disruption. He'll be able to step back.
Big. Not feeling threatened at all. Goes for a waveform aggressively forward, and now he's got the Manta done. Couldn't even bring him down the once pre-Manta. This last pick, it's looking beautiful, and their play is looking, to be honest, even more beautiful. Just love the way that they're just running at them. I mean, Liga is deciding to fight back into it, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Crystal's got a little bit of space to get at least, like, I think 2 creep camps of farm. But immediately back to business for Beast Coast.
MOUZ is on the hunt. I don't quite catch them here. Crystallis and Azantic just kind of chilling together up here.
Another tier 2. It's in jeopardy.
I mean, they've hit the scan, but the scan, it's only on a Clockwork. So even if Liga make the play here, it's 3 heroes.
They're losing their tier 2. How many times do you want to kill MOUZ? He's already got 7.
I mean, MOUZ is like, I don't even care. He's like, whatever. We took your tier 2. It's what 2 cores, they're looking for that play. Just killing the Clockwork. Beast Coast, they don't care whatsoever about that.
I'm thankful they didn't use one of the big ultis, though. They didn't use the Sonic Wave, they didn't use the Eclipse, so they can potentially, if they catch someone completely off guard, get another kill here, but Beast Coast all rotating over. Liga's got to get out of here. Oh, Crystallis can even get out.
He's got to probably just hope for a lucky TP and hope that nothing clips him. Okay, he's got the boost up here from Panto.
They went the wrong way. Misho and Lumpy went right. MOUZ was right on target, though.
And Whisper, he's still hunting. And Crystallis will get out. Panto is probably going to be played around with here by Whisper and the Familiars. A slow and very likely painful death here for the Marcy. As MOUZ is ready to ensure that there's no escape for Panto.
Oh, in the meanwhile, though, while Crystallis is having to run away, Pake able to do whatever he pleases. Pops the Manta, farms a couple creep camps in mid, connects to his team, and now it looks like they're going to go for Roche.
Yeah, they're just getting everything so early this game.
I love
18 minutes in.
I love how they're just running at them, like really, for the most part of this game. The lead is starting to shift a little bit. It's down to that 4K. But when you have a Morphling with a 3,500 gold lead over your Luna, you're feeling it in an incredible position, and I'm sure Paik is feeling it.
Yeah, he knows how strong he is this game. One of the reasons that we know that he knows that is because he spent more than half the game on Liga's side of the map.
Yes, that's very true.
And they haven't been able to do anything about it.
And Lumpy, just an absolute menace. Nearly has his Manta. There's just no way to get enough setup to catch this Void Spirit.
They try and jump with the burst, but doesn't even get Lumpy down to half HP.
These last couple of Void Spirits we've been seeing have honestly be taking over. Emo and Lumpy now.
Yeah, I don't think did we cast any of the games where they lost, personally? I don't think so. What was happening in those Void Spirit games? Yeah, the ones we've seen him come through on this mainstream, he's looked fantastic.
Xantic has pretty decent timing of burst now. The Veil, the Kaya, the Dagon, and he got the Whispers of the Dread. So it does have some insane burst that could catch some of these heroes off guard.
Into the Pipe of Whisper, though, it's tough.
It is. They are going to try with this timing, though. They have the Crimson as well on the Kunkka. See what they can find. Because they do, when their team fight, when all their ults come together, it can be strong. It's just the deficit of gold can maybe make up for that. Can definitely make up for that with how strong Beast Coast can be in skirmishes.
Liga looking for the wraparound. Look at the quick jump on El Misho.
Good pop. Beast Coast positioning themselves up on this high ground here. Paik has Aegis, so still feels confident to play around here.
Now they're going for the Tormentor. They might try and interrupt this.
Rocket to scout.
Paik's in. They're going to try and put a stop. They get the big jump from Lumpy across them all with the Astral Step. He's going to chase down 1J. 1J trying to turn. He gets focused. Does get healed up. 1J's able to live. It's back to the base. Xantic, he's caught by the hook shot though. They got enough lockdown. They don't. Xantic able to get the blink off in time. They'll manage to all retreat back to their high ground. But indeed, the Tormentor finished off by Beast Coast.
Definitely a bit of a bold attempt there from Liga to go for that when they are versus a Clockwork, and all of Beast Coast was just right there. Paik turning into the Queen of Pain, pushing the limits to try to go forward. Somehow they will survive, though.
Beast Coast needs to check the time. It's 21 minutes. There's Wisdom Rune as well ready for them, and they will. Lumpy's going to be able to grab that. So tier 2, all tier 2's gone. 21 minutes in.
And they've only lost one tower. And pretty much zero, actually never mind, not zero damage, but yeah, not too much damage on the other ones as they are all gathered, everyone back up.
Well, they could go again. See if they can try and catch someone outside the base. They've got the full BKB, still, what, 2.5 minutes on the Aegis.
Full BKB? Oh my god, full BKB. Jeez, Paik is just enormous. 4,000 difference between him and that Luna.
Yeah, they're gonna swing through the Twin Gates and see who they can catch farming this bottom row of the map.
They have the control, they have the signs. Even though Xantic is a little bit tanky on this Quap,
he's tricky to catch.
They do have the control if Misho's alive with the follow-up of Lumpy.
They're gonna...
Xantic.
There's the Crystallis. Gap close in for Lumpy. He gets the Remnant, the Fear. It's going to catch him. It's going to allow the rest of the time to close in. The hookshot as well, trying to block off the escape of Crystallis. They've caught him. These moves from Beast Coast, they just don't stop.
The Manta. He got a little unlucky. The Manta, the illusion, is not the one that gets caught. It's the real hero that gets caught in the Aether Remnant. Will get grabbed down. He's just so fragile, though. And it feels like... I don't know when he's not going to feel fragile with the pace that all this is going. He's just... It still is the same case where he's not getting space to farm. And Beast Coast just continue to accelerate things. 90 seconds still on the Aegis. Nice little man to touch.
And it's going to get completely burst here by Paik and Whisper.
Paik definitely on point these last two games. An absurd carry performance so far.
Liga, can they set up anything here from the high ground?
They're going to glyph their own wave. Beast Coast really want to continue this pressure here. Counter glyph gets popped, they'll back themselves away. I mean, they've got all of Liga trapped inside the base for the last 2 minutes, it felt like. A bird will die, but they resummon instantly. Christos can't get outside. I'm watching him try. He literally, I saw him go bottom. He tried to like leave, couldn't, goes top, tries to go down this gate path. He can't get outside. There's nowhere for him to farm.
I mean, with the moves of Beast Coast so far, it's like, where do you go?
There's nowhere to go.
Someone's going to get caught. Someone's going to get found. And inside the base, you know, Lumpy diving tier 3s won't get the kill here. They've got the setup on the Lumpy.
Do they have the damage?
Only 10 seconds left for the Aegis. They're able to burst through Lumpy. See if they can deal with MOUZ as well. They can. Double kill for Azantic. Pake, he's going to lose the Aegis in 5 seconds. As Pake turns into the quap,
he's getting
away. That's something there for Liga.
I mean, Lumpy got a little too ahead of himself. I think he gave the gem away too. Didn't see who recovered it. Yeah, he did. 1J was able to grab that one. All right, well, mistakes happen. He jumped in way too aggressively thinking he could burst the SD, but there is a solar crest up. Needed for the side of Liga to allow Crystallis to get out, or Crystallis to get outside.
Yeah, it gives them a good bit of breathing room to try and get working towards that BKB. Still a long way away for Crystallis.
But Chivas is now done. So Azantic is starting to get a bit of momentum for himself here. We said it was going to probably be on the coattails of him if they can somehow take this. Still a long ways to be able to see that potential, especially versus this Morph when your Luna's not doing so good. But the itemization is exactly the same as we saw the other day. And Pipe now pretty much done for Toby, so they're getting more durable, and that'll help Crystallis quite a lot. He needs any type of things that they can throw onto him with how far behind he is.
Well, where do they go next? You imagine it's still a case of just waiting for the high ground defense as Liga, or do you take the chance of going for that smoke play?
Oh, I don't know about that one. That feels pretty risky. Because then Crystallis is put in a position where they can just sandwich him, and he's still very, very, very fragile. I mean, we'll see, though.
I've got eyes on Lumpy. I get the rebound to open up into the torrent. They've got enough burst to bring him down low, but not quite enough to kill him.
He actually gets out.
Actually able to jump away. Azantic still with that final screen doesn't get the finishing damage done. Lumpy lives, and now the turnaround potentially moves in with a hook shot. Pate pots the BKB, turns over towards Panto first. They kill off the Marcy. Further catch looking here as Whisper sends the Familiars forward as the further lockdown on towards Crystallis. Crystallis completely surrounded as he gets caught by the Remnant. Double kill for Pake. Pake turning into the quap, blinking forward over towards Toby. As Beast Coast, they'll look to chase down another. The cogs are down. Toby's trapped as Beast Coast find a 4.
They took the risk of fighting outside. You know, you mentioned it. It's always risky because you put your Luna in a position to get
it was
jumped.
so close to working out, but they got so close to killing off Lumpy.
He just got the Manta. It was literally right before. I think it was coming out on the courier as they were going on him. Pops it, gets the double jump away.
A little bit.
High ground push. There's no glyph.
Well, damage is going to be done here. Tier 3 gone onto the racks here with the Familiars.
They'll settle for maybe just the range racks. Are they even going to finish it? Nope.
Okay, the defense will continue here from Liga. They managed to hold them back, Crystallis.
That tells me, though, that the fact that they back away there, because they probably still could have persisted to at least get the range racks, is let's be more careful, right? Because Lumpy did give them a little bit of a chance with that dive before. Now they're like, all right, let's not give them another chance. Roche is going to be respawning soon. Let's prep for that.
Next Roche could be Liga's opportunity to strike back.
It's just
I feel like they've got to go. Can they really just sit back and let the Aegis be picked up by Beast Coast?
Probably not. So they probably do have to fight. I just don't know how this Luna fights when she's outside the base. She's so fragile. One hero gets on top of her and she's dead. And there will always be either Morphling or the Void Spirit on top of her. Speaking of the Morph, Konda's done. Max Adaptive Strike online, or he can turn into Morph and now throw some beams as well, if he'd like to. He's been playing as the Queen of Pain mostly, though, because of the mobility. And they're going to look for that fight. A very difficult one for the side of Liga. They have to kind of set it up perfectly. And even then, will they have the damage to go through this Morph, who's going to rip them to shreds? And Nemesis Curse also found for Pake.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
He goes right into them.
And gets away with it. Lumpy tries to jump on 1J. Good force.
Bird stuns.
Toby and Azanti kind of caught awkwardly in the trees. The Fear's going to catch onto the boat for the Pake. Jumps forward, looks the burst for Azanti. They have the hook shot locked down as well. They'll be able to catch him out and kill him off.
Got him.
The hook shot into the Remnant, enough to lock down Azanti. Chrysalis, as you say, in any of these fights, as soon as they find him, he's dead.
Just gone in an instant. They double jumped as well, too. They stopped the SD from getting any potential save. Yeah, you see Lumpy tips him also, because he can't actually go for any type of save on the Quap because of him going on him and silencing him. And they knew this whole smoke was happening because Pake, in the meantime, had Manta Illusions hitting mid. So they knew that this was going on. They knew that they were going for a fight outside.
But that fortification. Still time until Liga has everybody back alive. So Beast Coast, more than enough time to take the Rex this time round. The mid lane cleared up.
This has been such a beautiful game for them. They're just keeping up that at least one kill per minute, winning pretty much every single one of the fights that has happened in this game. Even though Liga does have, what, 22 kills? A lot of those were on supports. 9 on Clockwork, 7 on the Willow. So 16 of the 22.
Oh, the base still go with the smoke. They know that Liga, that despite being as far behind as they are, they have to try and take their chances and stop Beast Coast from getting the Roshan.
This is probably the last hurrah. AC also finished up for the Visage. Somehow burst Pake before he gets something off. Hope that he can make a mistake, because so far he's played this game perfectly. 8-0 and 7 on this last big Morph.
And get caught by the turret. They'll try and burst through him first. They'll drop the Sonic Wave for MOUZ. They'll get the kill, but he has buyback. He's going to be able to head over back towards the fight. Pake with the BKB commits forward. He's out to start backing away. See who he wants to turn his attention towards. In from the side, jump forward in from Lumpy, catches Panto. He's burst onto Azanti, hook shot as well for MOUZ. Godlight for Pake. They'll be able to clean up this fight, no problem here. Beast Coast as Chrysalis surrounded once more, caught in the cogs. He's trying to fight back, but he'll get burst down by the Solar Scepter from Whisper. Triple kill for Pake. As they tried to see if they could find some sort of a chance to take a fight out of the base around the Roshan pit, but it did not work out whatsoever.
How many ults did they just throw onto MOUZ again? I think he tanked the boat, he tanked the Sonic Wave. The team fighting for Liga has been kind of questionable overall this game, but Beast Coast is just taking complete advantage of it. Pake has just been styling on them.
Lumpy catching Toby outside of the base. The rest of Beast Coast making their way over. And it's pretty speedy, Toby. Hook shot from MOUZ, though, he don't miss. Comes in, catches him in the cogs. The kills continue to rack up for Beast Coast.
Time to close it out.
There's 1J trying to slow down this push. It's not gonna work. They're trying to hold on Liga, but it's pretty much all over now for them, and indeed they'll tap out. GG is called. Beast Coast take the series, moving on here 2-1, and in both of their victories this series, Fog, they looked fantastic.
We saw this from Liga a couple times in this tournament. I feel like they do pretty decent in the game 1 and game 2, game 3. Things just crumble very quickly. This one was a total crumble. Beast Coast running at them constantly with their low cooldowns, and Liga just choosing to take these fights over and over again rather than kind of splitting. I can understand why, because they want to try to make space for the Luna, but Beast Coast just won every fight. Pake also getting involved. You said it yourself, super involved Morphling. This guy is not sitting back and farming.
No, absolutely not. This is crazy stuff we're seeing on the carry. Can't wait to see really more from Beast Coast and more from Pake in particular with this play style that seemed to work so well against Liga. Both times, they just could not deal with the pressure. Beast Coast completely taking over the game, and with that, taking the series. Beast Coast moving on, 2-1, taking out Liga.
Amazing dominant performance coming out from Beast Coast in this third game of the series. I must say that this was, this was an intense game. First things first, loads of kills, very entertaining in terms of brawls, but Fear, it kind of felt like every single brawl had me questioning, wait, why is Liga actually fighting back right now? Why don't they just try to, Sit back, take a step back.
I thought that from the very beginning. Once like that 5-man smoke went out, they decided to fight against a Visage. This is the most punishing hero to ever take a level 1 fight into, because not only do you die, you give first blood, you also give bonus 250 gold per death. And yeah, Lumpy got 2 of those kills. Yeah. And then got 2 soul assumption gold bonuses on top of that as well. That's just so much money. And we've seen Lumpy in the last game, what he was able to do with the Void Spirit. Give him a first blood, give him a double kill on top of that. He'll take that even further.
Yeah, the Morphling popping off as well, killing the Kunkka in lane. It's like, against Beast Coast, against Visage, Void Spirit, like the Morphling, these are not heroes that you can give cheap kills to. You cannot lose any early map because they come online relatively quickly and obliterate you. Like a Morphling with some farm, like if you're even matched to a Morphling, you just, why didn't we shut them down earlier? And they didn't. They weren't able to do anything. It was very rough.
It was very rough. I think that we can safely say, we can safely say that for most of the matchups, I would imagine, but there was a definite skill difference that I felt in this game. And Fear, you said at the start, was it a coincidence that a Liga team, they win game 1 and then they lose the next 2?
Yeah.
It's not a coincidence. This felt like Liga team, as the series progressed, they got 1000% figured out, and I think this man took full advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, Pyke on his Morphling was absolutely phenomenal. 2 games in a row. The Alchemist probably breaking some records, which I cannot confirm, but in my mind,
yeah,
many records. And this game, not so much, but still had an amazing game. And just like the whole lineup as a whole did really well. But I'm gonna have to highlight the Morphling. This was the last pick overall. This is the reason why this hero was picked in the game after this amazing escape by Lumpy, which we'll see a little more on that later. But in this moment, you're going to see the Morphling. He's going to come in. He's got BKB available. He just waveforms in, and now it is time for the Pyke show. He's online, and at this point, what do you do to this Morphling? He just gets kill after kill, turns into the Queen of Pain, has that blink advantage, is not afraid of anything, assassinates the Shadow Demon in the backlines. Both supports are gone, and how do you kill him at this point? You absolutely just cannot at this point. So therefore, if you don't want to ban this Morphling against him, you have to shut him down in the laning stage, and they failed to do so.
I mean, yeah, they didn't pick an aggressive offlane, right? Kunkka's a farming offlane. Then you have the kind of defensive capabilities of SD as well. Like, there's no real pressure applied. So everything is like, if Exantic doesn't pop off, I mean, like, Dagon levels, like 3, 4, 5, like destroying the game, and just Shivas and everything, then there is no real game to play, because they're just hoping they don't get run at. And it's like,
and how are you gonna pop off when your enemy mid laners get 2 kills?
And there's like a 14-minute Aghanim's. You don't.
You don't.
Yeah, it's... I was making an airport joke, but it's too soon.
It's, well, I think maybe for Liga it's exactly on time. It is also on time to be talking about the man of the series. For me, it's MOUZ, who's standing by with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. I mean, MOUZ, firstly, congratulations on that win. Nice 2-1. How are you feeling after it?
Thank you. I mean, pretty relief. Those were like hard games, actually, but pretty happy that we ended up performing.
Absolutely. I mean, you say they're hard games. The first one looked very difficult. Obviously, you did come out with a win, but then the second and third game, it really looked like you were kind of on top and very, very confident. So what was the difference, and did you still find those later games difficult?
I think was hard games because draft was pretty hard against them because they play like everything, not everything, but a lot of the meta. So compared to other teams, it was tough. We had really low options to what to pick. But we ended up like comfortable, We adapted from first game. What we didn't want to give them Naga and Enigma together. So we say, okay, that's a problem, that's probably not going to happen in the third game. We have second pick a game. So that's what we did, and yeah, worked out.
Worked out, absolutely. I mean, it looked great from you guys. So going from that first game to the second game, what happened in between? Because it seemed like a complete turnaround for you guys. Did you have any conversation, or were you literally just like, it's the draft, let's just move on?
I think we were talking about some gameplay stuff, that they outplay us in the map. They moved pretty well in the medium, around the portals. Because we were dominating the early game. But they ended up getting some kills, and it was, they are just outplaying us, So we took that in consideration in the third game. Okay, these guys are, they are so weak right now. What are they going to do? They're going to play portals. So that's what we did in advance. So we're evolving, we are learning game from game, gameplay-wise and draft-wise.
Absolutely, you can really feel that level uptake effect from you as well. So then, obviously, you're not playing with your usual 5. You've got Whisper standing in for you. What's he like as a stand-in, and how's he gelling with the team?
Whisper God, what can you say? It's just Whisper. Whisper is an amazing ADAP, He has great personality. He's like super high skilled. Like it's just a pleasure to have him around, honestly.
Absolutely. And how much is he bringing to the team in terms of his ideas? Is he bringing anything, or is it mostly him adjusting to your ideas?
I think everyone respects Whisper, of course, in the team, and every time he talks, they listen. They just listen. And I think he's teaching us a lot, honestly, He's been around a while, so he knows his stuff, So, he really is on point on everything what he says, honestly.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Whisper's a very, very good player. And doing great for you guys so far. So finally, you've got one more series to come in this group stage. Are you going to make it through to those playoffs, and what's the kind of attitude of your team after this win?
I mean, hopefully, we're going to go with full power. We came to this point, we lost to the 2 first series. Now we won 2. So I don't think we want to go without another win, So, yeah, the energy is up. So...
Great to hear, MOUZ. Thank you very much. Beast Coast, continue the momentum going forward as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. It will be Beast Coast moving forward. They have one more series to play in 2 days, so they got a day's break, and then they'll play again against another team that is also at that point 2-2 in this Swiss group stage. With this series, though, it's Beast Coast moving on, and it is Liga falling short. They will be exiting PGL Wallachia, and we might see them again. Definitely different rosters, as there were 3 stand-ins in this team, and it definitely didn't really work out the way they wanted it to. At the same time, they gave us some very entertaining Dota 2. And I think one of the more entertaining things that we're going to see from them, and we're going to probably repeatedly see from them, is their failed gank, because that was very entertaining to watch, T.
Yeah, off I go. Let's go have a little look at it, shall we? As I run around behind the couch this time. Look at us. Improvements every single time. But we do have Lumpy on the voice Brit. And I wanted to highlight the fact that, Fogt mentioned it in the cast. Of course, he is, one of the best. Look at this. Lumpy, bam, only has the Yasha available. So if we quickly... have a little look through here. And also, you can see he has a wand as well that he swaps out for his bottle at some point. But when they jump him, we have to note the fact that both Shadow Demon and Luna were not actually in the proximity to assist with this gank. And if I quickly, let's slow it down a bit as well, so we have some time to digest it. So they start with the rebound, and then they go instantly with the torrent as well. So they're already overlapping stuns just a little bit. But, they've thrown out what? Shivas, they've thrown out, Dagon, they've got... bow, he dodges the bow as well, but the key thing here is before he jumps, he has the Sanctuary Facet and he uses Resonant Pulse. So sometimes in this moment, some voice Brit players, go, get out of there, Astral, bye, peace. That doesn't happen. He uses the Resonant Pulse, and because he has Sanctuary, it's an all barrier, not a physical barrier, and that's going to help immensely once he jumps to the northern side, because Xantic with Queen of Pain follows with another blink and another scream. But because he hit multiple heroes with the Resonant Pulse and didn't just panic with the Astral Step, sorry, it's in slow motion, but I'm not changing it. We're just going to slowly, awkwardly watch this together. Bada bing, bada boom. Because he hit multiple heroes, he has a big enough barrier to also survive from the scream. So not only did Lumpy get a Manta 5 seconds before he got jumped, which allowed him to dodge additional damage and then disengage, he used the Resonant Pulse instantly and had quick reactions. This camera, my apologies. So it's like, not only is this such an incredible play around Manta, it's his discipline that I think is exemplary, and the discipline you need to make deep runs in a tournament. Lumpy, my MVP. Back this way.
It was definitely amazing to watch, and of course this was the exact fight that Fear wanted to highlight as well, but that was because the communication was so on point that it was Pike coming in to basically clean up after. That was it was great to see. This was top tier.
Yeah, and again with that clip, it's like that moment. It's the Marcy puts the ward down. You then see you instantly jump, and Shadow Demon was in the river by the rune. Luna was in the steps to the Radiant Jungle. Like it's like 2 or 3 seconds difference, and it's like one Shadow Poison, one Lucent Beam. It's like It's like one little moment, and that's why Dota's so beautiful. It takes like a matter of 1 second, and Volkswagen doesn't die. And like for Liga, they needed a kill like that to feel confident, to feel like they could get back into it.
And they could not get back into it. They are now out of it as we continue our road of onslaught, because it's eliminations all the way, all day here. We got one more elimination series coming your way. It will be Nouns versus MOUZ. Should be a good one. Before we jump into that one, we are gonna listen to Alnut, who is under focus fire.
Asking Alnut from Team MOUZ as many questions as possible inside 90 seconds, and your answers will be compared to the other pros who have answered this. So it's competitive, you need to be quick. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go. 90 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. Whose innate allows them to see Roshan's respawn timer?
Templar.
Correct.
Assassin.
How many regular healing lotuses are required to make a greater healing lotus?
6.
Correct. What's the most represented country at this event?
Brazil.
Almost. Peru. Who has the voice line, "You will die in a house fire"?
I don't know this one.
From level 25 onwards, how long is a normal respawn timer?
100 seconds.
Correct. Name a hero that was unpicked at TI13.
Phantom Assassin.
Incorrect. What is the active of Roshan's cheese called?
Active of what? Roshan cheese?
Yep.
Fondue.
Correct.
Oh.
In lore, what hero oversees the narrow maze?
Razor.
Correct. Who came second at the previous Wallachia event?
Extreme.
Correct. Which hero's arcana is named Compass of the Rising Gale?
Wind Ranger.
Correct. How many range attacks does it take to destroy Roshan's banner?
6.
12. How many players, not including coaches, are at this event?
80.
Correct. The legendary Fountain Hook combo of TI3 involved Pudge and which other hero?
Chen.
Correct. What other Valve video game is referenced by Io's Facets, Crits, Krieg, and Medigun?
Portal.
Oh, so close. 0 seconds. It was Team Fortress 2, but really, really good performance there from Alnut. That one's going to be hard to beat. How do you feel like you did?
I think I missed some I knew, but probably rushed a bit.
Yeah. One of the tricky ones was the unpicked hero. The Phantom Assassin was picked. Phantom Lancer wasn't, though, so very, very close.
Witch Doctor, I think, wasn't picked also.
Yeah, also correct.
I knew that one, but I wanted to say other.
yeah, you have a big Witch Doctor on your team, don't you? Yeah. All good, though. Really good performance. So, yeah, thank you for playing.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll see how your score did compared to the rest. It's a chaotic time in Dota. A lot of teams are changing players and shuffling around, but one team that hasn't shuffled at all is Nouns, and I'm here to talk to Gunnar. So, yeah, I mean, you guys come in through the shuffle period and you stick with the same roster. Can you tell me what your thought process is behind all that?
At TI, we had like a meeting that we all wanted to help each other at the worst and like make sure everyone got good opportunities, but we all liked playing with each other. So kind of our initial option was to play with each other. And then there were other options and people had decided different things, but we ended up all wanting to stick together. Like we all wanted the best for each other, honestly.
Yeah.
Like everyone on this team is very like wholesome and very friendly.
Yeah.
And I think we all actually care about each other a lot, wanting to make sure that everyone got a situation they're happy in and like a happy team and just everything good. And this is what ended up making everyone the happiest.
I'm guessing after TI, you've kind of got that feeling like your team hasn't really reached its full potential yet. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's definitely very cool because this is the first time I've been with the exact same roster after TI. And it felt very nice in the scrims, honestly, at like our boot camp for all the qualifiers. We went in and we're just like keep doing the same thing and we're improving and we're already on this like very stable platform that we built last year that we're still getting better. And it felt so nice to not have to kind of rebuild everything from zero with a bunch of new players.
Yeah, there was one change. Your coach Milan stepped away, haven't they? What's the kind of situation there? And are you looking to replace them or?
We're probably looking at a coach, but for now I think we're fine with the 5 of us. We have AA, who's like our manager, but he's also being an analyst. So he's kind of filling in the coach role. And he did actually this during the Elite League in Peru. Mm-hmm. And we did okay at it. We got top 6. So he's been a good coach. So for now, yeah, I think we're happy.
All right, options open. I like that mentality. So after the international, obviously you had some highs, you had some lows. What were those conversations like, you know, after the dust had kind of settled?
I mean, the one we still joke about is that we all just kind of like hated playing versus BB team. They were the only team that 2-0'd us. But in all seriousness, it was mostly that we kind of showed the potential and that we're getting, one of the things that we were worst at throughout the whole last year was that we'd always have like one game or one series that we looked good and we looked bad a lot of the time. And I would say, especially recently, that we're getting a lot better at being consistent. And I think even in TI, a lot of our series, like the only series that we looked really bad in were those series. But even like gaming, we had a close series. So it's a lot of just, I think, being just more consistent. Because I think if we play our best Dota, we're a very good team.
So coming into PGL Wallachia, do you feel confident that you're stuck together and you have that extra experience over some of the fresher teams? Or do you feel a bit of pressure to perform because you're staying with the same 5 people?
I would say it's probably a mixture of both. I know we had the qualifiers recently, and I think it's probably the first time we were rated first seed in NA in the qualifiers, and we all went in feeling really confident, but it was also, there was the air of, if we lost these, it would feel worse than losing any other qualifier before.
Yeah.
But at the same time, playing them felt very, we don't have to do anything special. We all know that we can win these, and we will if we play good. So like, just, we have to respect our opponents, like don't take anything away from them. They're also all very good players, but we just have to play our best. And so going into this, I would say we're pretty confident. I would say that there is pressure, but in probably a positive way, that we're all gonna be, we all feel like we have to play our best because that like we have the ability to do it.
Do you have any kind of expectations or goals coming into this?
Not really any expectations. I would say my goal would be at least top 3, but you know, I want to say just win the whole thing, obviously.
Is there anything really interesting you've seen in a shuffle period, you know, something you didn't expect, or you know, what do you think is the most interesting shuffle?
I guess the biggest one that's out there and confirmed would be the 33 leaving Liquid, which I think from an outside perspective is very strange because they had just won TI. But I know, you know, he wanted to play with Saxa, and like Liquid, it was the same situation where they all really like him, and it was kind of a mutual thing. So I think from an outside perspective, from a fans, it's very surprising, but I think it's like kind of good for all those parties. Like hopefully it makes all of them happy.
All right, Gunnar, thank you very much, and best of luck here in Wallachia.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, welcome back to PGL Wallachia. I've been tagged in. I'm your host for this series, Richard Lewis, and we've switched it up on the analysis desk as well. Joining me, as he has done throughout all of the tournament, someone I realise appreciates wordplay as much as I do. It's been great working with you so far, Lacoste. Thank you so much. And of course, for the first time ever in my career, I'm working with you, Lizard. So great to meet you. Looking forward to having a great show. Hopefully the desk isn't too crazy for you.
Likewise, I hope I'm not too crazy for you guys. I'll try my best to replace fear, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Crazy's good, don't worry about it. And we've got a crazy series coming up. We're going to talk about Nouns versus MOUZ. Before we get into that, we'll take a look at the results that have gone before. And you can see, obviously, we had Team NGX. They're donezo. They're out.
Gone, yeah.
Gone. Crazy. Huge story here, super disappointing. Now, just quickly get your thoughts about it, actually. Are you shocked?
Definitely. I mean, they had one def loss, but they also didn't show the level of gameplay that I kind of expected them to see here, considering like with the other teams, this was a really good, I would say, playground for them, but they failed
pretty damn hard. Like I had a lot of expectations coming out from Nigma with this roster.
They definitely did, but there is one caveat there, right? Like we have to take in consideration everything that's been happening around these players, like back in their homeland and everything. So it's been rough even getting here. So you can kind of understand that results aren't necessarily what they were aiming for, of course.
Yeah, but they look very disappointed. Hopefully they're able to bounce back. I know lots of people will be pulling for them. Now, while we're talking about big shocks and surprises, I guess we have to start talking about Nouns, because as you heard from that interview with Gunnar there, he set himself, you know, hey, maybe we could get top 3 here. That's kind of what we're aiming for. Now they're fighting for their tournament life going into this series.
Yeah, it's a rough one. I mean, he's also said at least top 3.
Yes.
So that's even harder, considering like how well they did at TI, going from beating Team Spirit after Team Spirit chooses them to going to that they lose the Liga team who got eliminated just now. They did beat Infinity, and also they lost to Alliance. So this squad, I was thinking that this squad is going to be like more stable when it comes down to the result, reaching like top 6, top 8 in most of the tournaments. But yeah, it's just not happening. Something's not clicking.
Yeah, they're definitely the strongest team in NA at the moment. So it was a little bit weird to see them even get here. But like when I look at the teams that are coming up from Europe and other regions in the teams that are kind of in the same caliber, there's just a plentiful.
Yeah.
And I feel like that might be an issue. Like this new alliance, even this MOUZ squad, like they're looking strong enough to take down Nouns. We'll see what happens in this series, of course, but so far in the series that we have watched, Nouns, they came with their own ideas here and there, like some position 5 bristlebags that's been popping up in pubs. But yeah, unfortunately for them, most of the time it didn't work out.
Yeah, so this is what you want to highlight, the super important player for this series. Talk me through it.
Yeah, Copy has, ever since he joined the squad, he looked really good. We talked about how mid-pool has been pretty limited when it comes down to the hero picks. And yeah, the no copy-paste. Every single hero that he played so far in the tournament has been a different hero. 7 out of 7 heroes, they played 7 games. And this guy can, you know, they lost some of their games, but they're also showing that
there's a lot of L's there.
There's a lot of L's, yeah. But they are also showing that they're not too afraid to pick like new heroes. Dead Prophet, that was a loss for them, but also showing that like, because if we compare like 2 mid laners, Supreme, he plays completely different heroes. There's only one overlap, that's Storm Spirit, between 2 of them. So it's going to be very interesting to see the mid matchup.
It's really cool that they replaced one German for another, but the German that they had before, he usually would not have 7 heroes in 7 games.
Yeah, and obviously as well, we've had you pick something out for us.
Yeah, it's actually, I didn't see what graphic Lacoste was going for, but my graphic is very damn similar. When you look at
you copy-pasted it,
I copy-pasted, exactly.
Just don't make it too obvious.
When you
there it is, yeah.
Well, call it jack of all trades or what do you want, but he's been playing a lot of different heroes on that position 5, even though everyone knows him for the Witch Doctor. The problem is, like, is this jack of all trades, master of none? Because they've been losing just as much, right? Like they've played 6 games, they've lost quite a few of those. And one extra thing needs to be said, though, maybe in comparison to Nouns, the other players on this team have also been playing a lot of heroes. Maybe not 6, as many as he has. Maybe they would repeat a hero once, so 5 total heroes. The problem is you're losing. So my question now is, are you comfortable with everything, or are you maybe uncomfortable with your own strats, so you're trying to figure some stuff out?
Well, this has been the thing that we've talked about in generalities over the course of the tournament so far. You know, MOUZ, the way they draft, let's just say they've got their own ideas.
They do. Maybe too many of their own ideas. I think you need to stick to the meta. We've seen them like really get out-drafted when they were playing against AVULUS, forcing things like Bristleback twice in a row. They literally had no stuns whatsoever, also forcing this Darkseer pick.
Are you copy-pasting me? I have the same thing. Like
same thing. It's just a
stun question mark, stun question.
We probably should have talked to each other before the show. Like, it would have helped.
Game read.
We didn't have this.
Yeah, also true.
Also, it's like the way they approach draft is different, and they also, I would say, when they played against Navi, they also fixed some of those issues. They did lose that series as well, 2-0, but yeah, it's a good way moving forward.
But it's different now because we are talking about the tournament. Do you expect them to change it up, or are we going to see similarly?
Look, when it comes to MOUZ, like I've been casting some other qualifiers before this tournament started, and they've been doing well in the qualifiers, and they've been winning versus teams that they have been losing here. Like AVULUS, AVULUS looks like a very solid team right now. They've won against them in the qualifier, I believe, like 2-0 versus Nigma as well. Nigma is out, so I don't know how much we can attest to that, but overall, yeah.
And we were going to talk about something else, but we'll save it. We'll save it for the next map, Lacoste, because we are about to get into the picks and bans, and it was a really good point.
Yeah, about the position 5s, we saw Bengans. But I also want to touch upon the stacks, because we're still in stack meta, and the Nouns are the best team at stacking, having 17 stacks average per game, which is quite a lot. And also, it comes down to Fly and Lilith stacking a lot in the triangle. Then when you swap the sides, that's going to be Fly stacking in a triangle. And it also comes down to Yuma and his hero pool. He's playing heroes that can clear the stacks relatively easy. Luna, Alchemist, Gyro. Or if they want to give farm priority to Gunner, he's playing a lot of Sanking. So that's something that they need to follow.
I love that you have this stat, because I feel like they're the team that played the most Shadow Demon so far. They're just getting it. This time around, MOUZ will ban it out, but previously they've played like 3 or 4 games of Shadow Demon on 4 and 5, and that hero loves stacking. Like, you can stack multiple camps very easily. You don't even have to get into the triangle to do it. You can do it from distance if you're playing position 4, so it does make a lot of sense. But Nouns
stealing Bristleback,
these two teams, right? Like, they played a lot of Bristle. On one side, you've had it on position 1. On the other side, you've had it even as a support. So
yeah, well, what we've been talking about a lot on the desk is Clinton Fear. He's not a believer in it as a flex pick, because he likes it as an offlane. He thinks it's okay.
I think I'm gonna side with the Fear on that one as well after seeing, because it looks good in theory, but a lot of the times it will. He doesn't have the mid-game impact that I would maybe, want to see from position 5. They played it only as a position 5 on side of Nouns, but on the other side, MOUZ, they love to run it as a core. They are also kind of forcing it, but speaking of force, Doom as a counter for potentially carry Bristleback or offlane Bristleback, considering all the items that he's buying. That's a good response, but you don't know where this Bristle's going to go.
31 bans, by the way, on this hero.
One of the most contested
just
heroes.
Banned every single game. And I'm not sure that picking up Bristleback is worth it if you're giving away that Doom. When it comes to Bristle, position 5, I feel like a sniper position 4. Like Lacoste said, in theory, it might work, but most of the time it doesn't. I felt it on my own skin recently a couple of times, like double, triple bracer, Bristle just running you down in that lane. It can get really hairy, but it has to be like the most perfect game for it. And I fear in a competitive scenario scene, it's not ever going to be that perfect for it.
Yeah, Bristleback, I had to double check. Gunner doesn't strike me as a guy who plays a lot of Bristle. Played only 2 games on a Bristleback. You want to have that flex. From the safe lane, from the off lane, the hero is super strong. You hit the early timings, opens up the Roche, also forcing the enemy team to pick certain heroes that are good against them that they didn't plan to. You have a certain strategy coming into the series, especially for game 1 in the BO3.
How do you feel about the double core opening? Like, instantly. Nothing ambiguous here. We're going to play Doom, we're going to play Pango. What you going to do about it? Like, MOUZ is very confident in their style, it seems like. Unless this is some crazy Doom support, but I sincerely doubt it.
They love to do some shenanigans and maybe some position 4 flex with Pango or Doom. As you mentioned, it's doable, but most likely these are going to be the cores, and immediately picking up Clockwork, which is a good way to disengage. One thing you need to have when you have Doom is have a good chase potential, have a lot of stuns to be able to catch the guy that you actually doomed. But Clockwork can mess this up, especially in some of these smaller areas of the map. 1 cogs, it's going to be enough. And also goes for Pango. If he messes up his role, we've seen Pango's taking the role talent instead of Facet, so that makes him. You play a different game as Pango compared to double shield crash Facet, and also cogs could ruin Pango.
Yeah, like Clock, second most successful hero in the tournament. I feel like that's mostly because a lot of 4s, 5s right now that are being played, even offlaners, they don't bring stuns, and Clockwork just gets in there, he sets up, he even has a BKB piercing stun. One thing that you talked about as well is mobility versus Doom. Centaur is still in the pool if you want to flex the Bristle on a carry role. I'm not sure that's the case with the Doom in the game, but we'll see. Instead, first and foremost, they get themselves a solid laner into the Pango, kinda. Like, you get the Storm, you get a hero that can jump both of these later on. Do I like it too much? I have to wait and see a little bit more of their draft.
Yeah, they did ban this puck, which allowed Storm Spirit to be picked up here. So I don't mind it too much. They have enough control. They have very good ways of initiating a team fight with the Storm Spirit. You have Clockwork as well, so two can be paired up together. Even if that's going to be like, not a good lane for Bristle, if we're talking about Bristle as a core. You can still buy a lot of time with Storm Spirit and Clockwork, move around the map, get stuff done until Bristle gets his item timings.
One thing I have seen is I've seen their Storm and it wasn't great. Right? That's the only issue that I find here. Like, they've played the Storm before. I believe it was into a Lion, if that's the correct game. I might be wrong, but I kind of remember 2 days ago, it's a long time for my old brain, but I remember some Lion hexing a Storm, constantly controlling him.
Yeah, you're right. They played against the Lions. They lost that game.
I'm shocked. Memory still works.
It's still going.
It's still ticking. But yeah, like these kind of heroes, a Lion for me as well is one of those that could be played in the current meta.
I have a hero. Go for the Grimstroke. Like, you get the leash mechanic.
You always say that.
No, I love the hero. This hero for years had like 30% win rate, was never good. There was one guy in Twitch chat that was like tagging us, me and Fog, because the hero was horrible. And we did mention that hero so many times that it looks like it's a good game for a Grimstroke. The way I like it is you have also Double Doom, which is the combo very old, but we haven't seen it as much. There was also one good Grimstroke game that Planet played the other
You
day.
protect your Pango as well with it. By the way, I'm just giving an idea. Like, we have this facets right now that Planet played with, right? Where you can kind of vector target or whatever your Stroke of Fate. He's a painter. We should be free. Like, when you're playing Grim, you should be able to draw whatever you want with that. It probably won't end well in some games, in some players' hands, but we should be free. Instead, they get themselves Phoenix, by the way. This is also something that they have played. Do I like it here?
They don't have a great egg hitter yet.
It's not about the egg hitter. Like, I have to say one thing. Like, these two supports, Hoodwink and Phoenix, can really suffer into a good Storm.
Right.
Like, they didn't get a lot of control for him. They got nothing that's actually easy to catch Storm with. Meanwhile, if I'm looking at the Storm, I'm really loving this game. Like, there's so many heroes that you love jumping on, maybe even eliminating a Phoenix. You have Clockwork as well,
There's no reliable stun. The only thing you need to be careful about is Doom.
I was going to say the Doom is obviously
that's going to be the key one. And I guess they opted to go for Phoenix, so they think this is going to be Bristleback played as core, so they want to have some kind of percentage-based damage as well, which makes their cores also tanky in the middle of a fight. Snapfire is gone. That was a really good ban. Would make a lot of sense. You can push people out of trouble. Somebody gets doomed. For now, it's going to be Luna. This hero is just too good right now. Doesn't have any downsides whatsoever. Maybe the big one is when you get shut down in the lane, you don't... like. She's one of the fastest farmers, but she doesn't like to play from behind.
No. One really nice thing that Nouns have got right now is the fact that they've played this Bristle as a 5 before, right? And you can't say for sure if Gunnar will play it or will not. And they also have... do they have the ultimate? They don't have the ultimate last pick. Never mind. I take all of that back. I was thinking if they had the ultimate last pick, they could kind of mix things up in according to what MOUZ last picks. But yeah, they
should get an update on that as well. How the last pick's been working out stats wise, because we did have that. Have you got that?
Yeah, I can check that real quick.
Yeah. Thanks.
But like Lacoste mentioned, he didn't really play a lot of Bristle. Hero that's still left in the pool. Actually, it's bad as well as I'm looking at it. Never mind. Enigma and Visage. I felt like this could be a cool game for both of them if you are flexing this Bristle back to the 5 that they've played before. Because if you're playing this Bristle as offlane, they have Sunray that's percentage-based damage. They have Break from Hoodwink. I'm not sure it's going to be the most amazing game for him. Even though in this situation, you do have at least some catch and stun. Like you have Clockwork to initiate with Storm as well. So Bristle can kind of work from the tree.
Yeah, to go back to your question, Richard, Radiant is sitting right now at 55% win rate, Dire 44. First pick win rate overall 52 against 48. So we are getting like closer. First pick Radiant.
As well that might happen.
First pick Radiant overall is still pretty high, 60%. So, that's been like that for a while. Radiant feels much better overall to play with all the advantages, and also first pick having advantage of his own.
I feel like there's also, like, stats in general don't lie. like stats don't lie, as one great person said it before, but at the same time, they kind of do lie in the first couple of days of the tournament, right? Because you don't really work with a lot of data, and you have teams like, unfortunately, Apex and Infinity that are just losing most games. And if they're playing some hero constantly, it's their comfort zone, but they're still losing, it's going to make that hero look pretty damn bad in stats. And same goes for sides for pick. But we got the Dark Willow. That's the last pick for Nouns.
It is a lot of control. Like, it's very hard to maneuver through everything. A good hero against Pango, good way to reset things. And now you have cogs that you need to be careful about. Bramble Maze, Terrorize. A lot of control on side of Nouns, and I do like it. Now they need to find a hero, a carry hero, that's going to be matched nicely against Luna. You don't need to think too much, I would say, about carry-to-carry matchup, because you have anti-carry on your side.
Never mind, spent. all my ideas, like a Morphling was a perfect hero here. Yeah, maybe Storm is difficult, but
some like I think something late game, Medusa. I want to see Faceless Void as well. Not sure why people are not picking up this hero. The hero still feels relatively strong.
Picked it. Nigma picked it, I believe, and he went for the Times Square facet, and they lost with it. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they go for.
Time dilation would kill a lot of these heroes, especially Bristleback, which is now played as core.
Into a Bristleback, what do you want? You generally like a lot of armor, which is one of the reasons why Medusa, good call. Like, they have this old school combo with the Phoenix, right? Like, you have the Egg, you have your Stone Gaze. They have ways of getting on top of her. They have a lot of control in these team fights. On the other side, though, on Nouns, I do have to say that even with the Medusa pick, I think in general I like Nouns' draft a little bit better. You don't have an egg hitter, okay, and that's a big problem usually. However, in this game, you can jump and eliminate anyone immediately out of these two supports, and Phoenix should be the first target.
Yeah, usually I don't like when there's 4 protect 1 type of a strategy, when there is a Doom, but this time around for Nouns, they don't have to care about that. You have Storm, who can really scale well. You have Bristleback as your secondary carry, pretty much, because you're building the same items as Bristleback from the offlane role. Maybe you'll throw in 1 aura, but you're still going to be playing for yourself instead of playing for the team. So I do like what Nouns drafted for themselves. I feel like this lineup is pretty easy to execute. They might need a little bit more time to come online with Luna, with Bristleback, so I don't think we're gonna see, you know, some like super explosive game from Nouns, but once they hit that like 15-20 minute target timing, then they're good to go.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with everything that he said. I think they've got heroes that are very successful at the moment. Luna looks pretty broken still. Clockwork as well, 70% win rate. It's kind of hard to go against that.
All right, guys, thanks a lot for your thoughts, and now we're off backstage with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, I'm here with Double A, and we're going to have a talk about this. I mean, firstly, probably not the situation you expected to be in with your current overall score. What do you think's happened, and, you know, how are you fixing the issues you've faced?
Yeah, I think a little bit has to do with burnout. We've kind of been playing non-stop since, like, July. Like, we actually been home for exactly 2 days. We counted yesterday. So a lot of it just has to do with we are not performing to the standards that we were used to. And I think our drafts, as a whole, we've definitely made mistakes game 1, but we've gotten better and better. And yesterday, the first game was just a throwaway for us. It was just poor performance in like a lot of ways. But the second game was on the path of improvement. And I think, today's going to be new dawn, new day.
Okay, so you've done a lot of talking, looking at this draft now, coming out of the stream, you're feeling confident, you're feeling like you've kind of turned a page.
Yeah, I think we evaluated like certain heroes and how we view them. I think the Bristleback, I might get flamed by the panel about its win rate. I still think that hero is still good, so hence why we picked it. There are specific heroes that you just kind of have to, specifically against MOUZ, just not let through, like Primal and Timbersaw. So you kind of have to draft specifically the first bands kind of differently, which I think we did fine. This seemed like when we did our like projections or supposed drafts, this is close to what we expected.
All right, so everything's kind of on the rails for you then. Yeah. Last question from me then. Who should we be looking at this game in your team? Who do you think is going to have a really good game?
Oh, it's Copy, for sure. He's our golden boy.
The golden boy about to have a performance. I love to hear it. Let's get into game number 1 with ODPixel and Fogged.
That's us as we get ready to go into this game. The golden boy, Copy himself. That felt to me like he was just saying in general, that's who we're anticipating is going to have a good game no matter what.
I think there's something to be said about just in general the performance of Nouns over the last couple of months, that Copy has probably been I would be on board with calling him the most impressive player in the team overall.
Right.
If I had to pick some, and also especially considering that from a viewer perspective, he might have been one of the the least known player in the team when he came in there and has really made a name for himself. So I could see why where Double A is coming from with that. That was a nice interview.
I think so too.
I think that was it seemed very down to earth and very realistic about the whole thing. All right, we know we're not doing so well. We have an idea of what the problem is. These are the steps we're taking to improve and solve the problem. So yeah, this has me a little bit more hopeful about Nouns, because I'll be the first to admit that I've been pretty disappointed in their performance so far. I feel like yesterday when they were about to play Alliance, we were talking about it, and you still had higher hopes for Nouns than I did. I was expecting Alliance to win that series. They beat them 2-0. Double A was talking about that one as well. So, but let's see today. It's a new day, like he said. They've got the chance to make some adjustments, and honestly, I think their draft looks very good this game.
There's one other thing that we have to point out, which, by the way, I'm going to be asking... Ooh, very low there, Supreme. I'm going to be asking something of our observers. If you can just go to the chat log and look up a tiny little bit, you can see Lelis doing the region's call. Yeehaw! They're ready. They're fired up for this game. And, well, it's all going to happen here. NA Dota's back, baby.
This takes me back to a specific content piece with EG NA Team.
Oh,
if you
yeah.
remember that one. Yeah. Those were the days, huh?
Fly as Captain America. You never forget.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good one. So, all right, let's talk a little bit about the picks here. So it sounded like the panel was mainly on board with Nouns, and my main concern with MOUZ, if you want to take the negative angle at first, is they have extremely minimal catch.
Right.
The only catch they have is Bushwhack, which I feel like should never be considered a reliable way of setting up a fight. It's like a nice little luxury and a good follow-up. But you don't have any single target stuns, you don't have any arenas of any kind or whatever. So you're very much relying on either getting a good Pango roll going that starts setting up a chain stun, or, like I said, landing that Bushwhack. On the other side, Clockwork can start fights very easily, so can the Storm Spirit. You have amazing follow-through with the Willow, who can also set things up on her own. So I think in terms of ease of execution, I like Nouns' pathway to fights a little bit better. The other issue, potentially for MOUZ, which hasn't necessarily been that big of a deal this tournament, their lineup looks kind of greedy.
Yeah.
Medusa plus Doom.
That's a lot.
Is hit creeps for a while mode, most likely. Especially when you don't have those heroes complementing to set things up. So we'll see. I think if MOUZ get out of the lanes quite well and get the game slowed down, they could be in a good spot, but they got to be careful not to get rolled over.
Absolutely. And there's a couple of heroes on the lineup of Nouns that really love to sort of play that high-octane tempo strategy. Did he cut the tree as he was getting tied to it? Oh,
I think Yuma cut it for him. Yuma has the Quelling Blade.
And they keep a little bit of extra distance. Fly still taking some more hits. Is he going to be first blood, or does he get Cogs back up in time?
There's a man going Narman.
Oh, gotta run. And no, it is going to be first blood drawn by Narman. Well played indeed. You know, one other thing I do want to mention about the catch, though, that I'm kind of curious to see how it works is I kind of feel like this new Pango roll facet that people are going, the Thunderbolt, might be better at catching Storm than, you know, I would have thought originally before I started to see it. It seems really crazy how quickly you can chase somebody down.
Yeah, it's always going to be a matter of getting the first connection, right?
Right.
That's the thing is... Thunderbolt, it is faster, and it is in some places easier to get the chain bounces, but you still need to find Storm in the first place.
Okay.
And that's where if you had some sort of support that could do the first little stun that you can then chain on, I would be way more on board with that idea. But yeah, I have a little bit of a harder time seeing that coming to fruition, but at least so far from MOUZ, so good. They get the first blood in that top lane against Clock Luna, which is, in this patch, has looked like a very, very strong lane, so I think they're on off to a decent start here. In the bot lane as well. Medusa effectively having an equally good game as that of the Luna.
Already has that Null Talisman done, and in the meantime, you know that Gunnar on this Bristleback is just going to be trying to go mass stats when he's capable of doing it. Does have that Snot Rocket, as you can see, which I feel like has definitely started to become more popular lately. And it feels like somewhat strange, but already, if you think about it, like a Medusa, you know, already a slow hero. Doom can sometimes be as well if you're not rolling on Pango. Like, Like, I feel like being able to sort of sludge these guys up, it could be potentially nice later on.
And it's also the minus armor. If you're playing with certain heroes in your lineup that take advantage of that, such as the Luna, it can be really powerful. Force, big trouble here.
Is it going to be enough for a finish? Nah, not quite.
The boots advantage there. Both of MOUZ's heroes in the off lane wisely opting for boots quickly against the Clockwork lane. And Fly, not rich enough just yet to get his own. He's, in fact, very poor. The poorest hero on the map by 300.
Right. Well, we'll keep our eyes on that one and see what ends up happening. I will say I'm very disappointed that Force did not pick Darkseer, one of the few heroes or players that loves to get it constantly. But for now, we're gonna make do with just the Doom getting played in this one. And this should be an easy D-ward. Bengen, Supreme, spotted Lilith doing that, who is doing a really good job of getting these stacks up. That's the 6-minute mark comes up. It's going to be an Arcane Rune top, but a nice little treasure trove of creeps to turn back to for Storm or the Bristle, honestly.
And speaking of Doom, I wonder why MOUZ rated this as the overall first pick of the draft. This is not something we've seen many other teams do. They picked it specifically into Bristle, who I would say historically isn't necessarily a hard counter, or Doom isn't necessarily a hard counter to that hero. It can be good, but Bristle is one of the heroes that can survive getting doomed and just run off and still get something out of the Bristleback ability. Decent connection here onto Yuma, some good damage.
Moves in, there's a Cogs pushback, and now gonna even glyph the wave, see if they can chase him down. And the zip comes in, Copy trying to protect his carry. This might be Force having overextended, although the turnaround damage is pretty intense. And they're gonna be forced back yet again as Supreme makes the move all the way up top, and Yuma, he's gonna have to retreat and get out of here. So they bring 4 heroes top, and won't be able to get a kill, but we'll get some pressure onto that tower.
Narman's playing a really good game so far on the Hoodwink. I feel like he's been landing absolutely everything, and it's a really big part of why things are looking quite good for MOUZ right now, in that top lane in particular. Starting to pull ahead. I don't know, I click on this Doom and I look at it, I'm like, this cosmetic should not exist. Why? Look at his face. It's like a unit from Heroes 3.
Sorry,
amazing game, by the way.
I'm looking at Supreme dying at the moment, but yeah, it does.
Yeah, but Heroes of Might and Magic 3, though.
Okay,
right?
I see.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Feel me?
He looks like, yeah, it's a little, we're just right in his boobies right there. It is a strange one.
It reminds me of Inferno.
Okay.
All right, there's going to be... I was going to say there's going to be very few of the viewers that get that reference, but then I remembered actually a lot of our viewers would have played that game.
Yeah.
Because this is Dota, so our viewers are old enough to enjoy the good old classics.
I mean, but they were all playing Dota, so they didn't have time for
anything else. Well, not when
else.
Heroes 3 came out. Dota wasn't even a thing.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's an old game. I think it's from... Is it 99 or something? I don't know. You know what? I'm going to look it up just for you, okay?
Thank you. I really appreciate that. The high-level commentary that we're looking for is Copy cannot get his zip off the full chain stun. Maybe Pango is an answer to this storm.
Saying. All right.
Interesting. I mean, I guess the thing about that, too, that's, like, pretty annoying is that you can't even, like, normally you'd be able to, like, raindrop or something, but it's all physical damage.
Yeah, and that was the exact combination that you're looking for, right? You need the Hoodwink to set this up, and it's never going to be easy, especially later in the game, but that time around, they nail it. So very nicely done by MOUZ.
Wow.
In case you were wondering, it did come out in 1999.
I was wondering.
February 28th.
Very good.
Remember the day. It was a day of greatness.
I was 9 years old, I'm pretty sure.
That is untrue.
No, it's true.
I'm older than you?
Yeah. You sound so shocked.
This isn't right. How old are you?
I have the same birthday as Taylor Swift, December 13th, 1989. Into this game, there's a lot of stacks here coming out from Nouns. And apparently my math is wrong.
I was born in December 1989.
Hey. That's what I said.
Wait, which date did you say?
The 13th.
The 13th. I'm 24th, so you're 11 days older.
Okay, got it.
Okay. 2K lead for MOUZ.
And they're going to try and run forward here, see if they can find a pickoff maybe, or just secure this rune. 10-minute mark, but they get unlucky. It's down bottom, shield rune for Copy. At least at this early going, very, very even. Less than 400 gold separating all of the cores in this game. Nothing really is broken out as of yet.
It's still, I think so far so good is the perfect way of thinking about this for MOUZ, though.
Yeah.
They are the ones who have a very slow and greedy lineup with Medusa, Doom, plus Phoenix. So if the laning stage in the early game in general is following this trajectory and Nouns don't really find too many plays, they're effectively getting their entire lineup online for when things could get scary. I think this is already very, very good. If they can keep it up, it doesn't feel like time is ticking for them, right?
No.
I think despite this being an extremely good Storm game on paper, if your heroes get farmed enough on the Radiant side, this is the kind of game where it can be difficult for Storm to pop off, simply by virtue of them being too tanky.
Right.
Doom is a tough target. Medusa is going to be a really tough target. Pango, we've seen, be extremely elusive. So you combine that with a high-level Sunray eventually coming out from Bangan. It's definitely everything coming up MOUZ right now. Top 3 net worths.
He's going to get it eventually. Don't worry. It's fine. Yeah, as they do come and take this hard camp, a big old stack now onto the Ancients as well. Does not look like there's going to be any contention coming out, but meanwhile, Yuma just shows up. They still have Doom. Yeah, he can just turn. Oh, that would have been enough.
That's an important miss, but
Wait, no,
he walks in.
He walked back into it.
All right, he'll still live.
Narman pulled. Couple more hits is all they need, and well, with the Cogs connection, Narman does eventually go down.
If everything went right for MOUZ there, they might have killed both heroes and lived.
Yeah.
But at the very least for Nouns, Yuma does survive with the miss on that sharpshooter.
Well, as much as you're talking about so far so good for MOUZ, to me it also doesn't feel like Nouns are particularly unhappy. It's just like they haven't hit the timing where they want to try and make that group up and push play. Or do you think they need to get more done?
Yeah, their lineup isn't really tailored to play super fast either. It's just you would have liked for their side for the lanes to go better than this, right?
Okay.
I think in particular the fact that the Luna Clockwork lane lost to the Doom Hoodwink by this amount is an unexpected result as far as I'm concerned. And it does set the... Like, that's just... Doom is such a specific hero in that sense that if he does very well in a lane that he's maybe supposed to lose in, it amplifies so quickly.
Hook shot to get away, Thunderbolt in, Gunner does
that
not.
One's unforgivable. He's genuinely... that's a good foghorn right there. Or that's not what it's called, but anyway.
The foghorn, leghorn, not getting what he wanted. Yeah, that was a rough one. Still, they keep their tower alive on the side Nouns, and now going to try and smoke up. That might have been underneath that ward, though. I'm pretty sure that was scouted.
I'm starting to think maybe Narman should not have skilled ult.
Okay.
Because he's hitting every other spell perfectly.
Yes.
But the sharpshooter, 0 for 2.
It's the devil's bargain, you know?
It's okay.
You have to go in and, you know, miss everything else. That way you can hit the ones that matter. They're still looking up top. Want to get this kill right now onto the Pango. And Supreme shows.
Illusion.
Lellis onto him, immediately taken off, but
he's cooked.
No way he gets out of that one.
Too much damage. Force is too late, and he also doesn't have Doom yet.
Yeah, 10 seconds might have been nice, but can't get it in time.
That's definitely something Copy has to watch out for in the coming, like, 10 to 15 minutes of this game is... If he is to jump in on anyone, if Doom is farmed enough to get a Blink Dagger after the Shiva's Guard, which I'm assuming will be Force's next item, you have to always be on your toes. If you get doomed on Storm this game, you're dead. There's no save, there's no repositioning tool from your allies.
Right.
So, have to be very, very cautious with that, but... Yeah, it's very... I have to say, it's quite the contrast between this series and the one we just watched, where it was just relentless, non-stop aggression from both teams. Arguably, one team in the previous series fought a lot more than they should have and could have maybe taken a picture out of these two teams' book, but this is a lot slower. 6 kills at 14 minutes. Feels like last series we had 6 kills at 3 minutes.
I think that is what ended up happening, if I'm not mistaken.
But it's largely the nature of the lineups. I think this is a very expected scoreline in terms of kills, but just the raw farm and the lane advantage definitely going a bit more MOUZ's way than I would have thought. So, looking very healthy.
Are they going to try and fight this? I mean, Nouns, they lost their triangle, so Luna doesn't really have an easy place to farm, and they're obviously going to keep this pressure on.
I actually really like this play call too, because you recognize, if you look at Nouns' lineup, they don't have single target damage.
Right.
So the Medusa is an extremely difficult target. You're going to have to fight through level 4 Fire Spirits. You're going to have to fight through the Sun, or excuse me, not the Sun Ray, the Supernova. Sun Ray will be coming up next, of course, for Bengen. So they just recognize we are too strong, and they take all the tier 1s. Now, Olnit, will he get off the Stone Gaze? He will.
Yes. Copy with that amplified damage will force him back, slow down his farming a little bit, and then just retreat. I don't think he ever thought that was going to be a full kill, but at least bait some abilities out of him as the Manta is completed. Meanwhile, Doom used on Gunner. He seems perfectly fine. Snot rocketing, running around.
I don't know about perfectly fine.
I mean, it's a lot of damage, and well, yep, he's not perfectly
I will
fine.
give you this, though. He did seem perfectly fine, but then they connected.
Yes, then they
and then he
him.
seemed less fine.
I think actually the Snot rocket killed him there.
He's going to have to Supernova really quickly here,
and it's not going to happen.
Oh, might have had an opportunity, actually.
I mean, he
but
probably
no allies around, so it would have died anyway. Even if he got Fire Spirits on both heroes, I think they would have just killed it off. And that's going to be a tower trade now. Right. The Golden Boy gets the kill on the tower.
I mean, one thing that I think is... Wait a minute, hold on. Force might be in some further trouble here. The two supports combining together to take down the offlaner. Nice connection there.
Yeah, a couple of successful moves back-to-back here for Nouns. Waking up a little bit, using their levels.
In the meantime,
looks like MOUZ want revenge.
To farm.
They see Yuma farming top. They're expecting a specific farming pattern. Well, he'll run north and then probably east. And if they connect here, this should be super easy. They have the Rod of Atos on Narman, so extra catch, and with the Pango Diffusal. Yep, Yuma is very dead here.
Yuma cuts the tree, gets him away for a moment. Supreme trying to go for the ulti. In trouble, pulled back in. No, they can't get him. Oh, Yuma with the tree cut. That kept him alive. If Narman had just placed his bushwhack a little to the side, he would have survived.
All right, I'll put an asterisk on that play and say I thought Pango had ult.
Wow.
But he did not. So this backfires very badly. And Gunner is going to solo Force, too.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. What should have been a guaranteed Luna kill ends up failing because they were just 5 seconds short on that Rolling Thunder cooldown. And it begs the question, was that even a play then to begin with? Right. When you didn't have that, should you have brought a third hero in the smoke? Should you even have gone for the play without that key ulti? That counterplay from Nouns is big, and they're suddenly, this game is blown wide open. They take another tower, they get more kills. And a lot of MOUZ's lead just straight down the drain from a couple of failed moves.
I think one of the things there, too, is if you remember, Luna ran down to get back to base. If she had gone up to that camp, she would have been dead.
Yeah,
so
she would have been in a much more compromised position. And also, they would have connected on her later.
Exactly.
And therefore, Pango would have been ready. That's very true. Another pick. They find Supreme. All right, and this is where MOUZ's line up now. They had a good start. Now they've run out of steam a little bit. Nouns can play with so much momentum now. They get a couple of key kills. They get some good levels and a couple of items coming their way. Olnit actually got forced to ult here.
They're still sticking around. Stone Gaze does go off. Copy feeling confident in himself to not get caught here. But if they realize, okay, yeah, they're backing away.
He had a regen rune running, so he was happy to just trade with Dusa the whole way through and just get that free trade of resources, essentially. Okay, MOUZ. Big damage onto Fly, but can they connect the Atos? Yes.
They've got him there and will bring down the Clockwork, but in the jungle, they find
they got a Doom on the Storm.
Is this going to be enough for the kill? Yes, definitely. So, well, he has barriers. Does not matter. Doesn't matter even a little bit, I don't think. So they take him down. Lelis also going to fall. 3 dead on the side of Nouns. They really need that Clockwork to be with them, I feel like, to make the fights happen as Yuma pressures bottom, but eventually gonna retreat back to keep farming.
And things are back to even again. Very unpredictable right now how these things are going to go. And this is what I was talking about before. Storm has to be on his toes when he's fighting the Doom. Allowing himself to get doomed there is just a death sentence immediately. He's not nearly tanky enough to sustain through it. They don't have any defensive items to protect him with the exception of Clockwork's Force Staff. But as you pointed out, he wasn't there. And the Solar Crest, I mean, he did his best on the Willow, but if you have like a Glimmer Cape there or a Force, maybe you can keep him up. Solar is not enough, especially in that type of little corner where Pango was just chaining him the whole time.
Right.
Which seems like it's 2/3 of the map nowadays with this facet, but, you know.
True enough. I will also say now he has Blink Dagger on Pango, so it makes that first setup that much easier.
Yeah.
But Clockwork can still be that interrupting hero. You know, Cogs make things weird for the Pango. As Copy is farming up here, the bigger play is down bottom. Nouns move into the Roche pit. Now this was scanned almost immediately. Can they get there in time? Doom not available for another 50 seconds.
They do have both Stone Gaze and Supernova, though. It's a nasty combo if you get things layered together. You can't hit that egg with Medusa under it, but they will be too late. Nouns, nice play call. They're going to get this Aegis for Copy scot-free. They have enough time to get out, I think. Well, maybe not if MOUZ actually fancy their chances here, but looks like they will disengage as well. The play call here.
He runs into all of them, turns his back, forwards right there, and jump for the backline, gets Narman. He's very low, though, and Gunnar gets low but not dead. The Terrorize keeps him alive. They jump away. Supernova expended. Now hook shot available. Copy low on mana, but does still have that Aegis. Tries to zip away. He's not going anywhere. The rest of the team ready to help out. Yuma hunting, hook shot connects onto the Phoenix, and now they got to run, but I don't think Copy's going to let him get away. Now they do have Doom back up if he wants to turn and drop it down immediately, but now they're committed to the fight. Force is out, they're keeping him away. The Force staff trying to keep the Storm alive, and all that, they go all the way in. Storm low, and Storm going to die. But they get some retribution kills here. Ultimate completely out of mana. A couple more hits is all they need, and well, Yuma's going to be able to get it.
If he doesn't get off this snake, this is a much better fight for Nouns. It is, in the end, going to be pretty much a draw, but without that final snake, I think they also get Lelis out of there. Man, what a fight. That was an Aegis advantage for Nouns, and they still ended up losing their Storm twice with the Doom. Feel like you can't truly be happy with that, all things considered, on Nouns' side with how that started. You kind of can't help but think that should have been a better ultimate result. But at the very least for them, they didn't really lose anything, but nothing to gain either.
Right. I mean, Copy, you know, still had half of his mana pool just about to play around with when he ended up getting doomed and eventually brought down. So it's a little bit tough there, that one.
I just think he's standing still for too long.
Yeah.
Especially, like we talked about, it's only the only catches that you're worried about are Bushwhack and Doom. So, or yeah, well, Bushwhack and I suppose the Atos. But if you're really on your toes and you keep jumping and staying mobile, you're doing less DPS if you're very mobile in the fights. But avoiding getting doomed has to be #1 priority. Doom Force is going to take that choice every single time. If he can choose the entirety of this game who to doom, he will doom Storm until the game ends. So make it harder for him to choose.
Right now, going BKB as they hook shot in, and we'll find the Phoenix. I mean, this is the nice part at the very least of having that Doom expended, is now they can play really aggressively. 20 seconds until it's back up means a free shard as they take the Tormentor. There are silver linings to this, but like you said, it does feel like Nouns need to be playing from ahead at this point, because as Medusa and Doom get more and more items, it becomes a larger and larger problem, particularly if you can get towards like a refresher or something. It's going to be a huge issue.
Yeah, I mean, a decked out Doom in this game is always going to be a problem, but Nouns are, with these couple of successful moves, starting to get some really meaningful stuff going their way. So now finally the BKB on Storm means that now it's literally only Doom that's a problem.
Yeah.
He can ignore everything else as long as he's BKB'd in the fights. Luna is closing in on a Hurricane Pike as well, which is going to give her a lot more freedom playing against the Medusa. You just pike away when she ults and you reset the fight.
Oh. The other thing that they could do, they have a shield rune bottled, so can potentially bait that one out. Oh, we'll We'll see. They jump in.
Oh, they get him!
He's got the shield rune, though. He's going to stay alive through this one, I think. They try and back away. The Supernova is already down. BKB out. He's surviving. If they can stay alive through the full round, maybe they can reinitiate. The hook shot goes in. Fly trying to fight this one now, and they have the huge Eclipse out. Copy goes back in for the initiation, trying to take down Bacon, and they will get him. Yuma now hits, pull back on to that Medusa. Olnit pops the Stone Gaze, but Force, he is going to fall. They lose Copy in the end, and now a buyback from the Phoenix. Yuma's just going to try and TP out of there, and will it escape? Yes! 27 HP, still dying to the Spirit Vessel.
Wow. All right, without that TP out, that is a disaster for Nouns. But now they somewhat stay afloat. They still lose that fight by a significant amount, but the buyback from the Phoenix is at least something. And again, they're just really on top of Copy. I think that initiation, they get the Blink Doom onto him. He gets saved out by the forced FBKB Shield Rune, but ultimately, his inability to fight for so long just cost them their Bristleback. Fly tries to help with the Clockwork. He becomes collateral damage. And ultimately, when Storm rejoins the fight, he's half health, half mana, runs out of juice, and Pango just runs him down. So really, not the best fight from Nouns once again. And that was 2 BKBs expended, the Storm and the Luna. So these BKB charges are going to start mattering more and more over time, of course. On the side of MOUZ, you're only looking at cooldowns. There's no BKBs at all on their team, as a matter of fact. Doom will be the first one to buy one in about 2,000 gold.
Well, Force does look to be caught out here now. They drop every damn thing to take him out of there. And now going to pressure this tier 2 tower with the one creep alive. Does die now, but there's another wave coming in.
Yeah, they immediately take advantage of these big cooldowns, right? No Supernova, no Doom. We can jump on anything we want. I'll Fly with the... All right, not going to find him. He was almost jetpacking towards Supreme, but ended up turning off to the right. So didn't find him just then, but still. They're getting more and more of a foothold here. This is starting to look... It's kind of weird, because it doesn't really feel like Nouns are winning the fights. It doesn't feel like a 7k lead, but they are getting a bit more out of the map overall, so step by step, finding more and more net worth advantage.
Double Tormentor helps too.
Oh, for sure. That's a very big part of it, of course. The fact that they were able to steal that one. Everybody in their team already has a shard with the exception of Luna.
Oh, wow.
So... yeah, I believe Copy bought his own. We've seen this as well from Malrine earlier on in this tournament. He was buying it very early on Storm. Just going Kaya into that shard for the burst damage for yourself and your team and ganks.
And at this point now for MOUZ, does sort of beg the question of, are they going to try and get aggressive with Doom up? Again,
looks like yes.
Seems like it. And who do they find? Lelis.
Lelis is going to break it.
Yeah, I mean, they see people immediately. They jump in, find Gunner. Force, not sure if he wants to use Doom here. They get the stun out. Will still do good damage and bring down Lelis. So they lose one. Gunner still standing very far forward.
Yeah, very good call there from Force to not Doom the Bristle. I think it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
He's way too difficult to kill. He still has all his stuff, and you want to reserve it for the Storm counterplay. I think Force's mindset in this game right now is, I will only use Doom on Storm unless I absolutely have to Doom somebody else. It's a very clear-cut plan that MOUZ are showing. And I wonder, itemization-wise, so we've talked about their issues with catching. It seems like they're step-by-step going to solve that problem more and more with itemization. So the first step was getting the Hoodwink Atos. Now, Pango's starting to build a Basher, so that's going to be more lockdown their way. And Medusa will go for, by the looks of it, a Silver Edge. So the break on the Pango, or excuse me, the break on the Bristle, but also just a way of getting into the fight and setting stuff up. As we see a nice kill from Nouns here onto Supreme. Was not expecting that one. Long, long distance jump from Copy plus Yuma. Quick and easy burst. With that Eclipse expended as well. Well worth.
These heroes, very integral to the team fight. We'll see what Nouns opt to do. There's some pings saying, hey, maybe we could go high ground here. I'm not sure if this is going to be what they actually go for, or, I mean, with Roche back up again, it would be lovely just to be able to go back and get that as a really quick respawn. They're going to check it right now, and I think the flare will expire. It's back up now.
Yeah, this is awkward, though, because the timing when they go there, he will be going south, so you kind of have to wait for the 30-minute mark, and that means Pango will be alive, and MOUZ will have positional advantage from it being on the Radiant side. So MOUZ will already start pushing out bottom and heading over there. They know this is the next objective and the main one of the game.
A smoke up, though. Maybe they could take a fight before the Pango gets here. This would be a pretty cool move from them. And you can see Bristle trailing on the mini-map. They spotted for a second that Doom. Doom showing in the mid lane.
Yeah, they might just want to flat out jump him here.
Oh, if he stepped one little pixel out further, I feel like they might have gone for that.
The one hero they want there to jump him with wasn't in range. Copy was way out to the right, so we'll get away unscathed. But this is still... If this fight were to bring out, Doom has to TP in. The connection point's obviously... Okay, he's coming already.
And now they smoke.
Yeah.
Need to reset. There's an amp damage down on the bottom rune spot.
Oh, that would be big if they find it. They do. Yuma knows that it's there. He'll show up to the fight with a lot more in the tank now. Also just finished his Daedalus, so he packs a serious punch now.
Ready to get together. They're going to try and smoke up. Daedalus, Yuma with the DD. How good can this be? They also just now get a Lotus onto the Bristle. So another avenue to keep him alive. Fly, break smoke. Supreme is there. They scan, they see it. He can go for the hook shot if he wants. Not opting for that one as of yet. It's just going to come on by and take some flowers. Fine. A little gardening never hurt anybody. Olnit into the pit. They see him.
Okay. MOUZ want to force this to happen.
The amp damage.
Duce is very strong. If Duce gets jumped, the counterplay from MOUZ should be pretty straightforward.
Force up on the high ground, ready to jump. They see him instead. And now, finding and trying to kill this Doom. Can they bring him down in time? They don't get the pushback on the cogs, and they get the Doom onto the Luna. Now Copy, free to run around. Supreme stuck on the cliff. He's off to the side. They do eventually get Gunner. But as Doom wears off, your opportunity to take a fight, it's a little bit sketchy now. No roll, no Doom.
Well, you do have a 5-on-4, though, if you buy back your Doom.
Jumps in. Lincoln's pop. Supreme backs away. Good damage out to Terrorize. Yuma, he's right on top of him. They're tearing this Medusa apart. She's got no mana left. They throw out the Stone Gaze. They need to finish off this Roche, but Olnit, he's going to try and TP out of there. They're going to find these supports off in the back. Can't get the Phoenix, who's hiding off the map, but Narman will not be so lucky in terms of getting away. Nouns, they get the Roche.
Can't help but wonder if that was a team fight. Oh my god, Copy almost died to Roche. I can't help but wonder if that would have been a team. Oh!
What?
He died to the Roar.
The Roar? How much damage does the Roar do?
Enough?
I have never seen that before.
I have never seen that before either, but it's actually kind of important because it means the Aegis has to go on the Luna. I think they would have liked this one on the Storm maybe, but... Oh, not an option here.
How much was it?
227 damage there.
I didn't even know that did damage. What the hell?
Learn something new every day, don't we? It's an unexpected death.
That's crazy.
So what I was saying was, I can't help but wonder if that fight would have actually been a MOUZ win with a Doom buyback.
Right.
Sure, he doesn't have Doom, but he can still buyback come in with Scorched Earth, with a War Stomp, with the Shivas. Now, instead, he will have a completed BKB, so that was probably why it was a tough decision to make, but you end up giving over the Aegis to the other team this way, despite it going on the Luna. Now, Luna is not an appealing Doom target.
Yes.
So you kind of back to likely looking to Doom the Storm, but he has Lincoln, so you need to proc that. It's starting to get trickier and trickier for the side of MOUZ to access this, and Nouns, if they play good formation, if they play tight, they make sure Luna is the only viable target for MOUZ to really open the fight on, and they play with, you know, their Solar Crest, their Lotus, their Glimmer, their Force Staffs. They have so much to kite the Doom that if Yuma is the primary target, I feel like they can outlast it.
And you know the other thing, you mentioned this earlier, but like the lack of BKBs, you think about that moment when Clockwork blocks off the high ground push, and then a Terrorize gets thrown out. There's just, like, nobody has a defense against that. Terrorize just owns this fight. It's a big problem for MOUZ. As next Tormentor is up. We'll see if they try and take this one away. But at this stage of the game,
they want to poke the bear here. Yuma's in on the high ground. Olnit is in Silver Edge right now.
Hits. Gorgon's Grasp. Force Staff backs away. Force, he wanted it. Not going to happen, though. The Glimmer keeps Yuma alive. So 13,000 gold lead now.
Another Tormentor. Nouns are thinking about it.
Yeah, go steal.
There's also a Wisdom Rune. And Fly will grab that. Almost level 18 now on the clock. Okay, Olnit's in there.
Somehow that missed. Did not. I thought that Bushwhack was going to connect, but
yeah, that
must have missed
a little bit strange that one didn't land.
That's a full Satanic. Oh my god.
Obviously, not going to do too much if he's doomed. So
True.
I think the priority has changed now, that you want to doom the Luna whenever Aegis is down. If Copy is clutch, he can save him with Lincolns, but unlikely to, you know, be necessarily in the perfect position to get it off just the right moment. And it gives MOUZ a very clear angle to attack the fight. But until that Aegis is down, I really feel like Nouns should press the issue a little bit here. Look to force a fight in the bottom lane, make it very uncomfortable. We saw them poking the Luna before with the Silver Edge hit plus the Hoodwink combo. But the fact of the matter is, if Luna can just turn around for just a moment, they have triple Force Staff. So they're going to get her out of there, no problem.
I mean, the Bushwhack does do weird things with your angle. A little unfortunate, that one.
Fly does not have the hookup facet, so this is going to take a while before it's ready again.
Some wards down, which will see any movement outside of the base. And Fly. Jetpacks around. They'll see those wards, take them away. It's Medusa that's out on the map on the other side, though, and running to her ward, but Yuma already pressuring up, like you said. There's only 45 seconds left. They did not opt to go for the pressure up high ground. A little bit too afraid of it. We'll see if that comes back to bite them or not.
Yeah, I feel like they're just not getting enough out of this Aegis. You can argue that they're still far ahead and everything is fine, but maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity there. Copy trying to bait some responses, but Supreme is staying very calm under the pressure. And now Nouns are regrouping once again in an aggressive position, but 15 seconds left on the Aegis only. Reckon MOUZ are going to do exactly this. We know the Aegis is about to run out, so this is a good moment of opportunity for them to try to get something done. They will go for a smoke play.
Gunner.
Scan from the Radiant, but it sees illusions only. So actually a little bit misleading there.
They see Storm mid, chasing him's a fool's errand. But they are still going to run out this direction. They're running to their ward, which I think did just spot Gunner. He is TPing out. There's an potentially, it's not going to happen.
Extremely aware of what's happening, and it's all because of their aggressive warding. Like, look at the vision they have.
Yeah.
They have a ward in the top lane, they have a ward around the mid lane, and they have a ward in the bottom lane. And MOUZ are showing on no creeps, so it's not exactly rocket science what they must be doing here.
Rocket science, I like that. Good job. Good clockwork. Copy comes on in, takes out the ward. 15.
Yuma 25.
What's that?
Yuma hits 25,
nice.
so Lucent Beam hits an additional target unlocked. I believe it's the only level 25 hero in the game. Medusa is 23.
Yeah.
So he's got a bit to go before he gets the split shot modifier.
Notably does not have the Conda, but still get the double glaives with the 20 talent, which is pretty nice.
That's a good point. I wonder, because you'd think against a hero like Medusa, it's really valuable to have the Conda since you don't necessarily want to take the head-on fight all the time where you're just standing your ground, but rather play on the ranged poke.
Right.
It seems like Yuma has a different idea. All right, he's going to walk straight in. I mean, now they're going for a bit of a high ground. They don't have Aegis, but Narman was not ready for that at all.
I mean, I guess if you catch him unprepared, it works pretty well.
Yeah.
It hits Silver Edge, Gorgon Grass. Not going to be able to do anything extra there. They take down Roche's banner. But Yuma, with the Solar Crest, keeping him very, very tanky, and Copy. Not afraid even a little bit. They spot him, they get Olnit. Good damage out. Now the Thunderbolt rolling. Supreme wants to chase down for more, seeing if they can find him. Gunner.
Oh, this is not well executed.
Yeah, this is not what they were hoping for.
This is really not great from MOUZ. That's just so much down the drain. No roll, no supernova, and they didn't connect with the Doom. They didn't connect. I mean, was that really necessary anyway? You have backdoor protection kicking in. Your Hoodwink is spawning in 10 seconds.
I don't think Medusa was going to die, but maybe she would have. I don't know.
I think the roll was enough. That was already dissuading them from pursuing further, but I think they got a little bit stressed out there.
Right.
And it all, again, it comes back to the problem that, well, when Hoodwink is dead, you can't keep the enemy team in place.
Yes.
So they just force staff away their heroes and they're fine.
Smoke up now. Doom is ready, but we have the amplified damage on Copy. Olnit shows right in the middle, and they're going to immediately jump this Dusa. Terrorize out, doesn't get to cast a thing. That was horrific.
He walked straight out in the middle of the map with no backup and no buyback. That's actually probably just the end of the game in the most possibly anticlimactic way I can imagine.
That's not what he was hoping for. Maybe a symptom of a problem there, but they do end up losing their Medusa, and now they're going to lose the base. No buyback on the Phoenix. Force trying to survive. The BKB is there, but way too much physical damage. Tier 4 towers hit. And Nouns looking to close this one out here, although there is a buyback from Doom now. They pull in, catch, and they're going to kill Supreme. Never mind, they're not backing away. They're going to hit the Ancient. Nouns feeling very good. GG is called. Maybe not the way that we anticipated it was going to happen, but their lineup made it work in the end.
Yeah, a little bit surprising there. We saw prior to this game, we saw the content piece with Olnit was very knowledgeable about a lot of things Dota, but does not know that walking outside of your base 1v5 late game is a bad idea. So back to studying the Dota books. Good thing to know the lore about Razor, but I think it's a little bit more important to not just walk out into the enemy team and lose instantly. That was very underwhelming, I'll say it. This game had a couple of moments of opportunity for MOUZ and a couple for Nouns. Ultimately, this was not the way I hoped it would end. I hoped it would end with like an excellent team fight with a lot of, back and forth, and ultimately probably Nouns pulling ahead with the advantage they had. But this was just that left something to be desired.
Something to be desired, and maybe there's always next time. Maybe something that MOUZ can think about as well as they get ready to face that next time. But for us, we're going to head back to the panel.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm sure MOUZ are loving getting a dressing down from a former player. Cinder and absolutely disgusted by what he's seen. I love it. Anyway, on the panel, I'll say I thought that was a wonderfully entertaining game of Dota for probably all the wrong reasons. There were so many little errors and mistakes and back and forth, but they played it at a very high tempo, which was cool.
Yeah, it was a very high-tempo game that could have ended, I feel like, 15 minutes ago. But here, some mistakes happened here and there. I feel that AA, when he was interviewed, he said that they kind of expected this draft. They kind of predicted what they are going to pick against them, and it could really, you could really tell watching the game. Maybe they were even a little bit too confident with their draft at times, because Storm Spirit in a game such as this one, I feel like he has no reason to get doomed as many times as he has been. But at the same time, it's also a testament to how they wanted to play the game, and that's very active, very aggressive. Like, you have the Storm Spirits jumping the backlines with the Dark Willow, with the Clockwork. The other supports, the other team is very reaction-based, and you can't be that reaction-based versus a Storm Spirit and this duo of supports. Like, they will just run you down.
Yeah, well,
you need a hero that Pango can play off with, because that's not Doom, that's not Medusa. There's the combination of these two heroes, I call it Medusa, because they're not doing anything pretty much. They are just farming. These are the heroes that don't come online fast. Then you also have Phoenix, who can contribute something. So it needs to be Pango, and we've seen Supreme so many times. Like, they try to play with Hoodwink, but also diving and also dying every single time he goes in, because somebody needs to do something on the map. They need to keep them busy until Doom gets his, gold online, when Medusa gets the items. So So that kind of never happened.
Yeah, well, look, one thing that did happen was we got a big beefy boy in the form of Bristleback who had all of the items he could have possibly wanted pretty quickly.
Yes, he was also playing for the team. I said maybe one item, then play for himself, but he was just buying all these small items, being able to survive most of these engagements, being super annoying. Soul Ring, going for the power tread, you see the raindrop. These are like 20-minute items that he has. He's also super farmed, having Pipe and also having a Vanguard, which he's going to turn into Crimson Guard. But wanted to highlight this Roche fight, this post-Roche fight, where they actually took Roshan. So they're playing with the Aegis, and Bristleback is tanking all of this damage. He does have Snot Rocket Facet, lowering all of their armor, and he gets Force-Staffed out of the way, lives on basically 50 HP. Supernova goes off, but they're still going to be able to take that fight. Storm with the first Aegis usage, they're going to be able to clean up and get multiple kills out of it.
Yeah, I feel like this game is very big clash of ideas on both sides. Like, and Nouns, I think they just had a better idea of how they should approach this particular series, and maybe this particular match, this particular game, definitely. What makes me wonder, though, if MOUZ also recognizes this and mixes things up a little bit. Like, on one side, you had this Bristle that you were just talking about. This guy is just... all he has to do is run in there, give enough info for the Storm Spirit for everyone else to follow up. On the other side, like, you had no one to do that.
Yeah.
And in an isolated scenario, when you're looking at this draft, it's not that bad. Like, MOUZ, their draft is solid, and their idea is solid. But I don't think that you can approach the series by saying, we're just going to play our game and that's it, just look at our draft. Like, you have to adapt a little bit to Nouns as well.
Sure, and we've criticized MOUZ for a lack of stuns already on the desk.
It's happening again.
It's like, deja vu. Time is a flat
circle. I've seen it so many times. Like, first, the way they enter the fights most of the time is Doom, the Storm Spirit, and then Luna has a pretty free reign. So it's going to happen one more time. Another good Force Staff coming out from the supports on side of Nouns, and he's not going to even die there, which is going to allow Luna to come into the fight slightly later on and always get the cleanup. You can see that Nouns are very patient with using their abilities. Hookshot used relatively later into the fight, and here comes Yuma, ready to pretty much clean up, pops his BKBs, knows that they have no BKB piercing abilities. Medusa already used the ulti, so he's gonna run away. And again, they have no stuns. And if we try to slow things down, he pops his magic wand, and what he does is also buys a fairy fire so that he doesn't die spirit vessel to
he definitely would have died there, by the way. If he doesn't do that, like, he dies to spirit vessel in fountain for sure. Like, you don't heal nearly enough. Because of the way it works. So yeah, overall that was probably one of the best fights that MOUZ have had in the game, right? Like, even though all things considered, it was one of those where you buy back the Phoenix. If the Phoenix didn't buy back and you miss the Luna kill, it's kind of even. With the Phoenix buying back, obviously it's bad, but it's a true testament to how outdrafted they were, because even when dooming Storm first, you still cannot really approach these fights properly.
If you wanted to kill that Luna, you must draft stuns. Like, you must be able to get stuff done, to hold her in place somehow.
It's one of those games where I feel like the only way for you to win is if you're crushing your lane so hard, your Medusa is free to buy a Swift Blink early on. And then you have some Phoenix Egg in front, and then Medusa is the one that follows up, and then you can find your Doom targets properly.
Yeah, it never came down to that. They closed out the game before this Doom could, get to his refreshers, and also Medusa being 5-6 slotted. She wanted to buy Break as well against Bristleback. Just didn't work out. But there was the funny moment in the game.
Yeah, we got a collector's item for you. I've honestly never seen this.
Legit never saw this happen before. So what happens here is the team that killed Roshan, again, another good Force Staff. They're like, oh man, Storm is dying. So Roar of Retribution, he drops below 80% HP. 900 AoE, that's the new spell. Debuff to the incoming damage that it's placed is increased by 25%. So at the time, that is 50 damage plus 10 damage per minute, which is total of 370 damage coming out from Roshan. So he dies outside of the pit. Takes me a second to realize what actually happened, but we're probably going to see that again on Reddit. Make sure to upvote, because this is one of the funniest things that I've seen lately.
The roar of Reddit tribution.
There we go.
I'm doing it.
Yeah, the true scream of pain as well. Like, Roshan can have it as well. Yeah, because that was painful. And this game in general, I feel for Copy, even though they won it, I'm not sure he's going to reminisce on this game, but somewhere in the future when he's retired telling his kids, like, this was my Storm Spirit game, it wasn't really that great. Like, I feel like he was set up for success. That's something that their coach also talked about, and he did do well overall. They won the game, of course, but I'm not sure if it's nerves or something. I feel like watching this guy and seeing him actually in the previous lands, some international lands, doing well, I'm surprised.
Yeah, well, look, as always, thanks for your thoughts. We're going to have a quick listen into the Nouns comms, then we're going to go to a break, and when we get back, we will get into the second map of the series. We'll see you then.
We need to poke them.
Yeah, I wanna step up here.
There's no way you're doing that. Wait.
Doom? He can die, guys. He can die. I got Doom. So chill a bit. I got Doomed. I'm just gonna kite it.
Trying to kite.
Chill.
Kite.
Yeah, I'm fine. Results that. Look at Pango. We can take this fight.
Used everything.
No. Yeah.
We
Does
he have stone gaze?
He does.
Still stone
Only
gaze. That's
stone.
it.
Give me Lotus now. I'm
Yeah,
looking.
yeah,
Oh, he fucked up. Kill him. I'm gonna beam him. He's gonna be insanely low. Look at Deuce as well. Maybe. See you guys right now. She's dying. Stone gaze. I'm kiting it.
I can give you Lotus. Copy.
Don't let her.
She's gonna
Don't
TP
let her.
right now.
Don't let her TP out. Don't let her TP out.
In the pit.
Fine. Kill everyone else.
Okay.
Just beat that
Phoenix
to this
isn't
guy.
tipping. Phoenix isn't tipping. Wait, tipping now.
Do rush.
Finish rush.
Wait.
Christ.
I think I take, bro. You have Lincolns.
Sure. It's fine. Focus next thing.
Take it.
The Wallachia magic has come into the studio and has mixed up 3 spells, and I'm here with Supreme to decipher these codes and find out which 3 spells are hidden inside this one description. Supreme, we're going to give you a description of a spell, but it's actually 3 spells merged into one, and you've got to tell me what it is. So, to start with, we've got the Fog is Coming. Creates a cloud anywhere on the map which reveals a zombie that chases down any hero that casts a spell in the vicinity of the cloud formation and damage them based on the mana they used to cast their spells. So, immediately, do you get any ideas on what spells could be in there?
I think it has to be like Ricky Smoke Screen maybe for the cloud.
Okay, that makes sense.
Maybe Underlord would be for the global part.
Okay, interesting.
And
anywhere on the map, yeah.
Damage based on mana has to be anti-mage ulti.
Anti-mage ulti. All right, well, we can have a look at the icon as well.
Okay.
Which, does that give you any help at all?
Doesn't help much.
It doesn't, does it? Maybe some colors in there or something? No? Okay, so you're sticking with
I'm sticking with
those
my
3?
answer.
All right, let's have a look. Tombstone, Nether Ward, and Nimbus. So,
close.
I mean, yeah, sort of close. Never mind. Let's go on to the next one. Curse of the Cheap Fish Oil. And keep in mind, I don't think the titles have anything to do with the descriptions.
Okay.
Slam your fish onto the ground, reducing enemy movement speed by 30%, granting you true sight and splattering each enemy in a 500 AoE for 4 seconds, having them suffer the effects of your fish skin. If trees are in the area, enemies are slowed for 7% per tree and cursed by the old gods.
Okay, so it has to be Fury and Sharp.
Yep.
One of them, I think.
Growth. Yeah, that seems like a good guess.
The fish part, I would guess the Lion Hex.
The Lion Hex, interesting. Okay, shall we have a look at the icon and just see if that gives us any...
Yeah, okay, the icons don't really help.
They don't, do they? They don't look pretty either. So, you think you've gone with Curse of the Old Growth, Hex from Lion.
And second spell, I mean the last spell, I would say Slather Stun maybe?
Slather
it's AoE Stun.
Okay, alright, Slithering Crush. Let's have a look. We have Nosedive from Viper, Curse of the Old Growth, there you go, got one, and Fish Bait.
Okay, I got one. I'm improving now.
Yes, yeah, 1 out of 3, let's go. By the end of this, we'll be flying. Let's get the next one up. 1-star Uber. Opens 2 portals, I think we know that, which instantaneously swaps positions of heroes that enter them with each other. After entering the portal, heroes' positions are marked, and after several seconds, they return to the position they started in. Enemy units take damage when swapped, and allies gain a damage barrier after channeling the portal for 3.5 seconds.
Okay, so I think it's gonna be Underlord ulti again.
Yep,
I don't know the name,
right.
sorry. Underlord ulti, then I would say Vengeful Spirit ulti as well, then the swap.
Nether swap, yeah.
And the last one, maybe the X mark?
Perfect! 3 out of 3! We got there in the end. Good job, Supreme.
I won.
You won. Yes, congratulations. Well done, Supreme. And that's going to do it for Spell and Tangle, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back. So Nouns are 1-0 up against MOUZ, and now MOUZ have to battle for their tournament lives, come up with some new ideas. So what are they going to do?
They better, get their best strategy right now. I also don't think they kind of expected to get this Bristleback first pick, because this is something that Nouns stole from them, kept it as a flex. They played it as a position 5 in one of their games, and now they banged it out as a core. So want to see if that one's going to get contested. Most likely it will, considering that they will have the first pick on side of MOUZ now.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at copy and the looks from Lilith. It looked a little bit suspicious there.
Make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, that's what that is,
bro. We'll see. Like Primal, instantly much better draft from MOUZ. Let's go.
Easy. Get Clockwork, get Dark Willow. Any of these heroes that's gonna start. Like Clockwork is the best
Instant
one,
clock.
period.
Yeah,
against Primal Beast, he can't get through. So it's just gonna be Clockwork. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because looking at MOUZ, they picked the Primal, they kind of lacked stuns. That last game, Primal sort of gives you that. Like, it's pretty decent once you get the blink. Up to that point, it's also good, but not as great.
Gotta have the follow-up as well, though, right?
However, yeah, you need follow-up, and the Clockwork just ruins you. That's why Lacoste mentioned it. Like, this is one of the best heroes to play into Primal, and his stonks are just rising. Like, this guy just won another game. I feel like he was second most successful hero, and Doom was first. So Doom losing, Clock winning, it might even put him up there on the first slot, not sure. But yeah, let's see. Clockwork, they can follow it up. Like you mentioned the Dark Willow. I actually don't
just
mind.
go get both of them.
I literally don't mind having 4 and 5. Actually 5 and 4 in this case. Clock, Dark Willow, pretty solid.
Make his life difficult so that he doesn't get the chance to play the game. This is the hero that can play mid, can play off lane. Also a hero that doesn't need many items to come online. He just needs to be there. This hero needs to be super active in every single fight. And I also want to see, something else that will allow Primal Beast to have an easier game, because you already see this Clockwork. We talked about Dark Willow. There are other heroes still left in the pool, but I want to see some more aggression, because Primal Beast as a hero, he gives you also anti-carry type of a thing, where he will have something that goes through magic immunity, to debuff immunity, so that's always going to be good.
I'm kind of surprised that they decide to ban out the SF. Because when I saw this Primal Beast, I was thinking, okay, now the SF perhaps will not be picked. Maybe that's because of the Clock. The Clock SF still strong, but in general, we have seen so many Shadow Fiends suffer to a Primal Beast, especially in the lane, and then later on as well, you can itemize against him very nicely with some Blade Mill. So overall, okay, they ban it out, they ban out Gunnar's Visage as well. What's interesting, out of these two teams, I believe it's only Nouns that have played Primal before in this tournament at least. So something that MOUZ have at least taken away from them, the same way Bristle was taken away from MOUZ in that first game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the range carries that they could potentially play with this Clockwork. They also kind of split the combo in the off lane, where you're going to be playing Clockwork position 4 with Visage, but I would most likely love this Clockwork to be 5, considering the heroes that Yuma has been playing. He played Luna in the previous games. That's one of his better heroes, I would say. He also plays Morphling. He can play Gyrocopter. Thing is, Primal Beast is still a flex, so they will need to see maybe slightly more, but I'm also down to just pick up Luna or pick up Dark Willow out of this second phase.
Yep. There is one thing with the Luna pick, like
this could be Gyro just right away, sorry.
Yeah.
Dark Willow.
Dark Willow for
Why
now.
not?
It's fine. Like usually we don't see two supports straight away, but they're gonna make his life miserable.
It's like when I see these two supports, I honestly don't see like a weakness.
Yeah.
The only weakness is I see the two supports already.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
But besides that, I mean, the two of them are, they complement each other very nicely. They bring you enough stuns, enough catch. Okay, you might suffer versus particular supports, but not really. Like overall, just a solid duo. Yeah, we'll see. Like so far, something like a draw as well. If you're looking at these high-ranged carries for Nouns, I know the hero is a little bit out there, and I'd much rather just go for the Luna. I mean, that's the
they don't necessarily need to
one.
fix anything. I think Luna is fine, but seeing this Morphling, it tells me that they might go for Gyrocopter. And after seeing Phoenix again, I'm really down to pick up some good old Gyro with Clockwork in the lane. The Keen Folk could go together. So Leshrac, Phoenix, a lot of AoE, a lot of spell damage. A Gunner will need to play some hero that is going to build into pipe, because most of their damage is going to be magical coming out from these heroes, and you want to tank up. And also considering the like what you're playing into, supports will be buying the Glimmer Capes, will be buying the 4 stats, same thing as they did in game 1.
By the way, Lesh very versatile as well. Like he's been played on position 4 and 5 as well a little bit. And when I was, I instantly ate my words when talking about Dark Willow and Sniper. Clockwork, sorry, because Phoenix is really nice into these two. Right? So you can open up some AoE damage, some slows as well coming from him are nice. Leshrac now, they might reconsider putting in mid lane because of the sniper pick. We know that the sniper is a core, and
you want to put this Primal Beast mid now. This is a very tough matchup for Sniper. You need support rotations. First couple of levels, like level 3, is fine. You are going to be out CSing Primal Beast, and after that, you can just straight up die from 100 to 0. Once Primal Beast gets level 2, you will need support rotation, and they have very good heroes that they can rotate with, so that's going to be one way to fix it. They also don't play Sniper as the carry. Copy played one game Sniper when they played against Liga team, so most likely it's just going to be a mid laner for them.
I just love that it's not a support sniper. Like,
yeah, that was rough for TI.
Praise Lord Gaben. I mean, it was rough here as well. Every game I watched Sniper on position 4, it was terrible. But why is this hero also good? Not only is he very nice against Slash, you get yourself a very high attack speed hero that can deal with Yegg easily through the game. So you have that going for you. Of course, if they go all in on you, like some Primal Beast blink and then there's Egg on top, it's really difficult for Sniper, but I don't think it's gonna get there. They pick up the Kunkka next. So this should be our offlane duo, right? Like Kunkka Dark Willow.
That's the offlane, yeah, pretty much. This is your pipe buyer, Blade Mail. You are going to be playing into Primal Beast, Phoenix, a lot of uncontrollable damage. Same goes for Leshrac, and then it should be straight pipe into another item for a Gunner. Exactly what they needed, because these heroes are relatively squishy. Dark Willow is answered. There's a lot of damage that can be thrown on the ground. All 3 of the first picks that they had, even Pango.
Would you rather have Pango offlane or Primal Beast offlane?
I'm down for Primal Beast mid, but they are keeping the flex. But I would put Primal Beast mid just so that he has levels and he can be the one controlling the game and going for these side ganks. Walnut didn't play many heroes so far in the tournament. He only played 4, Luna, Alchemist, Bristleback, and Medusa. Bristleback, of course, gone, because this is one of his best heroes, I would say.
I'm looking at MOUZ, okay, it's their turn to ban, but at the same time, like, Nouns, the last 2 bans have to be a carry, right? That's good versus Kunkka. Now, what's left in the pool right now that's actually dominating him? Like most of these heroes, like there is something maybe crazier, a little bit like a Monkey King, but mostly played from the mid lane at the moment.
Could be the pick. I mean, the problem is you're playing into Dark Willow, you're playing into Clockwork, Shrapnel, X-Mark, you get caught by any of these spells, you are gonna die pretty much. So, I mean, I'm checking what the Ulent has been playing in pubs, because his hero pool in the tournament didn't look too good. And a lot of Bristleback, a lot of Morphling. These 2 heroes are gone. Shadowfin also gone. They can always go back to Luna, which is fine, but I would maybe love to see some like extra damage that can come to get close to Sniper. Sure, you have Pango, you have Primal Beast, but you also have very good AoE control protection for this Sniper. And I mentioned Gyro early on for Nouns. I thought that they might pick it up early. I guess they were debating probably between these two heroes, between Kunkka and Gyro.
I feel like with Kunkka, you're kind of leaving it open still. Sniper 99% mid, but you're still leaving it open for them to have that inkling of a doubt at least. But both of these teams, they do need a carry in the end, so a lot of them will be banned out before we... Alchemist banned out next for Nouns, and what else has only been playing here? Like, most of them banned out. Like, there is still the Medusa option, but you're playing into a Sniper. You most likely don't want to do that. Like,
I think they will need some spicy pick for MOUZ. I think so far, things that they tried haven't really been working out. So I would love to see something...
Some Spectre into Sniper.
Yeah. I'm not even kidding. I feel like... I mean, that's a bit of a maybe stretch, considering that they have Phoenix and Spectre, so that's like very bad lane into Kunkka. Yeah. Dark Willow, you would lose that lane pretty hard, but something along those lines, something different that we haven't seen yet, I think needs to be picked for MOUZ.
And they actually banned out the Medusa themselves. It was possible for Nouns. I wouldn't really enjoy it. I feel like if you're Nouns right now, you don't necessarily have to pick a hard carry. Like, you've got the Sniper on the mid lane. You can be a little bit more creative from your safe lane.
It is. It actually is.
Okay.
I mean, I have seen it pop up a couple of times in my pubs recently. It's kind of playable. Let's see what the build will be. There's a lot of different ones. I've seen even some Urn of Shadows being built again.
You need a small item on Spectre early on, something that can help you with laning.
Blade Mill not bad into something like a Dark Willow as well. We'll see. Interesting. This lane though.
Yeah. Lane is tough.
Lane is
we said it needs to be something spicy. They lose this game, they're out. So
the problem for me, it's not like their lane being tough, like Spectre not having too much, but this Kunkka, he is gonna live life. Like, this will be one big boy off of that laning stage, or at least on paper should be.
So for Yuma, he needs to decide what's it gonna be, and we get Sven as carry. This is probably the first big carry, first Sven of the tournament as well. I don't remember seeing it on any.
I think it is.
It is.
There we go.
There's a lot of interesting things happening in Dota right now. So in the morning, I open Reddit, right? Like, that's the first thing to see if there's anything, any new jokes done on the panel by Lacoste, of course. And I see some dude, he screenshotted Sven, and he's like, he was at least good as a support, now he is bad at everything. And he screenshotted the win rate as well. I think, like, in pubs it's 40-something %.
Yeah, it ain't good. It ain't good.
It ain't good, but I think this is exactly what they needed, something a bit more active. Like, you can actually join fights earlier, you clean some stacks and you go in.
Yeah, I mean, clears those stacks well enough, he can get up there. I like it. I wanted to see Sven. I didn't think we would.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun game. Definitely not the picks that we expected it. It's going to be difficult for them to play that lane. I feel that Spectre is going to suffer. We saw a couple of Spectre picks at TI. I remember Aurora did win a game, I believe, with it, and we had a couple of extra picks of Spectre, but I don't believe in this hero right now. I feel like the hero is very weak.
Okay, well, we're about to find out, but now we are going to go backstage once more with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, I'm here with Immortal Faith. Immortal Faith, I mean, this feels fearless. You're elimination mode here, basically, and you've gone for a Spectre and a Leshrac. I mean, can you tell me your thoughts behind that?
Leshrac is really good against Clock in the lane, and it's complementing the Primal in a very good way, and it's player preference as well. He likes it a lot. And Spectre, we think, and especially Olney thinks, it's a very free game for Spectre. There are no counters, theoretically. If lane is not absolute disaster, it should be a good Spectre game, very good one.
Fantastic. So your carry player says they want this unpicked hero, and you just trust them. Is that kind of how it works in your team? You just 100% trust in your team?
Not necessarily, no. In theory, I have the last word. I can see as well what he sees about the hero. There are, of course, certain conditions that need to be met. We need to play certain things well. But if we will do those, we will do well. If not, Of course, no, right? It's the reality of things.
It's the reality of the game, yeah. Thank you very much for the honesty there, Immortal Faith. I really do appreciate it. Best of luck in this second game. Hopefully we can get to a third one. Let's throw it over to our casters, whose names I would never get wrong. It is Lyrical and Cinderin.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Yes, indeed. You know, I can't help but think that when Immortal Fate was talking about this stuff, he was like also trying to convince himself a little bit. He was like, it's a good Spectre game. Yeah, what do you think? Is it ever a good Spectre game?
Yes.
Really?
I do think so, but I'm not gonna say I think this is an outstanding one, but I think he is right in his assessment that there are a couple of hurdles here, but if you overcome them, it can be good. My only concern for Spectre in this game is the lane, by the way. I think aside from the laning stage, the hero actually has a lot of potential in a game of this kind. I think he has a couple of heroes that are really nice to play with. When you think of Spectre nowadays, you can't not focus on Shadow Step. You have this relatively low cooldown ult that can make moves, so your carry can have a global presence and be a part of plays. So you want to play with heroes that in turn also want to be activated and get stuff done. So having two cores in the Primal and Pango that can now rely on a Shadow Step is quite interesting. However, Spectre joining and being useful in these moves really comes down to having any semblance of a laning stage. And this is one of the worst laners in all of Dota. You're playing it with a Phoenix, which doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in me either. This is a very weak lane, and it's against Kunkka Willow, which is a very strong one. So best case scenario for MOUZ in this lane is that they don't get crushed. They will lose it. I refuse to believe they can beat Kunkka Willow. If they do, it will be amazing. Then they win the game, I think. If they win their safe lane, they'll win this game. But that is not going to happen. So it's more a matter of, all right, how much can we mitigate our losses here? How much can we get done elsewhere on the map? And that also begs the question, what about on the flip side for Nouns? Like, what about their carry? How rough of a game is Yuma going to have? Last pick Sven. I was wondering, why didn't they just pick Dragon Knight? Isn't he just the better Sven? So I wonder.
I will say that I think there is a element of comfort to this. I remembered when I saw like the name Yuma under Sven in that set, it tickled something in my brain. I looked it up. He is one of his most played carry heroes, a pretty decent win rate around 59%. And then when you compare that over to the Dragon Knight, only 11 games played, 45% win rate. So I think this is also one of those where it's like a player comfort dynamic. And
fair enough.
He feels like this is what he needs to be able to get there. And a hero that can maybe build into a Silver Edge and do some pretty decent damage to Spectre.
Yeah. I was looking at it and I was just thinking, okay, what does Sven have that Dragon Knight doesn't? And it's mainly Warcry.
Right.
And I don't think that's particularly great this game because the side of... I mean, there's the Pango, I suppose, who has a decent amount of physical damage, but aside from that, everything more or less is like magical or pure on the side of MOUZ, but... We'll see how it goes. I'm definitely keeping my eyes on this top lane, and I'm also keeping half an eye on the mid lane, because this ends up being Sniper against Pango, not Sniper against Primal.
Right.
The panel was talking about how this is a good lane for Primal in theory against the Sniper, but they don't put it there. So I think Copy is going to have a really good start in the Sniper-Pango matchup.
It seems like he definitely should, and already doing some pretty good harassing, although it does look like Supreme's still getting the last hits where he needs to. The other one that we obviously should be keeping an eye on is going to be Narman down here playing on the Leshrac. Did go for the Misanthropy. I don't even know how to pronounce that.
Misanthropy?
Yeah, sure. Let's say that. Facet, and it does a lot of damage. Basically, it does, I think we were talking about this earlier, the same amount of damage as Diabolic does normally, except it just happens more quickly. So it's like a better harassing tool.
Yeah, and Immortal Faith was talking about this is a good solution to Clockwork, because obviously if Clockwork wants to play offensively into you, he has to yield. You have the better battery assault.
Yeah.
But it is under the condition that the heroes are not next to creeps. So it's a little bit more contextual. For both heroes, that is the case, but generally speaking, Clockwork will try to find those fights maybe a little bit... You know what I mean when I say you can place Clockwork in this lane and fight the Primal in a way where your battery assault's hitting him, but Lesh can't edict only you.
Yeah, Primal's got a fat booty.
Yep, that's a different way of wording it.
That's how it goes. So 2 minutes in, and mid lane entirely even. Spectre so far seeming to do okay in this lane.
Oh, he's doing better than expected.
Yeah,
he's got 8 CS already. That's solid. This lane will get incrementally harder as Kunkka gets level 3. Tidebringer is the type of ability that scales incredibly well. You get lower cooldown, you get more damage, and you get more reliable connections because of the cleave range. So I'm very curious to see how Olnit is going to itemize, because ultimately this should be the kind of lane where you're constantly harassed so hard that you have to buy a type of regen. Spectre, historically speaking, has been a Vanguard buyer. I don't think that's a thing now, though. I feel like that's way too greedy and too defensive. Get the torrent there. Won't get the CS, though, for Gunnar.
I mean, I think there is going to be something interesting to be said, too, because there was a while where Spectres were building Falcon Blades when everybody was getting stat items. True. That kind of went away as well. We could see a return to that. I think that that's what he has queued up here as well.
He's got Earn, I think.
Oh, Earn and Treads. Okay. But a lot of money being floated right now. Probably just going to try and get towards those boots as quick as possible.
I mean, this is without a doubt the best carry in all of Dota to buy Earn on.
Yeah.
Just because you are... the mono region's nice. You're going to be involved in plays, as we talked about with the Shadow Step. And nice torrent. Big damage. Bengen actually has to dive out of that.
That was really nice. I mean, you gotta love the torrent like mind games that go on. It's one of the better things that you can see in
Bengen
Dota.
has to dodge this one or he's dead.
And Gunners! You're inside of his brain.
Okay.
Get out of his brain, man. That's not okay. What the hell?
Very nice. This is one of my favorite spell designs in all of Dota. I think it's... There's so much... It's in a way, it's so simple, but there's so much depth to how you cast this spell and how you fake it and everything. I absolutely love watching this on a high level. Well played by Gunnar there. 2 back-to-back awesome torrents. It's going to give them the first blood. We'll go to Lelis. And what will he spend it on? Is he going to get a fast earn himself? He has something coming out. No, he'll go for the boots and a second blood grenade.
I mean, and now the lane, like you said, hitting level 3, this has really started to get a little bit out of control. 20 and 12 right now out of Kunkka compared to the 16 and 4. And also going for the high tide facet. It's pretty gnarly. And Fly down bottom, taking a hit. Will he get another one? He's not going to be able to escape. Narman finds that kill too.
I still am positively surprised with Spectre's game, I will say.
Really?
But it is going to get harder. He has the same CS as Sven.
Yeah.
It's honestly not bad here for Olnit. Now, the downside in this hero-to-hero matchup is when the lanes start getting hard for both heroes, I know who I'm picking to farm jungle faster.
Yes.
It's not Spectre. It's any other carry in the game. And in this game, it's Sven, so he's faster, but it could have been literally anyone more or less. But I mean, so far so good. The fact that it was Bengen dying and not the Spectre and Olnit's getting the space, his Urn should be coming out momentarily, unless he wants the treads first. We'll see. He's getting some nice CS in the tower now. Playing this very well.
Battle for the 6-minute rune does appear to be going on right now as all supports come to mid. And we'll see where it ends up spawning. Lelis wrapping around by Bengen up there. Down bottom could be a bit of a battle as they're also getting a stack at the same time, but it's going to be Lelis getting the Arcane Rune. And gets the D-Ward. Nicely played.
Assassinate. Some nice harass onto Supreme here from Copy.
Very annoying. X. Torrent. Lands. Hits. Olnit, he's all alone. Olnit needs to TP out, and that one hurts. Meanwhile, the roll back and forth, they find Fly. Gonna get some damage there onto Copy. Does have Assassinate. Would need to pop Stick to use it, though, so it's just going to sit comfortably.
Yeah, so this overall map exchange with this rotation, I will say is a Nouns victory despite them losing a hero. Specifically because Spectre TPing back to base and having to walk to lane is such an insanely big penalty for this hero. It's just, you're going to lose a full wave in tower here before you arrive, more or less. You also lost a little bit more on the way in the meantime. And now Kunkka, this is the true test. Kunkka gets level 5. Now Tidebringer is more than twice as good on level 1. And also, you have a little bit of freedom because it seems like at this point in time, Yuma... Okay, actually, Yuma is going to even rotate. They really want to get Olnit again because he TP died.
They're going to get
TP to base.
First, although that rotation in from Force, that stops it. Gunnar now backing away. TP! Oh, just out of range, but level 6 means the Kunkka man in some trouble. The rum when it already popped.
Possibly... No, never mind. Not take some time.
Oh, okay.
Almost got the career.
Wow. Force making the rotation to get the kill. So they keep the Spectre
very
alive.
important. With Sven making the move top, if this move was not made by the Primal and they would have lost the Spectre, his game would have been toast.
Yeah.
If he TPs back to base, runs back to lane, and dies again, he would have ended up playing level 5 Spectre against level 6.5 Kunkka, and that lane is just not inhabitable. So, good move there from Force. He's looking for more.
Supreme roll. Now they try and get involved a little bit with Olnet too. Can they take down Copy? Backs away with the Spectre. Forces out a bit too far. The dagger will come through, but this is going to be a dead Primal. So, no real chance to do much here, although underneath the tower, Olnet.
Brambles in a second. He has the stun as well, so this is not going to miss.
They go for the stun first, and Olnet, I think he's just in no man's land at this point. The root is there, and wait a minute now. Wait, oh, he ran out of dagger. Oh, that's frustrating.
And now bang it. Okay. Gunnar was trying to be cute there with the Torrent into Cleave.
He can't come back now either. Kunkka is 6. Like, unless they come and kill the Kunkka, but that feels tough.
He's going to need protection, especially when Willow gets 6 as well. Then these two heroes together, you just X-Mark Torrent Boat and use... you just use the Bedlaming Claw. 100-0. So... I think this is a very telling moment about... This is a hero that Olnet is very good at, by the way, the Spectre. It's one of his absolute best.
Right.
I think it's very telling how he decides to play now for his read on what Spectre does in this type of game state. He will still return to lane with the backup of the Phoenix. There's too many creeps in the tower right now, so this is like 3 full waves, but how's he going to respond once this lane pushes out for himself? Is he just going to slowly but steadily jungle? Is he going to be really trying to coordinate plays with his teammates and get something aggressive done around the map? He still doesn't have the urn, so it doesn't feel that great.
I mean, he's just sort of getting little creeps here and there, which, I mean, I don't know. He's getting experience at the very least, but there's not much to do at this point. Needs to wait for some type of action out across the rest of the map. More stacks being built. Sly will not get caught by that. Does
on your battery assault on,
but no.
Oh Jesus!
I mean, Armin does a lot of damage.
Yes.
He just got ripped to shreds. It's a 1,000 HP hero.
He died so fast he didn't get stick off. I think it caught him completely off guard how fast he took that damage with the Swashbuckle level 4 plus the Edict and the Pulse Nova. They do take him down. He did recover the rune, or rather, he did get the rune there for his team, so... Alright, Yuma with the God Strength, pushing out bot. And he will retreat now to the jungle. So keep an eye on the net worth now. This is going to be a race between Sven and Spectre, where Spectre can't win the race, but how far behind do you fall?
Right.
Spectre is a very special carry because it will almost never be top of the net worth compared to basically all the meta carries, but it also needs less net worth than other carries to succeed in a lot of games. If the teammates are good enough to play with, you can find Shadow Step kills that can really help. There's specific items on this hero that almost feel like cheating because you get so much impact per gold.
Right.
When Spectre has like Manta Radiance, you could argue that the hero can be stronger than an enemy carry that has 3,000 more net worth than you do. So now it becomes a matter of how far ahead can Yuma pull. And as you mentioned, obviously Silver Edge is going to be on the menu in this game at some point. Trying to set up their Spectre here with a smoke, but Yuma playing it very cautiously off to the left.
Yeah, they see that creep going,
and
so
that's
they
just
know
going to
he's
cost
here.
them their tower. They'll try for a trade-off bot, but this tower is quite healthy. Let's see if Nouns fancy any sort of defense. I don't think so. It's a 6 Phoenix, it's a 9 Pango, probably just too difficult. So they'll take the trade and keep farming.
Right.
Very similar to game 1. Just this like slowish start. Nouns are getting more out of the map though.
This is more and more stacks being built too by Radiant. They also cleared through them. There is still that like 4 to 5 stack that's over in the Dire Triangle, which again, it's not really clear who it is that wants to try and steal that one. Or
I think it has to be Primal farming it, right?
I mean, yeah, unless you're waiting for
Spectre
Radiance.
can't farm this,
Right.
so... Olnet, by the way, opting, by the looks of it, to go straight Radiance, bypassing Blade Mail. Sometimes we see Blade Mail bought on Spectre for multiple purposes. Obviously, if you're going into the fight with Shadow Step and you pop your Blade Mail, you do extra damage.
They find him here. Supreme nice X mark. Pulled back in. The Torrent is there, saving the boat, but they get him with that battery assault. Yep. One more hit from Gunner. So they bring in numbers, making this work. Assassinate onto Bengen. It's not going to be feeling that good.
And this tower is probably going to be fine for the time being, but step by step, Nouns getting more ground. Yeah, so Spectre not getting Blade Mail, it's a farming item on Spectre too.
Yeah.
It's an item that enables you to jungle so much faster because of how much damage the creeps do to themselves, since if you're looking at Olnit now, it's pretty pitiful how much you do to them. So you kind of want them to hurt themselves instead. If I had to guess, probably farms one of these camps at about half the speed of a Sven, if not less.
It's pretty bad.
Not worse, so it's just a natural development here that this gap is going to widen. Yeah, so without Blade Mail, wait, hang on.
They're running right at him. If they connect with an X, I think Olnit dies. He's on the far side of the hot tub, and they're going to move in, and, well, now with Dark Willow right there as well.
Yeah.
This should be an easy bring down. So we'll try and escape, but the Torrent connection, gone.
Yeah, now the TP rotation. This is even worse than Spectre just dying. Now you TP two heroes up here.
Oh, this
if
is
Lelis
really
gets out too, okay, they did find him. That's something. Going the way of Narman. That was a killing spree, so that was a decently valuable kill for the Lesh. Narman, by the way, with that early blink. Very unusual to see a blink rush on a position for any hero, really.
Oh. Yeah, I think it's kind of an interesting choice with Narman here, but does feel like it kind of fits how he wants to play, I guess. If he blinks on top of, like, even Sniper, to be honest, he's probably going to bring him down to about, like, a, I don't know, 2/3 HP pretty quickly, if not further.
If he's out in the middle of nowhere, Lesh can solo him.
Yeah.
But it's a bit of a specific situation.
True.
Now, MOUZ trying to make a move of their own once again. Really, I mean, this gold lead is starting to look problematic. You need to get something done and bring your Spectre into the game with this urn and get him some additional gold through Shadow Step kills that can make up for the farm that you're not finding in the jungle. This is the way Spectre stays on par for the course, is through assists, or ideally last hits on hero kills, but the moves are not successful.
Oh, this is not looking good.
Supreme might get Stormhammered too.
The Cinder, this is not looking so good for them. Things are really falling apart here as the game is starting to get off the rails. MOUZ lose another 2 heroes. Their support's falling, and like you said, just not really able to get Olnit into the game.
And the one saving grace they have is they have pretty good farm on their primal, so he's going to get BKB delivered.
Maybe bottom? They're going on to Yuma with Force nearby. They're going to try and get Spectre involved with the Shadow Step. A lot of damage onto this carry, and Yuma will go down. Fly, on the other hand, going to be chased by Narman. No more Diabolic Edict, but with all this magic damage, does have Cogs a while away. Tries to get denied, and he will.
Oh!
Well done.
I think Olnit and Lesh walking in together
got the slam.
No, he didn't cast Slam, actually. It was just the attacks of the Thunder Hides there. Yep, nice deny from Fly there, wasting a little bit extra of their time and the TP of Spec, but okay, finally for MOUZ, they get Olnit a little bit involved. There was something going on there. They find a big kill onto the Sven, who was level 13 and Spectre was barely level 10. A little bit of ground covered, but need more of those moves their way. Now, with Olnit skipping Blade Mail, this Radiance is potentially a few minutes away, maybe like 4 or 5. Could be even less if they find a big kill on, say, Sniper with a smoke plus Shadow Step where Spectre gets the last hit. And that is obviously a better farming item than the Blade Mail, without a doubt.
Yes.
So that can help accelerate things quite a bit for him.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you're seeing it. Not a ton of damage for either carry, but you're able to do a lot more with the Sven, and Olnit just jumps away up to the top side. We'll throw out a dagger, but there's not really much you can do here.
All right, Gabe, it's time for your daily Dota Plus expectancy test.
Hold that
after
thought.
this fight is over.
And they're going to drop the Supernova, and that might be enough to keep Olnet alive.
Assassinate. Oh, he's fine.
South-South. Supreme Roland trying to get involved. They do have more damage out from the Phoenix if they want. Cursed Crown connects. Copy's still there. Now they will have another Shadow 715, but the turn on to Norman. Yula put the stun. Oh, and now
that's
way
a big
too much
mistake.
damage.
Oh, boy,
and the blink.
that one's costly, and he's not even going to get assassinated. That's big.
This is interesting now.
All right. Now I don't really want to quiz you anymore. Now it's less interesting. But.
Okay, got it.
All right, so
Fine,
before this fight broke
either.
out, before this fight broke out, Nouns had about a 5,500 gold lead.
Okay.
And the win expectancy from Dota Plus was 53% only for Radiant.
Wow.
Dota Plus loves Spectre. It's Spectre's biggest fan. It always has been. And I think it's just because I don't know exactly what sample, like what data set Dota Plus uses for its predictions, but I'm assuming it just loses a wide variety of pub games. And when Spectre is not behind by enough,
hook shot,
she has a tendency of turning games around. This is a big kill.
The BKB reveal, and now in a punishing situation forced. As BKB wears out, will only get hit by the Torrent. He's also going Blink Dagger. We're seeing some mass Blink Daggers from MOUZ, and I think if they are free to start the fight like this in any point in time, MOUZ are going to win this game. Take a look at this replay here.
This is crucial.
Oh.
And Yuma cannot be happy with this. This was 100% his choosing. A nice blink dodge on the assassinate projectile there as well. At 3,000 gold lead, I'll be honest with you, it's not enough. This is... Oh, they might even lose another. Yep, easy. This is probably one of the things that Immortal Faith was talking about in the coach interview. He's like, we have good pairings for Lesh.
Yeah.
Pango hits a roll, you go in, you have explosive AoE damage. Primal Beast hits a Pulverize, same story. You just get in there with him and you find those kills. I genuinely feel like Nouns dropped the ball a little bit in the last couple of minutes, and MOUZ just found a couple of really good opportunities, and this gold lead is completely insignificant. I think I'm heavily favoring MOUZ in the current game state if Nouns don't start pulling ahead again. Because a 5k gold lead in 10 minutes is a MOUZ advantage for me.
Yeah.
For sure. Because Spectre is starting to get somewhere now. Radiance is almost completed now for Olnet. This is what they were hoping for. He was saying in the coach interview from Immortal Faith, it's like, if we can get through the laning stage okay, I really think our lineup makes a ton of sense.
And
Sven
these types of movements
exploded.
Like this, you just can't really... I mean, it's all gone. It's all gone now. The double Blink Dagger pickup, like how quickly they're jumping on this hero, and then suddenly he's just out of the map. It feels really hard to play against. And now, 20-minute mark, they're going to take the Wisdom and try and steal this Tormentor. I mean, this is everything that you could want if you're a MOUZ fan. If you're a Game 3 fan, because they're well on their way to finishing this one off. They are very low. But it's Radiance completed. 20 minutes just about for the Spectre.
And if we were to bring up the graphs right now for gold XP and win expectancy, it's actually a triple treat from Six Flags.
What?
Right here.
What the fuck? What is that?
Very...
What are you talking about?
Isn't that what it's called? Six Flags?
Yeah, six. Okay.
Yeah, it's
what's a triple treat?
There's like 3 roller coasters next to each other.
Oh, okay, I see. I gotcha. Well, we're gonna ride that roller coaster right on down. Is there a point where it starts to turn around though at all? Like, obviously you've got all these Blink Daggers. Does it incumbent upon Nouns to just be like getting the first look, or are they gonna have to wait for an item timing that they need to try and fight around?
I think Sven's BKB is mandatory. He's completing that in a second though, so I think it's very telling whether he goes Silver Edge next or Blink. Or maybe not even getting Silver Edge at all. It looks like he's just going to go Daedalus for the more damage, which you could argue is maybe a better choice because it's better against literally every other hero than Spectre in the game.
Yeah.
I think his Blink BKB is probably a good timing. It's also going to give Copy his Pike. It's been a problem for Copy. If he gets jumped by Primal, he just dies, so he has to play very cautious around the map. So yes, there are a couple of key items coming the way of Nouns that could help. But I'm still concerned for them that they missed such a big moment of opportunity that it's going to be tough. And also, we're talking a lot about the cores. fly, and Lelis will take out Narman here.
He was looking for a solo kill pick-off a little bit earlier, but ends up being punished for that one.
I was going to mention the support gold.
Right.
Lesh and Phoenix scale incredibly well as supports if they get rich enough, and they are also quite far ahead of their counterparts now. Glimmer on Bengen, he'll be fine to get out of here.
I mean, that's what you're talking about right there. That's the support gold difference, is that if you get jumped on, you know, Lelis or Willow, they just might not survive.
He's definitely a little bit behind here, and I'm very curious to see which direction Lesh goes with this. He's been very kill-hungry for the last few minutes, but in this game state, if things slow down, Lesh has the luxury of actually farming.
He's going Kaya Yasha.
Yeah, he's going Kaya Yasha on a 4.
Supreme.
Not every day you see that.
Does have the roll-up, so Kunkka pretty hard.
X combo is borderline impossible against Pango when he has that.
Although if you just hit a freehand torrent, Supreme, now they got him caught. That is what you're looking for.
Oh, they're going to get collateral damage on Bengen.
Yeah, nowhere to go here at all.
Yep, that was the way to do it. Gunnar knew he couldn't initiate with X. It had to be that blind torrent into hookshot combo. And they did it perfectly. Very nicely done by Nouns, and that's going to help. These 2 kills that were quite unexpected for MOUZ, plus Tower, plus Roche. We were talking about what items they needed, but that wasn't a matter of items at all. That was just good movement, correct chaining of spells, and a moment of opportunity.
And it is Blink for Yuma.
Give them a little bit of a breather here. Aegis for copy.
Do you like that choice?
Yes.
Okay.
Sniper cannot feel confident in this game because he's playing against 2 daggers plus Spectre. So giving him the Aegis over the Sven and saying you get to play the fights and do damage, I think is a better choice than putting it on the Sven just for the sake of what if he gets jumped.
Right.
Sven has a BKB and he has a blink of his own, so he should, theoretically speaking, have an easier time finding an attack angle together with his teammates, and Sniper just needs that extra layer of protection. So I 100% agree with this choice. Now, well, interesting game, really.
Yeah.
We're back to, honestly, this looks like a design I made when I was 10 playing Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 on Windows 95. This is the park attendees. They want more benches, though.
Yes.
They want more benches and more toilets, and the burgers are too expensive, but the rides are great. So.
You had such an interesting childhood.
Yeah, I played Heroes and Roller Coaster Tycoon. You learned so much about me today.
At the windmill, right?
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah.
Trolls. 25 minutes in, 10-11. And Tier 1 towers all taken across the map, with the exception of that mid one for Radiant. But that is going to be the Aghanim Scepter completed. So another big window here where we're starting to get the water park action going. BKB.
Yeah, it's a lot more damage with that double ship.
Yeah.
This new Ags, I think, compared to the old Torrent Storm, it's less obvious a lot of the time how much it does, but you just look at the post-game and the post-fight breakdown, you're like, oh.
Yeah.
It was actually quite strong. I was not necessarily, I thought it was really fun when I tried it right away, but I wasn't necessarily a believer in a pro level of how much it would do.
Yeah.
But when you see the fights, it wins you over. It just does so much.
It's like less control, more damage is like how it feels in this one. And now, big smoke up into the triangle. Olnit. Oh. This is scary. Can they catch up to? I mean, they know exactly where he is going. The blink forward, find him for the stun.
This is a big one.
And trying to get that kill, they'll get him.
Yeah, he was trying to shadow step. Oh, counterplay not happening either. Yeah, good chain stun there onto the Spec. If Spec gets to cast shadow step and maybe reality somewhere else, perhaps he could have got out, but I don't think he had anywhere to... He didn't see anything. So maybe it wasn't even a possibility regardless. Big kill. Side of Nouns.
Yeah, that is the difference, because Copy was hitting that tier 2 tower. If Copy hadn't backed out, maybe there's a way that he gets out at that point, but
Gunnar.
Good luck.
Finds Bengen.
Stun is there. Taking out the Watcher, trying to run away, and, well, oh no! Fly got interrupted. Would have loved to chase him off the map.
It's one of those situations where the moment you throw out that hookshot, you're like, why didn't I just force that first?
Yeah.
Like, you know, just get out of any potential of hitting your teammates and try to find that hook. And hookshotting a Phoenix that's going off the map can actually be pretty easy because you see the original trajectory of the Sunray, and you just need to imagine that he's continuing in a straight line and then target it. So I feel like Fly would hit that almost every time if he isn't blocked.
Couple of enchanted quivers now picked up. And an even game in terms of net worth, but still feeling like it could go either way depending upon most likely the next big round of fights and the next like Aegis, I would say. Because it seems like with this one at least, Nouns are not trying to push their tempo too hard with this Aegis. Although, as I say that, they're starting to walk down mid. Force could be in some trouble here. Hook shot in, and now the follow-up stun. They full to zero it.
Yeah. If there's one thing Nouns have in this game, it's burst.
Yeah.
If they connect a hook shot into Torrent and Sven gets to hit 3 times, heroes are gonna die. This is the thing that Sven definitely has over Dragon Knight, is the hardcore, just few hit bursts. This bottom tier 2 tower will be going as well. So Olnit was able to take the Wisdom Rune and get himself level 18 on the spec, and the Manta is only 500 gold away, so he is getting there.
Right.
But Nouns, it feels like after what was a really good early game, they dropped the ball for 5 minutes and then they picked it back up. And they're still in a good position now. Supreme has the haste. I don't think Lilith can catch here. Does indeed not look like it, so things are stabilizing once more. An unusually relatively quiet game from Copy. I just think it comes from the nature of the game itself with the lineups and the type of hero he's playing.
Yeah.
But he's still finding really good farm. And at the end of the day, that's what you want from your sniper. If the game is calm, just make sure you keep ramping up. He's looking very nicely there on the second net worth position. And
I mean,
the problems he has to overcome become easier and easier with more items.
You look at the CS across the board, and it's just, I mean, the cores of Nouns are very much getting their farm on. You can see the supports sort of picking up the slack a little bit there on the side of MOUZ, which is where you're seeing more of it go their direction, and higher net worths as well. But Supreme will show for a second here on mid. Maybe an opportunity to jump in, but no, we'll blink.
Force with the finish Shiva is going to prompt the smoke here. Can just blink Shiva and find a target.
They scan.
Potentially.
They know Copy is there. They're looking for the big wraparound right now. Can follow these couriers if they want right on over to their targets. They see Clock and Kunkka. Can they get the right opening? Do they know where they're looking? Fly breaks the smoke immediately there. Interrupted. Copy gets that BKB off. This fight is not the way MOUZ wanted it to go. Fly in the perfect angle, just gets evaporated by Narman and the rest of them. But now Gunnar in the midst of it. They're trying to keep this sniper man alive. The boat's going out, so staying alive as much as possible with the rum. As they do buy back on Fly. So far, 2-for-1 exchange. Supreme jumps in. Copy gets some separation, now free to hit. Force is on top of him, though.
My
Yuma, the rest of them, ripping him to shreds, so they will. Oh, not lose Copy. He gets out. Triple kill for Yuma. Gunnar comes in for the finish. 5 dead. The ultra kill for the big bad Sven.
Sven 3-shot the Spectre with a Daedalus crit, and then he went over and 3-shot the Primal as well with a Daedalus crit. That's the thing about Sven in these late game situations. This hero a lot of the time can struggle in later portions of the game when he starts getting kited and heroes itemize against him. But in this fight, MOUZ kind of just ran into him. One hero at a time, and they didn't account for him whatsoever, it felt like. He just killed the Lesh on his own, then he went on to the next, to the next, to the next, and look at the damage. 8,400. He did more damage than his entire team combined. And that is one hell of a way to break open the base. Just enemy, a full-on team wipe. MOUZ are uninterested in spending buybacks, so they will lose a full lane of barracks here. And you would imagine Yuma will get out scot-free as well. The stun missing from Narman.
And Narman now going to get caught, hit by the boat, but he's canceling the TP.
That was a shard stun, Gunnar. There was a second wave.
Yeah, that was not great. Now Gunnar, I mean, he's probably very dead. Yes, with Force coming in, there's no way out of that one.
That's a relatively small price to pay to get the melee Rex.
True enough.
He didn't want them to get a chance to restore that top lane a little bit, so stuck around, but wasn't anticipating the less shard. So you're going to see the replay here. Just keep a lookout. Just look for Sven the entire fight, and look at how little MOUZ are doing to deal with him. So first, Narman goes in here, And off from the side comes Sven in a sec onto this Terrorize. 1, 2, 3 swings. That's no crits, but doesn't need it. And Yuma's just walking. All right, can't hit the egg. That's fine. Now the next 5 seconds of this fight basically settles it. Spectre walks straight in with this dagger. And he goes in, gets caught, and just gets 3-shot here. 1, 2, 3.
Yikes. And then
Supreme gets canceled as well. I mean...
Whoa, 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 whoa! They're all dead! I guess that shows what can happen the other way when Lesh is free to hit. They were all under the sun. And you get burned, baby.
Yep.
What the hell?
They just got jumped and didn't get BKB off on Sven. And Kunka's dead, so there's no pipe and no ghost ship. So they don't have much in the way of defense, and MOUZ is straight back at it. This is a very interesting sequence of events that... Yep, there you go.
Yeah, that's the thing. 80% win rate down to... Well, we'll see how far it goes.
Welcome back to the theme park, everybody.
That's just the way of it, you know? And Lesh is getting pretty huge now. This is going to be a completed Aghanim Scepter coming out to Narman.
Yep. Nihilism, nice against that Sven.
It's level 22, so, I mean, there's some pretty insane talents that come out. The damage that he's going to have.
He could genuinely end up almost carrying this game as for Lesh. Because the sniper as well as the Sven can't hit him during Nihilism. If he gets on top of the right heroes, he can make for a really nice... I mean, this is just...
That you just can't stand near each other like that.
If you have these heroes and you get to land all your spells on a bunched up group of people, you know how it ends. That almost felt like we're just going to pick Shaker Enigma and the enemy team is going to stack and we'll kill all of them. But then, in reality, that doesn't really happen. But when it does... It looks good and it's very easy.
Well, I think also it goes back to what you were talking about earlier from Nouns, right? You get this early laning stage, things look good, everything's set and solid, and then suddenly you let your foot off the gas. You win what should be like the game-winning fight up there on the dire side of the map, and then suddenly you get caught altogether. It's like being able to keep that same level of intensity together. It's a little bit of a miss not being able to make it happen.
And this upcoming fight for Nouns, I think, is twice as hard as the one they just took that they won. Because now Spectre has an Aegis, and it makes the world of difference. Because the way you kill the Spectre, which was very clear in the previous fight, well, Sven is going to lay into her until she dies. The problem is, now that she has the Aegis, you're going to spend your entire BKB on Sven just to get the Aegis out. Yeah. And then what do you do on the second life? You get caught by literally anything. A Pango Bash, a Primal Ult, a Lesh Stun... Even getting fire-spirited and halberded by Bengen is going to take you out of the fight. And I don't think anyone else in the Sven is killing Spectre this game. The rest of the heroes don't have the single target damage. Sniper, he's closing in on the Silver Edge. That's going to be a big help, but until he has it, the rest of the lineup of Nouns, single target damage is not their forte whatsoever.
You know, the other thing that actually is going to matter in this is so much of the damage that comes out from Sven happens in an instant, right? And it's in the duration of that stun. What item do you have on Spectre here in your neutral? It's Vindicator's Axe. That's going to be 20 extra armor.
That is very true. Vindicator's Axe is amazing this game. He's going to have about 40 armor when he's stunned by Sven. So...
I don't think it works during Hex, though, right?
I think you're right about that. That's not a stun.
So that might be the answer there if they spot it out and, you know... I mean, you're still going to want to stun the Spectre.
Yeah, that's the thing. Eventually, you're going to have to control her, right?
Yeah.
Force, going to get hexed by Gunner.
The initial start to this fight. Does he use the BKB? No. Stun on the 2 immediately. And now they're caught. The hookshot interrupts it, though. Just barely. They have the rum buff. That's Yuma. BKB walking away from the fight. Never feels good. And they're in further trouble. Gunner trying to walk away. It's not going to happen. That's 3 dead with no buyback. They do bring down Narman. But a huge loss for Nouns as the late game lineup of MOUZ is starting to come online in a big way.
Man, this game has genuinely just been a complete roller coaster, and I want to at this point say that it feels like MOUZ has got it, but there's this voice in the back of my head saying, don't expect the unexpected, rather. Something is going to happen. And we'll see if Nouns can find a way. There's some serious damage here from Copy.
I mean,
all right. That's the Aegis.
Something is
the
gonna
unexpected. I was not expecting him to die there, first off. And...
Oh no, Olnit, not like this! He's in trouble. I mean, Copy is still beating into him, and where's the help? There's nobody. He's just dead for nothing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dota fans. I got my hopes up there. That one's on me.
I mean, normally it's a caster curse, but that one you just called.
Yeah, is it really a curse? I don't know.
Supreme.
Spectre dying twice there is very surprising. Especially, I feel like Phoenix was on backup behind, right? So Sven didn't have the BKB activation, so there was Sunray, there was Heaven's Halberd, there was Glimmer Cape available, Pango was in the neighborhood, and still they just got to kill him twice.
It did sort of, you know, like, it's like a bystander effect. Everybody's just watching him die. It's not,
yeah, I mean,
not good.
Sometimes it's easier said than done to save a hero, but I can't help but feel like there was a way there to get Spectre out of trouble with everything they had.
Satanic done. Lelis, Invis Rune. They are under that ward. And in 20 seconds, they're going to have Haunt up on Spectre. Ready to go.
Yuma's in. Oh, that was very close to getting stunned there. All right, they'll take the tower and back out. And now it becomes a Roshan game.
Which is, again, 3
long
minutes.
Respawn with 3 minutes, but it does feel like it is going to be the deciding objective of the game. Now, Narman with a kind of cute ward here is going to maybe give... Oh, nice reaction from Fly. Very quick to force out and hook out.
Can't do anything. They still have Haunt ready, though. I mean, this is tough. If you step just a bit too far out of here, at any point, like, because of all the blinks, these fast heroes around the map, and then, of course, Spectre, if somebody gets caught, they're probably just dead.
Yep. Olnit adds a BKB to his repertoire, by the way, so now he can safely go in and not fear the counterplay too much. He can just Haunt in or Shadow Step in, insta BKB, and be a presence in the fights.
They have a gem on force, so he'll see this ward when he steps out, knows that he's under it now. Get him with the Hex. Now the Torrent. Follow up with the Tidal Waves. You really want to fight this guy, though. It's pretty big. Decide not to. It's an Arcane down bottom that Narman is looking to pick up. Now, Shadow Step in.
That's a... Okay.
That's a dead copy. And now Gunner also in trouble. Ascetics cap out. They have the boat going. Not that much left in the tank. Lelis in trouble. Lelis going to die. And unfortunately for Gunner, he too is looking to be heading that way. So they jump, find the sniper, and it's just immediately over.
You've got to, in these late game situations against Spectres now, you've got to have better formation than this. Your heroes need to be... It's awkward because you need to not stack too close together against the Pango and the Primal, but you also still need to be in range for immediate saves. There needs to be an instant Solar Crest. There needs to be an instant Force Staff, Glimmer Cape, something for the sniper. He can't just get caught off alone and just get blown 100-0 by Olnit +1. But that is exactly what happened there. Now Olnit is going to get his level 25 talent. So it gets that 5% higher dispersion, which makes a really big difference. It doesn't sound that good, but it really is. Yuma gets 25 on the Sven as well for the 50% God Strength damage. Just a little bit more damage his way, but yeah, I definitely think the Spectre talent is the bigger deal.
They are going back for a Silver Edge here on Yuma. They already have one completed on to the Sniper. You can see still dropping around, but still in that 50% mark. I think appreciating the burst damage that both of these teams have. It's coming much more down to vision. And to be honest, as the game gets later and later, that's something that Clockwork does excel at. Being able to throw out those flares randomly and find somebody can sometimes be the difference between a won fight and a lost fight.
And not only that, but eventually if MOUZ want to win the game, they have to break the base.
Yes.
And breaking the base against Clock, Willow, Tidal Wave, a fat sniper, and the threat of a Sven jumping you, all 5 heroes have really, really good base defense capabilities. So it is worth keeping in mind. I think MOUZ's way of breaking the base comes from winning a fight outside the base rather than just running at the tower with Aegis. We'll see if they even get that Aegis. Roche will spawn in a minute.
Smoked out.
Nouns are smoked out, looking for a moment of opportunity. If they could find Olnit alone, he's TPing out. He dodges this play.
They did also get a couple of different ninja gears at this point, and that is a refresher on the Phoenix. Not often that you see it that early. With the Heaven's Halberd to boot, I mean, he's actually going to run out of mana and does not have Arcanes. Is Benkin going to be able to cast, like, anything?
Well, he should be.
Okay, fair enough.
You get full health and mana when you use Supernova, so as long as you can cast your volley once, you can cast it twice.
That's fair.
Now... It feels like... So, we were talking about the support scaling being a real issue in this game for Nouns, comparatively. Narman, as well as Bengen, are about 5,000 ahead of their counterparts. This is going to start mattering more and more.
Lelis, he's found the BKB. This is also a refresher onto Force.
Oh, Yuma didn't BKB!
They find the back. He's gone so quickly, but the damage out. Wait a minute, maybe he has enough. He bursts through Force, takes him down. So no Primal. He bought out for that. Copy is going to die, though. So they lose a couple, several more buybacks. Gunnar trying to stay alive, has the Hex back up again, but they don't have, well, now they have him. Yuma's off to the side, but now they pop a second egg. And the breakfast scramble as Narman, oh, but the Aghanims, he's got to run away. The Nihilism doing good work. Yuma just trying to stay alive here. Still damage out from the Dark Willow as well as Gunnar. Supreme survives through it. They throw the tidal wave to get a little bit more separation. Now Olnit on top of Lelis. They try and back away and will manage to get out of there. But Yuma in this fight, I mean, he just doesn't have quite enough yet. He's trying to bring down Bengen. It's a lot of heal, but it is not enough. Too much kite. And in the end, it's just, it felt like they couldn't connect with the heroes that did damage.
Yeah, we're reaching the state of the game now where Sven generally as a hero runs into trouble, right? His BKB is starting to be really short. He gets caught by a halberd, he can't really fight. And in that initiation, honestly, this could have gone even worse for Nouns because Primal +1 got on top of the Sven instantly before he BKB'd. They didn't manage to perfectly chainstun him, so he did get BKB in the turnaround. As you mentioned, he did kill off the Primal. But he's expending his entire fighting prowess on that one kill, and in the meantime, his team is just bleeding. Because, as we mentioned, all of MOUZ's heroes are strong.
Yeah.
So you take out the Primal, that's not necessarily enough to win the fight. You have to deal with a very farmed Lesh, a super strong Phoenix with Refresher, and the longer the fights go, the harder it is for the Radiant. They need to find burst kills, they need to get ahead and stay ahead in fights, or they just lose on just raw resources. There's just too much poke from Spec, from Lesh, from Pango. You give them enough time, they will whittle you down.
And
Force, finding Copy. Oh,
Invis.
Yeah.
Fly 2.
If Force had a gem there, that could have got really, really scary with a Shadow Step.
I feel like Copy, when he gets jumped on by this Pango, he needs to be able to be a threat at killing the Pango. There's a lot of times I feel like in the past when we've seen either a sniper or a drow or somebody have enough physical damage that you can actually, like, you know, it was considered somewhat of a counter to Pango when he's rolling, that he just dies. And I'm not feeling that same type of threat in this game from the sniper.
No, theoretically Sven can do it with an Abyssal, but he's not getting that item. He needs too many other things here. He wants to buy Refresher first, which I think is 100% the right choice. He needs 2 BKBs.
Yeah.
He understands that getting kited is what's ruining his game at this point. Like, the fights are just too long, but with a Refresher, at least you have the ability to extend your strength by quite a bit. We'll see, though. This is a 15k lead for the Spectre side. Gabe Newell is not as much of a believer, though, as I would have thought. He's still...
I think Gabe thinks that there's always a chance that you win with Spectre, but it's never guaranteed that you win. Force passing right on by there, and I think that this is actually close to the Lesh getting level 25 talent too, which is an insane amount of damage.
Big. Yeah. 20 additional explosions. Yeah, that's a 50% damage increase on Diabolic Edict, which is insanely strong. Okay,
wow.
Yuma. He's just X-marked. They're trying to bait. All right.
They got BKB out.
They got Haunt. Olnit's in there. Okay, he's jumping around.
A lot used. A bounce now. Need to interrupt this one. Do they do it? Terrorize out. Yuma solo. Hook shot in. The 6 The turnaround. Sven doing Sven things. Can he build him up? Yes, he's going to take down forts. But now the egg. That's a lot of magical damage. They hit. They bring him down low, and he's going to kill off that Spectre. Now cheese used. Yuma hit stun. Control gone. Does have buyback, but can he get away? Olnet backs out Fly. Very low. There's a buyback used by Sven and does not quite have enough in the tank. Wait, Yuma jumps in, wants to find and kill, but he's just getting torn asunder. Oh no! No, he's not going to get out of there. The slowdown. Olnet still chasing. They find him. They're right on top of Yuna. That's a dieback. That is going to be game. GG is called. The unorthodox pick. It works out here.
Man, this is one of those games where I just can't wait to hear what they have to say on the couch, because this game had so many moments where, I mean, first of all, I think neither team played their best here. I think there were a lot of mistakes. There's probably a lot of nerves, you know, it's an elimination game. It's, you know, the stakes are pretty high here, and you're playing with uncharacteristic heroes. You're talking about the Spectre. I want to talk just as much about the Sven, right? This is also a hero we don't really get to see. So there's a lot of like new variables here that you take into account. I think neither team were really on their A game here and maybe fully comfortable in the game. And as a result, the game was kind of scrappy. You know, things didn't necessarily go the way you would expect multiple times in a row. But ultimately, MOUZ, it's a long game. It gets drawn out, and their lineup is just superior for that.
They made it work in the end, and it brings us back to what you really need to win as one of these NA teams. He didn't yee-haw at the beginning. See if they can make it happen as we head back to the panel now.
Yeah, nothing to yee-haw about there if you're an NA fan. It was a roller coaster of a game, as Cinderin put it. So yes, here we are, all tied up. Disappointed in kind of... I was enjoying the draft from Nouns initially, but as they said, it went a bit too long for it to be viable.
Yeah, on the other side, you had some sick teamfight combinations that eventually took over. But one other thing that he said as well is the heroes are kind of uncharacteristic, especially when you talk about Sven and Spectre, sure. But also, I think it's full comfort zone for MOUZ when it comes to the heroes. Not only is he really good on Spectre, the Lesh on Armin as well, comfort zone, Primal Beast Force, I think this is probably his best hero too. So overall, very nicely done. They... well, I shouldn't say very nicely done. That's a stretch. It was a scrappy, scrappiest game. Winning ugly. Yeah, but it was still a very fun game to watch.
A lot of mistakes from both of the teams. Like, you could feel that Nouns were winning 25-30 minutes into the game. They had all these tankiness coming out from Kunkka with the buff, rum buff, and also with his pipe, but they were never together. Like, I never felt like they were sticking together. You're playing against Spectre, you're playing against like these Primal Beasts. You need to be able to protect each other, and you also need to be, because how many times we've seen them killing the egg? You have this sniper. Sven is definitely not a hero that's gonna run in, pop his BKB. You're playing against Primal Beast, so there's a BKB piercing ability. You're not gonna be able to do that. And one of the reasons why supports on side of MOUZ kind of owned this game. There was a lot of like weird stuff happening from the start. Spectre doesn't have Blade Mail. She did the Rush Radiance. Earn is fine. I'm fine with that. But look at the damage that they have, like all this right click. So I wouldn't mind seeing Blade Mail. He made it work. I think the big turnaround point was when they lost one hero. We saw it earlier on the screen. And then they lost like 3 more heroes, which turned into second Roche. Quite a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes from Nouns. But MOUZ... They just played really well at the later stages of the game. There was also a couple of slip-ups, them picking up that Aegis, going for the high ground with Spectre. She's dying twice, so not a clean game by any means.
Yeah, we just had slip-ups everywhere. Like when there was one turning point, and then another, and then another, and then another. I have to say that Nouns did have a couple of really nice plays overall in the game.
Sure, yeah.
Like when they were losing, they found ways to get a pick off, then turn it into another one, then turn it into another. But at crucial points, they lacked something. Like these team fights, they weren't good enough. They could get pick-offs, they could utilize this one as 1, 2, 3 hits we saw on Spectre multiple times, and you just get this huge entry into a team fight that isn't even a team fight after all, because you got too good of a pick-off at the beginning. But whenever it's smoke on smoke kind of a deal, they are losing the team fights. And Narman, for me, has to be selected as at least an outstanding player. His build as well, just getting on top of Sniper together with the Pango. He couldn't just stand and peep. He couldn't deal with Yeg because Lesh just uses Nihilism and runs him down.
Yeah, we saw that quite a lot. I mean, as you see, they definitely the standout player in terms of the game. Yes, it felt like Sniper wasn't able to have a lot of impact.
No, definitely not. It comes down to also vision. Spectre, her ulti nowadays is like relatively new. Her Aghanim Scepter, once they picked that up, it changed a lot how the team fights will be from that point, because it's basically the old Spectre ulti where you're revealing everybody, Radiance as well, and also like that mischance did work out amazing. Sven didn't go for MKB, so they didn't have that available. You're also playing into Phoenix, so the mischance is going to be there on top of that. But I wanted to point out the hero against hero. We're talking about 30 minutes into the game. GPM, big difference on side of Sven compared to Spectre, and also she has basically 2 items at that point. I wouldn't say Sven is 6 slotted, because like you're running out of options, but you can still, you know, swap your items, upgrade your Blink, upgrade your Mask of Madness into Satanic, but they had so much going on at the time and they were unable to execute, unable to go for the high ground push. And we look at the MOUZ lineup. Their lineup isn't really particularly good at defending the high ground, but this is the fight where it shows the strength of Nouns, what they can do, where they are in control of the game.
Right?
Yes, yeah. This is the one where they are able to pull their stuff together. They are disengaging from a egg, and they're going to be able to just like completely kill off both cores, position 1 and position 2. Like, look at how squishy Spectre's going to be. She runs in, she's like, blah, look at me, you know, and then Sven pops his God Strength, and she dies in literally 3 hits.
3. That's all it took.
So there was a big turnaround point where I thought they're going to be able to go for the high ground. Because if you look at their heroes on MOUZ, they don't have really good high ground defense. Maybe you can like get some good Rolling Thunder, Primal Beast jumping in, but it should not happen. You have one of the best heroes in the game to siege with, and that's Sniper.
Yeah, just a lot of very scrappy fights, and for MOUZ, they executed very nicely when it comes to breaking them before they even reached the high ground. The high ground was attacked by the Sniper a couple of times, but that's it. Like, he couldn't even take a tier 3. They had this combination that Immortal Fate was talking about as well. Like, we have a hero that jumps the Sniper, forces the enemy hand, and then we can bring everything else in, like the egg, the diabolic edicts that did hurt quite a lot in the end.
Yeah, and I want to go back to like the Spectre with Aghanim Scepter. It shows where Sniper is, and this allows Primal Beast also with Shiva's Guard, which provides vision, to jump in on top of the Sniper, and they burst him down from 100 to 0. Yeah. So if we could like look at the numbers, let's say for the last 15 minutes, Sniper was not dealing damage. Every single fight he was just straight up dead.
Yeah, it was like we were even saying, we were watching team fights and we were like, where were the Sniper? And he was pushed that far out. You know, the observers, we needed like multiple cameras. It was crazy.
Yeah, it was a really difficult game to observe, because you were kind of looking at the Sven, who is having his own fight. The supports are doing something else. The Sniper is trying to run away from Pango and Lesh. It's just madness. But yeah, this is the reason why we asked for Spectre during the drafting stage, right? Like, it's a hero that gives vision. It's a hero that gets on top of Sniper very easily, and like, it's something that Sniper-like heroes, like not necessarily like Sniper, but something like a Nax as well, also hates, and that's why Spectre was always picked into these guys, into something like a Nerd Shaker back into in the day as well. Because if you rely on your ghillie suit to hide around, to be in the fog, it's not going to work. And he even took ghillie suit this game, right? But it doesn't really work into Spectre at all.
Yeah. To me, like, they had no MKBs. They had nothing to pierce through the evasion against, I mentioned, this Phoenix, and also Spectre with Radiance. But the big story of this game is 2 supports, like what they managed to do. Because once your BKBs are down, you have Nihilism, which ruins both of these heroes. Sven can't really deal with it. And also, I'm looking at the damage numbers. Narman did so much, 24,000 damage on this position for Leshrac, dealt more than 2 supports combined on side of Nouns, which is a big difference. You could feel that now the Lilith and Fly, they were unable to deal damage in some of these later engagements.
Yeah. So look, we are going to go to the decider, guys. Thanks for your thoughts as always. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see which one of these 2 teams will make it to the next day. Yeah, welcome back to PGL Wallachia. We're about to have the last map of the day between Nouns and MOUZ. The loser will be going home. Joining me for this, obviously they've been here all throughout the series. They're still here. They weren't disgusted enough to leave by that last game. We've got Lacoste and Lizard.
Do you mean disgusted? I love these games.
Yeah, that's good.
I live for this Dota.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a sicko too. I love that stuff. We are about to get into the draft. So, you think we're going to see any curveballs here? Because with tournament life on the line?
I don't want to see like bounty hunters, like nothing too fancy from MOUZ. I did like the first 4 heroes of the draft. Didn't like Spectre for a good reason. Like this hero lost the laning stage pretty hard. They made a comeback, but it also comes down to, I would say, the way Nouns played some of these team fights. But I got to give credit to MOUZ in terms of how they played some of their team fights, because it also to point out itemization. Double refresher that they had, one on Primal Beast, one on Phoenix as well. Plus, they also had Heaven's Halberd, so you can refresh that. Sven was just kited, and Sniper was jumped. So I want to see, like, Sniper's taken out. All your damage is going to be coming out from your position 1, which I don't want to see. I don't want to see these like 4 protect 1 types of strategy, something that I did mention in game number 1 that it's not going to work out.
Yeah, with Storm you usually don't have that 4 protect 1. You have the semi-carry, semi-core coming from the mid lane with the shard that he built in the last game. Let's see if Copy will have a better time. This time around, MOUZ with this Timber pick, I'm kind of worried for them, because on paper you don't want to put Timber on the mid lane. You can, but that's not a winning lane. Like, that's already kind of losing lane. Storm enjoys playing into him. However, I don't really enjoy Force's Timbersaw as well on the offlane too much. But we'll see. Maybe they can make it work. Another hero that's left in the pool is Doom, by the way. That's very interesting that it's unbanned. I mean, even into a Timber, it isn't too terrible. Okay, he can cut you down. At the same time, no one likes playing into the Doom, and it's the same case for Timbersaw.
With the Timber, would you be looking for a Luna pick?
Yeah, most definitely. Luna Shadowfiend, I'm leaning towards Luna. There are still... like
you mean against him or with him?
Against Timber. Yeah.
For sure.
Because there's still Clockwork available in the pool, which is really good against Timber. They're going to remove it straight away. But I wanted to mention the other substitution that they could go for, and that's Tusk with Tag Team. This hero destroys these tanky boys ever since the hero has been added to the game. So Tag Team, you bring numbers against Tidehunters, against Timbersaw. It was always super effective. So I wouldn't mind seeing, some Luna plus maybe Tusk immediately for Nouns. First, you got to pick one, because you do have last pick overall. But I also don't mind getting... I wouldn't... Like, Shadowfiend is fine, but maybe if there was no Storm Spirit, so you can still flex.
Anyway, right? Like,
it's banned? Yeah. Okay, never mind then. But I'm fine with the Luna Tusk. Any of these two should work.
I feel like another reason why Luna Tusk is good is because you don't necessarily care if it's Timber off. It's just a solid lane. If Timber is mid, whatever they put, you should still do fine, right? Like, it doesn't matter if they decide to put Timber in a losing lane and then pick something better for the offlane. So overall, Luna Tusk sounds solid. also gives you a save for the Storm Spirit. If he gets gone on, that snowball is always nice to bail him out of problems. Tusk nerfed a tiny little bit. Well, it was a really good nerf for him. Like the hero was broken, and now I see some players even going for tag team.
That's
Timber.
the one.
Like long time ago, that used to be the winning combination in the lane.
Yeah. Yeah, the nerfs, they haven't hurt him as much as they probably needed to. Tusk is still very, very strong.
Oh, no.
Okay, they're going back to Pugna. They did play Pugna on Lelis one time against the Liga team, and they did lose that game.
This morning, after breakfast, I went to the gym, get into my room, and I'm like, should I watch Nigma? Should I play one pub? I opened the pubs and look at who's playing right now. I see Saksa on Pugna, and he was like 0-9 at that point already. I'm like, this hero is rough. I don't know. I'm just not a very big Pugna believer. There are some synergies here, like you get Storm to Life Drain, and also the ward into Timber is kind of decent. You get a lot of aggressive potential, but so far in this tournament, at least, I haven't seen it do well. So I have some reservations toward the little green skelly boy.
So showing Pango immediately after. Now you need to pick up one of the supports. Pango, he had a great game. Supreme, after having a really bad game one where he was unable to, have a hero to play with, a lot of the times where he went in, he did die first. So some kind of a lockdown. You're playing against Pugna, you're playing against the Storm Spirit, so I want to see some control. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Dark Willow for them, just
for MOUZ.
For MOUZ, yes, so that you have a control.
On the other side, I'm not so sure. I mean, I'm sure Gunner can play it, like something like a Beastmaster here. Get them some.
This is also good. This is another classic that deals with the Storm Spirit, that deals with Pugna, stop that life drain from going on, and also have something. Right now, they don't have like the reliable setup for Disruptor in terms of this hero goes in, stuns somebody.
I just have one problem with the Disruptor, and it was very apparent this morning as well when Panda played it. Like this hero, if you're put in a position in which you're losing, can be really bad. It feels really bad. And when I look at Nouns, things can go real bad real fast for MOUZ. Because this is a draft that might just roll you over. But Tusk and Luna, that was kind of to be expected. What I'm waiting for is to see what their offlane is, because that will truly decide if there is some potential to run over the game early on.
They do have a couple of options if they want to keep him in place. There's always Mars, there's Sanking, Primal Beast as well for them. If you want to run Visage, is still available, so they have multiple options to choose from. After they're going to see Medusa, they will decide what they want to go for.
Now with the Medusa, Visage is out of the option. You don't even have to waste a ban on that. Basically, Soul Assumptions don't get any charges because of the mana shield. But there are some other options, definitely on that offlane that could work.
I'm down for Mars. I think Mars could be a really good pickup. Great against Pango, forcing him to use...
That's the one
That's the one you mentioned. Should be okay as well, because you have something to stun Pango, something they kind of lacked in the previous game.
It's Disruptor as well, right? Like, hates playing into Beasts, hates playing into the Hawk, the units just running at him. There isn't really a lot that he can do. You can't glimpse them back. You can glimpse the hero, but the units kill you. So, overall, I'm not sure which one is better. I guess now the Mars seems like a very solid option for them. What about something crazy like a Night Stalker? You get it here, you just go full ham.
Some night vision, huh?
Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous, maybe.
I'm still down for Dark Willow for MOUZ. I think this one is the control that they kind of lack. This is a position 4 hero. You need a range position 4 since you're going to be playing with either Timber or Pango. Most likely it's going to be Timber from the off lane. They were not afraid to run this Pango mid 2 times in a row.
Yeah, you could go, the Disruptor is the 5. I was thinking Phoenix, but probably not. And your Dark Willow, pretty good call. Like you can also think about heroes that are decent into both the Pugna, the Storm, and like there are some niche picks here that some other teams would play, like a Sky, but nah, into Luna and Tusk, one hit and you're kind of dead.
Also a difficult one. You are playing into Pugna, you just straight up die.
That's
use
true,
ulti.
That's true, yeah. I looked at it completely wrong because I like the silence and I like the burst damage, but it goes both ways. And yeah, into the Pugna, it's suicide. Basically, you get wrecked.
So
something with the timber on that offlane. Aim before bound. No.
Snapfire is fine. I think Snapfire also works because you can kill the ward. You also have damage. You can save people. It's good against shards. Just something that can work in the lane, like some kind of a damage.
I like that call a lot. I feel like it's very solid. It's been looking really good throughout the tournament as well.
Because they have team fight. Like you have Medusa, you have Pango, Static Storm as well. I don't think you need to double down on it. Sure, Snapfire brings as well some to the table, but I'm thinking more about the lanes. Because you have Medusa, this hero is very slow. You need to be able to have heroes who can play. With Pango, that's something that they lacked in game number 1.
Yeah. If you want to be a bit more creative, there is some extra catch for the Storm that's still in the table. We mentioned the Lion before, some possibility perhaps, but just a snap. Nice call. I like it the most out of all of these. I feel like it gives you everything. It gives that cookie to save a lot of damage, strong laner, just a very well-rounded hero.
I did mention Mars for Gunner. I still feel this is a good pick because, you know, Mars with the Arena against the Medusa, you have ways to disengage. It gives you more team fight. It gives you a follow-up with the Storm Spirit. So you have multiple heroes you can play with. The thing is, my question is, do you want to get a pipe buyer, someone that... Because Mars can buy a pipe, but you want to have a Blink Dagger. The question is, would you prefer to have a hero that kind of rushes the pipe against this magical damage early on, just that you can try to snowball a little bit more?
I like all your calls. Like I think Mars as well here is very damn solid.
It's either that or some, you know, like Primal Beast sanking type of a hero, just some Blink Initiator. We've seen the power of Primal Beast in the previous game, but I'm leaning towards Mars. This hero kind of gives them everything in the draft. Gives them protection as well. So you have like multiple saves. You have Pugna with the Decrepify. You have Tusk with the Snowball. So the fights are going to be really long, and Mars is also fine. You don't necessarily need to like get multiple kills during the arena. You can reset, play off of your spears later on.
If they want to play a little bit faster, they can still go for the Sand King, but out of the 3 that we just talked about, I feel like Sand King is the lowest. Ooh, I'm not sure. Yeah, still.
Yeah, wow.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this one. It can go real bad for him in the lane, but he'll be playing with Tusk, and this is a very strong combination of heroes. So even though you're not really getting the stacks from the Medusa, you can get them from Disruptor. You can go on him. And Tusk and Visage is incredibly strong, so there's that.
I do like the draft overall for Nouns in this one. I think it's going to be an interesting game, seeing that the MOUZ also made adaptations, something like it's a combination between what they picked in game 1 and game 2 with different roles, but I do like Nouns' draft. What I don't want to see is MOUZ rushing in and trying to take a fight into Visage, Tusk, Luna, level 1, Pugna, because you are going to get decimated, so be careful for that.
100%, and I think like the other call that I made before was Beastmaster. I feel that Visage gives you the same thing, like you pressure. Maybe you won't crush the lane as hard as you usually would with Visage, but it gives you the same thing of you have a lot of units, you have these gargoyles, familiars running the Disruptor down, everyone, and it gives you more of that than something like a Mars or Primal Beast would.
That's why I was debating whether they want to go for that or if they want to get the hero that buys auras early on, and this gives you Bongo Boots, gives you pipe.
Right, well, I can bring in the commentators. I think we've got Cinderin and Lyrical
not this guy again.
Odie Pixel and Fogged, as they were called. There you are. I didn't know which screen you were going to come on. There's stuff over here as well. How you doing, guys? What do you think of the draft?
I mean, I didn't see it. What's going on? What are we doing?
Perfect. Also, I'm confused as well. I'm looking at my better-looking doppelganger up on the big screen, so that's always nice. Yeah, looking smooth.
I saw the draft, Gabe.
What is it? What do you think, buddy?
I don't know what I think. That's the thing.
Panel, tell us.
But that, to be honest, that's kind of how I felt about this series so far. Is like, I'm a little bit, okay, they're trying this, they're trying that. Is it actually going to work? I kind of have some similar question marks here. You know, we get a Pugna running in. They're ending up last picking Visage. I like you guys' suggestions better personally. But
yeah, agree.
Visage, so.
Apparently the game's starting, so we've just got to end this. I miss you so much. See you in the green room, maybe. Bye.
Farewell, my brother. Okay, well, we're into this game, man. I'm ready for this one. It's going to be a pretty solid match. Of course, the hope of NA on the line, the hope of MOUZ on the line, and it's going to be, oh god, they're running into each other 5-on-5.
Yeah, I don't think MOUZ's intent with this smoke is to fight. I think their intent is to get vision and information and play defensive. You can also tell their hero positions, right? This is not an aggressive positioning. They're kind of just trying to break a smoke and get an idea of what's going on. Bengen will break it and he's out of there. He does not want to get caught, but Lelis, well, no, not happening. So, all right, so a couple of question marks here. We haven't seen much Pugna. And the bit that we have did not look great, mainly from Soxa. I think we saw one game at least that did not go his way. It's Fly playing it this time, and it seems very clear that the logic behind it is to be a personal butler for Copy on the Storm. Just refilling his glass whenever necessary, or a squire, if you will. Pugna does very well at that, but the question is, hang on. Let's see if it's even time for questions yet. Fly is in major trouble.
Oh, God.
He is done.
Quick and easy,
First blood for Narman.
He takes it again. This guy, I noticed him like coming in, he's playing the Lesh and like trying to steal CS randomly too, as like Supreme was farming waves on Pango. It's kind of cool. It's my kind of position 4 player.
So to try to wrap up the whole thing, also about the Visage, the panel was talking about Mars as an option to really tie things together. If you look at the side of Nouns, I think they're very dependent on Tusk and Storm setting things up for them and giving Visage the type of fights the hero wants. Because when your 5 is Pugna, this is not an initiation hero whatsoever. It's a follow-through, it's a kind of defensive, protective hero. Whereas a lot of the 5s that we've seen in the meta in this tournament so far, it will a lot of the time be the melee initiator, right? We'll see 5 Tusk, we'll see 5 Clock, these types of heroes. Pugna is very, very different in that regard. As a result, your offlaner is now, or the 4 is going to be Tusk, who's actually, by the way, super dead right now, getting glimpsed back by Bengen. Will leave the kill for Olnet, so another kill going MOUZ's way. And when you're playing the 4 Tusk, that obviously means, well, you don't get a ranged utility 4, such as Snapfire or Dark Willow that we've seen other teams play. So this is a little bit off meta from Nouns. I personally am a huge fan of Pugna. I love this hero. It's one of my favorite heroes to play. I just don't generally see it do particularly well in Pro Dota, so I want to see Nouns put it to good use here.
I mean, realistically, I think it's what you originally said as Force is stuck up there on the cliff, that they're just doubling down on as much as possible, which is the refilling Storm, giving him a good game, and just allowing Copy to go crazy. That feels like it's the full extent of the purpose of the hero in this game.
And considering that it was a first pick Storm, his matchups in the game are pretty good. Right. You're good against Timber. The Pango matchup's fine. There's very limited catch on the enemy team. You will, however, have to contend with Glimpse as well as Static Storm. And perhaps, I mean, knowing Narman, maybe he's going to buy an Atos on the Snapfire. It's not out of the question. He is not afraid to itemize some catch if that's what the team needs.
Well, I think the panel touched on this a little bit, but I'm curious your thought on it as well. Considering the results of the first 2 games and how we've seen these teams play, first of all, should note that Olnet has 6 last hits right now, and Timber also has 6. They're winning the lanes somewhat handedly on Nouns, at least through the first couple of waves. How do you anticipate this one going? Do you have a clear favorite coming into this independent from drafts?
Not really. And to be honest, it's not really a cop-out. It's just like I said at the end of the previous game, I feel like neither team today is playing to the level that they can. So for me, it's a little bit of a toss-up of who makes the better decisions, who gets off to a better start. And I mean, so far so good for MOUZ in terms of the kills, but as you pointed out, the CS kind of equalizes that lead.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess ultimately, if to put it bluntly, when teams aren't playing their best, sometimes the most important thing is ease of execution, right?
Yeah.
If you're just not having your best day, it happens to all of us. You know, your team isn't particularly necessarily clicking. The decisions are a little bit off. Sometimes having a very clear-cut, straightforward way of playing the game as a team can be really helpful. And I feel like I favor Nouns here for that. I think their lineup is maybe a little bit easier to play. As we talked about, you know, Pugna has a very clear path. Play with the Storm, take initiations with him, refill him, keep him going, play some aggression around the Visage, as Bengen is indeed on the receiving end of that aggression.
Copy Norman with the rotation in to get the cookie kill. That is big.
That's a big kill. In the meantime, up top, Lelis as well as Gunnar will find a kill themselves, but now Gunnar is actually completely out of resources with the exception of, well, you know, Lotus will definitely help a bit. And I'm assuming Bengen will maybe bring Olnit some mana here. No, doesn't seem like it. Oh yeah, it does have one mango.
Okay, can pass that one over. But still, some good denies here by Gunnar and can throw out a few more soul assumptions if he feels the inkling coming in his way. But yeah, slowly regenning, getting back to basics there. But yeah, the copy one, because the other part about that was that he also TP'd at the same time to try and get away from Supreme, was not anticipating that movement over. So this XP issue is going to be a problem.
Yeah, and like we talked about in, or rather, I think this happened in a series earlier today, they were talking about Pango versus Storm, that sometimes it's just as simple as who gets 6 first.
Yeah.
And Supreme will easily get the earlier level 6 here, so if there's any rotation, they're exactly doing that right now. Narman wants to try his luck again. If this is successful, if they get 6 on the Pango here and find Copy, that would be a disaster for them, but looks like Copy is well aware of the missing snap and will not be caught off guard. Instead,
big movement down bottom. They bring numbers. There's Narman making the move over, and the cookie gets him away. Now they need to be careful about
actually
Pango,
canceled that TP. I thought Supreme was going to complete this and look for a couple kills, but...
Well, now they know there's no TP.
Yep.
Interesting.
Doesn't look like they're going to take advantage of it just yet, though.
Copy clears a wave, 6-minute mark. It's going to be a rune up top, which is actually claimed by Lelis. So this gives Copy a little bit more cover to get his 6, while Supreme is not going to be able to make anything happen there. I think that trumpet was from Supreme not getting a rune.
Now, worth keeping in mind here, Yuma went for the gate play top, and it failed. So he took the gate twice, which burned a ton of his mana, and now he's down bottom and a full level behind Timber almost. This matchup is not playable for Luna 1v1. When Timber gets level 6, you can't lane anymore. So what's it going to be? Are you going to bring reinforcements down here, or is Yuma going to be forced to jungle level 5, which I think is far from ideal for the Luna? I'm very curious to see what adjustments they make. You can see Force with his skill build 0, 3, and 2, so tons of damage with that Timber chain and the Facet. Only the 4-second cooldown on this ability. You can just relentlessly chase down the Luna with your Arcane Boots, just spam her out. This moment the Chakram comes up.
Not sure whose creep wave that was. I think it was the Storms. But grabbing the waves around and pulling them each direction. This, of course, is, like you said, Wisdom Runes. 3 heroes heading up top, while Copy sits in the mid.
Now Force is level 6. He goes on to Yuma, gets him to half health, and now Yuma will probably just jungle from here on. So the best news for Nouns, though, this Medusa farm is terrible.
Yeah.
And I'm actually not sure how it happened that he's this low on farm. I know they did a good job in the first few waves, but my goodness, Olnit sitting on 17 CS minute 8 on Dusa is very good news for Yuma, who, yeah, now despite being pressured by the Timber, well, if you're having this much better of a game than the Medusa, it probably doesn't matter. Like, he's level 5.5 on the Luna. The Medusa is level 4.5 and well behind on the net worth, so can probably jungle and not feel too bad about it, comparatively speaking.
Copy looking for a rune mid, but it's going to be Supreme bottling the Invis up there on the top side. Copy is going to try and cut the wave, as Olnit's still just level 4.
Yep. They're thinking about it. Rotation from Fly. Yep, they're in.
Moving. Chasing. Narman. Oh, good damage on the Lelis, but will decrep and walk away.
Didn't have the
same
shards
time,
ready.
Copy, is he going to get pulled on back
no
here?
Glimpse, but he has no mana.
The roll, the chase.
On the stick.
Wants to juke it. It's pretty tough, though. Has a zip available, but he can't get it off in time. Copy finally gets it. but eventually they're going to chase him down. Supreme going to fall.
Oh, now, Gunner comes in, but glimpsed. Now his birds are mid. This is super awkward.
Not what you want to see.
One of them is going to die.
Oh, that is not the way they wanted this to go. A great turn of events.
That is so much worse than not TPing.
Yes.
You waste your TP, you lose a bird from your ult, you lose mana, and you gain absolutely nothing on Gunner. That's 2 deaths now on Copy, and as we've already established, this is a game where Nouns are heavily invested in him. Like, I want to say they picked Pugna only for this hero.
Yeah.
So if Storm's game isn't good, now all of a sudden your 5 is also losing his purpose in the game. So they really, really need to make sure that Copy gets to get something done here. Bottle refill coming in for Supreme. Resources are back. They will try to jump him. This is very aggressive.
It's good damage, but again, with Bengen nearby, and now also having Force here, Copy
if he dies here.
Trouble, the glimpse.
Oh my god, that is really ungood.
Also known as bad, gets the finish there. Holy moly, man. That is
Uh-oh.
Yes. Jeez. This is the oh no, and they're stealing it. Force Bengen, Narman all over on the hard camp, taking all of these stacks that have been built up.
Yeah. This is
as bad as it gets.
This is really bad for Nouns, and obviously really good for MOUZ. This is the exact thing you want in this early game, is to shut down Storm and steal stacks. I feel like you couldn't even have hoped for this almost.
Static Storm laid down, and that is a dead toss. They just keep on feeding kills
Gunner.
one by one. If they can get Gunner here too, it's all falling apart for Nouns. All they wanted to do was play Storm Pugna, and they're getting their faces smashed. He's gonna run in now. Yuma shows up as well. Copy had already used Electric Vortex, so a chase now is tough, but they used a lot of resources too by MOUZ. At least they put a stop to the bleeding, but so much space for Medusa, everything going the way of MOUZ.
Whew.
Take a look at this replay here and this glimpse by Bengen.
This is just completely unnecessary aggression, right? You're playing against the Disruptor, the glimpse threat is always going to be there, and so here's the problem with this jump, right? This is effectively almost the worst thing that can happen. As he's being pulled back, he's burning his entire mana jumping.
Yeah.
If he would have stood still or just walked and got glimpsed, he might have actually had enough mana to jump out afterwards, but instead he had so little left in the tank that the glimpse ended up just costing him 400 mana and then killing him.
Well, shout out to Bengen for waiting for that animation before he cast that glimpse.
Yuma will be spotted out here by Force. Very awkward situation. He'll meet Lelis, and he'll meet Mora Obsession.
Okay, nicely played.
He's dead. Big kill. Lelis will maybe burn out?
Yes. Bengen does have Static Storm.
Copy.
He's got to get the hell out of here.
And they see him for glimpse.
Looking.
Oh.
No. Just
I think he was almost animating that on the Disruptor, it looked like.
Yeah.
But important escape there for Copy. Man, the support duo of Nouns is starved. They are suffering in this game. The Snapfire almost has their combined net worth minute 12, and Fly, well, not long for this world. He'll do a little drainy.
Disruptor is such an interesting hero. There's games where it just feels horrific, and there's games like this where it's like, how is this not the best hero in Dota? Like, you glimpse, you find people randomly, you have this amazing teamfight ulti. It's really, really solid.
He's one of the most polarizing supports in the sense that he is extremely... Oh, hang on, Gunner. Yeah, well, the moves just keep on coming. Nice full bore from Narman.
Bird drop, but they got him.
So Disruptor has some very clear strengths and very clear weaknesses, and he's not a particularly good laner. Right. But if you lane with a strong hero or you have an okay matchup, you can kind of overcome that. I think a big part of the reason Olnit's CS was as bad as it was that he was laning with Disruptor.
Yeah.
Like, he couldn't offer very much in the way of assistance to the Medusa. So the laning is a downside, and I feel like Disruptor is also a very bad hero at playing from behind. But my god, is he good when you're ahead. Static Storm doesn't catch them in the field, though.
Copy gets that pullback and will finally manage to bring down this Disruptor. Is a rollout from the Pangolier, and now coming in towards mid. Copy looking. Does he decide to go on this
damage into this tower?
They don't have Static Storm. Don't have roll.
Yeah.
He at least feels...
Ultimate really wants this tower. Well, he'll get it.
Now, Yuma on to Narman, finds him. The fight separated into two different parts, and this is exactly what Nouns are looking for. As Force in some trouble, pulls him back in. More than enough to get those 2 kills. Signs of life here from Nouns.
This is very reminiscent of the second game. There's just things happening in the game that I would not expect. Medusa pushing this tower. Snapfire comes in from the side to barely help with 2 shots of Lil Shredder. Compromises her position, gets punished by Nouns immediately. They get a secondary kill on the Timbersaw, who arguably didn't even need to be there. There's just a couple of hiccups here and there for both teams, and it's making for a very even game, but you also maybe got to think ahead a little bit here. Whoever wins this series and moves on, I think leveling up is going to be a requirement for their next series in 2 days. And of course, if they were to go into the bracket, especially Nouns, you heard from Gunner's interview, he doesn't want to have expectations, but the hope for him is getting top 3. To put it bluntly, I think Nouns have not played top 3 in this tournament, clearly. There's definitely some massive improvements to be made. However, when they play their best, if they played at their TI level, I would definitely have them as a favorite to get top 3. Right. They just haven't shown up in that form, and they need to regain it very soon before it's too late.
And again, going back to that coach's interview, it seemed like there was some pretty clear-eyed understanding of some of the reasons why there were those issues. You know, a little bit of burnout, what have you. Also should note that in that one little clip that we saw there where Copy ended up dying to the Roche roar, which is apparently a mechanic, you know, you heard Fly say, all right, don't focus on it, on to the next thing. It feels like there's definitely some amount of just wanting to, you know, keep that focus on the moment and make the best possible move from here on, not let it affect you. We'll see if Gunner now is going to end up running into some issues himself. Lelis trying to get close to help. Gunner buying some time, but eventually they are going to leave him for dead. The Birds?
Yeah, Birds will survive for now. I wonder if Supreme wants to commit. No, he's going to let them go. So this is effectively, in a way, this is Power Hour for MOUZ Sports. They have the pipe on the Timbersaw. The Disruptor has level 4 Glimpse, and your Pango has Diffusal and now Dagger. So if you make some connected moves here with your heroes, I feel like you're significantly stronger than the Nouns side, as long as you can somewhat account for Storm. If you catch him with literally anything, he might just die in a Static Storm. But that's a big if. Copy has an Arcane Rune. And he's on the hunt. We'll see Force. He's a really tough target. He's going to go for the Disruptor.
Static Storm immediately down.
And
no! Heal? Heal? Does he have enough to stay alive? Copy! No, he's going to be brought down. But it might be enough, all of those heals, to let them win the fight after the fact. Ben getting chased. They've already lost 2. Going to be a 3rd.
That was really important that Fly got to drain for as long as he did to make that Storm kill as hard as possible, but a little bit reminiscent of game number 1 when you say where he jumps in, doesn't keep jumping and gets doomed. This time around, jumps in, just stays in and gets Static Storm comboed by the Disruptor that he jumped. This is a play where you jump the Disruptor, you Vortex him, you get a hit in, then you jump across him. You know, you keep staying on your feet to make it hard for him to land his spells. That was just too easy for Bengen, but ultimately they do win the fight with just raw numbers. That felt like this was a Nouns win, specifically because they just had more heroes brought to the table.
Yes.
They will get the Roche as well, and they will get out. Maybe Gunner could get caught, but they're not checking for him. He has 10 seconds on the TP, so he will stay safe as well. So yes, the end result is good for Nouns, but I still feel like that could have been better.
Right.
And that's probably also the taste that Copy is left with in his mouth after that, was that, I mean, yeah, we got a 3-for-1 on a Roche. The end result's good, but sometimes it's important not only to be results-oriented, but was the process correct? You know, did you do what you were supposed to in the play? Was everything going according to script? And fortunately, Fly got a 10-second life drain off, or that could have been terrible. But they salvaged it.
Well, and it does also signal that, like, you know, what else happens when this Medusa does eventually start showing up to fights. They do not have very good single target damage here on the lineup of Nouns.
Lelis is stuck in no man's land.
Yeah, he's just going to be brought down there.
Force.
So I'm not exactly sure what their end game answer is for Olnit. Maybe just try and decrep him forever. But I don't know if that's
Pugna is actually a very good hero against Medusa later in the game.
Yeah.
As long as Pugna has... The main item that really solves Medusa for Pugna is Aether Lens. It's so important to have cast range on this hero. And I'm assuming Fly will buy that after the Glimmer Cape. I think it's fine to buy Glimmer first, but Pugna, I would argue, compared to a lot of other 5s, should really get one item for itself. Because your spells are so incredibly high impact, but they're also very limited in cast range. So arguably, Aether Lens is actually a supporting item. Fly's dead. He got glimpsed.
Narman 2.
1 for 1.
Just trying to get some sneaky little damage there on the Pugna.
Yeah, he was blasting the tower a couple times and forced out a rotation. Not the biggest of deals for either team to lose those supports. Fly completing the Glimmer. Nothing in his quick buy just yet. I'm curious to see it, because, I mean, there's a couple of options, right? You can buy the Aether Lens, you could buy Force Staff. Solar Crest is always going to be a good item when you're playing a defensive support, because you're naturally going to position your hero in a way that is protecting cores. So it's a feel-good item for sure for the Pugna.
Right.
Also, you are a very frail hero. Pugna lost an amazing talent it used to have on level 10. It's been moved to level 15. You used to have a, I believe it was 225 HP talent on level 10, or 200. Now it's 350 on 15, which is obviously amazing when you get there. But when you play support Pugna, the distance from 10 to 15 is so long. Yeah. It takes very, very long to find that level. It's awesome when you get there, but... yeah, gonna take some time for Fly.
There is going to be an interesting little window that comes out here soon from Nouns too. Yuma almost completed BKB, and you can see that Copy also has it queued up, just about enough gold to finish that one off pretty soon here. So this timing feels like it's going to be something where you need to get a lot done.
Yeah.
I think that was also a Blink Dagger, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, Tusk got Dagger, Yuma got BKB. These are big items.
Yeah.
Coming out, or well, he will get BKB after they take this Torment. So let's see who gets the Shard. I think ideally for Nouns, it's not Pugna.
Great.
Well, you're welcome. Because I don't see many fights where Fly wants to use his Life Drain on the ward.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be using his Life Drain on the Pugna, or excuse me, on the Luna or on the Storm, more or less exclusively, to just keep them in fighting shape. So, I mean, the cast range is nice on the ward. That is definitely helpful. And now he is queuing up the Aether Lens. I love to see it. I feel like that is the way to go here.
They're going to see a
Bengen will break the smoke. He is cooked.
Yeah, that is an instant one. And now, free lane, free game. Copy running in Narman. They pop the BKB, Ray to chase for more. Force, Glimmered. They know exactly where he is, though.
He still hasn't piped. Man, that was really late on the pipe.
Yeah. Narman
probably would have died anyway, though.
Lelis just saving that punch for this Snapfire, and, well, they will eventually be able to run him down. So 3 for nothing.
Yep, that's a very good sequence. MOUZ, they had a good start, and they had the Disruptor and the Glimpse, but a couple of failed moves, and things are definitely slowing down on their end. And obviously, that's also a bit of a Medusa thing.
Yeah.
You know, this hero pairing might not be the most natural one, the Disruptor Medusa, because they kind of play two arguably different pacings in the game. Like, if Disruptor is far ahead and you're playing with an active carry like Weaver, suddenly you're terrorizing the map together and you're looking for kills. But Olnit is largely going to just be playing the jungle and occasionally Manta-style push-out lanes. And that means there's less of a purpose for Bengen. Who do you really play with? You kind of have to play with Pango. Speaking of, going to get jumped by Copy.
Gorgon's Grasp, the good damage out. He just dies. Just like that. And now Yuma, Gunner, they could chase Olnit a little bit more, but a bit too scary. I mean, that is a really bizarre death.
Yep.
I mean,
they've had a couple of them back-to-back now, MOUZ, just not really reading the map correctly, not playing in the perhaps in the correct pairings.
Finding yet again, Walrus Punch all
What's
in.
What's going on?
Where's the help? Why are you there?
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna lose a lot now. Cinder, this is a tier 3 tower.
What the hell? Okay. Well, that happened.
Yeah, it did.
Resummon on the birds. They don't even get that.
Wow.
It's just sloppy, right? There's just no way about it. It's just sloppy. And if MOUZ don't pull it together very soon and play their lineup together and combine their heroes and stop bleeding individually here and there, this could very quickly end in Nouns' favor. This advantage is starting to be really meaningful. And mind you, MOUZ had a really good start to this game with the exception of Medusa.
Yeah.
It felt like they might just be running away with the mid game after they killed the Storm 4 times. But since then, it's just been more or less all Nouns making successful moves, and they've been really valuable.
And the other thing that I'm thinking about, too, is as we're getting closer to Roche, I think about that fight that they had where they found Bangan first on the Luna. These fights look so much better when Storm does not have to be the first one into the fight. And if Luna has Aegis, that gives Copy a free way to just feel unhampered in these engagements as well. Could be a really nice way for that stuff to work. Also, Lelis is working on a BKB, so that's the static Storm answer, too.
I mean, they're just getting so much, right? It's just all these extra kills, all this extra map that they claim essentially for free. Now, finally, MOUZ are going to make a bit of an aggressive move of their own to take the bot tier 2. With Medusa having man to butter, it feels like it kind of is go time to... Okay, there's the go time, so good. But their base is on fire. So this smoke play is extremely obvious, unfortunately. Maybe missing the mark a little bit here. Copy will just start hitting the ranged barracks. He has a shield rune bottled up.
I mean, yeah, the MOUZ, they are running blind. They get to their tier 2 tower. Copy is showing. They have a ward down right here, so they'll see him in just a moment. Zips away. Now Olmit, they zip further away. Tries to run in. Thunderbolt, good damage. Force really low, isolated, and going to be cookied out. Okay, Glimmer Cape alive. This is almost done.
Oh my God,
Supreme just drops a good static storm, but guess what? There's BKBs, they're already there. Copy is out of mana, dying to the Medusa, does eventually fall down, but that's also going to be Medusa very quickly killed as well. This all started with Force getting brought down low, but he does survive in the end. What a strange series of events as they get ready on Nouns to go high ground.
The thing is, this is a really tricky approach for MOUZ because they don't have good info. So they timber chain in to try to get some sort of vision, and effectively they just YOLO Pango ult and blink in.
Yeah.
But Nouns had good enough formation that he wasn't able to find a good chain stun. They kite him out. They keep heroes alive with their defensive abilities. Snowball with Decrep with Glimmer. And once that Pango ult ran out, he instantly died. He just got blown apart by Conda and the Storm, and a little bit of Visage just killed him off instantly. And the fight was just over. It was just way too easy for Nouns. And perhaps a little bit of a problem strategically here for MOUZ is this Disruptor plus Snapfire support duo, now that BKBs and defensive items are out, they're struggling to land stuns that they can reliably play onto with their Pango. So have to maybe be a little bit more clever about the way they approach this.
And
it's not easy.
There's no need to pop BKB until the Static Storm comes out, pretty much.
No, exactly. I mean, he was just waiting.
Yeah.
Copy waited very long. Static Storm comes out, then he BKBs and takes the fight. And yep, absolutely. Nouns 12k lead. Looking to potentially get Roche. The respawn is in a minute. They don't know this, of course. They're just hanging out at the gate. It's a little bit of a picnic here. It is a beautiful vista. I don't know if you remember the real-life version of this, where people were... where there was this gate that you could look into and people from the other side of the world were showing you all sorts of body parts. That is not how the Twin Gate works, unfortunately. I think that could be an interesting cosmetic
for
the game to allow people to live upload pictures
of themselves
to be shown in the Twin Gate.
I can't see anything that would go wrong with that.
No. I think that'll be the new effigies.
Good. Very good. Well, Roche is going to be up very soon now, as we'll have ideas for global cosmetics coming out very soon. Smoke on smoke. Yuma, first one in. Big hit. Copy low, but already dead. Disruptor. No Static Storm in this battle. Except they did already pop BKBs, and now it's a buyback. Gunner is kind of in an awkward spot. Copy can't stay in this fight. Fly is trying to back away. Yuma stepping forward. Static Storm on nothing. On literally nothing. As Olnit now in trouble, and there is nothing to throw out anymore because they used all their spells. Bangin dead. They buy back on Medusa, but MOUZ nowhere left to go. They're running right down mid, trying to close this game out. Want to send us home a little bit early here. Tier 4 towers already dropping, and they don't have anything to deal with this.
Well, they have a glyph.
Jump in, punch, control. If Olnit dies here, it's all over. That is going to be dead. 90 seconds, no buyback. GG is called. Nouns take full advantage, and when it counts, they get what they need.
Yeah. That was, in this series, you could say in the early mid-game, perhaps still some hiccups for Nouns, but overall the most convincing of the 3 games once things got together. They definitely played a much tighter mid-game than MOUZ did. They were very fragmented. MOUZ, I would say, just dropped a lot of heroes in succession in random positions, weren't really able to bring it all together. Nouns a lot tighter. And we were talking about this 10 minutes into the game. All right, if both teams aren't necessarily playing their best game, ease of execution, right? Nouns, they keep rolling together. They keep finding kill to kill to kill and just snowballing the game.
Well, MOUZ, they are eliminated now. Nouns live to fight another day. So get ready to end out today.
And we end with a stomp, a shame, but it does happen. A fantastic, well-executed game plan from Nouns. We did say they had some strong heroes in the draft. So, what did you make of that one?
Man, Copy had a couple of these terrible deaths. Like, he died 3 or 4 times in a row, but managed to salvage the game for himself, which I'm really glad. I always love when players don't have that good of a game early on and manage to make a comeback. Like, right here, he has Arcane Rune playing super aggressive. Pugna's life drain is not going to be able to save him immediately, so they blow him up, but it also results in other heroes having a free reign. It's pretty similar to game 1, where he was also playing super sacrificial, tanking every single Doom, and this is going to result in Roshan and going to give Nouns momentum. But perfect game from Yuma. This guy played out of his mind on Luna. They had saves, you had Pugna, you had Tusk if he was in trouble, and overall, Nouns, they just stomped this game completely.
Yeah, like Lacoste said it very nicely. He's praising a lot of players. I'm gonna say that this isn't really the gameplay that I expect from Nouns or MOUZ. Like, looking at them and what they have accomplished in the online parts of like the qualifiers and whatnot, I expect gameplay to be a little bit cleaner. And I think we're entering the part of the tournament. Well, it is elimination. And I honestly think nerves got to them. When it comes to MOUZ, I think nerves really hurt them in their performance in this last series, in this last game, and in the last series, I should say. High ground was breached twice on individual mistakes that your hero is just somewhere. I could hear Cinderin scratching his head, like, what's this guy? Why is he there? What's he doing there exactly? And sometimes, like, when you're playing into Visage Luna, those kind of mistakes, they cost you a full side immediately. Luckily for them, at least, the side didn't instantly fall, but the game did fall apart, and Yuma ends the game 8-0-17 on the Luna. He was constantly, even when pressured, as well, this needs to be said, he was constantly keeping at least 1-2k difference in net worth with the Medusa in the early stages of the game, which is massive. I'm not sure, for Olnit, this was also one of those games where the lane isn't that difficult, but you're missing a lot of last hits, and then when you're farming the jungle, perhaps it isn't really the most optimal farming pattern because the network just isn't showing up, and he's also not showing up in teamfights, which was kind of rough.
Yeah, Yuma, standout player for a good reason, but he was, you know, dealing damage. He was a part of 25 out of 26 kills, so kill participation through the roof as a carry. This is something that you want to see from your carry. Luna also a carry. If she's playing from ahead, the hero will join pretty much every single fight. She'll pick up the Aegis and go siege the high ground. But Copy is the one for me that pretty similar to what happened in game number 1. As I said, tanking the Doom and giving free entry to the fight for Yuma, who can do whatever he wants. Bait's couple of abilities, Medusa's ulti, Static Storm, knowing that he can do whatever he wants. All he needs is, he just needs some kind of a stun to deal damage, and that's about it.
All right, so Nouns do survive another day, so that means Nomad is going to be interviewing Lilith backstage.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, indeed. I mean, Lelis, that was a hell of a series. Another 3 games for you guys. How do you feel about it personally?
Very happy. It's always very nice to win. Very relieved, too, that we won. I think we have been having a rough time this tournament. We haven't been playing as well as we think we should have. So, I mean, winning is just a relief for us.
Sure, absolutely. And what do you think? You mentioned not playing as well as you should have. What do you think kind of went better for you in this series compared to other ones?
I think we identified a lot of the mistakes that we were making. And of course, it's easy to identify them. But the problem is the execution, right? I think we executed a little better today. I think the second game, we also had a good chance of winning. We kind of just threw like crazy, the tier 2 thing was crazy. But it happens, I'm very proud that my team didn't let themselves get too shaky about it, and we came back for game 3. Even though game 3 we were kind of having a bad start, I think Yuma stepped up a lot, and he talked a lot, and he kind of carried us, at least in comms and the moves. So shout out to him. I think without him we couldn't have won this game.
That's a big shout out for sure. Yeah, Yuma making the calls. I mean, is that something he's been kind of growing into recently, as I know he is slightly less experienced than some of the other members of the team?
No, he is a very vocal player. He likes to talk a lot, and he likes to lead a lot. So I think he kind of stepped up this game. He kind of lost his tower. He didn't just AFK farm, and he talked a lot, and he led us to the victory.
Awesome. Okay, so we've had some pretty unconventional picks in the series across the board, really. A lot of kind of low-picked heroes. We had the Leshrac and the Spectre coming out from MOUZ firstly. What was your reaction to those heroes, and how did you deal with them?
So I think the Leshrac is a hero that some people play on pause 4 because it kind of bullies the melee 5s, because you just stay on the side with the Edict with the Facet, so they can't ever contest the camps. It's kind of annoying. It wasn't really something oh, this is new. It's been a thing, but it's not that picked because there are other supports that are stronger. And the Spectre, I guess we were a little bit caught off guard. We didn't expect it that much, but it's definitely very good for a sniper. At some point, the game just becomes very hard. She's going to press her ult, and he going to die. So, yeah, it just kind of secures late game versus sniper. It's just a very niche pick. So it was good for them. They had the Phoenix. It was okay lane, and it just kind of, it's like a slam dunk late game hero.
Yeah, you didn't quite get to your timings on that one, and eventually it just kind of got out of control. But third game, much better from you guys. And you pilot the Pugner as well. We've seen a bit of it, but still pretty unconventional. That was Fly's hero, of course, but, as your fellow support, what did you have to say about the Pugner pick, and did you like it?
I think Pugner, he's been just getting buffed. They changed some talents, too. So things is heroes keep getting buffed, some talents change, some HP talent. Maybe he's a little tanky now, so it helps a lot. I think the hero in specific is very good versus Timbersaw, because every time you press the spell, you're just going to heal from the ward, and he doesn't have any interrupt for your ult, so it's very difficult for that hero to actually kill Pugna. I think in the lane too, it's good for Pugna. He kind of bullies him. I mean, it's also very good versus Pango. Pango's all physical damage. I was surprised they just picked Pango into Pugna. They just didn't care, they're doing their own thing, which I can respect it. Maybe they should have won in their eyes the game. But we think it's a valuable pick. It's gotten better, and it's actually pickable now. We picked it before too. I kind of cringed it up in the lane, so the game was unreal. But we think it's a pickable hero.
Absolutely. I mean, you proved that it was, absolutely. So now going into one last round of the group stage to try and make it through to those playoffs. What's your confidence levels like, and who do you kind of want to play into? Do you care who you play against?
I don't really care who we play against. Hopefully we can play as we view our skill level. I think hopefully we just play well. If we play well, I'll be satisfied. If we had lost this game and we thought that we played well and they just outplayed us, we would be happy. Of course, not happy that we lost, of course, but I don't really care who we play. I don't think we can know yet. I guess it depends on tomorrow, right? I'm not even sure which teams we can play, right? There's probably some teams we can't play because we play them already. Like Infinity, I think we can't play them. So I don't know, whoever it is, hopefully we play our best.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you're going to give us your best. Thank you very much, Cohen. So to us, Lelis. Back to the panel.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Nouns obviously talking about their chances. I don't want to keep harping on about it. You've set yourself a target of top 3. He was talking there about, we kind of failed to execute, but we thought we executed a little bit better in this series. They were still a little bit sloppier than I think what we saw. Particularly we keep going back to that TI match against Spirit where they were just so good. Do you have any insights into why they're, kind of missing the mark at the moment?
Well, sometimes you can go ahead. Seems like you have it already prepared.
I don't have it, but winning versus Spirit, they're never living that up, right? Like this is the standard for them. From this moment onwards, everyone
That's how it
expects
works.
the best from them.
Yeah.
If you're playing against the best team in the world, I think you're also going to be playing better. You're going to be learning a lot. But if you are like, you can get into this state of mind as well that, should be, you see the teams, you're like, a lot of stacks, a lot of stand-ins. So you're still giving 100%, but not really, if you know what I mean. Because Nouns, they looked like a strong team and they needed to be woken up. They did. But this could also have been, at least in my book, an easy 2-0 for them, considering what happened in Game 2, how far ahead they were. I think this could have been, easy 25, 30-minute game in the second game, but they just threw the game a lot.
Final thoughts about MOUZ, obviously out of the tournament. Came together in March, I think, went to TI. It's the same roster. They were one of 3 teams that didn't change their rosters up. Where do they go from here?
Yeah, they kept it very competitive until the bitter end, at least. So nothing to be ashamed of. A couple of unconventional mistakes there by the end of it. Maybe they need to, huddle up as a team and just talk about it a little bit further, because I think this was more psychological than anything else.
Slow improvement from the team. Wallachia season 1, they got last place. This time around, they're still getting out, but they're not the first team that gets out. Showed some good performances as well, but there's a lot of room to improve for
When
them.
they discover stuns, it's going to be so
good.
so
easy.
Right,
Top 10.
Let's take a look at today's results. This is what happened over the course of the day. I obviously got to watch these games. It was great. I loved it. You can see Team NGX. This is the big shock of the tournament so far, that they're out. Obviously, lots going on with the team, but still had opportunities, but they were beaten by Infinity 2-1. And Team Liga, that had shown so much promise, a group of mercenaries and stand-ins coming together. Crystalis is so back. It just didn't work out for them. beastcoast able to win that one. And, of course, Nouns overcoming MOUZ 2-1 right at the end.
2 big surprises for me. Nigma Galaxy, that's the first one. I think that's a shocker for pretty much everybody. Liga team showed some really good performances, and I thought they were going to take it against beastcoast, and also MOUZ taking a game off Nouns. I thought it was going to be 2-0, so competition is pretty much at the same level.
Yeah, these are the standings. Obviously, we've got Falcons and Heroic, 3-0, but man, tomorrow's going to be great. The Alliance, Na'Vi, Puppy Loader. What year is it? Jumanji memes. Oh, yes.
That's what we were waiting for. I'm looking at these teams. There's only one. Look, I actually am very sad that Nigma is out because of some potential matches in the future.
Yeah,
with these
it would have been great.
with these old organizations. But when you go to when you go to El Clasico, when you go to real Dota like Alliance versus Na'Vi, this is what we're all waiting for tomorrow. There's a couple of other matches, of course, that are just as amazing and interesting, but Alliance with Loda and Na'Vi with Puppy, come on. That's what everyone's going to tune in for.
Obviously, it's El Clasico, it's what people want to see. But I mean, look, AVULUS and IG as well. Azure Ray, Tundra, that's a super interesting match.
That's going to be spicy, because Azure Ray, we don't know which Azure Ray is going to show up. They seem to be very hit or miss coming into not just the series, pretty much any game. They showed some really good performances, but they also got stomped in a couple of their games that they played.
And Tundra as well, on the other hand, of course, they're playing with a couple of stand-ins, but some of those drafts that they're doing look like ChatGPT made them. If you wrote in, give us something crazy and cool.
Well, speaking of ChatGPT, I might need that to decipher this.
It's not that difficult, right?
If you focus for it.
There's boomer brain, that's what I've got. No, but obviously you can see at home, these are the kind of permutations, everything that's going on there with all of the different iterations of teams. Obviously, we don't know who's going to be in those 2-2 deciders as of yet. That's all going to be decided tomorrow with all the various factors. But that's kind of where we're at right now. Any thoughts about anything you might like to see?
I like to see some more picks, some of these spicy picks that we had so far, because we had Sven, we had Spectre, we've seen some Huskers yesterday, so hero pools are getting bigger. Teams are not too afraid to experiment. We have this like meta for a couple of days, 3 days, and then people started to theory craft a little bit more, which I really like. We saw some like crazy gyrocopter from Parker with different itemization as well yesterday. So Dota's still evolving. I think this patch has not been figured out fully. Some of the heroes that we've seen are still super strong. They were strong at TI, but there are also new heroes that can be used.
100%, because when a patch doesn't bring a lot of buffs, just the nerfs, some of these players are like, yeah, there's nothing new, but there has to be, because the heroes that were really broken with the bracers aren't any longer, so perhaps you shouldn't be picking them. Then your Clockwork comes into play, Dark Willow is more popular. Yeah, there's a lot of heroes to look after, but what I'm looking after is improvement from all of these teams, because there has been a group stage the first couple of days in which teams haven't really performed to their own standards. You could hear that in interviews as well from them. We're improving, we're finding the right ingredients, the right heroes for everyone. So from tomorrow, I'm expecting even cleaner Dota, if that's even better than what we're getting right now, because I love this chaos as well.
All right, well, look, thanks for keeping me company over the course of that crazy series. No doubt I'll see more of you tomorrow. And that means I hope to see more of you tomorrow as well. We're going to wrap up the show here. We'll be back at the same time. You definitely don't want to miss tomorrow's action. Make sure you tune in, and we'll see you then.